Good morning and welcome. We are here for the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, presented by Ford Performance. I am Asquith and thank you for tuning in. Today is the big day for the Yokohama Everyman Challenge with 3 different classes racing all at the same time, but scored separately. The 4600 Curry Enterprise Stock class, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. So let's send it to the Optima Battery main stage.
Good morning and welcome to Johnson Valley, California. It's a beautiful day here in South California, and my word, what a day of action we have for you. This is the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, presented by Ford Performance, and what a day of action it is going to be. Today, of course, is the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. Now, I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth today are my great friends Ian Johnson and Miles Hasselquist. How are we doing, guys?
Oh, we're doing great, Jim. Thank you very much. As you said, this is our Yokohama Everyman Challenge. 3 classes leaving the line today. 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, and the 4600 Curry Enterprises Stock class. Miles, it's going to be a great day in the desert.
Oh, I love it out here. Yesterday's Can-Am UTV's Hammers Championship was one to watch for sure, and today's Yokohama Everyman Challenge is a lot of fun because it's the Everyman Challenge. There's in the chat already a lot of fans for Rudy, who built his Jeep right here on the lake bed, and you're pretty good buddies with him.
I am, and I did see Rudy just pulling up to the line. He's going to leave our line today very, very late because he obviously did not qualify. So
and the car looks a little different than the last time I saw it. It used to be all red, and you're like, there's Rudy. I was like, no, that's a silver Jeep.
Yeah, no, they took a big pallet full of Seymour paint, the official paint and coating supplier of King of the Hammers, out to his pit tent out there, and a couple guys went out and basically graffitied up the Jeep, did a base coat of silver, and then did a bunch of cool logos on the side. So he's out there racing with a 100% custom paint job.
It's going to be a lot of fun today. And then tomorrow is the Race of Kings, the 4400. So we still got 2 great days of racing out here. I can't wait to get this party started. Again, go to the YouTube, get that premium package. You get to skip commercials. You get to get all the behind-the-scenes cameras and so much more.
Indeed you can. Now, let's just talk a little bit about the course and what we've got happening here today. So they're going to be racing the same course that we saw the 4900 UTVs racing on yesterday.
The identical course, yep.
Exactly. So there's going to be a desert loop, then they're going to be coming back into Hammertown and then heading out back into the desert before hitting the rocks.
Yeah, lap number 1 is roughly 65 miles. Lap number 2 is roughly 85 miles, so about 150 miles of some of the gnarliest terrain we can find right here in Johnson Valley. They will take off at 2 at a time in 30-second increments. This race is on adjusted time.
Now, let's talk about timings. Yesterday, we saw Brock Hager just putting down the most incredible time, and he was back in town a little bit after midday. Now,
it was 11:58. That guy was on a mission.
He was indeed. But let's just talk about what sort of times are we expecting here. We've got 3 different classes racing today. When are we going to see our leaders heading back around into Hammertown?
It'll be interesting to see how it shakes out. I do think we'll be a little bit slower than the UTVs, but not too far off pace. But we are about to find out. But first, let's keep everybody safe and sound. Let's send it to our invocation with Chappie Steve. Steve, what do you got for us?
If everybody would please bow with me as we pray for today. Father, we are just so stoked that we get to come out here in the desert and just enjoy your creation. And we give you the honor and glory for that you had built such a beautiful desert for us to play in. You put these passions in our heart to enjoy, and we get to do that. We just ask for your favor out there on the desert today, whether we're racing, we're crewing, or we're volunteers, or we're on the medic crew, and just all the volunteers that make this program happen. We just ask that you would bless our efforts and that we would bless you by the way we live out our days. And also, Father, we just lift up all our first responders and the men and women that protect our freedoms, both home and abroad and on our city streets, that you would protect them as well. In Jesus' name, everyone said, amen.
Thank you, Chappie Steve. What a great way to start out the day. And speaking about a good way, next up, our national anthem. So if everybody could please stand up, remove your cap. It's about to kick off the greatest song in the world, about the greatest country in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, Jasmine Tomaso from Spaghetti Western. Take it away.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light, once so proudly we hailed, at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Give it up for Jasmine Tomaso. That's how you start out the day for sure. So ladies and gentlemen, hop in those race cars and start your engines.
We are about to get started here at the 2025 Yokohama Everyman Challenge, and we have perfect weather conditions right now. We have a few light clouds in the sky, the sun is shining, but most importantly, Miles, we have some breeze.
Yeah, it's going to be a great day of racing for sure, but before we start off this race, Bailey Cole has some stuff for you we caught up earlier in the week. Let's see what he's got.
What's going on, guys? I'm Bailey Cole. We're out here at King of the Hammers 2025. Today we're going to be talking about the EMC, or Everyman Challenge. So the Everyman Challenge incorporates three classes. It's 4600 stock class, 4500 modified, and 4800 legends. The Everyman Challenge was made for everybody, as it says in the name. So we're going to give you a little taste of what the Everyman Challenge is. Let's go check in with some of the drivers.
I'm Kendall Glines. We race the EMC 4600 stock class.
I'm Dwayne Garrison with CGYS Motorsports from Alma, Arkansas. We come out here to race the EMC race in the 4500 class.
I'm Rob Graham. I race 4800 Legends class, part of the Everyman Challenge. This is my truck. We're running 37-inch mud terrain Yokohamas on 17-inch rims, 3.0 IBP King shocks, full hydraulic steering. You're kind of getting a peek at the LS 454. It's a big motor with a lot of fun.
Yeah, the EMC class is more of a budget-minded class for the guys that don't have unlimited funds. We are running 37-inch DOT tires. So, you know, we don't have the sticky compound, we don't have the ground clearance, you know, so it's a little bit more of a driver's class, having to take care of the car and take care of the equipment on the car, you know, to be able to finish these races.
We love to adapt and overcome, and that's part of what we've built our team on. We love the EMC class. It's such a family. Everybody's here, and it helps everybody.
Hope you guys are stoked to check out some of the Yokohama Everyman Challenge cars and drivers. What's left to do now is to stop talking, drop the green flag, and go racing.
Okay, welcome back again once more to the 2025 Yokohama Everyman Challenge. Very shortly, we're going to be seeing our vehicles leaving the line in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, the 4600 Curry Enterprises Stock class, and of course the military class, which has been added.
Yeah, we have 30 in the 4600 class, we have 26 in the 4500 class, 69 in the 4800 class, and then 2 in the military. So we should have about roughly 127 cars take the line. We'll start with the 4600 Curry Enterprise stock class. You have to have a stock OEM frame. Wheelbase must stay within 3 inches. Factory engine, but may be replaced with any available engine in the same make, year, and model. Factory transmission, a 35-inch DOT tires, single 2.5-inch shock per corner, factory style suspension, and mechanical steering. And in the 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class, you can have 2.5 shocks per corner, limited to 14 inches of travel, mechanical steering, and a 37-inch DOT tire, front-mounted engine, but unlimited horsepower. And then the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class is a great class for a 4400 car to go retire, but a lot of specific 4800 cars have been built.
Okay, let's have a quick look at our top 10 here. Now, Ian, there's some really big hitters in there, but let's just talk about them as we go through. So in 10th position, we've got Kent Foltz. Now, Kent destroyed that rock on the qualifying course earlier in the week. It was amazing to see. Then in 9th, we've got Cody Young in one of the Miller chassis. In 8th position, it's Dylan Summers. And in 7th, we've got Justin Hall in a borrowed Trent Fab car.
The OG Trent Fab car. And then in 6th, we have Derek Summers. And then in 5th, Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer Cameron Steele. And 4th is Woody Rose.
Yeah, then in 3rd, we've got Brent Harrell, who's absolutely on a charge in that Horschel machine. Then in 2nd, it's Jeff Martin in the Miller.
And then the top of the box is Sean Reisky, driven by Matt Zeiler, and he was on a blistering pace. And Matt has very little seat time in that car, so it's going to be interesting to see how he plays out. Obviously, in qualifying, he did extremely well.
He did indeed, and he will openly admit he's a checkers or wreckers kind of driving. So let's see what he can do here out on this course. Now, yesterday we saw all kinds of difficulty in the rock trails, particularly up around idle issues near Chocolate Thunder and, of course, on Jackhammer. Are we going to see a repeat of that today?
Absolutely. I think we're definitely going to see the exact repeat of that today, Jim. I think probably the bigger story here, and I think we'll see it play out here as well today, is the fact that you and I talked about it in the afternoon about how our fast qualifiers in the UTV, they were not at the top of the box when we got further on into the race. I think that the qualifying course is favoring a certain style of driver, and I think that the race course is favoring another style of driver. And as you said, lots of bottlenecks out there, and I think that the drivers who are sitting at the front of this pack are going to have the same plan that our UTV drivers had in the past, and that is they want to get into Jackhammer as soon as possible, because that sort of seems to be the first spot where we're going to have that type of traffic jam.
Now, it is worth noting that yesterday we saw Cody Willenberg make his way through 88th position up to near the front of the pack. Are we going to see anybody able to do that today? Because these are bigger cars, and when they block the trails, they really block the trails.
Yeah, and some of these cars, they are a limited class, so if you break some steering linkage or something, you can really get yourself in a pickle. And these cars are a lot bigger and heavier than a UTV, so it'll be interesting how it shakes out. But again, it's a fan favorite class out here, all three of them. It's going to be fun to watch. And Jim, you've raced this before, more than once.
Yeah, absolutely. I've raced this 3 times. I absolutely love this class. I particularly have a soft spot for the 4500.
How many times have you ran out of fuel in this race?
Twice.
Okay.
Let's get that out of the way early.
I think that's going to keep coming up all day long, Jim. Just so
all in good fun, buddy.
That's right. Yeah. So let's talk about this. We know we have 3 different classes here. Obviously, we can sort of shake our stock classes down to the back of the pack. But what car is going to be favored in this class, Jim? Do you think that because the 4500s have that multiple shock package and we have so much desert, are they going to be able to reel in a little bit, or are we going to see some of these 4800 Legends class basically shine in the desert, even though they're running on that single shot?
I'll be honest with you, I think it's all going to be about the 4800 class today. I think we're going to see the 48s really pushing away from the 4500s. Just looking at the drivers that we have, I mean, just our first, so what do we got? Our first 4500 in modified is right back down in 11th place, which is Dan Warwick in that absolutely beautiful UFO Tacoma. But if we look at the talent that's in that top 10, it's absolutely sensational, and all in 4800. So I think it is 4800 that is actually going to dominate today.
And speaking about that, Jim, the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class got the overall first, second, third last year. Behind the wheel was Randy Slauson in that first place, but now Amber Slauson, his wife, is going to be taking the wheel behind that, so we'll see how she shakes out. And then second last year was Woody Rose, third Jeremy Jones. So all 3 of those identical cars are racing today.
Yeah, they are indeed. I've got to say a little bit about Brent Harrell as well.
Oh,
I think the man is absolutely on fire. He's really driving well, but he's also been here for a number of years now. He's been the nearly man, the guy we expect to be there, and he's got a maturity for his young age. So let's see what he can do, but he's going to be my dark horse for the title today.
It's going to be exciting to see how it shakes out. I think we're about 1 minute away from that green flag to drop. Matt Zeiler and Jeff Martin, drag racing towards the Yokohama Flying Wide.
Yeah, when I walked around the infield this morning talking to all the drivers, there seemed to be a lot of conversations between everyone on the start line. It was, are you
Who's
taking
gonna
the
let
jump?
who
Am I
go?
taking the jump? There was a lot of I think there's these are a lot bigger cars. They saw some action on that Yukon launch yesterday, and I don't think they want to repeat it today.
And just like we were talking about yesterday, this is only 10 seconds into your race.
That's the start of the
going to be
race.
for 5+ hours. So it sounds like we are getting really close to taking off for the 2025 Yokohama Everyman Challenge.
Okay, it's go time in Hammertown as Jeff Martin and Matt Zeiler leave the line and head towards the Yukon launch.
Matt Zeiler driving for Sean Reisky out of Mishawaka, Indiana with 866 Motorsports.
Yes, you can see they both left Hammertown up in going through that Bronco arch, making quick work of that section of the course.
Yeah, and our lead cars are literally seconds apart from each other as they make their way around the bottom of Means Butte and head towards the cross grain.
And off the line next is Brent the Iceman Harrell with Avery riding shotgun out of Almsville, Oregon with team change order in that Horschel chassis.
And right beside him is Woody Rose Jr. in that 4800 Legends class car.
Yeah, now this is Brent Harrell here in the Horschel car, and he's making way up into the arch, and you can see them both taking different lines there as they go through the Bronco arch and heading out. Both of these young men incredibly talented and expected to be at the front of the pack. But look at that, Woody Rose seemed to pull back away there, so maybe he hit something or had a problem.
And off the line next, number 16, Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer Cameron Steele and Brian Woodshot riding shotgun out of San Clemente, California with Desert Assassins, that Trent Fab monster machine.
Right beside them is Derek Summers. Derek Summers out of Santa Cruz, California. He's racing a Jimmy's chassis with a LSX 427, 650 horsepower.
Indeed. Now, Cameron Steele, he's been there, seen it, done it, big-time desert racer, and alongside him is Derek Summers. But his son, Dylan, is also racing with us today.
And off the line next, number 13, Justin Hall and Chris Ray out of Morgan Hill, California with Justin Hall Motorsports and that borrowed OG Trent fabrication machine.
Dylan Summers right beside him, also out of Santa Cruz, California, with a Jimmy's chassis again with a turnkey LS 427.
Now, Justin Hall actually went round the S-bend there as we saw Dylan Summers taking the Yukon launch. So some tactics already there from Justin Hall.
I love seeing that. Off the line next is Cody Young and Guy Miller, number 4862 out of King City, California with Young Blood Motorsports and that Miller Pro chassis with a Jeff Ginter LS X454.
Right beside him is Kent Foltz and Kevin Wilson. They're out of Pacific, Missouri, number 381, Hot Rock Express Racing.
Yeah, they're absolutely on a fly there. Cody Young in the Miller chassis, laying down a fantastic time, easily identifiable with that green livery.
And off the line next is the number 218 of Dan Wyrick and Jason Sears out of Gardnerville, Nevada with DW Racing in that 2024 UFO Toyota Tacoma.
Right beside him, Michael Kelly and Caden Hunt, number 707 out of Cancun, Mexico.
Yeah, now Dan Warwick, of course, he's no stranger to racing here, raced in 4400 and turned up with this brand new UFO car last year. What a car it is.
And taking it off the line next is Brian Tripp and Tad Dowker, number 896 out of Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, with Shallow Pocket Racing and Tripp Racing Services.
Beside them, Shad Kennedy, number 29, with Jeff Cooper in the passenger seat out of San Dimas, California, Uncharted Off-Road Racing.
Yeah, as they're making their way up through here, Brian Tremp, a firm crowd favourite, just picking his way up through the arch, and he'll be heading back down towards Means Butte.
And up next is supposed to be Eric Brinker, but we saw him take a terrible tumble, so he is not taking the start line.
So that was Tony Howard in the 4805 out of Sacramento, California, with a Liberty Mountain Fab chassis.
Yeah, now Eric Brinker, we saw him have a huge crash during qualifying. I can tell you that he is okay. He's not racing today, and we're hoping maybe even to get him up on stage and have a chat to us later.
He's supposed to be on stage with us at some point. Off the line next should be Jeremy Doc Jones and Sean riding shotgun number 4837 out of Laramie, Wyoming with Doc Jones Racing in that Trent Fab top shelf with Total Race Solutions.
Right beside him is 4517 Jesse Oliver with Randy Cole in the passenger seat. Oliver Racing out of White Lake, Michigan.
Yeah, Doc Jones, of course, was one of our podium place pit cars last year. Can he do one better than the third place he had last year? We can have to wait and see as we watch Jesse Oliver going round the S-bends on the Yukon launch.
Off the line next, the number 417 of Justin Barth and Paul Geisenhagen out of Springfield, Missouri with Barth Racing, that Jimmy's 4x4 48P chassis.
Beside him, Scott Farley, 4824 out of Irving, Texas, part of the Rufus Racing crowd.
Yeah, Scott Farley is in the Tribe 16 built machine, and the first of the Tribe chassis that we will see going out there today. Was chatting to him last night, and Scott is super pumped to be racing here today. Looking forward to seeing what they've got out there. They've got a few secret weapons on that car, so let's see what they can deliver.
And off the line next is the number 133 of Sky Johnson, his brother Cole Johnson out of Tremont, Utah with SXOR Motorsports in that 2012 SXOR chassis.
And beside him, Chad Jesse and Nick Alleghetti out of New River, Arizona, Stanglin Motorsports.
Yeah, this is one of the older chassis that you'll see out here, the SXOR. Making his way up through the arch now is Sky Johnson.
And off the line next is Chuck Crossland and Tom Pendergast out of Los Molinos, California with Crossland Off-Road Racing and that Liberty Mountain Fab chassis with 1,200 horsepower with that twin turbo.
Caden Berger, number 8, with Corey Day in his passenger seat out of Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Yeah, now Chuck Crossland, he's got 1,200 horsepower in that vehicle, and that's got to make you smile as you hit the skinny pedal as they make their way up towards the Bronco arch.
And Caden Berger is Stan Haynes, Mr. Brannick Motorsports himself, grandson. Great to see him out here. Off the line next, number 75 of Scott Foley out of Norco, California with that Bomber chassis.
Right beside him, Josh Batchy and Gordon Martin out of California, Havoc Racing in their Batchy built chassis.
Yeah, both taking the Yukon launch there as they make their way up towards the Bronco arch. And all the cars have to go under this arch, or they will receive penalties. And there we go. That iconic shape of the bomber, car 75 there. Scott Foley making his way round the course.
Off the line next, the 489 of Christian Bassey with Jake Maloney riding shotgun out of Hurricane, Utah with Bassey Racing in that Sasquatch Motorsports chassis.
And 4812 is beside him with Jacob Pacheco and Mike Murphy riding shotgun out of San Martin, California, VP Racing.
We're watching there Chuck Crossland as he makes his way into the cross-grain section. Heavily beaten part of the course, this.
And off the line next, the 4580 of John Matthews and his son Connor Matthews out of Auburn, Washington with Off Track Motorsports. But I did hear he was sick, so he has to start or finish the race. We'll see what kind of strategy he takes.
All right, and beside him, number 70, Amber Slauson and Tom Liu in that Bomber Fab car, Two Stone Racing out of Gardnerville, Nevada. It's good to see her out of that Samurai.
Oh,
and
look
it sounds
at
like
this.
she's got some fans.
And Amber Slauson is already making moves on John Matthews there. Fantastic stuff from Amber.
Off the line next, the number 4584 of Taryn Hallerwich with Fred riding shotgun out of Abbotsford, Canada with Big Country Customs in that Toyota car.
And right beside them, Dustin Eisenhower in that 4472.
Yeah, Dustin Eisenhower, of course, more famed for racing in the desert stuff, so it's great to see him here having a go on Rock Sports here at the 2025 Yokohama Everyman Challenge.
Up next is the 4819 of Jesse Lee and Dan English out of Prather, California with J. Lee Racing. He built that thing out in his garage, and that Toyota is really ripping.
And beside him is Gavin Andrioni and Hayden Spank out of Walnut Creek, California, TWC Racing.
Yeah, certainly got some fans here as they
the
hit
crowd's
that
getting
Yukon
excited.
launch. Heading up towards the Bronco Arch. And as we watch these, we are around about 35th and 36th and into our starting lineup.
So off the line next should be the number 31 Tater, Matt Tribino out of Gonzales, California with Tribino Brothers Racing in that Tribino chassis.
And beside them should, yeah, I believe, is that right? Is that Jeff Hadamaki off the line?
Jeff Hadamaki.
Jeff
up in your neck
Hadamaki
of the
off
woods.
the line out of Kelowna, British Columbia, Canada.
Lots of Canadian support here. Great to see them coming south to be here racing with us at King of the Hammers.
And off the line next should be the 4840 of Ryan Peretti and Doug Check riding shotgun out of Phoenix, Arizona with Viking Hauling Racing Team in that Jimmy's 4x4 chassis.
And right beside them should be John Holtzman, 4863 in that 4800 Legends class car.
So as they both pick their way down through under the arch. making their way round to Means Butte and heading out towards the cross grain.
And I hear horsepower once again, the number 353 of Peter Doolin, raising awareness for cystic fibrosis in that Genrite chassis.
Beside him is 4876 of Matthew Slingstad and Jason Berger in the Los Gatos, California. I actually don't think Jason's in that car. I think they have a different co-driver.
He just picked up that car recently and joined Rage Fourth. He's been a part of that team for quite a while. Great to see him out here enjoying himself.
Yeah, and the Genrite chassis isn't something you hear about that often these days, so good to see a Genrite back out here in action.
Up next to 584 with Adam Dixon and Evan Jesse out of Santa Cruz, California, with Dixon Racing, another Jimmy's older spec car.
And beside them is Dwayne Garrettson. Oh!
And Dwayne Garrettson, it looks like, takes a huge tumble there in his Jimmy's 4x4 car.
And he won his class the last 2 years in a row here. I hate to see that for Ricky Bommy, Dwayne Garrettson.
Yeah, he just cased that jump really badly. And we'll be keeping an eye on that, that's for sure.
So it looks like we'll have to be taking the Yokohama Flying Y. They'll bypass that jump for a little bit. Tough break for Dwayne Garrettson.
And that's why the people are given the option. You can either take the Yukon launch, or at the Yukon Y split, you can make your way underneath the jump. You have that option. So we're getting some wonderful in-car footage here from one of our lead vehicles. It looks to me like that will probably be Brent Harrell.
Yeah, I see the obstacle on the hood. So trying to figure out if we're going to hold the line for just a moment. Yeah, I think for safety reasons, we are going to hold the line just for a minute. Remember, they are taking off 2 at a time every 30 seconds. This race is on adjusted time, so they'll just get built into the package.
Yeah, it's also worth noting, if the car can be recovered by our course workers, put it back on their wheels, and they're in an okay situation, they can continue with the race. And just looking at that now, that is Justin Hall in the OG Trent Fab car. Justin Hall was supposed to be here in his brand new vehicle this year. Unfortunately, it just wasn't ready in time.
Yeah, parts are getting hard to find, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly. So he made a few phone calls, asked a few friends, and whoom, here he is out here right now racing in the Trent Fab car, and he's looking good.
So does Dave Schneider still own that car, I believe?
I believe he does, yes. They got the car here to the lake bed, lost the transmission, so they've had to replace the transmission. Then he found out that his wheels wouldn't fit, so he's had to borrow wheels and tires from somebody else as well. So there's a whole lot of stuff going on there to get Justin Hall out and racing.
And this does give the lead pack a little bit of breathing room too.
Get out there a little bit ahead of everyone else. Yes.
But it also gives the guys behind some breathing room as well.
Air, yeah. So it's obviously not how we wanted to do it, but it kind of works out for everybody.
Yeah. Remember, we are doing a good 65-mile big desert loop before we get into any serious rock trails. Exact same course that we were running yesterday with our Can-Am UTV Hammers Championships.
And we run the exact same loop twice, basically. Just the second lap, towards the end of the second lap, we had all the hard rock trails.
Yeah, let's not forget, this is also the loop in reverse that we utilized for the desert race last weekend. So this is fair to say this piece of desert has had some work.
Looks like the YouTube chat is blowing up pretty good. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to the 2025 Yokohama Everyman Challenge, all part of the Optima Battery King of the Hammers, presented by Ford Performance. And look at the crowd out there enjoying the desert loop.
Yeah, some fantastic in-car shots as we just cut away there. That was like is that the 353?
That'd be Peter Doolin if it was.
It is.
Oh, yep, there it is.
So Peter Doolin doing a great job there. Good morning and welcome if you're just joining us. This is the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance, and right now it is all about the Yokohama Everyman Challenge.
Yeah, 3 classes out in the desert today. 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, and the 4600 Curry Enterprises Stock class. So far, the majority of the racers that have left the line here have been our 4800 cars with a couple 45s mixed in, and then the stock classers will leave after those 2 are completely out on the track.
As you can see the start line. As you can see the start line still being held for just a little bit. As they're still recovering, Dwayne Garrettson. Hopefully he can get that car righted, and hopefully it's okay. Hopefully Dwayne and Jeremy Tipton are okay more than anything else.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's why we have all our safety equipment. Every single vehicle has to go through technical, so they have to make sure that the roll cage is up to specification. They have to make sure that the driver's safety equipment is up to specification. That's their harnesses, that's their helmets, their hands devices, also their gloves and their window nets. Safety is absolutely paramount at this type of racing.
And I'm getting the information through the PCI race radio that they did both walk away, so great to hear that. We'll see if they can get back in that car, if it's okay. But regardless, at least Dwayne and Jeremy are okay.
Yeah, and as you say, Miles,
slowly makes his retreat.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube, go to KOHultimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds.
Our second place finisher hadn't have missed those 2 VCPs, it could have changed very differently our final rundown. And so I think you'd be really striving today to try to run a very, very clean race.
Yeah, absolutely. But I've got to put a big shout out to young Nathan Parker, who was one of the only drivers that went completely clear yesterday. So a superb run from him.
And he's only 16 years old, so to be able to have that kind of, obviously the co-driver helps tremendously on that.
Does that make you feel old, Miles? It makes me feel old.
If it makes me feel old, it makes you feel even older.
Ooh, ouch.
Let's not go to that question to Ian.
When I wake up in the morning, I just feel old. But the alternative is
not being old, right?
Yeah, the alternative is just stop aging.
So this is Jeff Martin right now, pushing his way into the desert, and we think he's got a slight lead over Sean Radsky, being driven by Matt Zeiler.
And it looks like people are tuning into the YouTube. Thanks, Donald, and H. Cole for tuning in. Aaron's checking out the chat. And we are flying along the leader of Jeff Martin and Justin Sherwin. And that Miller car out front being chased down by our helicopter.
You know, while we're waiting, Miles, we were supposed to talk about this yesterday, but we didn't have time. And so while we're waiting for the course to get cleared, this is a perfect time. If you're sitting at home right now and you're watching this and you're like, man, I wish I could go race King of the Hammers. Well, good news. You can. And you can do it very easily. Yukon Gear and Axle, the official gear and axle of KOH, and also the sponsor of the 4500 class, they are offering what's called the KOH Ultimate Rookie Program. So you go to Yukon Gear and Axle's website, you go to, I believe it's Yukon-Ultimate-Rookie, and you apply, and next year they will have a car out here fully prepped for you to just step in, race, and then go home.
That sounds wonderful.
They'll bring you out to the lake bed a couple times during the year, get you all schooled up on how to race, everything you need to know, and you can just basically show, you can be a full-on professional race car driver, fly in,
fly out,
race and fly out, and
it will give you try that.
Well, see have you ever raced KOH?
No, I have not.
So you could apply.
Perfect.
So there's some rules. You can't have raced King of the Hammers before. You can't have ever been in the race. So they're looking for the ultimate rookie out there, someone who's never done it before and wants to experience it. This is all because Neil Hollingsworth, who's a good friend of mine from Yukon, he raced it last year for the first time, and he did exactly that. Had someone prep him a car and came
I
in and
bumped
raced.
into him a few days ago, and I said, "You racing again?" He's like, "I checked that off my bucket list. I'm about done, or I'm one and done."
Yeah, exactly. And he said, man, I'd love to be able to offer that opportunity to somebody else. So if you want to try and race King of the Hammers, you can simply go to UConn's website and you can fill out and apply. And who knows, we could be talking about you next year during this race.
What a cool opportunity. Thanks again to UConn.
Now, just watching the race tracker, and you can follow the race tracking live by going to kingofthehammers.com and picking up the tracking from there. And I'm just looking at it right now, and my tracker is actually showing that Brent Harrell is currently our leader with Jeff Martin just behind.
So on adjusted time, you're saying?
On adjusted time, yeah. No, actually a physical lead. By
Physical
the looks
lead?
of it. But equally, they did ping, their trackers did ping at different times.
Well, that's on board with Brett Harrell right there, and I don't see any dust in front of his car, so that could be right, Jim.
Yep.
Oh, and I hear some horsepower, so hopefully we're taking back off. Trying to get a visual on that. And they are off. The number 804 of Matt Torney and his son Greg Torney out of Elizabeth, Colorado with Torney Race Concepts in that Tribe 16 machine.
And how about this, Miles? Right beside them, 5169 of Brandon Goodwin with his son, Sean Goodwin, in the passenger seat.
And the Yukon launch is blocked for safety reasons as of now. We'll see if we can get that opened back up later on.
Okay, I'm also getting some news now from the tracker right now. Matt Zeiler, so Sean Radsky, is showing us stationary.
And
so I will bring you more information as I has it, but it looks like one of our pole setters, Matt Zeiler, is currently stationary on course.
And off the line next, the number 4850 of Daniel Guttenberg with Joel riding shotgun out of Orangevale, California with Guttenberg Racing and Fabrication.
And right beside him, Johnny Valadez, 1717 with Aaron Kaiser in the passenger seat out of Agaduche, California.
His daughter Hunter raced in the KOH 170 Kids. So off the line next, the number 680 of Colin Hornick with Aaron in the passenger seat out of Sedalia, Colorado with UC Motorsports and that Jimmy's Bronco.
Beside them, 4532, Steve Crawford out of Paso Robles, California with SC Firestorm Racing.
Yeah, and I'm just looking down at my tracker right now. Currently holding in fourth position is Cameron Steele. In third position is Jeff Martin. In second, it looks like Woody Rose Jr. is making moves, but right now your current race leader is Brent Harrell.
And off the line next, the number 680 of Colin Hornick and Aaron out of... Oh, I got a little off the line there, didn't I?
You got ahead of yourself,
Yep,
but
I
right
sure
beside Luke Campman is Les Figueroa in the 4578 out of Henderson, Nevada.
Sorry about that.
If you're just joining us, this is the 2025 Everyman Challenge, or Yokohama Everyman Challenge.
There we go. I'm back on track. I see Andrew Gorman there. So the number 4853 of Andrew Gorman and Ryan, his co-driver out of Bell Canyon, California with Locked and Loaded in that Jimmy's chassis.
And right beside him, Josh Sowell and Martin Castro, SoCal X Motorsports in that Bomber Fab car.
And that's Freight Factory, who has delivered a lot of our stuff for Ultra 4 USA throughout the season. And off the line next is Ben Earl and Mike Jury, the number 5337 out of Oklahoma City with Seat Time Syndicate and JK Gear and Gadget, that Jeep JK.
And right beside them, Chris Larson in the 4405. Chris Larson with Michael Peck in the passenger seat out of San Diego, California, Rocky Road Racing.
And as we continue with the racing action here, I can tell you that Brent Harrell is still leading at the top of the pack with Jeff Martin just behind and followed closely by Woody Rose Jr. Then just a little way behind him is Cameron Steele and Dylan Summers.
Off the line next, the number 449 of Antonio Grijalva with Ricky riding shotgun out of Mesa, Arizona with Let's Roll Off-Road and that OG Let's Roll Off-Road chassis.
And as we continue here, I can tell you now that Sean Radsky, who is being driven by Matt Zeiler, is still showing stationary, so a tough break there.
And off the line next should be the 4583 of Eddie Oliver with Justin Lyons in the passenger seat out of Federal Way, Washington with Fueled Racing in that 99 Jeep TJ.
And right beside him should be Rory Big Row Romero, 4813.
What a great start for the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. And that's Johnny Valadez chasing down somebody.
This is Austin Thompson, by the looks of it, lining up there.
So the number 130 of Austin Thompson with Marcos Gomez Jr. in the passenger seat. That is Joe Thompson's nephew out of Nevada City, California with Outcast Racing.
And beside him should be Sheldon Haynes in the 4801.
So off the line next, the number 4701 of Nathan Churchill with Stuart Hanna out of Martinez, California with Lomarindo Racing, and that Jimmy's FJ Cruiser.
And right beside that is Rob Graham, number 4877 out of Austin, Texas in Graham Racing.
I believe his first race with us was Sturgis just a couple years back. Part of the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Series, Austin Pyatt and John Cahy riding shotgun number 8008 out of Box Elder, South Dakota with PT Racing in that 98 Jeep YJ.
And right beside them is Cody St. Clair in the 4561.
Lots of action happening right now, and off the line next should be the 4834 of Keith Perdue with Tim Emick riding shotgun out of Newcastle, California with Heck Yeah Racing. I like that one in that bomber car.
And right beside them it should be Ross Glaive at 4802 with Dalton Hamilton out of Redding, California in a brand new Liberty Mountain Fab chassis.
Yeah, Liberty Mountain Fab bringing out some beautiful work right now.
And there's Rob Graham riding alongside as he's heading up and off into the desert. And I know Dawson Allington is supposed to be next, and that is him. He took a pretty good tumble in the desert. Great to see him making the start line. Dawson Allington and his dad, Mark Allington, number 4595 out of Salt Lake City, Utah with Baby Jeep Racing and that Tribe 16 built machine.
Beside them, Megan Miller, 3105 with Derek Miller riding shotgun out of Shingle Springs, California, MDM Motorsports.
Yeah, I caught up with Dawson earlier this week. They took a tumble during pre-running, and they were a bit concerned that they wouldn't be able to meet tech, but it looks like they've managed to get it through tech, so fantastic to see Dawson Allington back on track.
The never give up attitude by our racers here with Ultra 4 and King of the Hammers is like no other, as they're taking the Yokohama Flying Y.
And that is Michael Henn going off the line there, and they're just getting a little bit of confusion. As Michael Henn, he looks like he's going off to the side. I'm not sure why he's popped around that way, but Michael Henn is our only entry from Israel.
And going around them is Gary Henderson in the 4562 out of St. George, Utah. They are Jeep Cast Racing.
So Michael Henn looks like he's already heading straight into the pits. Now he's had some issues with transmission, and it looks like he is pulling straight into the pits there. So let's hope that Michael Henn can get that car fixed and get him back on track.
Off the line next, the number 4777 of Jeff Bradford out of Redding, California with Trent Fabrication, that Trent Fab car.
And right beside him, Anthony Ice Cream Taylor out of Washington, Redhead Racing. Miles, how'd they get that name?
Well, just like you, he likes ice cream.
I love ice cream.
And off the line next is the number 406 of Eric Weichel and Joe Fabrizio out of Helena, Montana with Some Fear 406 Racing and that Jimmy's chassis.
And right beside him I have Todd Miller, 1950.
So as we continue with the action here in Hammertown and more cars leaving the line. That is the 91 of Matt Bradley there.
And Ryan Poor out of Ron Hurt Park, California with Last Minute Matt Motorsports in that Liberty Mountain Fab chassis.
And right beside them, the 1955 of Jamie McKean with Chris Knight riding shotgun out of Ontario, Canada, Thor Motorsports entry.
Is there anyone left in Canada? They seem to all be down here in King of the Hammers Racing.
I love it. So up next is number 37 of Dustin Sexton and Johnny Brooks out of Park City, Utah with Sexton Off-Road in that Trent Fab machine.
Beside them, 48-18, Brian Moore. Dustin battling all week long on that car. Miles blew a motor, wasn't able to qualify.
That makes it tough, doesn't it?
So around about 80 runners and riders off the line so far out of the 127 that we have to take the line today. As they make their way off into the desert, let's not forget this is a race on adjusted time, so your clock starts on 0 no matter what your starting position.
And off the line next is the number 4,500 of Derek Diesel Crinks with Eric Spin riding shotgun out of Lincoln, North Carolina with Team Stacked, and that stack built.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
First place in the 4,500 Yukon.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
Their dad, Brandon, is entered in the military class as well. That's kind of what their bread and butter is right now. There's been a lot of custom chassis for the military. We've seen a couple of them running around.
And we're on board now with Eric Ace Weichel. Eric qualified a little bit lower than we would normally expect him to do, so he will be charging hard in the desert.
That military chassis, Miles, did you know, powered by a Cummins R2.8 4-cylinder diesel.
One of them, and there's another one that has an LS in it. I love it.
I know which one I'd like to be in.
Well, I think it would depend what you're doing, Jim. Sometimes you want to be loud and fast, and sometimes you want to be real quiet.
Oh, yeah, and just cruise.
Since when has a Cummins been quiet?
Oh, well, I can tell you how they do it, but I would have to void an NDA that I signed, so we're not going to talk about that.
So
and our stock class are off the line.
The number 4621 Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer Brad Lovell and his son Adam out of Colorado Springs with Level Racing in that Ford Bronco.
And right beside him, the 4613 of Bailey Cole. We saw him finish yesterday in a UTV, and now he's racing again today in his Jag stock class Bronco.
And then we'll see him tomorrow in the 4400 Brave car monkeying with the knife as well.
And here we go. We've got two Broncos going through the Bronco arch as we watch Lauren Healy
and Jesse Bennett leave the line.
Jesse Bennett and Eric out of Reno, Nevada with JBM Racing in that 93 Cherokee.
Next off the line should be the 4628 of Alex Fleming with Hayden Deathridge in the passenger seat.
Now, am I right in thinking that it might actually be Vaughn Gittin Jr. driving the car?
You are right. Vaughn Gittin did qualify, so they'll switch up. The driver record who qualified has to start the race.
Yeah, so I believe that Vaughn is going to be driving the desert loop, and then Lauren's going to be jumping in for the rocks.
Correct, and there's Albert Contreras out of Compton, California with Jeep Thrills Off-Road in that Jeep JL. And got some fans out there.
He has indeed. He was giving away loads of swag to fans yesterday. I got myself a hat. Got to be a fan, haven't you?
So that should be Sergio Pinillos and Justin Andrews, Warren Racing and Factor 55 out of Mount Dora, Florida.
And right beside them should be Matthias Armand in the 4600 stock class.
Now, Sergio used to co-drive for John Schaefer, and he picked it up, got himself his own car, and he's out here racing now. And as I say, he's got the marketing manager for Warren, or the brand manager, Justin Andrews, sitting shotgun alongside him.
And off the line next is John Rance and Drew Anderson out of Farmington, New Mexico with Mudnut Racing in that Ford Bronco.
And beside them, John Schaefer in the 4688.
A few years ago, we actually saw Sergio driving John Schaefer's Jeep. And if I'm not mistaken, he gave the Broncos a bloody nose that year.
He's given a run for his money for sure. And off the
line right there, 4675, Alex McNeil out of Fort McMurray, Alberta. Last year they put that I'll say it for them, that ZJ on the box, coming in third place.
Also taking off is Christopher Herrick out of Oroville, California in that Toyota with a 22 RE.
And I think I hear Kendall Glines leaving the line in the 4691.
It is indeed. Now, this is a brand new build for Kendall and Brixton. And they had some problems during qualifying. There was some kind of steering sensor issue, which was steering the traction control crazy. So hopefully they got that sorted out, and they will be competitive later on today.
Also taking off is Zach Forsberg and Chris Oakland out of Utah with Hijinks Off-Road in that Jeep JL.
Next off the line will be John and Nate Williams out of Logan, Utah, Crossfire Off-Road Racing in a Ford Bronco.
Side by side with Jacob Hunzinger and David out of San Marcos, California with Bent Motorsports in that 1985 CJ.
Love to see an old CJ out here racing.
Okay, I have news from out in the desert. I can tell you that Dan Warwick has come to a stop.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on that story. And also, let's not forget about Matt Zeiler, who was stopped earlier on. And I can tell you that it does look like he might be moving again. So I'll keep you honest on that as soon as I have more news.
All right, we have Trent Roberts leaving the line, 4602 out of Clarksburg, California, in that 2005 Toyota 4Runner.
Side by side with Chris Ferris and his son Austin out of Austin, Texas, with Ferris Motorsports and that old VW Touareg.
Yeah, I can tell you now that Matt Zeiler, who started on the front row of the grid, well, he's obviously sorted his problems. He's back up and running. He's a long way behind the leaders, but he is running once again. So great stuff there from Matt Zeiler and Sean Ratsky.
And off next is Sindit Ruby Kunch, the number 808 in that Jeep. She's got some fans out there hooting and hollering. And the 4629 of Joel Dulac.
Always good to see a Samurai take the start line here in Hammertown.
Got a little bit out of order on my sheet once again, so we'll do our best to get these guys and gals out there on course.
I think we only have a few left, Miles, so I think we can pull it off.
Let's do it. It's a 2-lap race. Lap 1 is 65 miles. Lap 2 is 85 miles, 150 miles in total. There's the 4641 of Casey Grand. And Tom Biddle, the 4653.
I'm just looking right now on my tracker, and our race leader currently is Brent Harrell, closely followed by Jeff Martin, Woody Rose Jr., and Cameron Steele. And those four are starting to break away from the rest of the pack.
We're getting close to getting our entire field out on course. There's the 4614 of Kelsey Gosser, who got married here just a couple days up on top of the mountain.
That would explain why I saw a young lady walking around Hammertown in a wedding dress.
That was her. And then also Jim Nursel taking off as they're heading through the Bronco Arch.
It's going to be a long day for our stock class competitors out there in the desert.
It is indeed. Let's not forget that in the rocks they do get some bypasses, as these vehicles are fitted with 35-inch tires and stock suspension.
And
there's your buddy.
That Cherokee leaving the line right there, 4646 of Rudy Wetzel. To make his weeks even harder, built that vehicle here on the lake bed, drove a stock Cherokee in, and completely built a race car, and now he's on our race course tackling the Everyman Challenge.
I've been here for, it seems like forever, and he's been here longer. Also, John Quisenberry just took off. Oh, and here's our military class. That is Brandon Johnson. That is Cole and Sky Johnson's dad with SXOR.
Now, you say you'd prefer the LS, that Cummins R2.8. The mileage of that R2.8, that little truck may not have to ever fuel up for this entire race.
I like that.
I don't know. We'll wait and see. But plus, you could run it on some vegetable oil if you wanted to, or some aviation fuel, or probably shouldn't tell you those two things. But anyway, all right, here we go. All right, so I think that's everybody off the line, Miles. All of our racers are headed out into the desert here for the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. 3 classes racing today: the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, 4800 Brandick Motorsports Legends class, the 4600 Curry Enterprises Stock class. Miles, you and I have been working hard over here getting everybody off the line. Let's let Jim fill us in on what's going on out there on the race.
And you've been doing a fantastic job doing that. While you've been doing that, I've been checking out the tracker and checking out the news. The big news right now, though, is our pole sitter, Matt Zeiler, driving for Sean Ratsky, was stopped for at least 15 minutes on track. He's back up and running now. Dan Warwick was also stopped on track. And I'm just looking now, and I believe that we've got Chris Larson stopped on track as well. And a little further up, we've got Austin Thompson stopped on track. But it's all about our race leaders. And right now, leading this race is none other than Brent Harrell from number 22, Woody Rose Jr., and just behind him is Cameron Steele and Jeff Martin. We've got a real race in our hands here, Miles.
And Jim, you're on the Yellow Brick tracking app, correct? So
that
if
is
you're
correct.
back at home, download the app or find it on the internets and check it out. And then you can also go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com for the live timing. There are 2 splits out in the desert as well.
And you can see there, this is the tracker, and if you look at the red box on the right-hand side of the screen, that is our current race leader, number 56, Brent Harrell.
And then Woody Rose isn't too far behind.
No, he's not. Now, if you actually hover over those like this, you'll see you get information. It will tell you the driver name, the driver number, the current speed, and the position, and also the time that the tracker pinged. Now, that is very important indeed, as these trackers all ping at different times. So if you get two cars close to each other, check the time that they pinged so you can work out approximately who is in front of the other, as we're back in car right now.
That says Warren Racing, so I'm going to guess that's Sergio Pinillos and Justin Andrews. Nope, Albert Contreras. Okay, just when I said it.
And there's still a little bit of moisture out there on track, and it's hard to believe that 10 days ago we had 3 to 4 inches of snow here in Hammertown.
And there is our physical race leader, Brent Harrell, out there ripping up the desert. We just saw him doing 73 miles an hour. Now he slows down for that corner, and he'll be ripping it back up. He's got a few-mile lead over Woody Rose, and I saw Cameron Steele in the mix. There's Rob Graham riding along with him.
But, Miles, we are early in this race.
Way early.
Saw it play out yesterday. Just because that you're in the game in this race near the start off the lead, we still have a lot of race course and, most importantly, a lot of rocks to deal with today.
To finish first you must finish. That saying will never get old because it's an absolute fact.
And we can see this is, I believe, I'm just trying to see, I think that might be, is that
Jeff
Jeff Martin?
Yeah, it looks like a Miller car. And Justin Sherwin, part of Team Indiana.
You can see there the little puffs of dust in front of him. So that would make sense.
That's that same corner that we just saw Brett Harrell go through. So it's got about a physical, I'm going to say, about a 1-minute lead.
Yeah, I was going to say it's not very far. Based on the tracker, we assumed there was a lot bigger gap, but we saw our third place basically make that corner right when the camera cut away. So 1, 2, and 3 are actually not that far apart when it comes to, but we are early in this race course.
And let's not forget, it's not just one lap of the desert today. They have to do 2 laps. So the second rock lap also includes that same loop of desert as lap 1. And the rock lap this year is very tough indeed. They're going to be going up jack. And we saw problems yesterday, idle issues. How do you think that's going to pan out today, Ian?
I don't think idle issues should be a problem for these guys. I think they have got a little bit more wheelbase to play with than our UTVs had with. I do think that we are going to see the same bottleneck in jack that we saw yesterday, just because those two, there's only really 2 lines in that canyon for anything running anything smaller than a 37. And so to get in there, and if we have an issue like we had yesterday with a vehicle broke or get stuck, and we should end up with some problems in there, just like we saw yesterday. But if our leaders get through there clean, they will have a good shot of pulling this down pretty quickly.
On screen right now is Todd Miller driving for Logan Goodall. Logan Goodall is fighting brain cancer right now. It does sound like he's on the mends, but the doctor said don't go out there and rattle around in that helmet. So our thoughts and prayers are with Logan Goodall as Todd Miller is battling through the desert right now and that old Stearns chassis.
Now, the nice thing about that image there, as we cut back to one of our military class, is you can see that the breeze is starting to pick up and the dust is starting to move away from the racing line. That makes for great racing.
And look at Brandon Johnson fighting his way up, trying to chase down a competitor, trying to get a visual.
And I'm looking back down our field right now, and I have to say, at this moment in time, we have very few stoppages. Although I can tell you once again that it does look like Matt Zeiler has come to the stop once again. So tough break there for Matt Zeiler.
And that was our pole setter. He was a smoking run during qualifying. Tough break for him. I'm sure old Sean Reiske's watching the tracker saying, get it fixed and get going, buddy.
So at the moment, our current race leader, and that is Brent Harrell right now as he makes his way up onto Emerson Ridge.
And they're running opposite of what they did last week in the Toyo Tire Desert Challenge. Today is the Yokohama Everyman Challenge, and Brent Harrell is running good. We'll see his dad, Brett Harrell, running tomorrow during the 4,400 class.
We will indeed. Now, let's not forget that all of these classes today are running a DOT tire, so Department of Transport tire, which means that these are the same tires that you can buy in any shop and bolt them onto your vehicle. So these are not race-specific tires, and that means they have to be very careful out on these trails, don't they, Ian?
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, I run race tires on my daily. One of my Jeeps.
Oh, you got the cheater tires on your daily, huh?
Yeah, it's not a daily, but it's a once a weekly type of thing. But yes, Jim, and I think we talk all the time about how the technology has advanced over the years, and we talk about the shocks and the suspension and this. But I think you're right. I think the technology that these tire manufacturers have been putting into place on these tires to make them last through this race just sort of shows that they want these tires to be tough and strong and be able to handle abuse just like this out of King of the Hammers, but still be able to basically be bolted on, just like you said, your everyday car. It's a 37, so that's like a tow rig tire in my mind, so you can just take that out and, put it on your truck and drive it every day.
Absolutely.
One of the Summers racing cars.
Now we've got
Derek and Dylan are both racing in almost identical cars. There's Slingstad and his brand new car to him in that Rage Forth machine, putting a pass over Christian Bassey.
And some great images still coming in. It's a beautiful day here in Johnson Valley, California, here at the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance. And right now it is all about the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. We have 3 classes racing. We have the 4800 Brandt Motorsports Legends class, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, and the 4600 Curry Enterprises Stock class. The big news right now is that last year's 4500 class winner, Dwayne Garrettson, is already out of the race.
Tough break there. And on screen right now is Johnny Valadez ripping up the desert, and we were able to catch up with him earlier in the week. Here's what he had to say.
My name is Johnny Valadez. We're at King of the Hammers 2025, and we're getting set up to race the EMC class. We race the 4800 car. I've ridden dirt bikes out here since I was younger. When King of the Hammers was first starting, I was out here riding dirt bikes, and one of my friends was telling us about it. I was very fortunate that in 2017, I went to a birthday party at my new neighbor's house, and it was John Reynolds, and he was the first ever winner of King of the Hammers, and he had his Bronco out there at his birthday party, and I was checking it out. I kind of got hooked and wanted to build one from then, so it was his fault. This is our 3rd year, and we had some learning lessons the first couple years. We finished the first year about 20 minutes out of time. Second year, we broke some parts and didn't finish, and this is the 3rd year. We've been out pretty much every other weekend for the last couple months trying to prep. We can't go test all the far distance rocks and everything because we're kind of scared to get stuck out there and broken down. So we've been just working on our technique, and we've been pre-running a lot of the areas that we know in the local areas that are kind of safe to not get lost in. Our team is incredible. I have the same co-driver since day one. We've been racing the whole Ultra 4 West Series. Last year we raced Best in the Desert, and we actually took the championship for our 4800 car. So I think last year we did 9 events. The year before I think it was 6. I've had the same co-driver in the car every time we can have a co-driver in there. Feel very comfortable with him in there. That's Aaron Kaiser. Family support is huge. Daughter got into this a year ago. This is her 2nd King of the Hammers in her 170 class. Having family behind me is huge. Crew, we got a great crew behind us. Same crew for the last 2 years. I want to win. I want to win. Randy Slauson came over the other day and asked me if I'm going to be able to take the overall, and I told him, I said, I don't know that, but we are really prepping every bit for that, and that is our goal.
And welcome back to the 2025 Yokohama Everyman Challenge. We are here in Johnson Valley, California for King of the Hammers. This is the Optima King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth are none other than Ian Johnson and Miles Hasselquist. Guys, what a race we've got so far.
So far, so good. Brent Harrell out front looking great. And again, like you just said, Dwayne Garrettson, what a heartbreaker to possibly end his race right at the start line.
Yeah, there's still lots of time out there, though. We've got miles and miles of racing. We are expecting our leaders to get back into town probably about the same time as the UTVs came back in yesterday. And so Miles been keeping an eye on that. Jim's been watching on the tracker. Where are we at for our current race leader, Brent Harrell?
Brent Harrell, we've already seen he's gone over Emerson Ridge. Now, what this racetrack does is they have to go around in the big desert loop, then they touch onto the rocks over Emerson Ridge, make their way down past what would be Remote Pit 2, head back down the rocks, and then into the desert and back towards Hammertown.
Absolutely. And
Yeah,
so while we're watching
just
this,
checking out the map ourselves, trying to get caught up and everything.
That's right.
And I did just see Dan Wyrick moving again. We did see his tracker stopped a little bit ago. I heard you say that, but so I was glad to see a quick blip of him moving once again. And we are back riding along with our physical race leader, Brent Harrell.
Yeah, I was going to say, speaking of our leader, there we are. You're in his car with him right now as we jump out to another car for in-car camera, live in-car feeds. And you know what? This is a great time to talk about it, Miles. If you're watching at home and you're seeing us jump back and forth in these cameras, you don't have to. You could do that yourself, couldn't you?
You can watch with any camera you want.
Any camera you want. You could just stick to the camera of just Miles and Ian on stage.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to do that, but you could. So, yeah, get on that YouTube, buying that premium. It's only $25 for all day today and all day tomorrow. It's well worth its money. Get in the YouTube chat, have some fun with it. I've seen a lot of people entertaining themselves.
Yeah, and you'll get full access to all the cameras that we see here, the multi-view. You can go and pick whatever camera you want to watch. Essentially, as Miles says, you can build your own show.
And just like that, Clint Keenan bought his prescription.
There we go. Good to see you, Clint. Make sure, and also, we're going to be monitoring the chat all day long on the YouTube channel. So if you have any questions or you want to talk about anything, just jump it in there, and we'll help you out. If you have a question about driver, we'll see if we can find out for you. But right now, it's all about our current race leader, Brent Harrell, as we wait for him to get back into Hammertown to finish his first lap.
And Brent Harrell took off on that second line there, and somebody's catching him there. Is that Jeff Martin, I believe?
Yeah, we're going to have Jeff Martin, Woody Rose Jr., and Cameron Steele is hot on their heels right now.
So
and they're very close
group
indeed.
is pretty nestled in there.
That will make Cameron very happy. He's been sort of chasing. He races so many different classes out here all week long here in Johnson Valley.
And right there on screen is where our typical remote pit 1 was. But this year we only have one remote pit, and that's where typical remote pit 2 is. So only one remote pit and the main pit here in Hammertown. And that is Jeff Martin right there. And I believe that is Brent Harrell off to your left. So that should be physical 1 and 2 on top of Emerson.
Yeah, it's certainly not much of a gap between them. Is it, Miles?
No, that's Jeff Martin. We've already seen Brent Harrell going up here, so I think that would have been Woody Rose Jr. in front.
Okay. I apologize.
So I believe that Brent Harrell at the moment probably has about a 1.5 minute lead, maybe a 2 minute lead. In fact, I might be mistaken on that. I think it might be a little bit more than that. But that is Jeff Martin right now, easily identifiable as he makes his way down across the mountain. And we can see the dust there of what looks like Woody Rose Jr. as we cut back to our leader. That is Brent Harrell.
And that obstacle Horschel machine, putting those new tires to work.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite cars out on course. And I caught up with Paul Horschel yesterday. And I can't wait to see his car back in action in 4400. And let's not forget, he will be starting from the back tomorrow.
And let's talk about that. The 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class is a great place for a 4400 car to go retire. But that Horschel machine is not an older 4400 car. That is a specific built for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. As we switched back to Peter Doolan with Jen Wright.
Yeah,
and
I
cystic fibrosis.
I think, Miles, we see a lot of people now building specific cars for that 4800 class. I think that's why you see that class growing so fast out there.
And that's Albert Contreras, part of the 4600 Curry Enterprise stock class.
Yeah, I'm just looking at my tracker now. I can see that Matt Trabino is stopped at around mile 31.
And I'm just getting called out by my buddy Jody Ford. He was saying that was Cody Young. So Jeff Martin is still in the mix up front, so I do apologize.
Yeah, Cody Young is driving the green Miller car.
At quick glance, Cody Young and Jeff Martin look similar.
Very.
Jeff Martin's a little more yellow. Cody Young's a little more green.
Their cars are.
Yeah, exactly. Their cars are, yeah. But they're still the same chassis. We'll see how they look after lap number 1. You never know.
Yeah, I think lap 1 they'll come in pretty clean, Miles. We saw that yesterday at the UTVs, but once they get out on those rocks, that's where they're going to start shedding some panels for sure.
So the lead group now, and we've got moves being made right now by Kent Foltz, who's moving up through the pack. Now, Kent Foltz started back in 10th position, and we saw him hit that huge rock during qualifying.
And Kent Foltz has some crowds out there, or some crowd favorite fans out there.
You'll spit your words out,
one of these days.
It's still early, my friend.
Kevin and Nick have joined the full access.
And we've got another car making its way up Emerson. Now it looks to me like Amber Slauson, is it?
It does. It looks
It's
like
got
that
the Freight Factory
car
on the
of
side.
Amber Lawson, yes.
Definitely a crowd favorite here in Hammertown. No checkpoint Dolly was saying she was going to check it out all day.
Well,
and there she is.
Amber Slauson started right back in 30th, so great drive there from Amber in the desert.
Yeah, and that car, you know, those bomber cars, they do well in the desert, but where they really shine is when we're headed out onto lap 2 into the rocks. But right now, this is one of our Broncos,
That's
isn't it?
John Rance.
Yep.
Who's been racing with us for a long time. His dad, Sean Rance, who's also racing with us, was racing an old school Bronco before Ford Performance jumped on board with King of the Hammers. So the Rance family is definitely through and through a Ford family.
Now, I'm getting some news from my tracker. Now, I'm not sure if this is accurate or not, and I'll keep you honest on it, but it does look like Brent Harrell might have been overtaken by 2 cars.
That would be interesting because we did see him with a fairly substantial lead at one point in time. But as we said before, the trackers do update at different times, and so sometimes they will ping differently, and it may show up with a leapfrog lead. We really won't know until we get back in there. Jim's raising his hand at me.
Yeah, and just as I say that, it shows that Brent Harrell has just leapfrogged ahead of the other cars.
Aha!
But this is one of the, we're now getting into the rocks at the front here.
And
So
this
what's
is
happening
Brent
is it's
Harrell right
tightening
now.
them back up. So this is Brent Harrell. Can you see dust in front of him?
I don't see any dust in front of him. I think he's got a nice clean drive there, especially if someone had just passed him like we had assumed, and it was 2 cars. So I think right now that tracker's updated. Brent is doing very, very well. Look, amazing speed on that car as it whips through the desert. You can see that front end violently bouncing around, and look at the picture-in-picture, the in-car cab, how comfortable,
comfortable-ish.
But compared to the outside of that car is absolutely handling that desert beautifully.
Yeah, he's pushing on really nicely there as we cut back through to some more cars racing on this course.
Nick Petruzzi's tuned in, watching the all week long of the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, presented by Ford Performance. Right now, we're watching the Yokohama Every Man Challenge. So again, thanks everybody for tuning into the YouTube channel, and don't forget that premium package, $25 for the entire rest of the event. And you get to skip all the commercials, you get to check out all the behind-the-scenes cameras and kind of build your own show. You can watch on board as long as you want, follow along with the helicopter, and watch Jim over there.
Which is nearly as good as watching you, Miles, as we watch our race leaders. Oh, these aren't our race leaders on screen right now. I'm watching the race leaders right now on our tracker, and they're heading up, and they will be going past remote pit 2.
And there is Johnny Valadez on screen.
And speaking of remote pit 2, we have RPT Stone, remote pit Tiff, out in the pits, and she will be bringing us any news that she gets it.
That's a fun nickname you've given her, Jim.
And there's Trimp Racing Services, Brian Trimp, as he's making his way through the desert. How far out do you think they are? Should I head out to the pits?
No, you're good for at least another 5 minutes yet, Miles.
All right, perfect.
But it takes them a few minutes to get down there.
And then we got to test out the wrench mic. Make sure
my favorite
check.
sound in the world is listening to you run with that wrench mic, Miles. It's kind of fun.
I used to run a lot better than I do now.
I understand. Yes, but Miles will be headed down into the pits, as always, with his patented wrench mic to interview some of our race leaders as they come through. He'll bounce through their pits, get some updates from them, and that's when we'll know exactly who is where on the course when they come back through Hammertown and go through our start-finish line and head out onto lap 2.
And speaking of that, I think I am going to run down there to kind of do a drive down pit road to figure out exactly where our leaders are.
That's a good idea. Don't get lost.
Oh, you think 15 more minutes?
Yeah, we're at least 15 minutes out, I reckon.
All right.
These cars, they are very fast indeed, but they are not Brock Hager fast.
And there's our leaders right there on screen. So first and second are nose to tail. That is Brent Harrell up front, and who is chasing him down? I think it should be.
It's either going to be Woody
Jeff
Rose Jr.
Martin.
or Jeff Martin.
And there's number
look at
3
this,
right
third
behind
place.
him. So first, second, and third packed up right on top of each other, which is absolutely amazing.
It looks like Jeff Martin. It's a Miller car.
In that case, if it is, it will be Jeff Martin sitting behind him, and just behind him, I think, will be Woody Rose Jr. Now, it's one of those things, you want to get close to the car in front, but you don't want to get too close that you start making mistakes.
Well, this is also where we saw yesterday.
Yes,
this is
confirmed,
a section
Jeff Martin.
This is a section of race course very hard to pass in here. Tight technical signal track. You can see it's literally nice dusty dirt road, burned in the desert, rocks on either side. There's really nowhere to get around in this section, especially in these larger 4,800 cars.
And Jeff Martin started in front of Brent Harrell, so Brent Harrell has a 30-second lead plus whatever this is, which is only a few seconds.
Yep, and it's
On
all
adjusted
about
time.
But right now, track position is more important than anything, and clear air. And Brent Harrell has the clear air.
And you know he's feeling the heat with them right behind him.
Yeah, he'll be happy. He's just controlling the pace right now.
And like you were saying, Jim, there isn't a whole lot of passing here. So as long as he can just keep smooth and consistent, Jeff Martin can't quite get around him right here yet.
Exactly. And Jeff's just got to be really careful because you get those little pockets of dust. And if you get into one of those
just
pockets
like
of
that.
dust, what happens is you can just tag a tire and end up getting a flat real quick. So he's just got to be patient here.
But it's hard to be patient when you got that helmet on, Jim.
Oh,
you know all
yes.
about that.
Yeah, at the moment, though, Jeff is showing great skill, just hanging enough behind him that he can just hold him in his pocket.
Yeah,
and Brent Harrell will know he's there. These two guys are just controlling this race really nicely. And then just behind them will be Woody Rose Jr. and, of course, Off-Road Hall of Famer Cameron Steele.
And Jeff Martin steps out and finds a different line and then falls back in.
Yeah, I don't think there's any really. Now we're into a little bit wider open spot where they could get out around each other, but not necessarily happening here on screen. What I'm more surprised about is when we first went into that section, third place was literally right on their tail, and we're not seeing him pop into camera yet, which I expected to see him already.
There he
is. There we go.
All right, Woody
So
Rose.
now where's Cameron? So there's Woody Rose. Where's Cameron in this mix? Because he should be right behind him as well.
There's
That could be his dust right there. Yes,
so our top leaders are all within about 1 mile.
Yeah, and we've got Derek Summers and Dylan Summers, who are hot on the heels of our leaders as well. So lots of action here and lots of cars. Now, it was just showing there for a moment. I think I just saw Cameron Steele stationary, but he seems to be showing moving again. So perhaps he just fell behind the pack. I'll try and catch up with that.
I believe, is this Cameron right here? I can't. Miles, you can spot that better than I can.
It's a 16 on the front. I see the Monster Energy there is
There we
Cameron
go.
Steele right there with Brian Wood riding shotgun. That's actually Brian's car that he's letting Cameron Steele drive. It's an older, basically it's a trail car, but it still meets all the standards. So great to see them put together an effort and come out here racing. There's John Matthews chasing down somebody. John Matthews told me last night he was extremely ill, so he wasn't sure if he was going to make the race today, but he has to either start or finish the race. So hopefully he's in the car, but if he's not, he can switch out and make it happen.
I think he's probably in there. But, yes, he told me the same thing, Miles, that he was fighting a head cold, and they were trying to get out there and basically, he won this 3 years ago, has 2 years of DNF, so, he hasn't been.
He's hungry.
He's hungry to get back on and building a new car at the same time, so it's hard to say whether or not he's really trying to push this one or just get a finish and then get that new car out here next year.
Now, I can just getting news. I can see that Brian Tremp has stopped at remote pit 2. So I'd imagine that he's having a re-rack.
And we would love to get Dwayne Garrettson up here and have a chat with him as long as he is okay.
Yeah, and also Eric Brinker
yeah.
would be.
So if you see either one of those, send them on up.
Oh, I have an unofficial update for
is
us.
It O or A?
No, it's an O.
Oh, okay.
O goes at the start of the sentence. A is always at the end of the sentence. What time did we say they were gonna? What time did we say that they would go through remote pit?
8:45.
According to our remote pit TIFF, just sent us an update that they were there at 8:55.
Okay, we're 10 minutes early. That ain't too bad.
Jim said no way. Didn't he? Yeah.
Okay, so run that by me again. I was just having a catch up there with.
Well, Miles and I said, we were talking about when they'd get to remote pit this morning, and we said, 8:45, and you were like, no, impossible, I believe is what you said. And they were there at 8:55.
There's Derek Summers making his way
still
through
10
the
minutes
rollers.
off pace.
Well, that was not the leaders. That's who stopped. All right, so that's Derek Summers on screen right now, making it through that section that we were just watching our leaders go through.
Here's a stock class car, it looks like. out in the outer limits area.
So our lead cars will be making their way back into the desert and heading back towards Hammertown.
Maybe Peter Doolin, actually, in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, and it is.
Yeah, I was going to say, Miles, I believe you're right. He makes the turn around the mountain.
So from the front, it's got a Jeep grill. Yeah, that's about it.
But that's like all Jeeps. That's where the stock ends. All right, as we are on board once again with Johnny Valadez, who said that you can see him reaching up. I believe that's, do they have push to pass in these cars, Miles? I think they do they not?
I do not believe so.
Okay, well, he was reaching up, grabbing at something on the roll cage there. I thought maybe he was reaching for a push to pass, but you can see him trying to get around
and
this
that
other
shows
car.
you how
and you can
dusty
see when
it
you
is.
get offline, that's you might want to pass, but maybe not that bad.
That's what you call bushwhacking.
That's some bushwhacking.
Okay, I'm just looking at our live scoring right now, and they have tripped the timing marks in the desert, the timing loops. Brent Harrell is currently leading on adjusted time with 44.08. Woody Rose Jr. on adjusted time with 45.14. Jeff Martin with a 45.29. Cameron Steele with a 45.35. In fifth is Kent Foltz with a 46.11. Brian Tremp in a 46.41. However, we have seen him stop in remote pit 2. And then seventh is Matthew Sillingerstad with a 47.35, and Amber Slauson moving up into 8th position with a 47.38.
Now that's a really good spot considering she started fairly far back.
30th position.
Yeah, 30th spot. So is that 15 minutes?
Yeah, I mean rough. Well, don't forget we had that that little break with Garrettson too. So
was she behind that?
I believe so.
Now, Miles, I think you're going to need to be making your way down to the pits fairly soon.
Right.
I think we're going to be seeing cars back here in sort of around about the next sort of 10 minutes.
Perfect. All right. Well, Jim, Ian, always a pleasure. I'm going to run out there and grab the wrench mic, get it tested out, and go chat with some drivers. So
All right,
check
Miles.
you later.
All right, Miles, it's great to have you in the booth. I'm excited to get down there and see what kind of news you can get us from the pits as we just see some of our stock class competitors making their way through the desert. You can see these big high wide shots. Look at this, Jim. We're seeing dust just starting to hang out in the air like we did yesterday as more and more cars start to tear through the desert.
We indeed. And what a fantastic race we've got here going on at the 2025 Yokohama Everyman Challenge. Now I'm getting some news coming in from RPT Stone and Remote Pit Tiff. I do like that one.
That's a good one. I think you should stick with that
Remote
one.
Pit Tiff is just telling us that Justin Hall has stopped for a re-rack. So that's car 13, just putting a new tyre into the vehicle before he continues on his way. And we also saw Brian Tremp stopping there as well, so I'd imagine he was doing exactly the same thing. We've got a few cars stuck on course at the moment. So Matt Trevino is showing at 0 mile an hour. Dan Warwick is back up and running again. I can see that we've got Josh Hacker stopped on course. We've also got car 37 showing a stationary right now. There's Dustin Sexton.
All right, and on screen was Michael Kelly, but joining us now in the booth is Mrs. Pam Hall stepping in for Miles. Pam, good to have you join us here up on stage.
Good morning, boys. It's been an awesome morning listening to you guys chit-chat and everything about the race. I have also...
All right, so we're watching some action.
And we've just got some news coming in here for the Europeans who are watching at home. Our French entry running in the 4600 Curry Enterprise stock class, Matthias Armand in the Nissan Patrol. Oh, tough luck for these guys. They're showing stationary right now. So hopefully they can get that car up and running. But joining us in the booth right now is none other than Mrs. Pam Hall. Pam, welcome to the action.
Yes, thank you guys so very much. It's been an awesome morning. I was out there on the start line giving all the racers some thumbs up and saying good luck and getting some interviews down there. But you guys, this race right now has definitely been an exciting one to watch, listening to you guys over from the media booth. So how's it been for you guys up here?
Oh, there's been plenty of action, but the big story right now is that Matt Zeiler, who was driving for Sean Radsky, who was our pole setter, he's been stationary on track more than once, and he's a big issue. But the big story is that in 4500, last year's winner, Dwayne Garrison, took a big tumble off of the Yukon launch. We've heard he's all okay, but it's absolutely gutted to see him not out here racing.
Yes, I did see that actually happen, and I did see him getting, he was in one of our UTVs going back towards his pit, so him and his co-driver both were there. So unfortunate accident for sure. When it happened, I was actually really surprised because Dwayne Garrettson's one of our top drivers, and for him to have that little bit of an incident on that gap jump this morning was very, very surprising.
Just not quite enough pace. He cased the jump badly, and the rear suspension just pinged him over and buckarooed him over the top.
Yes, exactly. It was definitely heartbreaking to watch because he actually was my pick the other day when we were talking about our picks for the races.
He was indeed. Now, I think that was Jeremy Jock Jones we just saw there in view, but this is one of our 4600 Curry Enterprise stock class entries.
Yeah, I believe that's the Fig Speed entry right there, if I'm not mistaken. Jim, making its way around.
Do you know what, Ian? The best thing is we can be mistaken today because there's lots of vehicles on course, 127 of them to be correct.
Yes, lots and lots of vehicles on course. It's we were talking about this morning. You guys might know the more correct answer for this. The stock class, there are 30 vehicles in the stock class. Is this our largest entry year for our stock class?
That's a Miles question.
That is a Miles. Well, actually, I should be able to answer that as well. That is, if it's not the largest, it's certainly one of the largest we ever had. And I've got to say that
slowly makes his retreat.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube, go to KOHultimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds.
Otherwise, there are penalties. Here we go. This is Brent Harrell coming down into Resolution, and look at the crowds out there, Ian.
Well, that's actually the bottom of backdoor, Jim. That's the
oh yes, you're right.
Intersection right there. Resolution is above that. They don't come down Resolution, I don't believe, in this trail. They actually come back in the wash.
Oh no, you're right. They do come back in the wash. You are absolutely correct.
So that's the bottom of backdoor. That's where you can actually go and get a great seat in the house to watch what's going on. But yeah, this is our current race leader, Brent Harrell, and you can see second place right behind him, as he is basically going to come through this wash section, and then he'll be back into Hammertown. Miles is already down there waiting for him and will tell us what's going on down in here.
All right, as we're watching Brent Harrell make his way through, he has now exited out of backdoor. He will be now entering into the Ford Performance Short Course, our physical race leader, Mr. Brent Harrell.
Now, this is very important. These cars have to refuel. There is no way that they can come through here and blow out unless they're hoping to get back to lap to remote pit 2 to do a refuel, which I don't think any of these vehicles have big enough fuel cells to do. So this is going to be all about pit stops, all about the team and how fast they can get these cars in and out of the pits.
Yeah, and that's why we have Miles down there to keep us up to date as to what's going on. I think you're right, Jim. I don't think we'll see any teams. In the past, we saw some teams strategically skip main pit, refuel out in the desert. I don't think we're going to see that on this particular section. You can see, now this is interesting. Brent's pit is before the timing loop. Now let's watch what happens right here. With it also, okay, same thing. So who is this?
That's
Jeff Martin.
So Jeff Martin's pit is obviously before the timing loop as well. So they have not triggered the timing loop in our arch.
Okay, so as we watch the leaders coming down into the pits, Miles is down there with the wrench mic, and he's going to be bringing all the news and action. Miles, what do you got?
Thank you, Jim. Yep, I am down here. I'm down here with Brett Harrell. I see Jeff Martin down the way. Everybody's... They're having maybe a little bit of issue with... Going good. Let's see if I can get in there and have a quick check. Yep, big thumbs up from Brett Harrell. Everything's looking good. And the car looks great. All 4 Ditto tires holding up. Everything looks good. So far, so smooth for Brett Harrell. We can see this is going to be a race in the pits as we speak. We'll see who's going to get out of the pits first, as I see Cameron Steele take off as well. So Brett Harrell is in and out. So let's keep on rolling. And we're going to run down to Jeff Martin. So Jeff Martin is pitting as well. I see Cameron Steele also pitting as well. So we got a lot of action down here. But Brett Harrell does get out of the pits first. And now here we're down here with Team Indiana. They got the hood up for just a moment. And Woody Rose is hauling the mail too. But it's looking good. They're getting a quick drink. So Jeff Martin, they're saying everything. Anybody see anything else? It sounds like they're going to send them on out. So now we'll try to run down and grab Cameron Steele as well. So let's head down and... So we'll, man, lots of action down here. 1, 2, and 3 have both stopped. I see Kent Fultz heading in here. So it looks like a quit. Getting thumbs up from Team Indiana with Jeff Martin. And Kent Fultz is right behind Jeff Martin. So here's Cameron Steele. Looks like they're still fueling up as we speak. We'll see. Looks like Brian Wood, Cameron Steele, doing. Yep, he's excited. Cameron, you doing all right, buddy? You having fun?
All's going good. We just try to be smart, just have a tempered race, not go crazy, just make sure we get all the fuel we need and just relax. I want to say I love you to my wife and family, and thanks to Pete Wood for all his effort.
All right, well, it looks like you're getting ready to take off. I'll get out of the hair, but this Trip Fab car is looking like it's in great shape. They're checking out a couple things, getting one more last drink. Uh-oh, and the car about died, but nope, they're about to take off. So Cameron Steele and Brian Wood in and out. So it looked like 1, 2, and 3 were very smooth down here. Lots of action. I see Derek Summers coming in as well. I didn't see where Woody Rose went. I do see Kent Fultz on the far side. Man, what a wild little stop here it was, but so far so good. Everybody's going. So Jimmy, take it away.
Thank you very much, Miles. Always great to get your insights as to what's going on down in the pits as we watch Derek Summers, or coming into the pits, might be Dylan. Not sure there. But this is exactly the strategy we expected, Ian.
Yes, everyone's going to come in, just like Jim said. They're going to refuel here in main pit. We were speculating in years past, we had some competitors who would skip main pit, get back out in the desert, plan to refuel at a remote pit, but we don't think anyone is going to have that strategy. I don't think they'd even be able to be honest with you, with the distance they need to drive. But we're going to be headed out back into the desert with our race leaders, where they're going to complete a little bit more of a desert loop and then head into our rock section.
Really quick, guys, if we look at our timing and scoring on corrected time, the 381 of Kent Fultz has taken over the lead of Brent Harrell on our timing and scoring.
Wow, that's big news indeed. There's so much going on here. But I have a very special guest joining us in the booth. It is none other than the General. How are we doing, sir?
Doing great. Hey, thank you for the invitation. I tell you, on behalf of all the Marines here at the Combat Center in 29 Palms, it's great to see so many people out here and enjoying the weather, enjoying the race, and just want to take a moment to go ahead and thank the community. I want to thank BLM, want to thank the state park, And then most of all, thank King of the Hammers for making this great event happen today.
No,
It's
well,
great to be here.
Well, thank you very much, sir. We work with you and the Marine Corps to be able to utilize your land so that we can have this fantastic race. So thank you so much for allowing us out here, and thank you so much for making it available so we can enjoy this incredible race.
Yeah, for everyone out here, for all the contestants and for everybody that's out here just watching, please be safe. But let me ask you this. How are the racers doing today?
The racers are doing absolutely fantastic. They're all having a great time. These guys are the best of the best, and they absolutely love being out here in Johnson Valley. But it's not just about these guys, because we've got some military entries out there as well today, haven't we? Talk to me a little bit about them.
Oh, well, I really can't tell you much about that.
Do I have to sign an NDA before we go?
Yeah, so I do see some Marine Corps flags flying here today, which is great to see. And I know we have some of our brothers here from the U.S. Army. And I also know that we have some Marine Corps recruiters that are here today, and I know that they're pretty busy because
well, me and Ian are going to stay away from them. We're not sure we're the right shape for that.
I don't think I could do that hanging pull-up thing at all. So I'm pretty sure I've aged out of enlisting at this point, so I would be of no use.
Well, if you're interested, I know a guy.
I think I'll stick to the motor pool. That would be where my skills would start and end, right there.
Okay, we're just going to step away here. We can watch one of our cars coming in here, and he's 3 wheels on his wagon as he's heading back into Hammertown.
Yes, that is the 170 of Dylan Summers coming in with only one tire on the front side.
Yeah, he's just trying to hold it together. We saw his dad, Derek Summers, coming through a moment ago and pitting, so hopefully he'll be clear of the pits and Dylan can get into the pits, get a new tire on the car and back out into the desert. Well, thank you so much for what you're doing for us here and for the community at large and for allowing us to race here at Johnson Valley. I can't say enough how much we appreciate it. And I'm going to let you get on with your day, but thanks once again.
Hey, I just want to say thank you again for the hospitality, and just to say that what we do here at the base is so important for the Marine Corps, for national security, and so we can't do that without the support of the community here. And when we come together like this today, it makes us all stronger. So be safe and Semper Fi.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your service, and thank you for the service of all our enlisted members of the armed forces here that are either here on the lake bed, serving here in our country and abroad. It is great to have all of you here, and it's great to see your all branches of military represented here on the lake bed. But once again, now we're going to get back to some racing, and I believe we have Miles down in the pits.
Thank you, Ian. Yeah, lots of action's been happening down here. Derek Summers came in. I had the golf cart parked in the wrong spot, and I did cause him about 3 seconds of time. I gave him a big thumbs up, said I'm sorry. He said no worries. I was hyped up. So, again, my bad on that. But Derek Summers is great. And now I see his son Dylan Summers across the way with a completely flat tire. Tough break there. And now Kent Foltz was in here, and you guys were checking out the car. He took off, made it about 10 feet, and it made an awful noise. He backed up, and it looked like left front axle U-joint was gone.
Yeah, looks like the saddle and the U-joint's gone. He said, screw it, I'll make it to pit 2, and we're going to change it out there. So he can make it all the way to pit 2 and basically 3-wheel drive.
So what's the strategy there? I assume there's more people and tools and parts here, right?
Well, we go through, they only come through here once. We go through there, in their class, I think they're going to go 5 times.
So much more time to touch the car.
Correct, and all the parts are going to be out there because that's where all the rocks are.
All right, well, Chip, always a pleasure talking to you. Now you have Scott Foley that'll hopefully be in here in town, part of Rufus Racing here very shortly, but it's looking good. What's your strategy with him?
Farley, we're just going to put fuel in and keep going. He's just picking off people. He should be here in probably about 10, 12 minutes.
All right, well, I'll try to make my way around. There's a lot of cars. I see Trip Racing Services coming in, so let's see if we can find another car or two. So, Jim, Ian, Pam, back to you.
Thank you very much, Miles. Always fantastic to get in with the action. And look at this, Pam. Cars coming in all over the place. Had 127 vehicles start this morning. And right now, let's just run through our current top 5. In 5th position, adjusted time, Jeff Martin. In 4th position, adjusted time, Cameron Steele. In 3rd position, in adjusted time, Woody Rose Jr. In 2nd, it's Brent Harrell, but he has a physical track position. But first right now, in adjusted time, Ken Foltz.
Exactly. I mean, they roughly have about a second between them. So great job by Brent Harrell and Kent Foltz. But right now, look at how busy the pits were that Miles is going to be running around getting us all kinds of information. But we have 2 cars coming in here.
I think that might be Scott Foley there on the right. I'm just trying to see if I can see the Texas flag there.
48. Yes,
Yeah,
it
that
is.
is Scott
48,
Farley.
24.
And he'll be coming into the Rufus Racing pit. So Chip and the gang will be getting ready.
And it sounds like Miles has got some more people down there, Jim.
Yeah, let's cut down to Miles with a man with a wrench mic. Miles, what have you got for us?
All right, guys. Yeah, it's thank you. It's a great. We have Brian Trimp, and I'm getting a double thumbs up from Brian Trimp. Is that Tad Dowker? It is. Yeah. All right. So we got a lot of great guys in here. Everybody's putting some fuel in, getting everything going. But this car, Jeep Armory Machine, still looks like it's in great shape. Another great competitor for Ultra 4 and King of the Hammers, Brian Trimp. Man, what a great time we're having down here. Oh, I see Dan Wyrick. I see Jeremy Jones. There is a lot of people coming through the hot pits. Oh, Scott Farley will be in here in just a minute, so I'll keep on rolling while he comes in and just completely slideways through the Optima battery start-finish. So Scott Farley is here in town. We got fire extinguishers. We got fuel. Everybody's getting ready to take off. There goes Cody Young. Here comes Amber Turner as well. Sorry, Amber Slauson. So getting checked out. So here goes Brian Trimp out on course. Check everything out. Man, it's hard to hear down there. Lots of horsepower going on down. AJ Stratman's in the mix. Yep. So we're just kind of checking up. And now we'll run down here to Amber Slauson. She's in the bomber chassis. Scott Farley with Rufus Racing is looking good down there. So Amber's down here in that bomber car. I'll see if I can get a quick little look from them. Yep. Thumbs up from Tom Lou and Amber Slauson. And probably the biggest smile I have seen yet is Amber Slauson. They're getting everything checked out. Everything's working good. This bomber car that won this race last year is looking great down here. I see Colin Sky Johnson coming in as well. But yeah, this bomber car is probably the cleanest one that I've seen come through thus far. So far, so good. Everybody's having fun and making stuff happen. Lots of action down there in the hot pits. It's been a lot of fun and a lot of action. But I'm going to send it back to the Optima Batteries main stage. Take it away.
Okay, thank you very much, Miles. Always great to get your input from down in the pits. Now, I was just watching as we watch Scott Farley there making his way back up through the Bronco Arch. Now, Pam, we were just watching on there, and I was just trying to see, there was a couple of cars that looked to me like they might have blown through without taking fuel. One of those was Dan Warwick, and the other one was Jeremy Doc Jones. Now, I might have just missed them pitting, but it did look like they were in and out too quick to pit. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one for sure.
Unless they have an alternative motive to pit over at remote pit or not, we're not sure on that, but you're correct. I mean, we didn't see them going, but there was so much action just now coming into the pits that it was kind of hard to keep up.
Now, this is really interesting because this was our physical race leader, Brent Harrell, and it looks like he's running in second place here. Now, is that Woody Rose Jr. with the Nexon tyre on the side?
It is.
Yes, it is. And it looks like he's making the pass in the desert. Oh, these two young men are going absolutely head-to-head as they head back out onto their second desert loop.
Well, and Brent Harrell definitely came out in front at the pits as Miles was reporting to us, but look at them going side by side. You know that they're probably going at least in the 100-plus range right now, speed-wise, so going side by side, going that fast in the desert is awesome to see that we're watching this racing live on board with Brent Harrell.
Yeah, now you've got to be so careful here because you want to get ahead of the guy who's next to you, but you're also sitting there thinking to yourself, okay, mate, I've got a lot of racing to do here. Just be careful, be wise, be sensible. But when there's a guy running alongside you, it's really not that easy, and they'll be both wanting clear air. They'll both be wanting track position. What a fantastic race.
But look at this drone shot right now. There's now only one car, so what happened
No, they're
with
both
Woody?
there. That might be a slightly different
different
view
view, yes. I was getting really nervous there going, where did Woody Rose go? Because obviously we saw Brent Harrell still going as now we're back on board with the number 56 of Brent Harrell.
Yeah, and these images are coming in from Starstream. Thank you to George Hamill and his team for this incredible technology that allows you us to bring you live in-car footage, and also to our production team here at Hammer King and Ultra 4, who put it all together and allow us to tell you about the greatest races in the world.
Yes, and at some point I was speaking with George. He was going to come up and let the world know about the technology behind Starstream. So when I know he's been out helping the racers.
He's going to let his secrets go?
Well, he's going to just tell us, about the technology, like the stuff that we don't know about it, but he was going to eventually make his way up here, and it's going to be awesome to hear straight from that man.
It is, and there are so many cars out here on track at the moment. Now, that looked like Cody Young there for a moment.
And I believe, is this Goodall? Is this, let's see if we can get the side view of this vehicle coming through.
I think that's Dan Wyrick. That is Dan
correct.
Wyrick.
Yeah, that is right. That is Dan Wyrick out in that section as the drone flies past him, picks up the vehicle that he's hunting out in the desert.
And you should have seen Ian. I know you stepped out for just a minute, but I know you were still listening to us. But man, the action in the pits, there was just car after car coming through, and a little bit of change up as right before you did leave, and before we had our general in here, Kent Foltz is still running out in that #1 spot on adjusted time, with Brent Harrell running in that second place. But physically on course, we did see Brent and Woody Rose going neck and neck, so we'll see how that all pans out as well.
Yeah, we'll have to pull up the tracker and see what happens. I know they'll be pushing hard to get into those rock trails as fast as they can. Based on what we saw this morning, I believe that Brent Harrell's car is just a little bit faster in the desert than everyone that's been chasing him. So even though on adjusted time there may have been a little bit of a lead change on the leaders, basically when they came through Hammertown, Brent has been showing that a Horschel Fab built car can absolutely eat up the desert, which is very, very impressive, as we were just on board with him using our onboard cameras. They'll be pushing hard to get to where we saw all the action yesterday, which is the one section of trail that we're kind of worried about, which is going to be into Jackhammer. And I'm being told that this might be our leader right here, and if it is, it should be Brent Harrell.
And you know what? That does not look like Brent Harrell out front. That looks like Woody Rose, actually.
Yeah, but I think we were just on board with Brent, and there was not that much dust in front of him. So I'm trying to figure out where our leader is. Maybe if we spin around, if there's any dust in front of him. Let's see, which I don't see.
Yeah, that actually is Brent Harrell. Look at that. Nope, I can't tell.
Well, we'll just pull in a little bit in a second. That could be Woody Rose.
But Woody Rose has that Trent Fab built car, and that.
Well, at this point, we're just guessing
yeah,
here.
Exactly.
As soon as we get confirmation on where our leader is based on the tracker. Here, I might see if I can pull the tracker up on my.
I'm pulling it up myself here. Yes, but there we have the very fast desert section that they were just now in, and it's so much fun to watch those guys and gals out there smoking fast.
Yeah, there we go right there. That is, I think we just see Brent Harrell right there. That could be him in second place, chasing down our current race leader. So there's not much of a gap between them. Maybe we just lost him in the dust, because if he's in that dust cloud, we couldn't even see him. So just imagine what it's like driving through it at this point.
All right, so Brent Harrell and Woody Rose, let's see here. Looks like Brent is going roughly 78.1 miles per hour right now, and he's at roughly.
There we go. Here's on
54.
car with Brent Harrell. Yes, this is him chasing through the dust off of our current race leader, which we believe could be Woody Rose or Jeff Martin. We're trying to get confirmation on that, but he is definitely not in the lead as he was before, because you can see.
So what it looks like on the tracker, I see Woody Rose out physically in front, Jeff Martin physically in second, and then Brent Harrell. So that's what it looks like here on the tracker that we are seeing. But on adjusted time, Kent Foltz is actually our race leader. So Woody Rose, Jeff Martin, Brent Harrell, they're roughly going all about the same speed here out on course as well, because they are out in that nice little smooth desert section.
Yeah, my tracker has not updated because I'm showing actually Brent Harrell in first, but as we're on board with him, you can see he's chasing down a dust cloud, and passing somebody who's obviously on their first lap. They're moving much slower. Jim, what do you got on the, now that you're back in the booth here, let's get this tracker updated. Are you seeing the same thing that I'm seeing? Are you seeing Brent on tracker in first, or has he been passed in that?
I think the race at the moment is between Woody Rose Jr. and Brent Harrell. I'm showing that Jeff Martin is a little way behind them at the moment. So we'll be keeping you honest on that as we see them move on.
And really
but the thing is this, they've got a lot of desert before they get round into the rocks. So they're just going to be picking if they're being wise, they're going to pick a pace that they're comfortable with. They're going to stick with it. They want to keep those tyres fresh for once they start getting back to those rock sections, because that's when this race really starts.
But here's one that I just checked on, Jim, because I wanted to know where they were. I grabbed up Amber Slauson. She's already gone through main pit, already out on lap 2, because she started fairly far back. I think it was
30th position.
And then Miles made the point, I don't know. She's 30th, but was she after we had a slight stoppage this morning in our when we had to do a quick cleanup on the race course when we had somebody roll. So she may even have more time into an advantage. I don't know. Miles is trying to check on that for me. I'm going to let him figure that out for me.
Well, all the clocks should have started on 0, so our live timing should be able to work that out. And I'm currently showing that Amber turned across the line in a where are we going there? It would have been in a 1 hour and 22 minutes, which I'm putting around about 4 minutes behind our leader as he crossed the line, who is Kent Fultz. However, let's not forget there was also pitting to be taken into consideration there, and I think that Amber crossed the line to actually take in fuel, so she'll be. There's lots going on, but when we've got another timing loop out there in these rock trails, and we'll be able to pick up some live timing from that point. Also, once they get into the rocks and they come closer together, we'll be able to get visual on them with the drones, and we'll be able to see physical track position and start to work out where they are.
And I'll say this in Jim's language so he can agree with me. Sometimes the maths.
The math.
The math.
Oh, you say it singular.
The math.
Oh, you've Americanized your maths.
Have we?
Yes.
Good grief. No, we'll go the other way then.
Oh, okay. The maths don't math sometimes. All right.
Here we have, this is John Williams on course here. Can't make out the number right in front of him, but John Williams in that Ford Performance Bronco in our stock class.
Yeah, now this is a very interesting class. The 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class is going to be a hard-fought battle today. As you said earlier, Pam, 30 entries this year, and we've got some big hitters out there. Brad Lovell, Lauren Healy, Bailey Cole. We're going to see Brexton. Yeah, exactly. We're going to see Brexton Glines out there as well in a Bronco, and we've got John Rance out there. Plus, we've got lots of other vehicles. So we've got John Schaefer, Sergio Pinillos, and these are all names that are, becoming household names in 4600. And let's not forget Albert Contreras as well. So I'm super excited about the stock class today and seeing how they get on.
And let's not forget, Jim, we talked about this already earlier today, but I'm being pinged by my friends at Yukon Gear and Axle. They are providing next year the ultimate rookie experience in that stock class. So Yukon Gear and Axle, who is responsible for our 4500 class, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modifying class, are prepping a car, and they're taking applications for the ultimate rookie. If you've never raced King of the Hammers before, you can come out, you apply on their website, and you basically fill out an application, submit a video, say why you think you deserve to have a stock class car prepped and ready to race for you. You can show up here in Johnson Valley next year and basically step into a race car, be like a professional race car driver.
Yes, and we are watching the 4863 of John Holtzman making his way into the pits here. So we don't know exactly where Miles is, but let's give a little bit of an update. Tiffany Stone's been out in Remote Pit 1 getting all of the dirt for us.
You mean RPT Stone?
RP.
You had a better name. It was Remote Pit Tiff.
Yeah, Remote Pit Tiff, RPT.
Well, let's talk here a little bit about what's some information. Earlier on, she had Justin Hall came through. They fixed a rear left flat, and then let's see here. Looks like Chuck Crossland came into Remote Pit with a left rear flat. And then we've had Peter Dolan in the number 353 came in checking out the rear diff because she said they were watching fluid come out of it. And then Sean Rance in the 4531 was going to be coming in. She'll be getting more information for that. So Tiffany Stone out there in Remote Pit getting us all of the action. I mean, it's busy out there.
It is indeed. I'm also getting more updates from Kim Percy, one of our UK entries who's currently in the pits. And she's just saying right now that Trent Roberts, the 4602 in the Curry Enterprise stock class, have stopped on on course to swap a tyre, but are having belt issues, so it's going to be a long day for the 4602.
And as we're watching, that is Miss Megan Miller in the second position that we're watching on screen. Can't make out the number right in front, but Megan Miller out here in her, brand new to her vehicle. She's had one race on it, which was at our Nationals in Oklahoma this year, or actually last year, I should say. We are in a new year.
No problem, and it looks like I am just getting a timing trip here. Woody Rose has tripped in through the one of our timing loops in the desert at a 1:42.37, and Brent Harrell has tripped in at a 1:42.58.
Incredibly close racing, and we are on board right there. That's 31.05 with Megan Miller. You were talking about them earlier, Pam, and so you can see we've got these beautiful onboard cameras in the 31.05. That's the shot out the back of the car, and there's also an in-car shot as well following along these racers as they complete today's Yokohama Everyman Challenge race.
And it almost looks like, I mean, honestly, this is going to sound kind of funny, but all the vehicles that are behind her right now, it looks like they're on a trail ride. Because she's got multiple behind her.
Well, this particular section of track, Pam, we talked about it. We saw with the UTVs. We see with these ones. It's hard to pass in this particular section. Jim's got his hand up. What you got, Jim?
Okay, I've also got Cameron Steele, who's just hit the timing loop with a 1:43.12 and currently sitting in third on adjusted time. But I believe Miles has got some news for us down in the pits. So we're going to pass it off to the man with the mic. Miles, what have you got for us?
Thank you, Jim. Yes, I'm down here with a 4,500 class. I did see Jesse Oliver take off just a little bit ago, but I'm here in town with John Matthews down here, and when I was talking to him last night, he said he wasn't going to be able to race because he was ill, but it looks like he's in here. He gave me a thumbs up. He said he is staying in the entire time, and he's got his son Connor riding shotgun. So 4,500 is looking pretty good right now. I believe it's Jesse Oliver out front and then John Matthews in the back. So it's going to be interesting to see how this shakes out. I do see Justin Barth pulling into the hot pits as well. Everybody's shaking their tires, checking everything out. I'm not exactly sure what they're doing on the back of this car. It looks like they're playing with the fuel neck a little bit, but everything's okay. So let's see if John Matthews has a quick second to chat with us. So, John, how you feeling? You going to be able to make it, buddy?
Yeah, I'm feeling a hell of a lot better today than I have. I think the adrenaline's kicking in. We're in good shape.
I'm glad to hear that. How cool is it to share this experience with your son?
It's always a good time. I'm happy we got to finish the whole first lap this time, then we get Jeremy in here for the rocks.
Heck yeah. All right, well, enjoy. Looks like your guys are getting good. Sorry, you're trying to get out of the way. There goes another Liberty Martin car, and Justin Barth in and out really quick and easy. I see Shad Kennedy, who was on the podium last year, so he's just down the way. Won't have quite time to catch up with him in that Poison Spider car, but it looks like they're going to get that fuel in there and get John Matthews in and out of the pits. Had a little bit of a hiccup, but that's all right. He loves the rocks. He's been on the podium before, but he's been a DNF the last 2 years, so he is very, very hopeful to get out there and rocking and rolling. So we'll send it back up to Ian, Jim, and Pam at the Optima Battery main stage. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Miles. Good to hear that information. What we're going to do right now is Jim's going to basically, now that we have a few more cars through our end lap one, we're going to sort of talk about where our classes are standing and where everybody is. Jim, what are we looking at?
Yeah, just looking at this right now, I mean, obviously our current race leaders are in 4,800, which is, of course, the Brannick Motorsports Legends class, and we saw them coming through earlier on. But in 4,500, we have got Dan Wyrick. He's currently sitting in 12th place overall, but first in 4,500. Then in second place and 21st overall is Jesse Oliver in the modified class. And in third in the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class right now is the man that Miles was just chatting to, none other than John Matthews. So great stuff in there.
Yeah, it'd be good to see John, and like we said, like we heard Miles say, John won that class 3 years ago. The last 2 years he's had a DNF, so I know he definitely wants to get back out there and would like to get back on the podium.
Now, we just saw Josh Showell in shot a moment ago, and a very interesting vehicle, that one. That's the only solid axle out here at King of the Hammers running the Fox live valve.
And I never got a chance to speak with him to see what his thoughts were on that, because it is awesome to have that out here racing and to see what his thoughts are, because he's raced it before without the live valve compared to last year to this year's
I
fill.
did talk to him, and he told me it was an absolutely different car with the live valve, and he said the settings that you can set it for, how you can change it. He said even in the rocks, being able to add all the rebound in the rocks. But there's some lost people out on course here, right, Jim?
Yeah, it's a bit of some navigational errors there.
By both of them, which
I think
is
there
kind of
was
funny.
some follow the leader going on, is what
Always
we saw.
is. Worst thing in the world. If you ever do any off-road racing, never ever follow anyone or trust anyone else's navigation, because you can guarantee it will be incorrect.
Well, I mean, when you're the second car and you're in that dust too, it's kind of hard because you kind of feel, oh, maybe that person is, following the right trail. But then, when something like that happens, that's whenever you're not wanting to be following along too closely. But that was the 1955 of Jamie McKean that we were watching.
That's when you need a co-driver who's sitting on your side going, hey, buddy, I've got this. I know where we're going. Do
Yes.
not follow that man. But it's so difficult because you're racing that guy and you want to get ahead of him. So you're looking to try and find that little moment in time where you can get past. But you just got to sit back, trust your co-driver, and wait for him to call the shots and tell you exactly where to go.
Oh, and look at this. We have 3 cars that are stopped right here.
I believe this is a tricky. We saw this yesterday, I think, with a couple of our stock UTVs. There is a couple sections of some of these climbs that gets a little bit tricky, but that I'm assuming that's one of our stock class cars. I'm trying to see who it is.
Yeah, that looks like one of our 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class vehicles, and he picks his way through. Just trying to work out which vehicle that is.
I believe that's Glines. Yes, in that brand new Bronco.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're still having problems. We saw them having traction issues on the qualifying course the other day. Now, they've been building this car throughout the year. They decided to switch up their program and move to the Bronco. And looks like they're just having a few issues there. It looks like he's only driving on one wheel.
It almost looks like he has no front drive, Jim.
Exactly.
Right there in that third place position climbing up that hill that we just
here we go.
Here we go on car with Kendall Glines. 2 cars back behind him was last year's stock class third place finisher. So the True North Racing crew up down here all the way from Canada. I believe they're from Fort McMurray, Alberta.
So let's do a little
So we can
bit.
just see Kendall just putting to the side there. I'm just wondering if he's stopping here just to let these cars by because he knows he's got a problem.
I think he is. I think he's basically stopping over and letting them go. All right, and I believe we caught up with Sean and John earlier this week in Hammertown, and I believe they've, there's hundreds of stories out here on the lake bed, but here's one for you.
I'm Sean Rance Sr.
I'm Sean's oldest son, John Rance.
Sean Rance in that 1976 Ford Bronco.
I raced in the 4500 class.
I'm racing the 431 Bronco Ford Performance hooked me up with.
They literally built that car here in the Hammers.
Exactly.
We've done every EMC that has been ever put on.
First race was King of the Hammers 2012, and he's been racing that same Bronco.
Completed 9 out of 13, I think, so we've missed a few out on the rocks, but we've had a great time.
And I've been racing with my dad my whole life. He would put me in my car seat and I would go ride with Dad. Those are my earliest memories. And here we are, I'm 43. I've been doing this with Dad for all 43 years of it.
It's a family affair with us. My wife normally comes and feeds us, and I just love racing with my kids. In 15, we got 3rd in the EMC. We've done well out here, but never got the golden egg at the end.
I tell everybody we're like gambling addicts. We keep coming back. We've been in first place out here a bunch of times. And like everybody has those stories, I was in first until we've been that so many times out here.
This is great pace here for Sean Rance, really putting the OG Bronco to work.
Well, you see in the background, we're working on that, changing springs a little bit, trying to get stuff dialed in so we can bring it home this time.
We always go for the win, and you're not giving up. You're going to go till you can't.
Who's the better driver?
He is.
Him.
So good to see John and Sean out here racing. I mean, they've been racing here for so long. They're almost like part of the furniture.
Yes.
And it's great to see. Now, welcome back to Johnson Valley, California. We are here for the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance. But right now, it is all about the 2025 Yokohama Everyman Challenge, and we have 4 classes out on course. We have the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, the 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class, and of course, we have a smattering of military vehicles.
And just as we talked about the 4500 class, we just saw on screen 4578 of Les Fig Speed Figueroa come back into town. So I believe he's basically finishing his first lap back out into Hammertown. So that'll be another one of our 4500 classes back through our start-finish arch.
Yeah, now I'm just looking at the timing loop out on course at the moment, and it's all changed at the front. So in 5th position on adjusted time right now, it's Kent Foltz. In 4th is Jeff Martin. In 3rd, it's Cameron Steele. In 2nd is Brent Harrell, who's only a few seconds behind Woody Rose Jr., who's heading up the pack right now in that Trent Fab motor car.
Yeah, so quite the change for sure. But let's talk about the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class out on the start line this morning. I ran into Mr. Brannick himself, Stan Haynes. His grandson is out there racing for the first time out here at King of the Hammers. And I asked him, I said, how you feeling right now? And he said, oh, my nerves are going. So Caden Berger out there racing for the first time out here, and Mr. Brannick was definitely having a little bit of a nervous moment for himself.
But what we're watching right now is 2 of our stock class Broncos. This will be Brad Lovell, and I believe that's Bailey Cole right behind him as they work through this section of terrain that we've been talking about all week. So far, we've seen action in here with the UTVs. We're seeing action in here with all of our Yokohama Everyman Challenge cars. Nowhere really to pass in this section.
Now, these 2 cars are going to wound a few egos today. They are going to wind in a few 4500 cars. They're certainly going to get a few 4800 cars. And they're all going to be sitting there going, oh my, where do these guys find the pace?
Well, I would agree with you, Jim, except for this is one year where I think we're going to see a real shakeup in this class, because the stock class cars have always sort of had that option of getting in the trails and getting around some of these lines. I would have to look at the course and just double check, but I believe the stock class, are they going up jack?
I don't think they're going up jack.
So then you would be absolutely right. If they can skip that bottleneck in jack, then I think they'll be lucked out, because I think you're right. That's where we're going to see a bottleneck of cars as we get further along in this race course.
Yeah, no, I would need to confirm that with race ops, but I'm absolutely confident that they will not be doing jack.
All right,
and there was a nice move there. I like that. That was somebody who had a faster car behind him, give him a toot. He just pulled on over and let him go by. Now, is that your friend?
That's Albert Contreras. That is Mr. Albert Contreras himself right there with Jeep Thrills Off-Road.
Now, he's just come to a stop there. Is he just changing ratio, or has he got an issue? Albert Contreras has been racing with us for absolutely forever, and he's such a lovely guy.
All right, but right now I believe we have an update coming from Remote Pit Tiff, all the way out in the desert.
RPT Stone.
Thanks, guys. Back down to the remote pit. Now, we just saw Brad Lovell, who's no stranger to the EMC and being a champ here. And he talked to his team. He had a front left flat. They also gave him a splash of fuel. When I saw Brad and Adam in there, they both gave me big thumbs up, so they are running a great race. There's some other things that are happening here as well. The team also mentioned that who is pitting with them, also with them. It looks like he's just about to come in right now. They weren't sure where he was at. Back to the pit right here, and he's also going to get help. I also talked to the 41 Sean Rance. The race is still going. He had a on the rear axle. That's fixed. He's all back on course. And what you guys can see in just what is Bailey Cole is going to be making. The team is going to be looking at it. So Bailey is coming down right now. The team is waving. The team is what's going on. They mentioned that he had a flat. We're unsure which one it's going to be. Now he's here at the pit, looking things over. They're chatting with everything. It doesn't look like he has a flat. Oh, he did. I'm sorry. He did have a flat. He did have that spare that you guys can see right now. So I'm sure that front left is good to go as well. Well, things still happening here at Remote Pit. So sorry, guys. Little out of place, little back and forth. If you've been out here, you know how long this Remote Pit is. I'll keep you guys updated with all the stories. And back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Tiff. Always good to hear from you out there in the remote pits. And we're going to see lots of stories evolving out there as the day goes by. But this is Eric Weichel now, making his way down towards the pits. Eric didn't have the best qualifying session. One of the nicest guys you can wish to meet on the circuit.
Always with a smile on his face as well. But
Always.
as he makes his way down through back door wash, he'll be coming into the Ford Performance Short Course here in just a moment. But great updates by Tiffany Stone out there at Remote Pit. So much action, as we were saying earlier on, going on out there as well. They actually get to go towards Remote Pit twice.
They do indeed.
So it gives them 2 chances to actually go in and, you know, obviously get something fixed if they need to.
Yeah, it always amazes me that we're all the way out here in the desert and yet we can still bring you this incredible action. And that was car 91 there.
91 of Matt Bradley with Ryan Poor in the passenger seat.
It looks like that they were closing in on Remote Pit 2 as we watch Eric Weichel coming back into Hammertown. Looks like he's just going to be coming around the Talladega turn, and let's see where he turns off. Almost certainly going to be coming into the pits to take fuel. These cars, particularly these Everyman Challenge vehicles, they are running pretty much on the limits of their range.
Yeah, we'll see every single competitor stop in main pit for fuel before they head back out into the desert. 2 laps today, first lap being that 65-mile desert lap, and then they'll come back into town before they head out onto the rock lap. But even before they get into the rocks, they still have a big stretch of desert racing to do before they hit any substantial rock trails on this lap.
Yeah, now, as they come back round again, they will be going back past RP2, or Remote Pit 2, sorry. It'd be interesting to see if they actually, any of them come in there to stop and to pick up extra fuel. Now, whereas the big 4400 class cars, we can see some of those vehicles, particularly like Bailey Campbell, etc. Some of those are carrying sort of 75 gallons of fuel. Most of these vehicles that we see racing are only going to be carrying somewhere in the region between 30 and 35 gallons.
All right, but I hear we have Miles back down in the pits with an update for us, so we'll throw it down to Miles.
Thank you. I got Eric Weichel and Joe Fabrizio down here. There was just a quick fuel and go. They checked the car, he drops it in gear, and it dies for just a second. But I got a big thumbs up from Joe Fabrizio and Eric Weichel, and this is exactly where Brad Lovell and Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Lauren Healy will be pitting, so I'm sure they'll be coming in town here very soon. But so far, so good. It's been a lot of fun. We got Scott Hartman over here. How you doing, buddy? Where's your fire suit? Shouldn't you be doing something?
I'm not doing any fueling or anything like that. I might put a tire on the car.
So you're just enjoying yourself this time, huh? You've done a little bit of everything out here, but it's always great to see you, buddy.
Good to see you. Always nice to be here.
And I don't know if you remember this. This was probably about 10 years ago, right in this pit. You yelled at me and said, "Get out of here." And now we're buddies, right?
Absolutely, friends. I didn't know who you were. I never get to watch your live feed. I'm always working.
It was a great time. And, we like to rib each other a little bit. But, again, great to see you, and we'll see how it all shakes out.
Right on.
All right, well, all good fun down here. And, again, the 4600 stock class is going to be exciting to see how it all plays out. So we're here patiently awaiting them guys and gals to come in. So while we wait, we'll send it back up to the Optima Battery main stage.
Thank you very much, Miles. Always good to hear from you and hear what's going on down there. Scott Hartman, of course, from the Dust Junkies.
And as we're watching the 1950 of Todd Miller out on the short course, this is Todd Miller's first time in the driver's seat as well.
Yeah, this is Logan Goodall's car, isn't it? But Logan, of course, very sadly is fighting cancer right now. But there is good news. He is beating it. So good luck, Logan. Great to see your car out here, and good luck to Todd.
And as we're now watching, that is John Williams in the Ford Performance Bronco making his way through. Had some issues in qualifying the other day, so didn't have quite the start he was looking for, but he is moving right along here. This area, obviously, Spooners, is definitely a very rough area as well.
Now, the 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class is an underrated class, in my opinion. It is incredibly tough, and it's incredibly difficult. The rulebook only allows you a certain number of toys, and therefore it's a proper driver's class.
Yeah, but some of the Broncos that have been specifically built for that class, Jim, they get a lot of advantages having that IFS front suspension. You know, a lot of these stock class Broncos, you'll see them out there with the 74 weld portals up front as well. So there's a lot of technology in some of those Broncos that are out there racing in that stock class, and that's why they're able to perform so well.
It is indeed. But let's not forget we have got the Jeeps of John Schaefer out there and Sergio Pinilios. And Sergio is one of the few drivers that's been able to give those Broncos a bloody nose.
Yes, and as you're talking about Sergio, we were just watching him for sure. His brother, I believe, is in with Diesel Krentz. I think that ended up being his co-driver too. So Bruno out there as well. So brothers out on course together.
Absolutely. How cool is that?
Yes.
A family affair, that's for sure. But we keep seeing that time and time again in Hammers. So many of these families come out here and race in multiple classes on different days. Ultra 4 racing doesn't just happen in Johnson Valley, California. Ultra 4 racing happens in all different areas of the world, whether it be New Zealand, whether it be Europe, and also Australia. And I believe we've got a little bit of action from Ultra 4 Australia right now.
G'day guys and girls, Croppy here, one of the directors and event organisers of Ultra 4 Australia, right here in sunny old Queensland on the east coast of Australia, of course. We currently run 4 categories, which are side-by-side UTVs, modified street class, which is your Land Cruisers, your patrols, whatever the guys really want to bring off the road and have a crack, our limited, and of course our unlimited, aka the 4400s. We run 3 rounds down here, and it usually comes down to the last round of the season to find out who our winners are. Stay tuned, keep an eye out for us, talk soon.
All right, there you go. A little bit of action from Ultra 4 Down Under as we jump back into seeing Anthony Taylor out on course. Jim's pointing at me. He's got some info. What do you got?
When they're racing in Australia, if they roll their cars upside down, are they actually the right way up or the wrong way up?
It's hard to tell. I wonder if it only rolls one way, like the toilets go backwards.
You guys are funny listening to you guys while we're watching that, wondering all the fun stuff about Australia, but also, you guys were wondering about UTVs. Are the steering wheels on the wrong side to us?
This is Brent Harrell right here. So where is he? Jim, what do we have dust in front of him or no?
Yeah, well, I can tell you now that he's just tripped the timing loop one more time, and currently our race leader at the moment is Woody Rose Jr. on adjusted time with a 2:04. In fact, I can see that Cameron Steele has just gone ahead of Brent Harrell on adjusted time with a 2:03.50, and Brent Harrell is sitting just behind there in a 2:03.54. Now, this is very interesting indeed. I believe that Brent Harrell is still ahead of Cameron Steele physically, and I think that Brent Harrell could actually still be ahead of Woody Rose Jr.
I can't tell if that's Woody Rose, but that's where we just saw Brent Harrell around. But that's either Woody Rose or Cameron Steele.
That's Cameron.
That's Cameron's car.
Cameron
so
Steele.
I did see on the in-car, when we were on the in-car with Brent, I could see a little bit of dust. So I think Woody is actually technically physically first on course.
Yeah, I think it is right. I'm just looking here. So the difference between them is at the moment Woody Rose Jr. is in a 2 hours, 2 minutes and 52. Brent Harrell's in a 2:03.54. And sitting between them, the meat in the sandwich is Cameron Steele with a 2:03.50. But physically on track right now, it's Woody Rose Jr., Brent Harrell, and then Cameron Steele.
Yeah, but once again, as Jim's talking about, we're looking at 2 different things here. We're looking at actual physical on course, but this race is raced 100% on adjusted time. So even though our race leaders may be physically sitting in a specific spot on the race course, it's all about adjusted time. And the cool thing is, this year is the first time that we've actually had timing loops out in the desert. So Jim's able to pull these times. Normally, we just have to have unofficial times using our stopwatches here on our phones and basically picking out rocks in the desert. We see them drive by. But now we have actual timing loops in the desert.
Yeah, I've got to say a big shout out to Christopher Pravoldi's dad, Chip Pravoldi, who actually flew his helicopter out there to help put these timing loops into the desert. So that was very cool indeed.
Yeah, he helped put them in, but the other day he actually went in his helicopter to make sure it was all turned on before the race started. So that was what was really cool as well. But you guys, I'm going to step out, take a break, because I'm going to come back and break you here in just a little bit, Ian. So you guys enjoy the show, and I'll be back in a little bit.
Sounds good. Thanks, Pam. We'll see you back here shortly, but right now we have more cars coming into the pits here in Johnson Valley, ending their lap 1 race and then getting ready to head out onto lap 2. Now, when we look at the tracker, Jim, we're looking at our leaders. How far away are they from actually seeing any of our big rock trails?
I'm just looking right now, if you bear with. And I can tell you that our race leaders are coming on round. But the big news for me at the moment is where's Jeff Martin? As we look now, this looks like this car has a
This car
left
definitely
front.
has a problem.
Yeah, it looks like it's overheating as well.
I was going to say, I think we've got a little bit of everything going on there, Jim. That definitely looks like all these cars normally will have a rear-mounted radiator. That's Brian Moore out in the desert, and you can see on the passenger side top, or the right-hand side top of the car, that is probably the radiator cap venting. That car is probably overheating out in that desert section, as it looks like they might be coming to a stop here shortly to address it.
Yeah. Now, I can see that Jeff Martin is actually still running at the moment. And just waiting to see when he will trip that timing loop, but he hasn't tripped the timing loop yet. So there is a gap starting to form between Woody Rose Jr., Cameron Steele, and Brent Harrell, who are our breakaway 3 vehicles right at this moment.
And right here,
look at
this
lap
is
traffic.
This is on camera with Brent Harrell, and that is him pushing up behind, or Brent Harrell, I should say, sorry. And that is him pushing up behind. I believe that's one of our stock class cars.
It is indeed. Now, this is an awful place. This is Emerson Ridge, and trying to get past here, he's got to be so careful.
That is such a hard, there's no track. Oh, it looks like he's finding some traction. He's using all the horsepowers that he has to get around these stock class cars.
Yeah, now the problem is these stock class cars, they can't stop. They don't want to stop. It's so difficult for them to find traction, and it just shows you the difference between a 4800 top flight car and one of our Curry Enterprises stock cars, as Brent Harrell puts the moves on 2 of our stock class competitors.
And just look at the speed that obviously that he knows that probably held him up a little bit from our physical first leader, and he's trying to close that gap because he does not have adjusted time on his side.
Yeah, so now if Woody Rose Jr. happened to arrive just before those cars got into Emerson Ridge, that means that Woody Rose will be able to extend his lead as he makes his way towards those rocks. So, but that's the roll of the dice. That's part of the racing, and that is part of the strategy.
Absolutely, as these cars battle out through lap 2. As we said before, we have 2 different laps today. Lap 1, big long desert loop. I believe it's 65 miles in total. And then lap 2 is 85 miles. Lap 1, lap 2 start and not necessarily finish similar, but lap 2 starts similar to lap 1, but then they have to drop into the Hammers Trails. And Jim, is this one of our stock class Broncos coming in right now? I'm just trying to see if that is a stock class Bronco coming over. Oh, we have on car.
Oh, that's Albert Contreras. Oh no, he doesn't look very happy, does he? He's got
he's got the phone out.
Yeah, and I don't think he's phoning for a pizza.
No, that is terrible news for him. Obviously, because he has our live stream system on his car, that's Starstream. That also means he also has Starlink set up, so he will be able to make a phone call. But it looks like he's moving, but certainly if their helmets are off and they're on the phone, I'm assuming their race might be over.
Yeah, now we saw him earlier. He was pulling over to let someone by. I mean, he's forever the gentleman racer. So tough break there for Albert Contreras, one of our crowd favorites. And this is one of the Broncos. This is Bailey Cole.
So this is Bailey, and ahead of him was Brad Lovell. And so I'm assuming that big wide shot may have actually been Brad in the short course. So maybe we can get an update from Miles as if is Brad back in town.
No, that's Healy.
Is that Healy or Vaughn?
That's going to be Vaughn Gittin Jr. driving the Healy car.
Yeah, but I think I saw another one ahead of them.
Okay, so as we watch Vaughn Gittin Jr. driving Lauren Healy's Bronco, this is Bailey Cole making his way into town. We've got lots of moving action going on here in the 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class at the 2025 Yokohama Everyman Challenge. And our Miles is down there with his mic wrench, finding out what action's going on. Miles, give us some action, my friend.
Thank you, Jim. Yep, I am down here, and yes, Brad Lovell physically came through town first, did not step in, but the left rear has a lot of fluid coming out of the axle, so not sure what's going on. But yeah, definitely some damage on the left rear axle. And Lauren's coaching them, do not touch the car until they're done fueling. So tough break on the left rear of this car. Brad Lovell physical out front. Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Lauren Healy with RTR Off-Road physically in that second position. So they're going to put a jack under it and get it checked out, see exactly what is going on. But, man, going into the rocks with a wounded left rear could be tough. So not sure what's going on. They're going to check it out. But the rest of this Ford Performance Ford Bronco looks like it's in amazing shape. Like I said, here comes Bailey Cole as well. So we are getting busy right here in the hot pits. So lots of action over here in the corner. So that Jegs Bronco's coming in, and it looks like it's fairly healthy. We'll do a walk around it. The Yokohama tires are looking strong for Bailey Cole. 2 thumbs up from Bailey Cole. Got Kempston's riding shotgun right here. Looks like he just plans on doing a fuel and go. Obviously, he is not doing a driver's change. So they are pulling off the left rear tire for Funhaver and RTR Off-Road right now. So we'll see if Vaughn will take his helmet off and we can have a chat with him. But just at my quick glance, I'm staying out of their way, but it's definitely an axle issue of, I think the axle shaft has left the chat. And now I hear Lovell said, axle shaft, we got one over in the pits. How cool is this that now Brad Lovell's team is running to their pits to grab a left rear axle change? I don't know how long this takes. It would take me, 3 or 4 hours in the garage, but I bet you these guys and gals can do it here in less than a half hour, hopefully. So they're putting more fuel in for Bailey Cole, but again, this is cool. RTR Off-Road and Jegs here in the pits making things happen. So it looks like Vaughn's getting his helmet off. Maybe he'll come over here and have a quick chat with me. So this is the 4600 Curry Enterprise stock class. Brad Lovell out front. Lauren Healy and Bailey Cole in the pits, but I think Lauren's pit's going to take a little bit longer than we anticipated. So, Lauren, it looks like the axle is missing out of the left rear. Is that what I've heard?
Yeah, something pushed the axle out the tube. The cap that covers it, that kind of holds the axle shaft in there. The axle shaft's missing and the cap that covers it. So we got to come up with an axle shaft and a cap to cover this up real quick.
And I heard one of Brad Lovell's guys say, Axel, we got one. So he took sprinting, so hopefully he can find one. And then is it as easy as just sliding it in and bolting that cap on, I hope?
There's a seal inside of there that we got to get out of there first, and hopefully it's that easy. But we got to come up with bolts, a cover, and an axle shaft.
All right, well, I'm going to leave you alone. Best of luck, buddy, because you need that left rear in the rocks, don't you?
Yeah, I'm not going out there in three-wheel drive.
Yep, definitely a better safe than sorry. So they're trying to get everything figured out. And it looks like they're going to jack the front in.
Hey, unlock your front diff.
Jack's yelling at Bailey to unlock the front diff. Hey, Bailey, how's it going out there right now? You doing good?
Slowly makes his retreat.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube. Go to KOHUltimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds.
Flat, and they fueled at the same time. So that gives him a huge advantage right now in that 4600 stock class.
Yeah, that was absolutely awesome. But the thing that gets me there is, did he stop, get fuel and a tyre, and still have a physical lead over Bailey Cole and Lauren? Now, we know that Lauren was running a problem, but Bailey Cole is one of the fastest drivers out here. So for him to drop back behind two vehicles, did he have a problem out on course? did he have a flat tire? Because that's unusual.
Well, he had something going on because you can see he's still in the pit. They jacked it up and they're checking the front end. I did talk to him earlier in the week, and he had said that he was having an issue with the steering rack in that truck. So maybe that issue has come back out to bite him now on race day.
Yeah, that'll be a tough break for Bailey, but he has a fantastic crew with him. Loads of his guys coming out over from Australia to help out Bailey.
And this right here on screen, so we just jumped from your current race leader. Now we're back on car with Brent Harrell.
We are indeed. Now, I'm just keeping an eye also on who is passing the timing loops as this race is starting to stretch out, and only 4 cars so far have passed the second stage of the timing loop on this second lap. So we've got Jeff Martin in 4th place at the moment with a 2:08.31. In 3rd, it's Brent Harrell with a 2:03.54. In 2nd, this is on adjusted time, I might add, 2:03.50. And first on course right now is Woody Rose Jr. Now, can you see Woody Rose Jr. in the distance? Because I can't.
I've been trying to spot him here in
yes,
this
I think
in-car,
I did.
but I think I just got a
yeah.
glimpse of him the top of the screen. But like you said, Jim, this is on adjusted time. So not only does Brent Harrell have to get through this rock trail, catch Woody Rose Jr., he has to pass him, and he's got to put a gap in between them because of adjusted time. So right here we cut to the wide shot. That's Woody Rose Jr. That's our current race leader right now, and he's basically working his way through the rocks. The question is, do we see Brent catch him in this rock section? And if we do, this would be where we'd see it as he struggles to get up this one little turn at the top of this trail.
Now, let's not forget, these vehicles are running 37-inch tires, and these guys have got to stay in the rocks. They're not allowed to take the bypasses. You can see there's a bypass on the left-hand side there, and this year, you've got to stay in the rocks. You've got to hit the RCPs. These are the rock checkpoints.
Oh, Jim, you'll be happy with this. Look, 2 hits, and then the co-driver's out. Save the car, pull the winch line, get through there. Don't just beat it down to try to climb over the rock.
Yeah, now this is a very tight, this pinch rock here is very difficult indeed. As you come up round there, you literally high center, which is exactly what Woody Rose has done right now. And when you're sitting here in the comfort of your chair watching this, you think, well, why doesn't he just back up and hit that again? Trust me, that is very difficult in there. But what's happening right now is Brent Harrell is coming up behind him.
But there's also a little bit of strategy here, Jim. He could back it up, hit it again, back it up, hit it again, or he can pause and winch. I don't believe there's a way for Brent Harrell to get around him in this rock section and not hit an RCP. And so he will get basically stopped by Woody Rose in this section because Woody Rose is in a good spot. He's ahead physically and ahead on adjusted time. So Brent Harrell does have to pass him and put gaps on him. So for him to stop and winch, yes, it's going to slow them down, but I don't think there's a position for Brent to actually pass him in this rock section.
Yeah, now interestingly, Brent's going to have to make some decisions when he catches up with him. Does he just line up and get ready and try and take an assault on the rock and try and drive it, or does he pull the winch rope and get ready?
And this right here is
That's
Cameron Steele. And where is he in this mess right now? I think this is the bottom of the trail that we're watching Brent go up.
Now, now hold on. Who have we got here?
Well, that's Cameron Steele in our screen right now. But I'm trying to figure out, is he ahead of Brent or behind Brent? I'm trying to just get my bearings on where we are on the trail. We were just on car with Brent in the exact same trail. All these cars we know are running close together. We'll see shortly as we get Cameron further up the trail who's in front of him and who's behind him.
Yeah, we're just watching now.
We're trying to keep track on the tracker as well, but as we've said before many times, the trackers update at different times, and also when you get in these canyons, we also have situations where the trackers sometimes have difficulty pinging. Also, right now, if you were to check the tracker on our current race leader, Woody Rose Jr., you would see him going 0 miles an hour. It might worry you, but no, his tracker is probably going to ping while they're performing that winch recovery on that pinch rock. But right now, it's all about this man right here, Cameron Steele, and we're trying to figure out where he is in relation to Brent Harrell.
Well, I'm looking on the tracker right now, and it is showing that Cameron Steele is still behind Woody Rose. But I'm looking
Well, I know he's going to be behind Woody Rose, but is he behind Brent Harrell on tracker?
Yeah, he is showing us behind Brent Harrell at the moment on the pings. Oh, this is very, very close because of the ping rates on the trackers.
Yeah, I think that we were just watching the in-car of Brent Harrell.
Yeah, I think this is actually, I think Cameron's well on past this actual rock trail. I think Cameron is actually our lead car right now, and that's what's just showing on my tracker. I think Cameron Steele is our current and physical race leader.
So we missed him in that trail where so maybe he was ahead of Woody Rose Jr. as they went in there and didn't get hung up on that pinch rock, and could possibly be our current race leader.
Yeah, I think that Brent Harrell, maybe he's had a problem, maybe he's had maybe he's got a flat tire, and also we've got to think about the RCPs here. Now there is a tactical game. They know that they're going to get penalised if they don't hit the RCPs. Equally, is it worth taking that penalty and getting track position?
Absolutely not. I think, we call it King of the Hammers, not King of the Bypasses for a reason, and we worked really, really hard this year. Dave Cole and all of the race team, they built this track specifically designed to keep you in the rocks, and that's what we want to see. I don't think it's worth taking a penalty, especially because you don't know what's going to happen later on in the day. Taking a 15-minute penalty is never a good idea. We want to see you in the rocks. We want to see you hit the VCPs in the desert, hit the RCPs in the rocks. So that will be the question, and obviously that's not a decision that we make. That happens when the racers get back into town and they pull all their data.
Okay, well, we've suddenly got a group of cars suddenly catching up with our leaders, and it does look like now in 10th position is Dan Warwick with a 2 hours and 20 minutes, and first in 4,500. Then in 9th is Michael Kelly, in 8th is Cody Young, in 7th is Brian Tremp, in 6th is Amber Slauson. In 5th position is Jeremy Jones. In 4th is Jeff Martin. In 3rd, we think it's Brent Harrell. In 2nd, it's Cameron Steele. But actually, Woody Rose is showing first. But I think that Cameron Steele has leapfrogged past Woody Rose Jr. But right now, I believe we've got Miles. Look at this. This is Brent Harrell, and he's stationary.
We got Brent Harrell not moving right now on cam, and we have his co-driver out moving. Actually, both out of the car.
And he had a rattle gun in his hand,
down
so
here
he's
with
certainly playing
RTR.
with almost certainly at least one flat tire.
What in the world is a rattle gun?
Well, what do you think a rattle gun is?
Do you mean an impact wrench?
Oh, you can use one of those if you like. I'm going to use a rattle gun. Meanwhile, while we profanicate about rattle guns and impact wrenches, our good friend Miles Hasselquist is down in the pits. Miles, you've got that wrench mark. What do you got for us?
Okay, sorry about stepping over you a little bit right there. I'm down here with Vaughn Gittin Jr. with RTR Off-Road. You had a good run going. You came in, and there was the left rear. You can see some fluid coming out, and an axle issue of some sort.
Yeah, it spat the axle out somewhere in the desert. I didn't even know. I thought the truck was super clean, everything was good, and then we came in here, saw the grease or the oil coming out of the diff, and the axle disappeared.
But the coolest thing I see out here is Level's team went and ran, grabbed you an axle. Now we have Bailey Cole's team in here helping you guys. I mean, you guys are battling yourself out on course, but in here in the pits, you're all here helping each other. I love that about the Ultra 4 King of the Hammers family.
Yeah, and this is Ford family, and we're a team, and everybody is committed to helping each other no matter what. The racing goes on the track, but in the pit, we're one team, one Ford. So, but it feels. I'm pumped. I'm proud of our performance out there, and I believe the guys are going to get it in, and Lauren Healy's going to get out there and do his thing in the rocks.
I'd love to see that, and the never quit attitude from everybody out here is what I love to see, and you guys are struggling, but you're not giving up.
Oh, no, there's not a bit of give up in this team out here, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Well, Vaughn, hope you guys make it through there today, and even more than that, now that you're struggling a little bit here, best of luck to you and Lauren tomorrow.
Thank you, Miles. See y'all.
All right, well, yeah, again, I hear them clapping, so they did get that axle in there. So, again, never quit. They figured it out. Now they got to bolt down a cap over it, and and Lauren Healy and Jesse Amex will be heading out to the rocks here in just a minute, trying to chase down Bailey Cole, and out front is Brad Lovell. So the Bronco battle out front is going to look good. But about that, I see Sergio Pinillos and John Schaefer part of their class as well. And here comes John Rance. So our top 3 are out, and we have 3 in the pits. Here goes Sergio. So, yeah, the 4600 Curry Enterprise stock class is starting to heat up. Let's see how this plays out. So, Jim, catch us up on that tracker.
Thank you very much, Miles. Always good to get an insight from you down there. Now, we've got so much action going on course right now, but we just saw Brent Harrell out of the vehicle, and it looked like he was changing tires.
Yeah, we assume that based on what we can see from the in-car camera, but they seem to be sitting there for an awful long time to be doing that tire chain, which is an absolute shame because he was really putting a push into the front of that pack. But right now, we believe that first on course could be Cameron Steele.
Yeah, we do indeed, which is very interesting because it means he would have had to put a proper schooling on the rocks on Woody Rose Jr., who we saw hooked up as well. So there's lots of action on this race course.
But as we've said before, we still have a long day of racing out there in this Yokohama Everyman Challenge. As we've seen a couple of our stock class cars come through main pit, we're still keeping up on what's going on in our 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. Lots of action in our 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, which is the vehicles that are physically first on course right now, and then lots of drama unfolding inside the pits as Miles was keeping up with what's going on with our 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class. But right now, I believe on camera, is that Cameron? I believe it is.
Yeah, now I'm showing on the tracker right now that Cameron Steele is checking out from the rest of the field in that Trent Fab car. But I've got Woody Rose Jr. stationary. I've also got Jeff Martin stationary right next to Woody Rose. So I can only surmise that
that's
right now.
That's a bottleneck right
yeah,
there.
I think it's dare we say it, that Woody Rose Jr. right now is a trail tampon.
So the question would be is how did Cameron, did he get through that before them or how did he get around them?
Now I can see also on my tracker that Cameron Steele is stopping at remote pit 2. So I'm hoping that RPT Stone is out there and we'll be able to give some news on that as to what is going on. Yeah, I'm just getting that. So Tiffany Stone is saying that Cameron Steele is coming into the pit, so we'll try and get some news on that as soon as we can. But that is our physical race leader right now, and just behind him I can see that Woody Rose Jr., Jeff Martin are showing us stationary, and it does look like Brett Harrell has actually got past Woody Rose Jr., but is also showing stationary in that sand wash.
So we're assuming that Brett has got past that pinch rock where we just saw Woody Rose get hung up. Hopefully they're not broken in that spot. We did see the co-driver get out to winch. Hopefully they didn't have to winch because there was an issue with the car.
Yeah, I'm also showing on the tracker now that Jeff Martin is showing as moving again, whereas Woody Rose Jr. is showing as stationary.
Interesting.
So interesting news there. Now, let's not forget, there is that little bypass line there. Now, I think there's an RCP in those rocks. So if you do not go through that for whatever reason, you will take time penalties. But if it looks like, let's say Woody Rose has broken his car, you might have no choice but to take that penalty and move on through.
Absolutely. Right now we're jumping on car with Bailey Cole. Bailey Cole in his stock class Bronco, in his stock class James powered Bronco. So that's Bailey out there making quick work.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
place in the 4500 Yukon.
PCI Race Radio is the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
Out is what's going on with our leaders right now, and Jim's got his hand up, so maybe he knows.
Yeah, I can also tell you that Jeff Martin, who's one of our lead vehicles, he is also in remote pit 2, and so we've got Brent Harrell in remote pit 2 at the moment alongside Jeff Martin. In the meantime, it's all about our current race leader, Cameron Steele, who's pushing out into these rock trails. But let's not forget, there is a lot of rock action to come yet, as we watch another vehicle making its way up Emerson Ridge.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of drama unfold yesterday in those rock trails, specifically Jackhammer. Jackhammer is kind of known for having two lines that are technically doable, especially for these cars that are running only a 37-inch tall tire. We saw a lot of drama unfold in there yesterday with the UTVs. If there's a I don't want to call it an easy line because none of the lines are easy, but there is an easier line when you're up in that trail. But I believe this is where we just saw, is this where we just saw our leaders, Jim?
Yes, that would be into the bottom of our shot. That looks like Cody Young there, and that looks like Jeremy Doc Jones just behind him.
All right, so right here, the next, where we should see our leaders shortly, for those of you wondering here in Hammertown, once they get done these rock trails, they are going to have to come down back door, turn left, head up through, this is our leader right here. This is Cameron Steele. So this is sort of the crossover section that's going to be above, not down back door, I should say down Chocolate Thunder. And that's where he should be headed to right now through this cross-grain section. He's going to come, his next official rock trail that he'll be on will be coming down through Chocolate Thunder, turning up through Idle Issues, then crossing over Her Problem and into Laser Nut Alley, where we have a lot of those RCPs that Jim was talking about earlier, where we want to keep these guys in the rocks. And here's one of our stock class competitors coming back through that. That's the Sandy Wash section at the bottom of our back door.
It is indeed, and this is making their way out through Aftershock. That looks like Cody Young, and there is Jeremy Doc Jones. So that's a Miller Pro Sport chassis, and just behind it is another Trent Fab, the same frame as we've seen being driven by Woody Rose Jr. And I can also tell you that Brent Harrell is out of the pits and in hard pursuit of Cameron Steele, our current race leader.
Cameron, whose car is Cameron driving this
Trent
year?
Fab.
So we have a lot of Trent Fabs out in the front of this race course.
It always is.
And here we are back on board with Brent Harrell, working his way through the rocks.
So this is car 56. We've seen him. He's already stopped a couple of times. Flat tires.
So he's now out of remote pit 2. The last time we checked in with him, they were in remote pit 2, but now he's out, back onto the trails.
And picking his way, and you just see how loose this is. And the sand makes it really hard work, saps all the power, and then you've got to be so careful of those sharp rocks. Wheel placement is absolutely everything. Let's not forget they're not on racing tires, they are on DOT tires. that's one of the limiting factors for these vehicles. They have so much power, so much capability, but you have to drive them sensibly. Otherwise, you just blow the wheels off these wagons.
Well, they also have to play a lot with the air pressure in the tire. You know, the race tire, you know, it can take those big hits like you're saying on the rocks, and they'll absorb it and they'll use it. But the street tires, you're going to want to have basically enough air in it to basically rock crawl. But if you let too much air out of it when you hit those rocks, they're going to pinch. But I hear we got an update from Tiffany Stone out in remote pit.
Thanks, guys. A little update on Jeff Martin. I know you guys have been talking about him on the live stream now that he's moving. Had a chance to talk to his pit, which is actually right behind me. They said everything is still looking okay. They do want to look over the car, though. And when he does come into remote pit, they will give him a splash of fuel. They are just waiting right now. They haven't had any confirmation from Jeff if he is coming into remote pit. But if he does, I'll keep you guys updated. We also had the number 16, Cameron Steele. He came in here as well. Gave me a big thumbs up, says everything's pretty good. They did check out the tires, and they gave him 20 gallons of fuel to ensure that he can make it around again. Now, we do still have more drivers coming in. We still have some competitors that are broken down, so I'll get those stories for you as well, and back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Tiff. Always good to hear from you. Now, I can see that must have been taken a little while ago, because I can see that Jeff Martin is actually stationary in the pits right now with Tiffany. Now, interesting to hear that Cameron took a splash and dash there, which is awesome. He's not taking any chances. I mean, who'd run out of fuel on a race like this?
It's foolishly, Jim. I mean, I wouldn't do it. I'm certain you wouldn't do it either. But did we see Cameron fuel in main pit? That's the question.
Yes, we did. He actually took 2 cans, so I think he took 20 litres, not 20 gallons, because these vehicles don't hold that much. But we're all on board with the fact that he is taking on fuel, and that looks like the 467 there.
So that's a stock class third place finisher from last year, True North Racing, and they are stopped on course. That's not good for them. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's a lot going on there.
Oh no, they're
4676. Or is that the 4675? No, it is the 4675.
So that's 4675. That's Alex McNeil, Jordan Bailey. That's out of Fort McMurray, Alberta, Canada. They were our third place finishers in that stock class. So for whatever reason they were stopped, they're now backing up.
And we are back on board with Brent Harrell momentarily, but he is our second place on racetrack right now.
All right, so as we watch a lot of action unfold in the desert, this is another one of our cars finishing lap 1 right now, coming back into time. But I hear we have more information from Tiffany out at the remote pit.
All right, guys, we've just seen Brent Harrell make his way into the remote pit, running down here, trying to get you guys all the stories. I did have a chance to talk to the team, as you can see over here, that they are going to be changing that re-rack. Checking over the car right now. Once again, so sorry for being a little bit out of breath. Just wanted to make sure that you guys got this. Letting you know that he is making his way. He did make his way into remote pit. Other than that, the team looks like everything's good. They just really needed that re-rack. Checking things over once again. Everybody's good still. They're tightening up that front left a little bit. All right, it looked like Brent just wanted a little tighten up on those wheels.
Okay, right. Thank you so much. That's RPT Stone there with more action from the pits. And the thing that always amazes me is we are in a desert, but Remote Pit Tiff is right now on the top of a mountain trying to bring us all that news and action, which is absolutely remarkable.
Absolutely, but we're seeing a competitor right here. He's got the winch line out. Looks like they're going to do, I'm assuming they're high centered on a rock right here. We didn't see any action. Right now we're going to jump back out into the desert section right here. I can see some dust trails off in the distance. I'm trying to pull a number off that car. I can't. I apologize.
What, you can't see it on our 4-inch screen?
Well, that and I'm old. That and I'm old, Jim.
Right, okay, I'm looking back on the tracker now. I can tell you now that Cameron... Oh, hello. I'm showing, oh no, he is moving. That's absolutely fine. I thought I'd show Cameron Steele as stationary for a moment, but he is actually still moving. So physically on track right now, it's Cameron Steele. Then it is Brett Harrell. Behind him is Jeff Martin and then Woody Rose Jr. So
right here, we're jumping out onto Emerson Ridge, and we see a vehicle pulled over to the side and stopped, and it looks like one of our other competitors basically had to stop, maybe slide that thing into low range to make this climb. That shows this is just a big, dusty hill climb, very, very hard to do. This is where we saw Brent Harrell try to make, or not try to, actually accomplish a pass on this one section before to get around some of our stock vehicle traffic.
Yeah, I'm just looking here and just trying to get some news on everybody. I can tell you now that Amber Slauson will be making her way into Remote Pit 2 at any moment now. We've got, so it's Cameron Steele leading from Brett Harrell, from Jeff Martin, from Woody Rose Jr. and Cody Young.
Great mix of drivers out in the front. I know Cameron will be stoked to be leading this race in that Monster Energy powered machine. He'll be so happy. I know he'll be on top of the world if he can come back in here and put that thing on the box. He's been trying to do that for years in multiple classes out here in Johnson Valley while racing the King of the Hammers. Basically races everything. He races everything when he's out here.
He does indeed. And coming up through Aftershock now, we have a load of cars. We've got Jesse Oliver picking his way through. Justin Hall, just in front of him is Jesse Oliver, Dylan Summers. And we've got Scott Farley, Dan Wyrick, our highest place 4,500, Sky Johnson, and Michael Kelly, who are all picking their way towards Remote Pit 2.
That's a lot of cars to be packed up, and especially if they're grouped up that hard when they get through, basically get back into the rock trails. The big story today is going to be the same as the big story yesterday, and that is going to be what happens when all of this traffic gets into Clawhammer.
Indeed. And I'm just looking now. Brian Tremp is showing as in Remote Pit 2, but it does look like that Amber Slauson is not stopping at Remote Pit 2 and is moving her way into the trails.
All right, so that will be good because we saw our race leaders stop there. We know that a few of them have stopped, either dealt with tire issues and even some fuel for some of them. So it's interesting that Amber Slauson was able to blow through there. Now remember, this race is on adjusted time, but when Jim is giving you times, he's able to adjust for that on his timing laptop because for the first time ever, we actually have timing loops out in the desert that these vehicles are tripping. So instead of guessing who's actually leading the course, we can tell you after they trip through these timing sensors that we've placed out in the middle of nowhere. All right, so here we are into some rock trails right now.
And I'm just looking out, and we have got 24 vehicles that have now tripped through the second part of our timing loop and making their way into the big rock trails. So that the field is starting to open up.
I think we'll see exactly what happened yesterday, though, Jim. I think as we get into these tougher rock trails, I think we're going to start to see our leaders pack up a little bit again. I think Cameron is he's definitely put in the work out here in the rocks. He's been out here multiple times. He's raced here multiple years, but he's also been out here testing and tuning and checking, making sure he's out here doing his homework in the rocks. So I think that he could be in a good position when he gets into those rock trails, but you never know once you get into those trails.
Oh, look at this here. We've got Bailey Cole looking to make the pass on Megan Miller.
All right, looks like he's going to slide by her on her right in that Jigs-powered Bronco.
Indeed, you can just see Megan's co-driver just slamming the lid shut there so it doesn't get full of dust. Now, some interesting things here. Let's not forget, Cameron Steele has led this race, not just in 4,800, but he's led in 4,400. I wasn't
going to put that bad luck on him because you know what happened when he led this race in 4,400. I'm pretty sure that he yard sailed that wonderful machine of Cody Wagner's out in, what would call it yard sale, but he broke a lot of parts out in the I think that was in King's Graveyard that one time where he just basically broke. He was on everything.
He was, yeah.
Yes.
Unfortunately, that happened to him more than 1 year in a row. As we watched Dan Wyrick there, that's the lead car, and he is the lead car in 4,500 in that absolutely stunning Joe Thompson UFO built Tacoma.
Yeah, so you can see him basically making his way through there. So that is, as we said before, 3 different classes racing today. So that is our 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class vehicle basically coming through. Oh, sorry, yes, Jim's right, 4 classes. I forgot about the military class, but we have...
Oh, look at this.
Oh, he's pulled over, and
Now,
that's a stop.
Yeah, that would suggest to me that he has a flat tyre, so we'll just come back to that. And he'll have to get out his rattle gun or his dugga gun or maybe his impact wrench.
But he just passed somebody to then pull over that quickly. I don't know if that's a flat. Because we saw him basically work his way through that rock. Well, actually, I take that back. He passed him in the rock trail, so you might be right. He may have wanted to get around them in the rock trail to get to a good spot to change that tire.
Yeah. But just look at the speed that this other car is checking out right now. And I'm just going to pull back there because this is making their way up towards RPT2. And that could well be, I'm just having a look now to see who that might be.
That's Rob Graham, I believe. That was the 4877 of Rob Graham.
I just wonder if that's Scott Foley that's just got past down Warwick there.
Yeah, I didn't see the car number as he made the pass, but right now you're on board with the 4877 of Rob Graham, and now you're out front of the hood. Amazing footage coming to you from here thanks to these Starstream systems that you're able to basically feed back into for our production crew to pull out and give to you guys from out here in Johnson Valley, California.
Okay, our top 8 right now, according to our tracker. In 8th position is Jeremy Jock Jones. In 7th position, it is Amber Slawson. In 6th position is Brian Tremp. In 5th is Cody Young. In 4th is Woody Rose Jr. In 3rd is Jeff Martin. In 2nd, Brett Harrell. But right now, it's all about Cameron Steele making his way out into the front and into the lead of this Yokohama Everyman Challenge here at King of the Hammers.
And we just saw John Matthews making his way through the desert loop, and he's out on lap 2, making that big turn out there in the around the bottom of the mountain. But now we've jumped back on board camera with Brent Harrell. Now Brent Harrell, we believe, is physically 3rd on course right now, Jim?
He is indeed.
Okay, so physically 3rd.
No, 2nd on course.
2nd on course with Cameron in front of him, but not physically leading the course because, as we said before, this race is on adjusted time. And when Jim gives you out those top 10 or top 8s, he is reading off the adjusted time that we're getting from these timing loops that are placed out in the desert. First time we've ever been able to do that for you at home. We've always been able to sort of guesstimate where their time is, but now we can actually give you adjusted time feeds from all spots out in the desert, which is absolutely amazing. But here we are right here. This is our current race leader, Cameron Steele.
Yeah, Cameron Steele this morning started in 5th position, so 3rd line off the grid. And he's looking good here in that Trent Fab machine.
Yeah, making quick work of the desert section, or I should say this is our deserty trail section. He should be heading over to Chocolate Thunder pretty soon here.
Yes, he's going to be coming down into Chocolate Thunder very soon, indeed. And he'll be super happy that he's got clear air to do so.
Yeah, I don't think we shouldn't see the issues through Chocolate Thunder and up idle issues that we saw yesterday. These 4800 cars, even though they're only running a 37-inch tall tire, should be able to make that turn and make that climb very, very easily. But then it's all about the RCPs. There's a lot of RCPs going up through Her Problem and Laser Nut Alley that these guys have to hit. And they were told in the driver's meeting, hey, if you clip this RCP and drop out into the sand, that's fine, but you got to turn around and get right back into the rocks.
Yeah, I'm loving the fact that we're running not only VCPs but RCPs this year.
Well,
Keeping everything good.
And it's what the drivers asked for. The drivers have always asked, hey, we want to be in the rocks. We want to be in the rocks. And there was always a little bit of, sort of back and forth between the drivers when they got back into Hammertown after the race about who was in the rocks and who wasn't. But this year, we'll know because we have those RCPs, rock checkpoints that these drivers are going to have to hit in these rock trails. And look at this, the greatest vehicle to ever operate in the stock class, the Suzuki Samurai, out there working hard. This right here is the true warrior on the course today if you're in a Suzuki Samurai, because there's no cheat code for those cars.
This is the man who's going to need a chiropractor at the end of this race. Is that what you meant by that?
Yes, it's definitely a lot of work. There's the beauty of the stock classes as the rules are written, just like all race cars, there's a little back and forth, right? You can use, I'm going to save that thought and jump right here to our race leader.
Yeah, this is Cameron Steele picking his way down through, and he is into Chocolate Thunder there. That is the top waterfall he's just made his way down. Now, this is the trail that's constantly changing. One of the things that I absolutely adore about Hammers is when the race course goes cold, there are certain parts of it that the public can wheel on recreationally until the race course goes hot again. And Chocolate Thunder is one of those. So it doesn't matter how many times you pre-run it, it is totally different every time you arrive.
Yeah, and you can see Cameron right here setting up at the bottom. They used to be able to stay in the sand at this section, but not anymore. You have to turn left. You have to go up into the rocks, into idle issues.
Now, did you see he also made the change to low box there?
That's low range for everybody on this side of the pond. Yes, he would have put it into 4 low there, yes, to engage that additional gear ratio in his transfer case. And this is where we saw a lot of the UTVs have problems. But as I said before, we're not going to see that today because these cars have an
You jinxed him.
No, he just got to.
Jinxed him.
He just got. He's got to stay in it. He's just got to get on that throttle a little bit. But this is a section where having the additional wheelbase of these 4800 Legends cars is going to really pay off. A lot of our UTVs got up into this rock section, and it's just even though some of them were running a larger tire, it's just the wheelbase basically turns you into a hero sometimes out here on these trails.
Yeah, it does indeed. And here we go. Cameron Steele making it look easy as he picks his way up through idle issues.
Yeah, so he's going to go up through idle issues, and then he's going to go over into her problem. That's going to lead him over into the section of the course that's now named Laser Nut Alley. Laser Nut Alley just has a whole bunch of RCP or rock checkpoints in there. You can see some of our course workers set up there. That's a recovery vehicle in case the vehicles have a problem. Special shout out to all the volunteers here out at King of the Hammers. This race could not happen without you, so thank you so much for everyone who volunteers to either just basically check a ticket at the front gate or these course workers that are out there keeping everybody moving on race day.
Yeah, Cameron's still here doing a great job. This trail is really nasty. It's one of the...
That ridge right there made famous by Shannon Campbell in qualifying a couple years ago when he rolled his car and saved the roll by stabbing the gas at just the right time. But now Cameron is up idle issues and over through the top, heading off into her problem. This, I believe, if I could tell by the stickers on the hood, was the stock class CJ7 from the looks of it.
I think it was.
Yep.
Oh, now I've got news on the tracker right now. I'm showing with Brent Harrell at 0 mile an hour, and I'm showing that Woody Rose Jr. is catching him very fast.
Oh, that will be interesting because we did see Woody get hung up in that rock trail having to winch, and we looked like Brent Harrell made his way around it as well as Cameron Steele.
Yeah,
so here we go. This is Cameron Steele. He's just gone up over that ridge. He is now into her problem because he's completed idle issues, and this is where they're going to be. He's going to be in these rocks for a little bit of time here because he's going to basically dance around through the rock section here and some of the rocks that are going to be making up part of Laser Nut Alley. And this is where we get into true technical rock crawling. I think he's just picking a line. I think he was trying to climb up a rock face that he just needs to get set up for. This is where having a 4800 car is really nice because that 4800 car being allowed to run full hydro steering or full hydraulic steering, they'll have a 2.5-inch ram on the front of the axle. They'll have basically an 8 or a 10-inch stroke ram. Oh, co-driver getting out.
This is what I'm saying. I think that you could see him moving the wheel side to side, trying to find some kind of traction. It looked like he has a problem there.
So right now we're back in with Brent Harrell, and we're expecting to see him show up at Chocolate Thunder next.
Indeed. Now, he was showing at 0 mile an hour a while ago. However, these trackers, when you're going through the rocks, if you are stationary for that split second when they ping, I have a problem. Now, that's our race leader. That's Cameron Steele.
But the question here is, Jim, this isn't right because he's not winching from there. He's pulled off track for some reason. So he's pulled past the race line up into this sort of like not necessarily a gap area, but he's pulled off the race course, and the question is why?
Now, he was moving his hands. I could see him moving the steering wheel side to side.
And it looked, I couldn't tell if the steering was just bound. Oh, it looks like Cameron might be getting out as well. But I can't tell if that co-driver's looking for tools or getting back in the car, but it did not look like he's getting back in the car.
But I can tell you this much, Ian, that this is the second place vehicle on track right now, and he is homing in on Cameron Steele.
Yeah, so this will be second place. Now, who's got the jump on adjusted time here? Where do we start with Brett and Cameron?
Okay, well, I can tell you that Brent actually started on the one line ahead of Cameron Steele. So Brent Harrell was on the second line of the grid, and Cameron Steele was on the second line. So there's only 30 seconds separating them.
So Brett if he passes, so who's ahead on adjusted time?
At the moment, it's Cameron Steele that is ahead, and Cameron probably has as much as 5 minutes or even 10 minutes of adjusted time at this point.
Okay.
But I'm going to put it to you. Did Cameron Steele get past Woody Rose and Brent Harrell by staying in the rocks, or did he try and take the chance there on going past that RCP? Then this is a tactical game, and we've got to talk about this. Because
Did Brent, but what this is the thing, if Cameron did it and Brent was behind it, did Brent do the same thing? Because
exactly.
we up here in the booth watching and following the tracker, we can't figure out how Cameron and Brent were able to get by Woody Rose Jr. when we saw him stuck on that trail winching. We didn't see another way around. The question would be is where is the RCP in that trail? Did they get around him and still clip the RCP? Or did they get around him and possibly just plan to take that penalty?
Exactly. And this is going to be a tactical game, and a game we're going to see being played tomorrow. You know there's going to be lots of teams talking about this because track position is sometimes worthy of that penalty. However, they will not want to take that if they can avoid it.
And especially tomorrow when we end up in our mystery lap 3 game that they're going to want to play. So is it worth taking a couple penalties to get into lap 3 clean? Possibly, because lap 3, nobody knows what's going to happen.
Exactly.
No pre-running. Nothing has happened. They might be able to walk it, but they haven't been in their car. And there's parts of lap 3 tomorrow that has nothing that they've never been on before. But today, it's all about what's happening right now, and this is both driver and co-driver out of the vehicle here in her problem. They're looking at the front end. Jim, I think you were right. You saw them moving it back and forth, trying to get some steering, and I think you're right. I think we saw Cameron's hands turning. Maybe they've lost steering. So this is the downfall to full hydraulic steering. So you have the benefit of full hydraulic steering in your 4800 car where you have more steering angle, less steering effort to the driver. The downfall is if you lose a hydraulic line, if you lose that fluid, you have absolutely no steering. All right, I'm being told by our production crew that the spine this, it looks like they might be putting some fluid in it. So the question is it just low on fluid? Did they lose a line? You can, whether or not they choose to carry it with them, you can field service some of these lines out on the trail. It's not easy, but you can do it, but not what you want to be doing if you're leading this race.
Yeah, no, I mean, on our own race car, we actually carry a line that can actually be used on multiple different areas on our steering system for just that event. But look at this is Brent Harrell, and he's making his way down, inching towards Cameron Steele, and we have a plethora of vehicles catching fast now. Just behind him is Woody Rose Jr. Then there's Jeff Martin. Just behind him is Cody Young. Then we've got Amber Slauson, Brian Tremp, and Jeremy Doc Jones. So there is a whole load of vehicles. Then there's a little bit of a gap between those. Then we've got Dylan Summers and Sky Johnson. So lots of vehicles starting to catch up.
And this is what we talk about all the time when we sit up here and call this race from the booth. We get super excited when somebody leads the race, but as we said time and time again, this is a long, long race. But right now I'm being told that on screen might be Brad Lovell, who, if we are correct, will be leading our Currie Enterprises stock class in his Bronco.
Yeah, Brad Lovell, of course, is an off-road Hall of Famer. He's been there, he's seen it, he's won it. He was out in Dakar only a few months ago, racing the Ranger Raptor. I think it's the Bronco Raptor, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure which one they took to Dakar. I know he was in the D1 Ranger in when he was racing Best in the Desert Vegas to Reno. But and here we are. We're back on board with Brent Harrell flying through this section of desert.
Now, there's another interesting thing here as well. Now, these guys have comms with these cars, but what they also have is Starlinks. So their team are going to be watching this, and I'll guarantee you that Brent Harrell knows right now that Cameron Steele is stationary.
Yeah, and just to give you an idea of where he is on course, he should just be going up over that little ridge that you saw over his hood, and then he has one little section of basically trail to get to the top of Chocolate
look at
Thunder.
that fantastic overtaking maneuver there. I'm loving that. I can also tell you as well that Dan Warwick is back up and running again.
That's Brent Harrell in front.
It
but
is,
we saw someone coming in really fast behind him, Jim.
I think that was Jeff Martin making the move there on Woody Rose Jr.
I
Yes,
think
it was
too. So there we have. There's our on-course 2, 3, 4. Those are the vehicles, and they are getting dangerously close to back door where we haven't seen. Do we know, is Cameron moving again? Is he not
No,
moving?
Cameron is still showing us stationary right now, but what a race we've got going on here.
Wait,
absolutely fantastic. Jeff Martin, though, was fully sideways and totally committed. Poor old Woody Rose didn't have anything for him. This is absolutely awesome stuff. If you are just joining us, welcome to Johnson Valley, California. This is the Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance, and today is all about the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. We are here for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, and the 4600 Curry Enterprise Stock class. And of course, we have our military class racing. But right now, you are watching the race for second, third, and fourth.
Yes, you can see over the top of that ridge right there. You just got a quick glimpse. That's Chocolate Thunder. That is all the spectators basically lined up to watch these guys drop in. So this is Brent Harrell in physical second. And then behind him, who we got, Jim?
Yeah, that's Jeff Martin sitting just behind him there in the Miller chassis.
And then behind him is Woody Rose Jr. Cameron's moving again.
Cameron's moving.
So here we have Cameron Steele moving again. So we can assume that possibly it only was lack of fluid. Basically, we saw them pour some fluid in. The question is, if
why?
You're low on fluid, why? Where'd it go? There's a reason it's not there now, or it wasn't there a few minutes ago. And is that going to slow you down in the rocks as we wait for Brent Harrell to catch up and possibly pass Cameron Steele in this section? Because now we are just starting our technical rock crawling section of this course, and we still have a lot of trails to get through today. Well, as Pam Hall jumps back in the booth, I'm going to take a quick break from the action. I'll be back shortly. Pam, it's all you and Jim.
Well, as we wait for Pam, thank you very much, Ian. We look forward to you joining us in the booth again later this morning. But right now, look at this. This is Brent Harrell coming on down through Chocolate Thunder. And look at it, it's a train of 4,800 cars. That's Brent Harrell, that's Jeff Martin, and just behind him is Woody Rose Jr. We've got all the action going on here. Pam, welcome back to the booth. Just check this out.
Wow, thank you so much, Jim. What a great race that we have going on here with Brent Harrell right there out in front, down those lovely rock sections that we have. It's been a great race here this morning so far.
Oh, it's been absolutely fantastic, but let's not forget that right now Cameron Steele is our current race leader as Brent Harrell comes round and he's got to make his way up through idle issues. Now, this trail is not to be sniffed at. This is hard work. This is real high-class rock crawling. And Brent Harrell's got to put the obstacle car to work as we watch. This is our current race leader. That is Cameron Steele coming out the bottom of her problem.
Yes, and I was talking to Brent Harrell this morning again on the start line, and I was asking him, getting first to the rocks is definitely going to be key because we did see, the traffic jam that was going on yesterday. But, as we see, Jeff Martin is tipped on his side. Unfortunate for Jeff Martin right now. Jim, we have Jeff Martin on his side. And
it all happens in the split second, doesn't it?
Yes.
Now, that's going to play havoc to everybody, not just for Jeff, but also for the cars behind him as well. So I think we're going to see a split in the pack now. We're going to see Brent Harrell pushing on out and catching Cameron Steele. The question is, why did Cameron Steele have a problem? Is that problem solved or is he limping? I would suggest that Cameron Steele is limping right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it looks like that's what's going on. He was wanting to just have a smooth and steady race for himself. But, wow, what a race we do have going on as we're watching Brent Harrell make his way through. And right now, too, we were talking with some of our racers from yesterday. They were, talking about how they were saving their car, getting out and making sure they winch instead of braking. And we'll see if some of our guys and gals today will be doing that.
Yeah, well, it's all about saving your vehicle. It's always about making sure that you have a vehicle at the end of this race. And I'm looking on the tracker now, and there are broken cars absolutely everywhere.
Yes, it is, for sure. As we are still watching Mr. Cameron Steele, and, I'm sure we'll get some information on board here with Brent Harrell in the number 56.
And I'm just looking now, right down my lists.
So hopefully we can get back to that camera view of Jeff Martin because it was such a slow tip whenever he went over.
Indeed. I can tell you now that we have 90 cars that have completed lap 1, which means that we have 37 cars that haven't completed lap 1. I'm just looking at those right now as we watch Cameron Steele, our current race leader, Chuck Crossland, Jose Gajardis, Colin Hornock, Alex Fleming, Gavin Andreoni, Peter Dolan, Albert Contreras, Alex McNeil, Brian Moore, Chris Herrick, Michael Henn, Joe Dulac, John Quisenbury, Jake Huntzinger, Jim Nutzel, Casey Grain, Rudy Herzl, Ruby Kuntz, Matt Trabino, Sean Ratsky, who is of course being driven by Matt Zieler.
Yes.
All have failed to complete lap 1.
Exactly, and here we're watching Bailey Cole make his way through. We got a little bit more updates from Tiffany Stone out from remote pit. It looks like Rudy Wetzel, the 4646, has made it into RP, into the remote pit. He was getting some fuel. But so that's an update on Rudy, as Tate Watson was just asking in our chat. So there you go. You have it right there. Ask and you shall receive.
And we're watching Brent Harrell, who's our physical second-place vehicle on course at the moment. And I can also tell you that 40 cars have made their way into the second part of lap 2. So we've got lots of top runners there. But I can tell you one of the front-running cars, which was Kent Fultz, he seems to be having some issues and hasn't tripped our secondary timing loop.
And it looks like right now we're watching Brent Harrell still make his way through, and I believe that is Woody Rose that is very closely behind him, making his way down all of these, I always say ginormous. People don't like when I say ginormous.
Ginormous. We'll go with ginormous. I like ginormous.
Ginormous. Gigantica. But ginormous rocks here. It's definitely not an easy course for these guys and gals out there, for sure.
Yeah, and Woody Rose and Brent Harrell left the line side by side, and it's almost like they have a line between them, holding them together. There's been barely meters separating them on this entire course as they make their way out into the rocks. But this is where this race really starts to get going. Oh, look at this. That's a T1 Plus.
That is a T1 Plus. I believe that is the car that I actually got to take a spin on the short course the other day.
Have we suddenly stepped out to Dakar?
I'm not sure what that was. It looks like I'm best, we do have the dunes out here in this area.
Do you know what? I would so love it if they've entered that into the Everyman Challenge, but I don't think that's happening. But it's really cool to see a T1 Plus out there on track as we cut across right now. And this is in Chocolate Thunder. That is the 896
yes,
of Brian Tremp.
Now, did we find out if he is in the driver's seat? I think that it was mentioned that he wasn't in the driver's seat earlier on, but I'm pretty sure he was. I don't know.
I think it's Brian Tremp driving, but I'm not sure. Someone did say to me that it could be Tad Dowker, but someone's going to have to keep you honest on that. What we need is a man with a mic. We need the Miles to give us some answers on that one.
A man with a wrench mic.
Exactly. Oh, look at that for a shot. The sky is amazing as we watch our current race leader. That is Cameron Steele, and it looks like he's doing great here. Had to stop to put some fluid into the steering by the looks of it. Or maybe the other, I'm sure it was steering. I was going to say the other thing that he might have been topping up his brakes, but it didn't look like it to me. It did look like that was a steering issue.
All right, there we do see, though, Mr. Cameron Steele having, like you were just talking about, Cameron Steele, though, talking with him this morning as well, he usually is out here running in every single class that King of the Hammers has to offer out here every single year. He did not end up racing in the rock race for the UTVs yesterday, but look at this. As we're watching Brian Tremp, that is still Jeff Martin on his side there. So he's going to have to get that area, where he can clean it out and flip back over.
Okay, now this is interesting because that's Woody Rose right there. Oh, so Woody Rose just picking his way through. Now we thought there is Brent Harrell there, or Brett Harrell there.
So that must have, obviously then Jeff Martin was out in the front.
Yeah, now I thought I saw Jeff Martin there just regaining onto his wheels. So we'll have to wait and see on that one. So it was Brent Harrell, Woody Rose Jr., closely followed there by Brian Tremp. Brian Tremp has really been making the moves there.
Yes, he has.
But this is our current race leader, and this is Cameron Steele in the Tremp Fab machine. Yeah, so that is Brian Tremp there making his way through.
As you are watching the tracker as well, let's go through here and
look at this. Do you know who that is in the background? That's Amber Slauson.
Yes, it is. And look at her right now running behind Brian Tremp. But amazing job by Amber Slauson. We have her name on there as Amber Turner, as a lot of you know. That was her previous name, but now her last name with Slauson out there on race course, I believe, and she has Tom Liu, who is riding shotgun with her, and Tom Liu will also be racing tomorrow in the 4400 for AK Watley. So Tom Liu rode with her last year. I'm not sure if it was just last year or he's been with her in previous years. So the last 2 years, she has been having Tom Liu with her and that co-driver seat.
Yeah, we just saw Brian Tremp just backing up on towards her there, making some way. Now, I thought I saw Jeff Martin, but I don't think it was. I think it was Amber that I saw coming on, making her way through. So Jeff Martin, one of our top running vehicles, is currently laying on his side in idle issues and probably suffering idle issues.
That is not a place that you want to be, as obviously you don't want to be on your side anywhere on the race course, but such a bummer for
Yeah, and
Jeff
we were just
Martin.
watching the lead running cars there. They were just picking their way up into her problem. But this is our race leader, Cameron Steele. And there is Jeff Martin. Now, they've got to work out a self-recovery here. But the best thing they can do is actually put the winch rope over the top of the tyre. Always very easy to say this when you're sat here.
I have to say that Jeff Martin on the tracker says he's moving 2.2 miles per hour, but definitely not the case.
Fairly certain that is now. That's Cody Young caught up to the pack.
And as we are watching them have to turn around and look at Brent Harrell having some issues.
Yeah, you see Brent Harrell there. He's really struggling to get up onto her problem.
And this is Megan Miller now on screen. Megan Miller was a part of our rookie program last year. Made her way up into the 4500 class. Megan Miller's always campaigning online. She's got a great social media and a social media following. It's always fun to see the journey and to see the ladies out here racing. And speaking of Amber Slauson, I believe she is the only female in the 4800 class today as well. So really awesome to see her out there in this Everyman Challenge this weekend, being the only female in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
Okay, I'm just getting some news now on my text message from Jason Hutter. It sounds like Brad Lovell is actually stopped and out of the car. Looks like he's got a left front flat. So the Off-Road Hall of Famer having work to do out there.
All right, also getting some update too from the Brian Trimp. Brian Trimp is driving and Tad Dowker is co-driving for him. So there we go. Thank you so much, Jason. And we are watching Brad Lovell right here. It looks like they are either getting hooked back up and getting back in the car. Yes, they are. As you can see, Adam, his son, making sure his Parker pumper is all attached as well. And going into gear, so Brad Lovell is getting moving again.
Slowly makes his retreat.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube, go to KOHultimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds.
okay. We just see the engine trying to start there and the sand falling out the bottom of the protector plates.
Yeah, and that's something, you know, once you've been on your side too, they wait just a minute usually to start that back up, make sure all the fluids of the vehicle are all settled back at where they should be.
It's worthwhile talking about that, actually. All of these vehicles have catch cans and breather lines so that they do not spill fluids when they're on their sides.
Yes, exactly. It just moves around a little differently on the internals, right?
Oh, yes. Yeah, usually you get quite a bit of smoke depending which side of the which side you lay down on. But that's okay, they soon usually clear their throat and off they go again as we watch Cameron Steele picking his way through the trails.
I'm going to call that coffee bean corner. That looks like a coffee bean rock right there. Or maybe I need a cup of coffee. Maybe that's what it is. But Cameron Steele, you can see that he's working his way, maneuvering his way through this lovely rock section.
There's still a long way to travel on this race course. There's a lot of action yet to come.
And I have another little bit of an update. We were talking about the stock class earlier on with the 30 entries out there today. So this year, last year, we had a total of 44 stock class. So last year was a large year. We didn't have to restart, so only 41 started. But we thought this year was a large year, and that was last year.
Indeed, and as we continue to watch our race leader, Cameron Steele, Miles, the man with the wrench mic, is down in the pits, and he's got some news for us. So Miles, what do you got?
Thank you, Jim. Yeah, I'm down here with a great underdog story. We have Joel Dulock down here and the Samurai. I love the Samurais out here. You're out here battling with real race cars, and you're in a Samurai. I absolutely love it. How much fun are you having out there?
Oh, it's a blast. It's so much fun. We're just holding this thing wide open and smashing through the whoops and just banging gears at every turn.
Yeah, so you got probably almost 100 horsepower in this thing and the shortest wheelbase out of everybody. But, hey, look at the smile on your face. You're doing it. You're not here to win. You're here to make memories, aren't you?
Absolutely. We got 65 to the rear wheels and about 80-inch wheelbase, so we're doing the best we can.
Absolutely. Well, I was chatting just a minute ago. I was like, hey, I'm going to wait till you're done fueling, and if you want to jet out of here, go ahead. But you're not in a hurry. You just want to come back here in daylight, hopefully, right?
Yeah, that's the plan. Try to get back in daylight and just cruise along and have a good time while we're doing it.
Absolutely. Well, I'll let you take off. Obviously, we got a lot of fans on Rudy out there as well. But, hey, check out this guy, a Samurai. If he can do it, you can do it.
Thank you very much, Miles. Always good to hear from you down in the pits. Oh, I love that story. Coming out here with a Suzuki Samurai. That's proper Iron Man spirit right there. And we're just getting some news that Cameron Steele did pass Woody Rose while Woody was winching.
Yeah, so we will, that's very interesting whenever Woody was out there doing that, like you just said, and that's where that pass went on. But we are still on board here with Mr. Cameron Steele making his way down the rocks. And now this is Brian Trimp, the 896. Found out that it is Tad Dowker, who will be racing tomorrow in our 4400 Race of Kings in the passenger seat for Brian. And now we're back to...
Yeah, that's one of our stock class entries there. That is Rudy Wetzel.
Yes, everyone that's been asking about where is Rudy online, and there you go, Rudy, the 4646.
Yeah, making his way through. Nice and steady wins the day. As I say, we were getting news that our 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class leader, Brad Lovell, has had a flat tyre. As soon as we've got more on that story, we will let you know. And just looking in the background there to see if I can see anyone else. But right now, it's all about this man, Cameron Steele. He's been there and he's seen it and he's done it. He rides dirt bikes. He's won Baja in a T1. He's raced in every single class in King of the Hammers. He's led the 4400 class many times. Had some bad luck over the years. Is this his year, Pam?
That's what we shall find out. I mean, it was just, a couple years ago between him and Bailey Campbell. They were battling out for the lead, and Bailey ended up having issues, and Cameron had issues. So that was quite a race. That was anybody's races, obviously. But, yeah, Cameron definitely going for that top spot.
He is indeed. Running in this 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class Trent Fab car. The ever so distinctive monster logos down the side. And awesome images images here. Okay, right, who's this? Is that Jeff Martin?
Well, let's see here. When we get a little bit, yes, that is.
And that looks like it might be his co-driver still out of the vehicle with his helmet off. Just picking his line through. Now, after a little rollover like that, sometimes you just got to get your head back together. You got to get yourself back in the game.
Yes, exactly. I mean, that definitely messes with your head for sure whenever something like that happens. But Jeff Martin, obviously, they got him uprighted, moving again. We'll get his co-driver back in that seat, and they'll get back moving once he's all latched in. So
yeah, I wonder if he's just got a problem with that door net there. You can see him just, co-driver just working on that.
I was thinking probably adjusting the belts maybe, so when you get in, because you know how it is. You drive race cars, you get in the seat. Sometimes you sit on the belts, and it just takes that much time, that much longer to get them all unstuck from being underneath you. But getting all latched back in is always so fun after you do a little tumble like this. But it was a slow...
Fun is not the word I would have used.
That was sarcastic, I mean, 100%. But yeah, he definitely, whenever he did it, it was such a slow tip that it was just kind of like, what'd he do? There's no way out of it.
Yeah. Now, this is the bit, as a driver, you're sitting there, this takes forever, as your co-driver sits there putting on his belts, sorting himself out, putting his helmet on, putting his feeder pipes on, connecting up his intercom, sorting out his door nets. But you've got to do it. And it just seems to take for absolutely forever. But it's very necessary indeed. And we're just watching him getting back into the vehicle and getting going again. Right, okay, we're back up with the chasing group. That is Cody Young there.
Cody Young keeping right up there with them.
And that
Woody
looks like
Rose.
Woody Rose.
And Amber Slauson, I believe. Yes.
Yeah, that's Woody. Now, we saw Cody actually get past Amber, so Amber's made the pass on him once again, and that does look like Woody Rose just in front of Amber. So Amber's making moves here. Now, this is the car that won this event last year with her husband, three-time king Randy Slauson at the wheel.
All right, and that is Brent Harrell still out in that number 1 spot that we're looking at, and then Woody Rose, Amber Slauson making their way through. And, the dust plays with you right here. You can see they're driving through it, and, from above, like what we're looking at, we can see it, but when you're in that car,
well,
it's
look
like
at that.
driving blind.
Yeah, you can see Amber got completely silted out there, and she's doing the right thing. She's just going to stop, let that dust clear. Don't make any mistakes. She knows she's got the pace. She knows that she can chase these guys, so she's just going to be patient. Great skills there from Amber Slauson.
Yes, and that's something, too, that you're hoping that the person that's behind you sees that you're also stopped as well, so they don't tap you as, being in the dust, but they're not going very fast as well. So now we're back with Cameron Still.
Yeah, Cameron Still, he's into the... These are some of the bigger rocks he's coming up through into here. Now, we saw some traffic jams in this area, but this is perfect for Cameron. He's arriving here, he has clear air, he's got a time gap on him at the moment, so he is leading this race.
So Michael Bradley must be out.
Now, this is interesting. They've just come to a stop. Is it... What's going on here? Are we going to see something? Okay. Looks like he's moving the wheel.
Like it's not moving. Like it looks like he just has no... There we go.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think he was actually shifting to low box there.
He
so
must
low
have.
ratio, as Ian would say.
All right, so Michael Bradley chiming in here on YouTube. I'm guessing that Michael Bradley must be out at remote pit. The number 449, Antonio Grijalva, front drive shaft took out the front diff and hit an oil line. They're changing out the front diff and oil in the pit right now.
Which car's that?
The number 449 of Antonio Grijalva.
Oh, wow.
So unfortunate. So Michael, thank you for that information.
And I'm just getting some more information that our pole setter, Matt Zieler, who was driving for Sean Radsky, is officially out of the race. Oh, no one wants to hear that. Tough break for those guys.
Wait, I'm sorry, what was that? So Matt Zeiler's out of the race?
Yeah, Matt Zeiler is out of the race.
Bummer. And he didn't have he was third place last year in our UTV race, and then again today having issues. Such a bummer.
Yeah, now I'm just looking here. That looks to me like Brent Harrell is actually behind Woody Rose Jr. here, if I'm not mistaken. I think we've got a pass been made for second place.
Yeah, it definitely looks like that because Brent Harrell did not have anybody out in front of him, and now here we are seeing
It is,
that.
but look at this. 4 cars this close together after nearly 80 miles of racing. Incredible stuff.
So Brent Harrell, I mean, earlier on he was, look at this. Co-driver out.
Now this could be very, I think he's got a broken, I think something might be broken here.
He's pulling on the front, it looked like, though.
Yeah,
both
it did
tires
look like,
were throwing dirt.
Both tires are throwing dirt.
But the rear just does not look like it's wanting to pop him up over, so.
Maybe a different line required. Okay, now this is top news because those 4 cars behind are catching very fast indeed.
And with where Cameron is, too, I mean, is there an easy way around for these cars as well?
Well, I reckon that is, I'm probably mistaken, but I think that's the bottom of Jack.
And now we are back on car with Brent Harrell. Looks like he was getting ready to get past as well. So, but Cameron Steele's co-driver out of the car right now, trying to help walk him through the rocks. This is where having a co-driver that can get out physically, I mean, and do all of this stuff. It's a physical game as well. All right, now I believe that's Amber Slauson that we're looking at right there. I could be wrong.
Not sure that is. I think that's Woody Rose.
It is Amber, okay.
You are right, it is Amber. But look at this now. This is Cameron Steele, but it looks like he's winching off the line because the line should be going to the right. So has he got a problem, or is this the line that he's looking to take?
I don't think he even has his winch out, so his co-driver is out and trying to walk him through this area. I mean, you can see it right there on the front passenger right tire. There's a rock that's underneath that dirt that he is not able to get over.
Yeah, now the car seems to be working, so let's just have a look here. Doing the right things, backing up, trying to get a cleaner line. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this vehicle runs a spool front and back. So that means they are permanently locked.
And this is normally, he was saying, you know, his trail. And the Slauson stopped. It looks like they are going to have to change that right rear flat tire possibly.
Yeah, I love the fact that they're both out of the car here.
Yeah, Tom Liu and Amber Slauson.
Yeah, Tom is going to work there, but look at this. Cameron Steele working really hard, and you start to get an appreciation for how big these rocks are, and he hasn't even got to the hard bit yet.
Exactly.
Look there, there's the double gatekeeper.
And look, his co-driver's getting enough ahead of him. You know, he's basically just driving the line that his co-driver is walking, is what it appears to be here.
Yeah, and it would appear to me that they've got Bluetooth communications. This is something we're starting to see, something we use a lot in Europe and in Australia, and it's just starting to filter through to the States now. So you can actually have a co-driver out of the car talking as we are now in constant communication. I like this. This is really good, mature work here. Good work from Cameron Steele and his co-driver.
Yeah, having some issues, though, getting through. You can tell that's kind of like a pinch rock right there, it looks like. Well, not
it is a pinch rock.
It is a pinch rock.
When you're coming down these, they're bad. Going up them, oh my word. Now, what I'd love to see him here is pull rope. Pull rope, winch up through here, save the car, because at the moment you've got
and you can
a
see
whole host of cars catching him up very quickly indeed.
Exactly, and you can just see how big that rock actually is. I mean, his co-driver is standing on top of it, and Cameron is way below him. Oh, it was actually a driver front, okay.
Yeah, they got the high lift out there, the best, worst tool you can have.
Who just passed Amber? We just saw some dust.
I can tell you, well, it's not going to be one of those top four. It's going to be, hold the line, caller. Okay, so we've got Woody Rose Jr., we've got, I'm guessing it would have been Brent Harrell, Brian Tremp, or Cody Young. They're all there in that top group. And they are catching Cameron Steele very fast indeed. There we go, look at this. This is, so that is Brent Harrell right there, and just behind him is Brian Tremp. Now, I think that is Tad Dowker that is driving that car.
He's actually in the co-driver's seat. I got some confirmation from Jason on the team and Megan Tremp as well.
So run that by me. So Tad Dowker's in the passenger seat or he's driving?
He is in the passenger seat.
He's
so
in the
Brian
passenger seat,
Tremp
gotcha.
is driving and Tad Dowker in that co-driver's seat.
Yeah, because Tad Dowker's going to be racing tomorrow in the Race of Kings in the 4400 class.
All right, let's get some more. I have some more information here from Miss Tiffany Stone out at remote pit. Justin Hall has lost reverse, and she has said that he is out of the race. Brad Lovell went into the remote pit getting a splash of fuel, doing a re-rack, so he has a fresh spare now on back. So, yeah, so Brad Lovell is out moving back on course. Bailey Cole's coming into the pit as well, so great information. But here we are watching. Let's see, where did that vehicle go? Watching through Sledgehammer area. Let's see if they are going to pull that winch line, because that is still Cameron Steele trying to make his way through that.
Yeah, it looked
lovely
like
pinch rock.
it did look like that Cameron Steele actually had the winch line out. So let's see what happens.
So right now, look at this. Look at what we are seeing. That is Woody Rose back up at the top left of the screen.
Now, this is interesting because there are two lines here. You saw the big split rock in the center, and we saw that Cameron Steele was going to the left. There is a line to the right. I mean, it's sketchy, it's rough, but there is a line there. What are we going to see Woody Rose Jr. do here? More interestingly, who's behind Woody?
Exactly, because Amber was right behind Woody, but obviously we saw her getting, changing that flat tire. So.
And this is your friend, Megan.
There we have exactly Miss Megan Miller.
Ooh.
All right, looks like she was having to restart. If you saw all of the green lights blinking, she had to restart her car.
Yeah, sometimes if you get a heavy hit. Oh, look at this. That's Cody Young as well. And you can see there that Woody Rose Jr. has just got caught up. Oh, I love this. This is why we come to the King of the Hammers.
So much action going on in the rocks today. Just like yesterday, we saw so much bottlenecking going on. But will Woody Rose get to the line that he is wanting to take before?
I'm liking the line that Cody's on at the moment. That higher line, if you can make it work, it's a good one.
Oh, and Mr.
But these
Young.
cars are running the smaller 37-inch tires. And all you can hear as you're working your way through here is bang and clatter as those rocks smash into those axle casings.
And here we have our next contender coming through, getting ready to enter into the rocks, Brent Harrell.
Oh, yeah, look at this. Cody Young trying to make the move here on Woody Rose Jr. Woody Rose Jr. says, I'm not having that. I'm going to find another line. Cody Young making the pass now. Trent Fabcar versus Miller Pro Chassis. And then just behind them is Brent Harrell in the Horschel car.
And then I believe that's Brian Tremp right there behind Brent Harrell.
That is, and there's somewhere just in front of them, if you look just over the top of the gentleman clad in high vis, is Cameron Steele trying to winch. But right now it's Cody Young who's making his way up here. Can he make the pass for first place?
And we were seeing Cameron Steele still in that same exact spot.
Yeah, now Cody Young's got to make some decisions here, and the conversation in the car is going to be going, okay, which way do we practice? We practiced where Cameron is. Right. Damn, we want to go where Cameron is. Okay, can we find the other line? We didn't like the other line last time. Yeah, I know, but we're fighting here. Can we take the other line? Oh, man, we talked about this. We want the other line. Should we wait? I don't know, man. We got Woody just behind us, and that's the conversation that's going to be taking place in that car right now. And he's like, should we jump out and pull rope? Oh, I hate doing that. What happens if Cameron gets clear and then Woody punches up through that line? We're going to lose a place. That's what's happening. You've got a lot of things to think about, a lot of things to take on board.
I have to say, Jim, I'm sitting here right next to you, listening to you talk, and I'm getting goosebumps for what all these drivers are going through. You explained it perfectly, but here we are back on board with Brent Harrell, who we are seeing that he is up in the cluster of cars right now.
Yeah, so we've actually got 5 cars. Oh, Brent Harrell, guys, going up onto the hero line. And that's what we're going to need to see here. We're going to need to see someone take control of this and really push on through. Now, let's not forget, we've also got Amber Slauson in the bomber, okay? Not a million miles behind. She's just changing a tire at the moment. I'm expecting her to be back on track at any time.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we know that we saw her and Tom both out. They are both very experienced. I mean, he co-drives for so many different people. She's an experienced driver as well. So we'll see. Will she come up and be a part and be added, that number 6 car, into this bottleneck that's happening right now?
Yeah, and look at this. I can see that Cameron Steele is nearly clear of this obstacle. You can see the front wheels are definitely up. His co-driver's running back to the vehicle, and Cody Young is choosing to wait.
Well, you know what? I mean, honestly, these are your race leaders right here. So
Okay, and also this is interesting. If you actually look at Woody Rose's car, I think that Woody Rose might be changing a tire.
oh yeah, it looks like on the driver front, doesn't it?
It does indeed.
They're doing something right there, obviously.
Yeah, but Brent Harrell put it to him, took that high line and came up around. Really nice piece of driving. And I'm just watching here as Cameron Steele's co-driver still looks like he's trying to find somewhere else to winch to. Now, the difficulty is sometimes the winch points are just too close to the rocks. You actually need the winch points much further away from the obstacle so you can actually get the vehicle clear before you have to change the winch point.
All right, this is very interesting. I mean, we are at a standstill right here with all of our race leaders, with Cameron Steele right there. He had a decent lead going on until he didn't. Obviously, right there you can see he's stuck between the pinch rocks. And there's the winch line. Interesting, his co-driver is rolling up his winch line. He disconnected it, so I'm wondering what in the world is going on.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he might have an issue with the winch here. Now, some guys they're going to have to do some quick work here. Give some thought to this. I'm surprised that Cody's co-driver isn't actually out of the car at the moment.
It looks like his co-driver was like, guys, you got to go around. That's what it looks like to me.
Well,
he's moving. Cameron's moving a little bit.
I wonder if Cameron's actually going to come out backwards.
You know what?
Yeah, here we go. This is Cameron's going to be backing up.
Exactly. You took the words right out of my mouth. Get him backwards out of the way because he knows he's having issues, and to not plug up the trail. And look, who do we have coming up?
That looks like no, that's Brian Tremp just moving up.
Okay. So, but we should see Amber Slauson here very shortly coming in too.
Wouldn't shock, and also that's interesting as well. Is that Brian Tremp's co-driver out? So that would be Tad Dowker out the car. And to be honest, that's a really good move. Surprised to see Cody Young's co-driver not out of the vehicle at the moment. But the thing is that many of these guys will have pre-run. They will have practiced this. And you're almost certainly you'll be like, I can drive this. But let's not forget, we had 147 UTVs go through here yesterday.
Right.
And that changes everything. But let's see what Cody does. Look at him. He's like a dog on a leash right now. He's like, come on, Cam, get out of my way. I want to take this on. And here we go. Cody Young is going up into the block hole. Let's see what he can do with this Miller Motorsport chassis.
So, getting some chat here from Fish. Cameron's co-driver gave a broken sign to the other car, so like we saw, he was backing up to get out of the way. So, hopefully Cameron can get his car back moving again, but again, here we are. Cameron had a lead, and now he doesn't.
Yeah, now this is one of the hardest parts of the course. This gatekeeper is nasty. Dropping off it is a vertical, trying to get up it. Oh, my word. All the stars have got to align for you. A big wheel stand there from Cody Young.
It looked like he was trying to do that whole bump it up, right? You know that you need to get up that big rock, and sometimes the best way to do it is to do that little bump stop, right?
Yeah, well, it is, but I think this has changed. I mean, all of these guys, again, they will have pre-run this, and they will have been able to drive it, almost certainly. But I think this course is constantly changing. And is that Cameron's co-driver? Seen that?
Cameron's co-driver had on some bright gloves. I think Cameron's co-driver is actually back on the driver's side talking to Cameron.
Maybe that's Tad Dowker standing there. But, oh, here we go. Oh, he makes the move. Does he get the pass up? Oh, that was brutality. We love that. When all else fails, unleash unbelievable horsepower. And that's exactly what Cody's done there.
All right, let's see if Brent Harrell can do the same thing. So Brent Harrell's co-driver, as we can see right there on the end car, is not in it. That must be him right there.
He's going to pull cable.
Exactly.
Now, I think
Safer than sorry.
Yeah, I think this is really wise. Let's see what they do here. But Cody Young is making his way off into the distance, or at least he's trying to, but he's putting some hurt on this car. He's having to work it hard.
Yes, he is. But, we saw him do that little gas it, bump it, got it up the rock, and then did a little bit of a pivot that got him out of that pinch rock.
Yeah.
That every single vehicle that's behind him was probably watching what he was doing just to see what is it do I need to do, or do I need to do it just a little bit different.
Oh, and he makes his way through. Cody Young is now our current race leader here at the 2025 Yokohama Everyman Challenge, which is part of the Optima Batteries. King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance. And Cody Young in his Miller Pro chassis starts to put some distance on the field as he makes his way off. Started in 9th position this morning, 5th line off the grid. And Cody Young is now the leader in this race.
And I bet he is super stoked right now. I mean, he got up through that pinch rock, obviously super easy as well, but Cody making his way up as we were watching everybody else still in that a little bit of a trail plug there. So Cody Young making his way up. Now it's his time to shine. Get out in front.
It is. I can tell you now that Jeff Martin is also hunting down this pack, as is Jeremy Doc Jones. And there's a load of action happening right now back down in near Chocolate Thunder on Idle Issues and Her Problem. Just looking at the vehicles there right now. I've got Shad Kennedy. I've got Jacob Paccio. And I've got Scott Foley. I'm also looking at Caden Berger will be making his way through. Of course, Dan Wyrick is picking his way through. There's a load of vehicles there. And also Dylan Summers. So they're going to be chasing this lead pack, but the lead pack have a dominating lead right now.
Yes, 100% correct on that. As we're watching Cody Young getting some more information, the 353, the Gen Right of Peter Dolan and Jeff Perkins are in remote pit for a ring and pinion. So yeah, they have about 20 more minutes and they'll get themselves underway. So out changing a ring and pinion for the 353 Gen Right of Peter Dolan. Great information. Thank you to our whole entire crew that we have. We have Miles in the pits here locally in Maine. We got Tiffany Stone out there in the remote pits and everybody else behind the scenes, keeping us all up to date on all the action that we're not seeing right here in front of us. All right, let's see who that one is. That looked like that's Scott Farley that we're watching now make his way through.
Yeah, but the big news right now, if you're just joining us at the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers powered by Ford Performance, we are here today for the Yokohama Everyman Challenge, and the big news is Cody Young is now our current race leader, and that is Cody Young. So as we continue to watch here, if you want to get the best images, the best views, and the alternate views and extra camera shots, do check out our Ultimate package here on YouTube. Pay $25 and you will see all the extra shots, plus you won't get any of the adverts and be able to enjoy all of the action all of the time. So KOHultimate.com. And look at these shots here. Oh, this is amazing stuff. Watching Cody Young here.
I absolutely love this shot, especially yesterday during the UTV race and the sun was setting. It was absolutely beautiful. You know that the drivers are not looking at the views right now. They're only looking out in front of them. But, oh, Cody Young, you saw him stop just for a slight second.
And here is our second place car, Brent Harrell. He winched up through the gatekeeper.
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled and reach your destination quicker with King's new Mercedes Sprinter 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sprinter kit today.
Enterprises has over 60 years of off-road knowledge. From the harsh deserts of Baja to the extreme rocks of King of the Hammers to the Jeeps we drive every day, Curry has the right axle set up to fit your needs. Curry Enterprises, passion for performance.
Pursuit of off-pavement exploration, confidence is everything. That's why we've built onX Off-Road as the ultimate tool to discover trails and navigate off-grid. Everything from guided trail maps to comprehensive offline accessibility and custom trip building. Ensure you're always on the right path. Join the community that trusts onX Off-Road to plan, share, and fuel their adventures. Because when it comes to off-roading, there's only one app built for you.
Every race is a test of performance. When the stakes are high, racers rely on proven products. If AMSOIL products are engineered for this kind of punishment, you can trust them in your garage. Shop by vehicle to find everything you need for your ride. Get the protection you demand and performance you deserve with fast, free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
When a fire breaks out, seconds count. Employees follow their training and grab the nearest extinguisher. You know the drill. It's pull, aim, squeeze, sweep, and everything's under control. But what if it isn't? What if your extinguisher doesn't discharge? Then what do? Standard extinguishers are constantly pressurized. If they lose that pressure for any reason, they're absolutely useless. And because they're not designed to withstand physical damage, you have a failure just waiting to happen. We purpose-built the Russo Eliminator to overcome the problems you can encounter with typical extinguishers. First, the Russo Eliminator is not under pressure until you pull the puncture lever and break the CO2 cartridge seal. This cartridge-based design is used in extinguishers specifically for high-hazard placements like mining and chemical processing plants. It's a preferred technology because its reliability is higher than stored pressure technology. Second, we put it through rigorous tests to make sure it can take a beating without being damaged. We've dropped it, smashed it, even run over it with a truck. This is one tough product, specially engineered to give you peace of mind. We've also incorporated other advancements. Our integrated nozzle, valve assembly, and improved discharge pattern give you superior fire knockdown. The proprietary polymeric materials we use offer maximum resistance to the elements, making corrosion no longer an issue. So over the Eliminator's lifespan, you can count on peak performance. Russo features self-service technology, meaning you can perform your own inspections with no need for contracted monthly or yearly third-party service. We offer free online training on our website. The Fire Eliminator fits most standard extinguisher cabinets. Installation is easy with multiple hardware options and a unique bracket that keeps it from being knocked off the wall. Innovative, tough, and reliable, and comes with an 8-year limited warranty against defects in material or workmanship. The Eliminator presents a major advancement in dry chemical extinguisher technology, and it's clearly your best choice for ease of use and all-around fire protection. For the safety of your employees and your workplace, don't settle for anything less. Be prepared. Be protected. Russo.
Track to the trail, from your everyday cars and trucks to championship-winning vehicles, Eibach has you covered. Race, lift, lower, high-performance suspension for all. Eibach, the #1 choice of champions. Proudly made in the USA, engineered to win.
Tested and proven in some of the world's most rugged environments, the all-new Warn Xeon XD and XP line of vehicle recovery winches have arrived, redesigned from the ground up. Warn Xeon XD and XP represent the ultimate in performance and durability on the market today. You'll have the confidence to go farther, and most of all, go prepared.
Yeah, but he's going slow. Oh, Woody's winching at this point.
Which is a smarter move, just like we did see Brent
But that's after the pinch point. That's the part in the course where I'd expect him to be driving. Now, this is Lauren Healy.
Yeah, so Vaughn Gittin Jr. started the race this morning. Vaughn Gittin Jr. is also the one who qualified, but Lauren Healy getting in for the rocks.
Now, they had to change a shaft back in Hammertown, and they didn't have a spare, but upstairs their team, well, not teammate, but their Ford Performance teammate, Brad Lovell, said, I've got you covered, I've got one in my pits, run over and grab it and get yourself back on course.
Perfect.
And that's exactly what they did.
Perfect, but you can see Lauren watching his way through. I mean, he's a very well-seasoned rock driver as well, and that's why he is doing the rock part of the race.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting tomorrow to watch Lauren Healy and Vaughn Gittin Jr., the new RTR team members. Of course, they were Fun Haver for many years, and they've transitioned over to RTR. Fun Haver is still there, very much a lifestyle company now, whereas RTR is their vehicle.
And you can see his co-driver out going towards where he should be driving.
Do you know what? Lauren's going to be loving this, because he absolutely, to him, the challenge is not to be the fastest in 46, which he wants to do, but he also loves overtaking 4,800 cars. Okay, so this is the bottom of idle issues by the looks of it.
Yes, and that is the 44 of John Bossi. You can see his front tires are spinning, but his rear is not.
Yeah, you can see the rear prop shaft is turning, but the rear wheels aren't, so it does look like he's probably done a rear ring and pinion.
All right.
Yeah, but we're just saying here that Figaro might just want to give him a bump, but actually he wants to pull him backwards because the 44 has no rear drive. That's a ring and pinion that's gone. He is not going anywhere. He needs to come back off that trail.
So I bet you what's maybe happening right now, maybe the 4578 of Figaro is actually getting out, going to pull his winch line, possibly, or going up to find out what is it that we can do for you so we can get around. All right, so co-driver of the 44 getting out of the vehicle. All right, so more than likely, hopefully what's going to happen exactly what I was thinking is pull the winch line, pull the driver out of the way, broken vehicle. Now we have somebody stopped here off the side. Can't quite make out who that vehicle is. But not a fun place to be stopped for sure, as we're going to be having some drivers come through there here in just a little bit, as we're panning to see if there's anybody close behind. And now we are watching the 170 of Dylan Summers out of Santa Cruz, California with Summers Racing, making his way through the rocks. All right, so we are having a pass go on. I'm not, again, cannot make out the vehicle that is actually stopped on the ridge. I'm not sure if that is a red or an orange vehicle. And then the next one, moving on up very slowly. It's a very super steep, silty hill that we are watching.
Yeah, this is the Emerson Ridge here. And you need some horsepower to get up this. As you say, it's very silty, it's very, very loose indeed. And this is hard work. What we saw earlier, Brent Harrell overtaking first lap stock class cars going up here. Oh, now look at this. This is, I know this car. Come on, James, remember.
I've never heard you call yourself James. And actually, somebody called you James earlier when I was talking to them.
Did they really?
Yeah,
was it my mum?
Brother Al.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah,
it's usually my mum.
James, and I was like, oh, I said, yeah, his name is James. But anyways, here we have, it's the 4863, I believe, is the number. I can't think of the name right now myself.
And the 4863 is John Holtzman. Of course it is. Sorry, John, I should have known that.
It's not like there's 500 and something cars that we're remembering.
I know, but it's Ultra 4, and this is what I live for, so I absolutely love it. As we watch John Holtzman unleashing the horsepower there. Sometimes you just got to turn on the taps and let it have it.
Making his way up. Super fun to watch these races from the backside here.
And still the action continues here. If you're just joining us, welcome to Johnson Valley, California. This is the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance. And today, it's all about the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. We have the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, the 4600 Curry Enterprise Stock class, and we also have some military vehicles competing with us this year.
Yes.
The big news at the moment, though, is that Cody Young is our current race leader.
And
then just behind him is Brent Harrell, but I think that in second place, and in fact, I'm actually showing stationary at the moment, but I don't know. She's not stationary. Amber Slauson is on a charge right now, and she's hunting down the two cars in front of her. And let's not forget, she has adjusted time on her side. She started in 30th position this morning. What a drive from Amber Slauson.
Yes, she's having an amazing race as we're back to aftershock area. That is John Williams right there in the Ford Performance Bronco with two cars behind him. But with some more information, Alex Fleming in the stock class, the 4628. He is starting lap 2. It looks like he had to have his diff replaced at remote pit. So, but starting lap 2. And let's see. Miles is saying that Amber has 5 minutes of adjusted time on her side.
Yeah, now that's Albert Contreras. It looked like he was putting his seatbelt back on, so that's great news. Fingers crossed. Let's hope that Albert can get back on track again. Now I'm going to step out the booth for a moment. Going to let Ian Johnson come back in, and I'll see you all in a bit.
Thank you very much, Jim. All right, now we are looking at, I didn't quite make out the number of this car here, but it is the Dynapro. I cannot remember who the Dynapro car is. 4812, I believe, is who we were looking at just now, and the 4812 is Jacob Pacheco. So welcome back, Ian. You went and got a little bit of a lunch break for a moment, but I know that you were keeping up with what was going on.
I was, and I am glad to be back here in the booth. Had to jump down, get my Bufadoro taco truck on.
Oh, yeah.
I got that all taken care of. Now I'm full of fish tacos, so life's good. But right now, someone who hasn't had some fish tacos in a while there's Bailey Cole out there in his stock class Bronco. Now, Pam, I tried to keep up with what's going on, but where are we at? I saw Cameron Steele off. Is he off broken? Is he out, or what's the story there?
Well, I've been told transmission, so he is broke over, I can't remember exactly his idle issues. So he backed up, let everybody go because there were all kinds of drivers that were coming into the pinch rock. But what had happened also, Amber Slauson has made a pass. She, I believe, is physically in second on course right now, but she has adjusted time on her hands.
Yeah, but it's looking right here like this is the same section where we just saw Bailey, and that's Brad Lovell going through right there. But that would mean that Bailey has now overtaken Brad in the stock class to take the lead in that section right there. They're both racing similar Broncos out there, but we saw some strategy earlier where Bailey stopped as well as Vaughn and Lauren stopped in main pit, but Brad just blew through, took fuel at remote pit 2. But I was following along on our remote pit TIFF updates coming through on our little text chain on here, and she basically said, oh, Brad Lovell just left pit, and then a minute later she's like, Bailey Cole's here.
Right,
so he hunted him down in a hurry.
Exactly. So it's all, all about the pit strategy and how long pits take as well. But yes, Tiffany has been giving us great information out there at remote pit. But here we do have, I believe, that is Jesse Oliver right there that we are watching. Oh, and we have a car on the side.
That might be Diesel Krintz, unless I'm mistaken. It might be Figaro. It's one of the two. They have a very similar, I think you're right, I think it is Fig Speed. But I'm getting an update from a good friend Miles, who's down in the main pit there. He says that Amber Turner does have 5 minutes of adjusted time on her side. So if she's moved physically into second, all she has to do is basically reel in our leader and put the hurt on him, not necessarily pass him. So as long as she can get that leader in her sights, then it will boil down to who missed the VCP, who missed the RCP. And, Amber's running last year's winning car.
Right.
So that's the car that Randy won this class in last year, and so Amber's driving that car this year. So the cars won before. Could it win again? Back-to-back wins. All right, here we go, but this is what we were just talking about. Look at this. We are into Chocolate Thunder. That is Bailey Cole in the lead in that stock class Bronco. Right behind him, Brad Lovell pushing up on him hard. Now, Pam, who left the line when in that stock class Bronco? Who has to cross that line first?
Let me look. I'll get out my handy-dandy start order. So Brad Lovell was first off the line, and they went off together. They were 1 and 2.
So there's no adjusted time for either one of them there. So this is legitimately just a race, but look at this. Looks like Brad's trying to maybe pull out an alternate line coming up here. This is where we saw the UTVs struggle on this climb. This is the bottom of Chocolate Thunder. You hang a left and then you're going up into the rocks. This is exactly what we saw play out with the UTVs yesterday. One UTV would try one line, they get a little bit hung up, then a UTV would try to pass, then they both get stuck, and it just ended up to being a huge bottleneck issue. Look at this, co-driver getting out, ready to pull some winch line. Now the question is that the right decision, or is Brad about to pull off a pass here?
Well, I mean, you can see Brad trying to do that, but also it's another game of saving your vehicle or trying to push it up. As we know, that Bailey Cole definitely is trying to get to that finish line. I mean, he was our winner of this class last year, but Bailey Cole's co-driver getting out, pulling that winch line up. Brad Lovell's trying to decide, should I just wait or do I need to try to make a pass here? I don't know if that has enough room right there for Brad to actually get around. But
well, I think you're about to find out because Brad's about to slide in front of him and try to get in here. But you can see, here we are. This is perfect. This is Brad Lovell and Bailey Cole door to door in the rocks trying to make that turn up through the bottom of Chocolate Thunder. And here we go. Brad Lovell makes the pass on Bailey Cole. Now, the thing here is, Bailey's run that winch line a whole long ways out, so he can winch up through this section and really catch up to Brad. Obviously, Brad's having a little bit of trouble. This is where we saw some of our 4800s having trouble as well in this section. It's obviously really dug out on this trail.
Yeah, and you can see that Brad's really trying to gas it to make his way up. But Bailey Cole playing the safe game right now, pulling that winch line And we have been seeing some drivers that have been doing that throughout the whole entire race and yesterday's race as well. But Brad Lovell, now you can see he's struggling just a bit right here. But like you were just saying, I mean, it's getting really rutted out.
Well, and the issue here is, I mean, we saw some of our other cars, our other two classes. We have our 4800s and our 4500 modifieds. So we had them in that section, and they were pushing through to try to get through it. But they still have a lot more rock trails to hit. The stock class, yes, they have to come down Chocolate Thunder. They have to go up idle issues. And here we are right now. We can see inside the level car, the co-driver is getting out now. So he's made the pass on Bailey, but now he's going to winch.
Yeah, exactly. That is his son, Adam, that is getting out to pull that winch line for him. So Brad Lovell got up there just a little bit. Now you can see Bailey's up that rock that he was trying to winch up. So now he has Brad in front of him. So it's going to be who gets where first. I don't think there's really a passing line right here.
No, there's absolutely not, especially in a stock class car. But they do still have to get all the way up this trail, and then they'll have to basically come up. This is idle issues, as we said before. They'll get up over into her problem and head over. But that is the battle that is going on right now for the leaders of our stock class. We also have a few other classes out there racing today. We have our 4500 modified class and our 4800 Legends class. And in the Legends class, it looks like Amber Turner maybe Amber Slauson. I'm going to mess that up all day, and that's just how it's going to be. Amber Turner Slauson. So Amber Slauson is going to be putting the pressure on our race leaders as she slowly works her way up through that crowd. Miles pointed out she does have 5 minutes of adjusted time. That's a lot of adjusted time.
A lot of adjusted time for sure. And as we can see, Brad Lovell, his co-driver, going to be having to get back in the car, get all buckled back up. But Bailey Cole's co-driver still out of the vehicle, so we'll see if they will be able to get up this area without winching. But some more updates from Tiffany Stone out in the remote pit. Chris Ray, Justin Hall's co-driver, had to go and get some fluids and go back out to Justin on course because it looks like obviously some issues. So the 449 of Antonio Jose Grijalva, their drive shaft took out the oil plug on the filter hose. That caused a small fire, but they quickly shut the vehicle off, got that put out, so they are all good. But they're just about ready to head out to continue on the race. And then let's see, the 707 looks like is out of the race as well, and John Williams pulled in for some fuel at remote pit. So lots of action for Tiffany Stone out there as we are watching Brad Lovell make his way through. Now we got Bailey Cole that we will be seeing make his way up as well, and see if we cannot. Let's see if he ends up having to pull some more winch line.
Yeah, now just to give you guys a quick update right here, this year is the first year that we've been able to put timing loops out in the desert. So we do have some official split times. Now these are fairly old split times right now, but right now, according to our Yokohama Everyman Challenge race tracker, I can tell you that as the last time, Brad's
getting a little western there.
All right, yeah, he's backing down that one, getting a little rowdy, trying to take a different line, obviously. But what we have right now is currently right now in our 4800 class, the last time we had an official timing loop clip from them, we have Woody Rose Jr. in first place, and then behind him we have Cameron Steele and then Brett Harrell. But we obviously know that Cameron is broken, so that obviously will change shortly. In our 4500 modified class, the last time we had a timing loop clip, we had Dan Wyrick in first, Jesse Oliver in second, and Les Figueroa in third. But we saw Les sitting on his side not too long ago, so we don't know what's going on with that. And then what we're watching right now is our 4600 Curry stock class, and they are obviously battling up through idle issues right now. But the last time they clipped the timing loop, Brad Lovell was in first, Bailey Cole in second, John Williams in third. And then the last class that we're watching today is our military class, which Brandon Johnson is currently sitting in first place because he's the only competitor. But that's okay. He'll still get the win if he brings that bad boy all the way home.
Yeah, it's definitely a great class, the military class out here. But we are now still watching Mr. Bailey Cole right here. Hasn't quite started moving yet, but I think more than likely what is going on, he's sitting there waiting for his co-driver to get all latched back in. Because that is what it is all about, safety first here. So getting latched back in before they start moving. But will Bailey Cole catch back up to Brad Lovell? Because Bailey Cole was in that #1 spot. Of course, they did start side by side off the line, but we have seen Brad Lovell already make it up the mountain section that they're in over here by Chocolate Thunder.
Yeah, and on screen right there, that is Brad Lovell. He's already made it up through that idle issues hill climb right there, and this is him heading over into her problem, where they then will drop down into Laser Nut Alley. Now, there are, as we said before, there are some bypasses for some of the stock vehicles. I don't believe they're going to have to run up Jack today. We're just confirming that, but we're pretty sure they're not going to have to head up Jack. So if that's the case, that section of rock trail right there might be the only time that we could see a bottleneck for that stock class. And obviously, Brad Lovell is now through it, and Bailey Cole is right behind him. They left side by side off the line this morning, so there's no corrected time for either one of them. It's going to be the first one to get back here to Hammertown is going to lock in that win if they're still leading the race at the end of this lap.
All right, so as we're watching Brad Lovell make his way through the rocks, I am getting an update from Chris Paiva, who is normally Tad Dowker's co-driver. Today, Tad Dowker has been in with Brian Trimp, but Brian Trimp, they have a broken front axle shaft on Jack, so they are out of the race. So very, very unfortunate for the 896 of Brian Trimp.
Oh, and right now we're going to jump on car with Brent Harrell right here. You can see co-driver out, but helmet still on. So this is obviously them just winching somewhere on the trail. So you can see him giving the signals to run the winch. I'm sure Jim's just killing himself for leaving the booth right now. He loves when they run that winch line.
Exactly.
So we got the co-driver out, going to pull some winch for Brent Harrell out on course.
All right, and now back watching Mr. Brad Lovell make his way through. As one of those fun sandy little wash areas that obviously he just made that left-hand turn back up into the rocks.
Yeah, the course is basically littered with a bunch of what's referred to as RCPs, or rock checkpoints, and there's going to be spots for them where they have to basically get into the rocks, get the checkpoints, and they can drop down on the sandy wash and come out and avoid, and then basically get back onto the race course. But the whole goal here was to always keep these guys in the rocks. The racers asked for it. They said, we want to be in the rocks, we want to be in the rocks all the time, make us run the rocks. And so they've come up with this RCP, so a rock checkpoint where you have to basically clip it. They went out, they strategically placed them in certain areas. You have to be within 50 feet of that basically tracker point on your GPS. And they actually moved some of them off track. So they didn't put it in the middle of the trail where it would give you a bypass on one side or the other. Some of them they moved a little bit to the left and a little bit to the right to force you to run some of the waterfalls on these trails.
Yes, and now we're watching Bailey Cole make his way through, so he obviously got through the first rock section that he's in, and now Bailey Cole moving right along. But yeah, it is really awesome to have that new RCP this year, brand new out here for us, and we always have those VCPs, but it's definitely changing the game, and the drivers are liking it as well. And talking about this race course with the rocks, I mean, I've only had 2 drivers say that this course is not the hardest course out here. One of them has never raced here before, so they thought that was pretty easy for them yesterday. And I can't remember who the other one is, but yeah, every single person that I have spoke to about this race course are saying they asked for it and they got it.
Well, he doesn't know the rule of do not tell Dave that the race course was easy, because it's going to get harder next year.
Well, he said it to the whole entire world last night.
All right, so this is where we were just watching Bailey Cole and Brad Lovell fight for a pass. We saw Brad pass Bailey right here. We have 2 vehicles. I'm trying to get the numbers off those cars. Pam, can you see who that is?
I think the second one might be Albert Contreras. I'm not 100%, but I think it was.
All right, and now we're jumping out. This is the opposite side of that ridge that we were just looking at. This is Bailey Cole in his stock class Jags Bronco out there. So this is them dropping down into this little sandy wash section. And I do believe this might be a stock bypass right here. I'd have to double check, but you can see how they're out in the sand here below that snow fence. I think that's the stock class can go down there, but I think the 4800 and the 4500s have to be up in those rocks. There's some rock sections up in there. You see them. You'll see the next competitors come through. They'll stay to the right, our right, their left of that snow fence to get up into those rocks.
Exactly, and I mean, obviously, they're not in that sandy wash for very long before they make that left-hand turn, as we just saw Bailey Cole do, back right up into the rock sections.
Yeah, and that's a perfect example of where these RCPs are.
slowly makes his retreat.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube, go to KOHUltimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds.
Line around his car means that that vehicle has not moved since the last time the tracker updated. So that means he's been stationary for a little while, but it doesn't mean that he's not moving. It could have pinged while he was winching because obviously it moves a lot slower. Cody Young back behind that, and then there's Woody Rose Jr. all the way back here. But you can see if that, oh, there you go, right there. That pink went away. Brett Harrell's now doing 3.2 miles an hour. If we jump up here, here's Amber Slauson. This is a good lead, and as Miles pointed out, she still has 5 minutes of adjusted time on her back. Good for her. We go all the way up here. We got Ryan Hawkins, but he's obviously not in the same spot. So right here, this is a great opportunity for Amber in this race course, and right here, we're back to seeing her on screen right now.
All right, you can see, you know, that's a left-hand turn right there with a ginormous rock right in front of her. So making this turn, she's going to have to pivot herself around to get onto where that course is going left, and then you see that it curves right around to the right.
She's in a bomber. She just got to pin it to win it.
Exactly.
She's got to let that thing eat. That's all she's got to do. That car, last year's winning car right there. So that is last year's winning car right there when it was, I believe Randy drove it last year. And so it's great to see her out here in that car. I had a feeling, you know, we talked earlier in the morning about who was going to be where and why. And I said Amber Slauson in that bomber. I said, you cannot fault those bombers. This course, when we look at these courses all the time, we're like, what's it going to do? What's it going to do? We come up with these crazy ideas. But I am a huge fan of the bomber chassis. Have one. Love it. Great car. And so it's super cool to see Amber out here in last year's winning car putting a hurt on this course.
Yeah.
But right now, this is one of our Broncos.
That, I believe, is John Williams.
No,
that's Brad Lovell.
So that's Brad Lovell out. So the question is, we're looking for behind. We should see Bailey Cole moving in behind him shortly, and I believe that's Bailey right there from the looks of it. Maybe.
Yeah, Bailey was taking just a little bit more time in the rocks, but I believe you are correct. That is Bailey Cole. So we will see how far back is Bailey Cole from Brad Lovell.
Yeah, he's. It's not that far based on just what we saw on camera there. That's a little sandy wash that he's got to run through here and then jump up into this rock section right here with us going on right now. But in the booth with us is none other than Mr. Ben Napier, race director here at King of the Hammers, and I'm sure he's got a ton of updates for us. Ben, what are we talking about?
Good morning, Ian and Pam. What a great day of racing. These guys are throwing down that action in Jackhammer a little while ago.
Oh, but
wow.
love it.
And then the two stock cars going up idle issues, battling Brad and Bailey in those Ford Broncos.
Yeah.
Amazing.
It's a great show today. I mean, they're putting on such a great show for everybody, especially us right here.
Absolutely. I had some questions in the drivers' meeting about that line on idle issues. I think the stock cars are a bit afraid of it, and Bailey Cole actually asked a question, and I said, well, you could blame the person who set the course. It's hard this year, and we're keeping them honest. And that RCP, they have to climb that one section of idle issues where we saw Brad reversing back.
Okay.
That's super technical there. Normally we drive around it, we give them options. They've sat an RCP quite low in that trail that those guys have to get. And if you go the easy way, you'd have to go backwards on race course to get it. And I think the guys were wanting to do that, but our rules are very clear. You can't go backwards on race course. So they had to drive that hard line, and that was cool.
Yeah, I mean, Brad made me nervous there for a little bit. Obviously, you were sitting there watching it as well. I mean, when he started backing down, you could see he kind of drop down and then a little bit of a wheelie stand. But Brad's a professional, and he did an amazing job of getting up it. But it is definitely very technical.
There are very few people on this lake bed with more experience than Brad in the rocks.
That is true.
He has been out rock crawling, competing, doing everything for so long.
Now, we're wondering this question. We're still trying to figure it out. Stock class, into Jack or no?
No, so the stock class have a bypass.
That's what we thought.
They will come out of Wrecking Ball into Upper Bender Alley,
Yep.
cross Jack North, across the top of the sledge mailbox, and rejoin the racetrack.
That's what I assumed. I assumed that the stocks weren't going in there, and so that puts these two in great shape because realistically, that spot that we just saw them in was probably the most difficult rock section for the stock cars.
Yes, you have to remember at the Everyman Challenge, the stock cars aren't racing for an overall win. They're racing as their class.
Yes.
We start them separately. We don't mix them on qualifying order. We started them, several minutes after the main group today. They are winning. They are racing for the stock class win. So they do run a different race course. If they get past some of the faster legends and mod cars, that happens. But these guys are out there racing for their win.
What I'm excited about, Ben, is watching these two come into town because you've got Brad and you've got Bailey started side by side. So there's going to be no corrected time math for us to do.
Absolutely. This is
a
a race.
It's going to be a drag
race. This is a pure race.
which is going to be absolutely amazing. So let's talk a little bit about, so we've talked about you put the RCP. Now let's talk a little bit about VCP, RCPs. We had some of that play out yesterday during our UTV race. When these guys get back, what's the process for them once they're back into town?
Sure. So the process actually starts well before they get back into town. We're continuously monitoring them, and we've just done a review of the top 5 who are coming in at the moment. I believe Amber's currently in front, but it keeps changing every time I look.
We think she's physically first, yes.
So we've looked at them, and our assessment at the moment is they've all done all the trails they've been required to do so far. We will need to download the trackers like we did yesterday to verify that every VCP and RCP has been hit. We don't have any major concerns at this stage over any of the top 5, but we will do our diligence. The USAC crew and the Yellow Brick crew work very hard to ensure that they go through. We also have spotters out on course, so you can see they're actually moving through the top of Check Me Out now on screen there. I think that's Amber at the top of Check Me Out.
That is, yes, that's Amber.
And she has to progress through those sets of flags, and we have spotters out there that'll tell us if she doesn't go through it.
And we're all told this at the drivers' meeting well in advance.
Exactly, and those flags actually mark an RCP. So we don't even really need the flags to get the RCP. She needs to drive through there anyway.
Just a good marker.
But we are out there doing technology, using technology as well as using old school eyes on the course.
Well, it gives it that double redundancy, right? We've all, as we said before, all these racers, they've always asked for a harder and harder and harder course. And I think by adding these RCPs and just like you showed, those 2 flags as a visual representation for the driver, really they know that I need to be in there. I need to be in those rocks. They can't say, I didn't know where the rocks were, which is normally what we hear.
And it's all about keeping it fair and making it fair for everyone and making that the quality of the race that we want to do. And so we're really pushing the races this year with compliance and challenging them. We've never had RCPs so deep in the rocks. We've had RCPs that essentially top and bottom of rock trails to make sure they're going to turning points and hitting the trails we want them to hit. We've got 6, 7, 8 RCPs in a single trail this year.
Yep.
On waterfalls, on pinch rocks, on certain areas, keeping them off burnt-in bypasses that have evolved, making this an actual rock race again. And we saw with the UTVs yesterday, it really kept them honest. But man, they still killed that course. They were so fast.
They did. But I also think it basically levels the playing field even more for the racers who this isn't their backyard. So for the people who get to come out here 7, 8, 9 times a year, basically pre-run, figure out, they can go in and be like, oh, I know there's an RCP and an RCP here, but I can create my own little sideline over here. But the guys that just show up out here last week, do a little bit of pre-running and race this week, for them, those RCPs really help even the playing field for them.
And what Dave and the team that designed the course have done as well is the RCPs aren't meant to trick you. Okay, and it's wrong to say they're a trick. But he hasn't put them in the spots that everyone always drives on a trail. He's put them in some spots that he wants to force them into some certain areas and make them drive different parts or drive the trail differently from what they might have previously done. So the guys who come out all the time, if they just drive the way they always drive a certain trail, they may not hit all those RCPs.
Exactly.
So it does make sure that you've got you're monitoring where you're going, that you're on course and got a good navigator. Coming down Bigfoot Canyon there, you can't run that burned-in line to the driver's left on screen. We're keeping in the rocks. There are RCPs in those areas, and it is making it a really cool race.
It's making it a driver's game, and also making sure that the navigator's keeping their driver on point.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a team game. It's not just the driver. The navigator is key, and I don't know if you guys heard Bailey Cole when he finished yesterday, he said to his dad, "Single seat sucks," because he had to do that all on his own, and that was hilarious.
And that
his feedback was that.
Yeah, and that's also been always my question. That there's always that sort of decision that a 4400 person has. You see more of the single seat guys in 4400 who will make that decision. But I think this year, the course definitely favors a two-man team out there, especially with our magical mystery lap number 3 with all those RCPs and navigation needed.
So sorry, really quick. I think that is John Schaefer, and he just lost his tire, as you
I
can
think
see
he's missing
right
a
there.
whole wheel.
He's
yeah.
lost the whole wheel. Yeah, so the question will be, why did it come off, and is it repairable out there in the field? If it's loose lug nuts and bad wheel studs, that could be the end of your day for sure.
Yes, so sorry to interrupt on that, but
No,
yeah,
absolutely.
very interesting to see that happening right there on the
live
on the
action
course.
just keeps coming here, and it's hard to know where to look sometimes.
Right.
You guys have all these screens up here with all the multi-view, which if people have premium at home, they're watching that. That's super cool. We've got it in our ops box up there, and I'm always watching all the little cameras and seeing what else is going on. I know the feed, the main feed is awesome, but the behind-the-scenes stuff is cool.
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree. And you can just sort of build your own show while you watch it there. But yeah, so right now we've got lots of action on course, but the one that we're watching right now, most importantly, is we're watching Amber Turner, Amber Slauson Turner. She knows who I'm talking about. Amber. We're watching Amber, who we believe is still physically first on course, and when I check her on tracker, she still is. She's a full 2 trails at this point ahead of her Cody Young, who is behind her. Both still moving along quite well. I do see Amber at 0, but she does not have the pink line around her tracker, which means that could have pinged when she was just stopped for a second. If it turns pink, it means they were sitting still for long enough for it to ping 2 times.
So I have a pink line on her now.
Oh, yours must have updated before mine. Then I'll just go ahead and update mine for fun. Then.
And then if they turn blue, that means they've been stopped for even longer.
Yes.
Okay, so all the different colors. But we're watching Jeff Martin right here. He had a little tip earlier on up in idle issues, but here is Jeff Martin we were watching. They're struggling just a little bit as we're back to Bailey Cole making his way through this lovely canyon section. But we'll have to keep an eye on Amber Slauson to see what is going on here.
Now, Pam, she actually did enter as Amber Turner.
She did?
So maybe
She did.
She has
I
this
asked-
rock-crawling persona that she's maintaining there.
Ah.
Oh, see, the story that I was told was that she just kept clicking next by mistake and didn't realize it.
Ah,
until
there you
it
go.
was
It could,
over.
could totally be true.
Yes, that could totally be true. Well, then what we'll do, I'll just keep
Dolly's
a running.
down there giving me the big arms up.
I'll just keep a running tally, and then what we'll do is whenever I say it, I'll say Amber Turner, and you can say Amber Slauson. We'll just bounce back and forth.
All right,
Dolly
there's-
likes that. There we go.
There
That's
we
good.
go. There's a lot of chatter going on in our YouTube chat here, wanting to know about the 46, getting some update. Tiffany Stone went over to their pit and said that they were fixing the bump stop that was bent. They were checking all the suspension bolts to make sure he finishes. And then also the 353 of Peter Dolan and Jeff Perkins, they're still at remote pit. They were going to try to get that ring and pinion all fixed. They have not fixed it yet. So there's an update to everybody chiming in on the chat here.
Yeah, now I just had another ping on Amber as well. Now on my screen, she has moved, although it is, we do have a pink line again.
Yeah, she definitely moved up. She's in Highway 1920 at the moment.
Yep.
So she's probably at the top of Highway 19.
So I think what's happening is we have these issues with the trackers when they get in these canyons. When they're doing this, when they're in the rocks and they're crawling or they're stopping and they're winching, sometimes those trackers will ping and it'll say 0 miles an hour, and there's still, sometimes the ping doesn't get out as clean as it should. So we saw her sitting at 0 miles an hour at the bottom of the trail, and then immediately she just jumped to the top, but she was still doing 0 miles an hour. But yeah, she's definitely moving along.
So the key with those...
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
place in the 4,500 Yukon.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
Brad Lovell do earlier on. All right, a little bit of backing up going on here. Oh, and here we have a roll.
Go. A little bit of flop going on out in. This is above idle issues. That's the car that we just saw make the pass in the top of your screen.
And then that's Matt Bradley right there in the number 91 with Ryan Poole in the co-driver's seat there. But a little bit of a flip-flop there going on.
If you're on that hill in idle issues and you flop, it's a scary feeling.
Oh, it's terrible.
Because it's super exposed up there, and it feels a lot way worse than it is. There's a lot of rocks that you'll roll into and probably settle. But we have seen some big rollovers there, but it's just one of those unnerving ones where you feel quite exposed, like driving the very top of Jack and driving the qualifying course that the guys ran. It's another one of those hills that the track just puts you on these weird angles and makes you feel awkward.
The only good thing about it is it's on the passenger side. So it's on the I'm okay if the downhill is on the, if I'm on the top bunk, I'm always feeling better in the car.
You keep saying that. You guys talk about the top bunk and the bottom bunk. It's
top
pretty
bunk,
funny.
bottom bunk. If you roll a car on its side, if you're on the top bunk, it's way better than being on the bottom bunk.
Oh, yeah,
absolutely.
for sure. All right, and let's see who we have here. I think that is actually Chad Young right there. In that number 2 spot, getting it past. That looks like
that looks like one of our stock class entries for sure. Yes.
Oh, and there we have. There's Schaefer right there on the left-hand side in that Jeep where they lost their wheel earlier on. So Ben, all in all, today's race day. I mean, it's been a great day out there. I mean, your side being pretty smooth and steady.
Yeah, we're enjoying this race. We've got a lot of guys out there volunteering and staff on the course, and everyone's behaving themselves and we're having a great race, and the races are really putting on a show and letting them be the stars of this. So yeah, it's been a great day.
It has been a great day. Now I want to ask you though, because you have raced King of the Hammers multiple times and everything. Now you're on our event side of it and been running the whole entire show here for the most part with everybody helping out and below. But what is it like? Do you itch and wish you were still in a race vehicle?
Yeah, well, the EMC is the only one I've actually had a win in. So I won the Legends class several years ago in Bomber 1 that I used to own. And every time the EMC's on, I really miss that because I think it's I like that Legends class. It's fun. It's competitive. It's not stupid. I raced a lot of Ultra 4, 4400 stuff.
Yeah.
And that got a little bit away from me and took a few years off, and then got the opportunity to come back and help. And it's really cool being able to make this event what it is and work with some amazing people. What Dave does year round to get this event ready and make it happen is phenomenal. And for us to be able to just execute it all on the day and make it all happen is just great.
And what I love about it too, I mean, you have your wife and you have your son here with you as well, and they've been, you know, here watching all of this and supporting you as you're working super hard. I mean, you're one of the hardest working people out here right now, so you're a busy, busy man.
There are a lot of hardworking people out here,
there
and
are.
I don't want to be singled out on that one because this takes a huge cast of people, and I could name 20 people that work as hard or harder than I do as well, and I want to thank them.
Yes, for sure.
All right, on screen right here, we do believe this is Woody Rose Jr. and Scott Foley. This would be 4-5, I believe it is.
And they'd be in the bottom of Check Me Out as well, I would think.
I don't think that's a bomber chassis, I believe, right there. That is, I don't think that's Woody Rose.
We're trying to get a...
that's Cody Young and Amber.
That's what I was thinking. It did look like Amber.
In the highways.
Oh, is that Amber up there? Okay, there we go. Yep, okay, so that's Amber.
That's what I would think. I can't quite see that clearly.
There we go. Yeah, I think you're right, Ben. I think that is Amber, and that would be Cody Young. According to the tracker, they are right on top of each other.
Miller chassis that he has.
Yep.
Oh, and Amber's gotten going again. Oh, blocked him.
Oh,
wow, we've got
a
battle here. What? This is for first. I don't know what the corrected time is with them leading the line, but
Pam,
first on course.
Who left when Cody Young versus Amber Slauson? That's who we're looking for right here. So this is Amber Slauson, Cody Young.
Well, Cody Young started 9th off the line today.
And Amber didn't start until the 30th. So she's got a bunch on that. All right, so while we try to get that drone back, I'm sorry, we'll get it back, don't worry. These drones can only fly for so long before they got to get back and get a battery in them. So as soon as we can, we'll get that. There it is. There you go back.
We've got camera 10 back. Thanks, Caleb.
So Cody has made the pass on Amber Slauson, but as we said before, this is not a done deal. Amber has a lot of adjusted time on Cody Young. So really for her, she could just fall in and just follow him back into town.
Yeah, well, look at that right there. I mean, what a great view that we just had watching them battle it out.
I don't think Amber's going to sit and relax. I don't think she's the kind of person who's going to sit there. She's done a lot of racing. It's easy to let someone get away from you, especially when you get stuck in their dust. So staying on him and looking for a spot to get past, I think she's going to keep hunting.
I think you're probably right. I think, they've been out here putting in the homework in that bomber car, getting back in it. She was in it for the first time last year. She's finally been able to get out and get out of that Samurai. Even though the Samurai is still a race car, I'm not going to knock it down, but to get into an actual race car, it's good to see her out here bringing this in. But man, it would be nice to see her bring that in for a win as she follows Cody Young through these trails.
The thing is, Ian, she's been out here racing for a number of years in a car that technically and ability-wise is significantly limited compared to this. But she's been racing the stock cars race almost the same track as the Limited and the mods. So she knows how to drive if she's driven this sort of territory before. She knows how to navigate.
Yeah, absolutely.
And those skills then translate, get in a more capable car and step it up and be super competitive.
Well, and Amber might have a right rear flat going on here, getting some updates here. So we will find out for sure if she does. But having a flat going through these rocks definitely will not be a good thing for her. But Cody Young is pulling away just a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like Cody Young has made a couple little moves on Amber Slauson, and he's pulled out. But as we said before, we do have a lot of adjusted time to play around with in this race. So we are assuming that Amber probably has at least 4 minutes of adjusted time on Cody Young. So they'll have to get back into Hammertown, and then we'll have to deal with that issue here. But you can see now Amber's pulling right behind Cody Young. So we'll see, does she let him just keep struggling here, or are we going to see a pass in the rocks again like we just saw?
It doesn't look like she has a flat tire, but if she does, the pit's at the top of this hill. They come over the top of the hill out of the highways, and they can run down into remote pit and get a fresh tire before she goes out to outer limits and spooners.
As she's struggling just a little bit right here.
The question is, Ben, we're getting chatter in here asking, did Amber have a flat tire? Well, that may have been why she was sitting still for so long. She could have been fixing that flat, and that's why she was moving. That's allowed Cody to catch up.
Possibly, yeah.
But as you see right here, Cody is getting a little bit of the space between two, and I don't see Amber moving. So maybe we were wrong. Maybe she's fixing that flat right now. But Amber does have a lot of adjusted time on her side. Now, this will be really interesting when these cars get out and start the big sprint back to Hammertown, because we got two of probably the best solid axle cars in the desert, being a Miller chassis and a Bomber chassis. So
this whole Legends race has turned into a battle of the brands. You know, you've got the Miller and the Bombers, both phenomenal cars. There's a Trent Fab hunting them down. There's a one-off Paul Horschel car behind them. But the number of Millers, Bombers, Trent Fabs, that sort of thing in Legends, it's super cool. And it's going to be interesting to see which one of these ones works the best in the desert. I've got my my vote on the Bomber, but you know what Eric has designed with that Miller chassis is incredible as well.
And the question would be which generation of that Miller chassis is it? Because I know he made changes over the years to make it faster in the desert.
Whereas this Bomber's a year old, right?
It's last year's winner. So it's got the freshest ideas that could come out of Randy's head. It's interesting you point that out because as early as 10 years ago, we didn't have manufacturers. We had just guys that built junk and brought it out in the desert and raced it. And now we have literal brands that we're talking about here. Maybe it's time to F1 this thing up and we start with like a manufacturer's cup.
What's super cool with this Legends class, Ian, is if you look at Amber's Bomber and you look at the Bomber that Randy built in 2007, 2008, whenever it was that I ended up buying, Bomber 1, they're very similar.
There's not
much of a change. There's some extra sway bars and a few things like that. And
there's been very few
things
changes.
Things are beefier.
Yep. He did come out with a new version this year, Bomber Reloaded, he said he might call it, with some couple changes to the chassis. But right now we're looking at another rollover. Now that does say Chocolate Thunder, but that's going to be that climb that Ben was talking about before, heading up into Idle Issues right at the bottom of Chocolate Thunder.
Yes, and that was the 17-17 of Johnny Valdez out of Cal. He lives not too far from here, so he comes out here and practices in the rocks.
So that's another Bomber. I actually met Johnny when I was over here getting everything ready in November. And Johnny is really good friends with JR John Reynolds and our original King. And JR's been in giving Johnny some advice, and that team is pretty new to it, but they're really throwing down.
Yeah, that's such a bummer seeing him flipped over. He was more on his lid than on his side, like people are talking about his flop, but wow. Not fun to be rolled right there for sure.
Yeah, but I believe that is our current race leader on screen right now. So that would be Cody Young. We just saw him battling it out with Amber Slauson in the rocks. I'm showing Amber, her tracker has not pinged in a little bit, so maybe they are fixing, maybe they did have a flat like we assumed, and if that's the case, she's sitting still. But here's the question, is will Cody Young go into remote pit, and how long will they be in there for? Maybe we can get Tiffany up there to find out what is going on.
Yeah, as you can see, the people on both sides of that pit, but she also looked like whenever she was behind Cody Young, it looked like she kind of got hung up on a rock just a little bit, so maybe that's what it was. Hopefully she's still moving or getting back moving here soon, but now we're back on board with Brent Harrell in the number 56, as we were seeing him have some issues earlier on. His co-driver has got out a couple times today to do some winching, but he is still moving out on course.
And Brent's hunting these two down. He's there. He's ready to go for it. If anything happens with them, he's going to be right in that position to jump in. I don't know what his corrected time is on the two of them. I think he started a fair way up the order.
Second row.
But he's right behind them. He possibly is past Amber. I don't know. Her tracker hasn't updated, but he's right in that area
It just updated
on the
for me. It just updated for me, but she was still sitting still. And yes, if the tracker is keeping me honest right now, Brent Harrell has passed Amber Slauson in that rock trail with Cody Young. No, take that back. The tracker this is one of those leapfrog moments. No, now I'm showing Amber Turner ahead of Brent Harrell. So Amber Slauson, Turner Slauson. So this is one of those situations that we talk about all the time where these trackers are going to ping at different times, and we just saw Amber leapfrog back up very close to Cody Young and moving as well.
And I see Brent Harrell being on the second line this morning, third off the line. So he's got to pass both of these cars and put a couple of minutes on Cody and several minutes on Amber.
Now you might be the person who would know this. I know we had that little gap for a little race course cleanup.
Yes.
Did Amber leave after that or before that?
Well, that was Dwayne Garrettson that had the.
Oh, this crowd's already
there we
answered.
Go. The crowd is telling us before.
So she doesn't have that gap either to work with as well. So
yes.
No, but she still does have about 5 minutes of time inside just based on where she left, which is good for her. But right now we're watching Brent Harrell climb this long, dusty climb, and you can see how hard that car is working right there to try to get out.
Yeah, Brent Harrell definitely was having some issues like we were saying earlier on. He's not moving super fast up this hill, but it's very, very steep as well. As we can see, it's pretty silted out.
All right, we see Brent Harrell pulling over on the side, but what's probably even more news than that is I am seeing Cody Young in remote pit 2.
Okay.
Or sorry, I guess
it's just remote
pit. Yeah. So that's just force of habit. Sorry. So I am seeing Cody Young in the remote pit, and I see Amber. Amber should be there very, very soon. So the question will be, does Amber drop into remote pit, or does Amber have what it takes just to bypass that and come all the way home? Only time will tell.
Bypassing a pit's brave. It's a big call at this stage of the race. They've just driven a lot of rocks, and they've got outer limits and spooners still to do, and then backdoor resolution, and
she doesn't have
7
to.
miles of desert or so to get back to town.
And she doesn't have to. She just has to. She could spill into that pit, just keep an eye on him, see where he's sitting when he leaves, slide in behind him, follow him back into town. She's got adjusted time on her side. She could just follow him all the way to town. As long as she sat on his rear bumper, she'd be fine.
All right, so Ben and Ian, I'm going to step away, and Mr. Jim Martisan's going to come back into the booth. So I'll see you guys in just a little bit. Ben, it's a pleasure having you up here with us with all the knowledge that you have as well. And anyways, I will see you guys in just a little bit.
Thank you, Pam. How cool is this onboard footage we're getting this year?
The onboard footage is also absolutely amazing. I love the onboard footage.
Cutting from onboard to drone to external, all of the same car.
I also love the fact that we had some people using their Starstream as their Starlink to make Wi-Fi phone calls, because it was less than 15 years ago that if you were out here and you want to make a phone call, there was a bush right over there that you'd have to drive your car out to the cell phone bush in order to make a telephone call, and now you're making a phone call from the race car, which is absolutely amazing. Jim Marsden back in the booth. So good to see you, my friend.
It's absolutely wonderful. What an awesome atmosphere there is around Hammertown today. It's absolutely buzzing. Just went out around the back there, went in through the Warren VIP.
And I'm just going to interrupt you there for a second, Jim, because what we were wondering is playing out right now on my tracker and probably on screen. Amber Turner did move into remote pit, and this is Brent Harrell coming up to remote pit right now as well. We saw him stop at the top of that rock trail, so if he has an issue, this is the time to take care of it.
And it looks like Brent's going into the pit, or is he... He might just be radioing his crew and saying, "Hey, can you see something?" He's on the comms. Because if you go into that pit, you've got to go all the way down and all the way back out.
Yeah, so
that
he's
paused, had to think about it. Very strategic.
Yeah, we saw him pull over on the side of the course. So obviously, if it was an issue, it wasn't a real issue.
Right.
It may have just been switching out of low range back into high.
These guys run tire liners as well.
Now, Ben, I'm getting some news here that you are required back in race ops, so we're going to say thank you very much, and we will catch up with you very soon.
Thanks, guys.
And please, pop back, because we love your insights.
Very good, thank you.
Yes, Ben, thank you very much. It's great having you up here with all your local tribal knowledge of the race course and what's going on. But Jim, we have a whole other car in the mix, because now this is Brent Harrell. Brent Harrell has taken over physical first on our race course, while Amber Slauson was in the remote pit 2, but I'm showing on the tracker that Amber is back out on track. But Amber has a pile of adjusted time on her side.
Yeah, she does indeed. Now, this is improving in incredibly... It's a fantastic race. Now, you're going to have to keep me up with this. In the time it's taken me to walk out of a place over there and get back over here, what's happened to Cody Young?
So Cody Young is still out. Cody, we had him in the pit, but his tracker did just ping. So if the tracker is keeping me honest, Cody Young may actually still be on course and physically first. I'm trying to find Brent Harrell. Yeah, Brent's tracker did not ping, but we didn't see who left the remote pit 2 first.
Okay,
maybe we could get Tiffany on that.
Now, well, I'm looking here and I can see now that Cody Young is actually showing as ahead on the tracker, ahead of Amber Turner right now.
Yes.
So Cody Young is physically ahead, but as you've been saying before, there's almost 5 minutes of time difference between Amber and Cody.
But that tracker's not being honest to you, Jim, because it's showing Brent Harrell down. He hasn't reached remote pit 2 on this tracker, at least on mine he hasn't. But in real life, if you're watching this on car with him, he's bypassed remote pit. He's gone. He's in the wind. He's moving.
No, on my tracker is showing that Brent Harrell has already made his way past past remote pit, so I actually think that it is Cody Young, Amber Slauson, and then Brent Harrell.
There we go. Yes, mine did as well. Mine just updated. Yours updating faster than me, so I'm going to let you run that tracker, and I'm going to hop on over to our YouTube premium feed and see what's going on up here, so we can go on and see what's happening inside our chat.
Absolutely. So this is Johnson Valley, California. We are here for the Optima Batteries 2025 King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance, and it's all about the Yokohama Everyman Challenge today. The 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, and the 4600 Curry Enterprise Stock class. And at the moment, it's 3 of the 4800 cars in the Brannick Motorsports Legends class that are leading this pack.
Yes, but right now we're seeing on screen, that looks like that's Lauren Healy out of his Ford Bronco, taking a look underneath the front end of it. This is not going to be good for him. They were in the pits with an issue, the left rear having an issue with the axle, and now he's out looking underneath the front end. This cannot be good.
Yeah, now it looks like Tiffany Stone over in Remote Pit 2 has got some news for us. So Tiff, what do you got?
Just watch it.
All right, thanks, guys. The number 70 of Amber Slauson just came into remote pit. As you guys can see, they're giving her a splash of fuel. They're also doing a re-rack now. Had a chance to talk to the team. They say everything is pretty good. She's just driving this car, making sure that everything is perfect, hitting all the right lines, as you guys have been talking throughout the entire live stream. She is just dominating out there in the rocks. Not much is going on besides the car, like we were talking about. As you can see, just those splashes of fuels, just a re-rack. They asked if they needed anything else. They said that they were good, and this looked like a perfect pit stop here at Remote Pit for them, and she's back out on course.
Thank you very much for that remote pit, Tiff. As we jump back out on screen, we have, I believe that's Lauren Healy out looking underneath the front of his Bronco, as Jim is keeping us honest on our tracker, because we're following our 3 race leaders right now as they make their way. Pretty much they got a couple, well, not a couple, a little bit more racetrack to come through, but we should be seeing them back into Hammertown, not incredibly soon, but fairly soon.
Well, we say that, but they're actually in 2 of the trials that used to be the nasty trials of hammers. That's Outer Limits and Spooners, and I can see right now that Cody Young is actually showing at 0 mile an hour, but that could be because he's making his way down through Outer Limits, and Outer Limits is an incredibly tough trail.
Yeah, we actually saw that while the 2 of them were battling through the rock trails earlier. Those trackers will ping. Sometimes when they're just like this car right here is just sitting still or trying to climb over a rock, it'll ping out at 0 miles an hour. When we get into these deep rock trails and these cars are basically battling for position, sometimes it's hard to guess. It's better for us to wait till they get out of the trail, back into some open desert, and then we'll be able to get some ideas as to who's basically physically leading. But the big news is that Amber does not need to physically lead this race to win it. She has 5 minutes of adjusted time on one of those cars and 6 minutes and 30 seconds of adjusted time on the other.
What I really loved about that pit stop we saw for Amber, there was no chance taken. They were really calm, really smooth, and they put in some extra fuel, because who'd want to run out in this race?
It's a terrible feeling to run out of fuel in this race, right, Jim? And I think that's a great idea. We've seen a lot of pit strategy today. We've seen a lot of racers use that remote pit out there, basically taking care of the car, whether they are just checking fuel, filling things up, re-racking tires. It seems it's just the name of the game. It's what you have to do. Here we can see a competitor right now in remote pit basically doing exactly that. Once over the car, check the tires, check the car, fill it with fuel, and get it back out on the race course.
Yeah, now I think this is Chuck Crossland. Now this car uses a lot of go-go juice. This is 1200 horsepower. So this is a V8 with twin turbos, because 1 turbo is never enough.
It's always better to have 2 turbos, Jim. I mean, if you're going to put 1 on there, put 2 on there.
Absolutely. You can see him now. His fueling crew just doing their job nicely.
All right, so as we jump out here, as you said, Jim, this could be our current race leaders.
Yeah, now if this is coming off the back of Outer Limits and be heading down in towards Spooners.
So we should expect to see Amber Turner, Brent Harrell in the top of that screen, but we believe that is Cody Young in the bottom of your screen, currently leading the race.
Yeah, so if that's a green Miller, that will be Cody Young, and it does look like that is a green Miller, and that is Cody Young, our current race leader. Now, we're sitting here and we're talking about this. You can almost guarantee that he knows exactly where he is on the race course, knows exactly where everybody else is on the race course, and is running his race to a plan.
Yes.
But what an interesting day it's been. Let's just have a catch-up of where we started. So this morning we saw Sean Radske being driven by Matt Zeiler, leading off the line. Unfortunately, they had problems on lap 1 and retired. Then we saw Jeff Martin battling hard with Brent Harrell and Woody Rose Jr. Then Brent Martin had a problem, rolled his vehicle in idle issues. Then we saw Woody Rose and Brent Harrell going backwards and forwards, and they were overtaken by Cameron Steele, who took the lead and built a very big lead until he had some problems.
Whoa,
but look
whoa,
at that.
We got Amber
Look
passing
at
in the
that.
rocks right now. Look at that. So that is Amber Turner taking over physical lead of this race course. She does not need to even do that, but she did it anyway. So that is Amber Turner taking a physical lead in this race. I was trying to see her on the top of the screen when we had that big wide shot, and I did not see her at all. So the fact that she is there and we still don't see Brent Harrell is the big story right now. So Amber Turner physically leading, or sorry, Amber Slauson. I'm going to say it both ways. There's Brent Harrell right there. So where are we going to see him? Can we see our leaders in this in-car?
No, I believe that Brent Harrell's behind them, my friend.
No, he is. Brent Harrell is third, but how far back is he behind them?
I still think that Brent Harrell is running wounded at the moment. He doesn't seem to be showing the pace that he would normally show.
He did not. He had the opportunity to stop at remote pit 2, and he did not. He didn't even go in the pit. Stopped it. We watched him stop at the gates, radio his team, and then continue on to the race course. So if he is wounded, it's something that either they can't fix in remote pit 2, or it's something that they're not going to worry about. But right now on your screen, you are watching at the top. That is Amber Slauson, first place, leading on this race course, and she has a pile of adjusted time in her back pocket.
Yeah, so we're watching here as Amber Slauson is just checking out on Cody Young. What a fantastic drive from this young lady.
That is last year's winning Bomber 4800 car with Amber at the wheel, and you can see just putting an absolute schooling in the rocks with that car. They've been out here testing and tuning in that car for a few weeks now. They come out here quite often. Obviously, Randy Slauson, the builder of that car, or well, Amber is also the builder of that car. Randy and Amber together building that car. Randy, well known for designing that car specifically for this race and this race only.
Yeah, and it's dominating right now as we watch Cody Young trying to pick his way down through. But it was the speed that Amber went past. Absolutely remarkable.
Well, to me, it's more impressive, not just the speed that went where she went past, because when we had that big wide shot, she was nowhere in it. So she basically made up a lot of time in that sort of like loose little small boulder, little crumbly road section, and she was able to fly up there and get ahead of him in the rocks. And as you said, these are some nasty rock trails, but nothing that we can expect to stop these two cars or create a bottleneck. This right now could end up just being our two drivers racing to the finish. The question will be when they get back to the end of lap 2. They have that. The ultimate question is when they come down through Resolution and back door, do they take the big looped bypass or do they jump down back door? There is no reason for Amber to risk it in back door, but do you think it's worth it for Cody Young to do it at this point?
If he's physically behind Amber, there's pointless in him taking on backdoor because he's always going to be behind her. He's going to be getting information from his race crew, telling him where the other drivers are on course, absolutely certainly. So I think he will also take the bypass and take the track. But saying that, these are longer wheelbase vehicles. Backdoor isn't the difficulty that we saw for the UTVs yesterday. These cars are capable of dropping it with no problem whatsoever.
Yeah, but the question is, we played around with that a couple years ago when that was the section of the qualifying course, and we really didn't see a huge time benefit to basically going down back door unless you launched it. And if you're leading this race, is that really what you want to do? Risk it all and launch it?
I have to say I would be taking the bypass because we saw, exactly as you said, there is a very small time discrepancy between the two things. Now, here's an interesting one. Sitting in Spooners at the moment is the Israeli car belonging to Michael Henn. Why he's in there, I have no idea. He's obviously turned his GPS upside down or done something strange, but he's currently sat in there, so let's hope he's not on the racing line.
We saw that yesterday as well, didn't we? We saw some people get lost on lap 1 and end up into lap 2. All right, so here is
Okay, so here we go. Now that's a Bronco we see there, and that looks like it's coming into idle issues.
Oh, and you can see Lauren right there, helmet off, so he's obviously called it a day. We saw him looking underneath his car earlier. So, yeah, it looks like. So that might be, unless I've missed something, Jim, that might be third place stock class right there.
I think you're probably right, and that is John Williams.
So the battle that we've seen, the one that's going to be really exciting, Jim, is we're watching Amber lead this race, but I also think there's going to be a very exciting battle, Jim. I don't know if you could keep up with it on VIP, but we have Bailey and Brad.
Oh, I was watching it. That move that Brad Lovell made, going up past him in idle issues, absolutely incredible.
But these guys have no adjusted time on their side. So this is when we see.
Oh, look at this.
Look at this, Amber throwing a beat down on that bomber car, trying to get up through this
Now, what's that hanging off the front there? There's something hanging down. Oh, I think that's the winch line.
That's the winch line. They don't need that, Jim, if they're real race car drivers.
Oh, so many comments, so little time.
But there we go. Clean and smooth, up and out.
Yeah, it's Amber walking this bomber through there with great ease. What a talent.
But, Jim, all joking aside, I do see that winch line hanging down there. I also see that winch line hanging down dangerously close to that right front wheel. If it hasn't spooled all the way in, or let's just hope there's nothing wrong with the winch, but if it gets into that wheel, gets wrapped up around a brake caliper or rotor, we've seen stranger things take a race leader out of this race.
Yeah, no, but these Bruton ropes are rated. Most of these are going to be around about the sort of between 10, 11, or 12 millimeter, and that means they're going to be rated for around about sort of 20,000 pounds. So they're capable of doing a great deal of damage if they get wrapped around the wrong things.
That's like 7/16 of an inch. Just in
I was
case
trying to help you, but if you want to go the other way, we'll say it's around about 10 ton.
All right, so yes, right there on your screen, that is your current race leader, Amber Slauson, in that Bomber Fab car. Right behind her is our second place on track.
So here we go. We are down right at the bottom of outer limits and going into Spooners. And our current race leaders is none other than Amber Slauson in the Bomber 4800 car. As you've already said, Ian, this is the car that won last year with her husband, Randy Slauson, three-time king, and we will see him in action tomorrow in the 4400 Race of Kings here at the 2025 Optima King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance.
Yeah, the question is, she's made a very clean run of that trail, and I do not see...
Well, do you remember that section where we saw her to back up and take a second shot at it?
Second stab.
I wonder if Cody's got hooked up there.
Yeah, we did not see... That's not Cody there, is it?
No, that's Amber, isn't it? No, that's a different car entirely.
Yeah, that's further back. So, yeah, I think you're right. I think we're in a situation where... is that Cameron moving again?
It's definitely got a Trent Fab look about it.
That is Cameron Steele. We saw him earlier showing that he was broken. Maybe they were able to get it fixed. We saw them stop, we assumed, filling up with steering fluid. We weren't sure what that was about. Then we saw him basically pull off when they got into Jack and pull off the racing line. And we saw him basically telling some other drivers that the vehicle was broken, but maybe they were able to get it. Or I heard the rumor floating around was that it was possibly, oh, Jim, look at this. Oh, here, we have second place, co-driver out. And this is not to pull winch line, Jim.
No, this isn't looking good at all for Cody. It looks like he's got some significant breakage here. The only good news at the moment is it's only a co-driver out of the car at present.
Yeah, but maybe they are winching right there. That is the exact spot where we saw Amber struggling. She was on your left, the driver's right of that boulder on the opposite side, right where they threw that winch line. But it looks like they're going to winch their way up through this section. I just assumed because they were so far back that was that there was an issue. But I mean.
Yeah, Amber was roughly where the co-driver is now.
Yeah,
was
exactly.
The area that she was having
That's where
issues.
She had to take those that 2 shots to get up and through there. That's a long winch pull right there.
It's a normal length winch pull.
No. You don't go for the winch till the front tires are over and the drive shaft is hitting the floor and the cooler's spilled, that's when you look for the winch.
Okay, yeah, absolute final last resort. And the entire of Europe and Australia at the moment has their head in their hands.
They do. It's great, though. Yeah, it's great.
But Cody Young here. Now they're just setting up a winch line. Good to see he's got a good long strap out there. And the most difficult thing about these trails is actually finding something to winch to. Although there's rocks absolutely everywhere, it's very difficult to find a rock that you can actually winch to. So hopefully got himself a nice little angle there.
I'm getting an update from Remote Pit with Remote Pit Tiff. 353 Peter Doolin, Jeff Perkins has just left Remote Pit right now. So that's an update for anyone at home who is wanting to know what's going on with them. I'm actually going to jump on. We're getting a lot of questions as to where is Rudy Wetzel. It's in the chat right now. So right now, Rudy Wetzel is still on lap 2. He's still moving.
I'm getting quite a few people asking me, if Amber wins today, will she be the first lady to overall in the Everyman Challenge? Now, I'm going to have to get Miles to check this out, but I think Jessie Coombs won in a 4500 class car, which was the old Curry Enterprises car.
Yeah,
but I want to check that.
I think you're right, Jim. If I remember correctly, I think Jessie won it one of the very first early years. She won it, but I can't remember if she won it overall or won the class. You are right. That is going to have to be a Miles question.
Yeah, I'm sure Chris Ree will know. And I think it would have been 16 because in 14 was a launch date for that car for John Curry. Then Brandon, I think he won in 15. Then Brandon won with it in 16, I think. So it might have been 17. But I'll have to double check that. But right now, I don't really care. I'm more interested in watching Amber Slauson as she makes her way down through the trails. And this should be towards the bottom of Spooners, and if it is, it means she'll be coming out into the desert for the final loop and making her way towards Backdoor and Resolution and Hammertown, and most importantly, the checkered flag.
Yeah, that'll put her back in the town well ahead. The good news is the car that was the only one that can even challenge her right now is still winching deeper into that trail. So if she can get out of this trail in a hurry, she will be in a good spot. She also has corrected time on her side, and she should be in good shape to get back in here and hopefully take the win.
Yeah, I'm just looking out above the Amber's car there. Now, look at this. It does look like Amber Slauson's co-driver is out of the car. Let's just have a quick look, see what's happening. He's grabbing winch rope, certainly working at the front. And in the background there, you can just see some dust. It's just gone out of shot, and I believe that was the Israeli car of Michael Henn, who's probably at the moment scratching his head, wondering why there's a bomber going in the opposite direction.
Exactly. Why are you coming at me?
Oh, now look at this. This is Cody Young, and coming up behind him now is Brent Harrell.
Oh, there we go. Yes, we were wondering how long it was going to take for Brent to get up in here. And, yeah, it's great to have Brent up in catching up in the race. So that is your physical third right now. That is Brent Harrell coming up in that Horschel Fab car. He's in the exact same spot that Cody Young was just winching through, where we saw Amber Slauson come through a little bit earlier. Clean couple shots at the ledge, but she was able to make it all the way up. But joining us in the booth right now is none other than Mr. Vaughn Gittinger. Vaughn, good to have you here, sir.
What is going on? I'm happy to be here.
Well, it's good, very good to see you. Now, talk to us. We saw you were out there in the Bronco this morning. You came back in. We saw you had a problem with the rear shaft. Brad Lovell's team stepped up and said, hey, man, we got the parts. You got back on trail. But what's happening to Lauren?
Yeah, I don't have an update, but I do see he and Jesse are out of the car. Definitely gutted about it. I had a super clean desert lap, came in the pit, and got out, and the rear left axle was just gone. Cap's gone, axle's gone. So, we all have a team effort with the Bronco teams. Us, Bailey, and Brad's team, and we got it back out. I think we probably lost 30 minutes in the pit, and Lauren got back out there, and he was in better shape than I gave him the car last year. 45 minutes back because I made a dumb mistake in Turkey Claw. And he was ripping, he got caught in some traffic out there, and now they were out looking at the front end, and they're done. So I don't have an update for what's going on. I did text him, but obviously no service. So
indeed. Have you been watching the race today?
I have.
Isn't it amazing? We're currently watching third place, which is Brent Harrell. In second is Cody Young. But up ahead of them at the moment is Amber Slauson, and she's laying down a school right now.
Yeah, well, she ripped last year, too. I mean, she right? Didn't she?
Nope, that was Randy last year.
Okay.
Same car.
I'm off on that. There we go.
Same car.
Yeah, no, this is insane. I mean, it's another crazy hammers, you know, and it's the days go really well until they don't, right?
Yeah. Now talk to us about tomorrow, because we've got the lap of mystery that is lap 3 for the 4400, and yourself and Lauren, you're running identical cars this year. Is that going to help you? Are you going to be able to, you know, maybe help each other out on track if one of you breaks or anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we carry very little parts on the car, but it is helpful in the pit because we're able to have a lot more, you know, preparation in the pits. The goal is to not break things.
But this is hammers.
This is hammers. But, you know, I'm really excited to be leaving the line, you know, second off the line. That was my best qualifying I've ever done at hammers in my past 9 years being here. And we'll have some clean air, myself, Lauren, and Paul. And I'm just going to play it smart. And, you know, just go out there, run a good pace in the desert. You know, we know that this race is going to be won on lap 3. And in order to win, you got to get to it, first of all. So it's going to be sketchy. We don't know what's out there. We really don't.
Now, when you talk about your car, same cars last year, changed car, any changes to the car from last year?
Brand new car,
yeah. And
yeah.
Similar setup, similar design?
Actually completely different. You know, Lauren debuted last year, mid-engine race truck, and everyone saw the heartbreaking, you know, he almost won. He was a mile from Hammertown, and stupid part in the transmission, literally like one of the $5 part stories you hear in racing.
Those damn turbo 400 oil pump rings. I know exactly what you're talking about. Nobody makes a stronger one of those.
Okay, now, right, I'm just going to stop you here, gentlemen, because this is important. This is coming towards the exit of Spooners. I can see somebody on foot there. Now, whether that's something to do with Michael Henn, I don't know, but I don't think a lot further ahead is Amber Slauson, who is still showing as stationary. Now, that could be a glitch on the tracker.
No, that's Amber Slauson moving at the bottom of your screen. The question is, Jim, they got out and winched there. The question is she so close to the end that she just left her co-driver? Oh no, we're hearing from production that might be the other driver from the other vehicle.
I've got a feeling that's something to do with Michael Henn,
who's lost.
Slowly makes his retreat.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube, go to KOHUltimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds.
You guys do an awesome job.
Thanks, Vaughn. It's great talking to you. All right, so as Vaughn steps out of the booth, we'll see him in action tomorrow in that 4400 car that we've been talking about. We're super excited to see the entire Funhaver RTR team out there tearing up. But on screen right now, that is your current race leader right now. That is Amber Slauson making her way out of the well, not the final rock trail, but the furthest away rock trail that she has to go through, and she has to get back in the desert and then head back to Hammertown before she'll go down Resolution and then make the bypass. We're assuming make the bypass around back door.
Now, I'm looking at the tracker right now. I reckon she's got something like between a 5 and 10 minute lead over Cody Young and Brent Harrell at this moment in time. And don't forget, they still have to go through these rocks that she has already been through. And once she gets into that desert, I think that was the change from low ratio to high ratio. Once she gets out of here, then she'll be really starting to turn on the pace.
And I am hearing from our good friend Miles, the Ultra 4 Encyclopedia, that correct. Jessie Combs has won her class. She never won overall. So if Amber wins overall, this could be the very first overall.
Oh my
female.
word!
The first. Hey, we can now because Dave said every class is a king, right? Like they're like the king. She will be the queen of the hammers.
Queen of hammers.
Oh, change the name on the check. There we go. Wait, let me buy that website right now.
The Every Woman Challenge will be the new one for next year.
Every Amber.
Oh, we're going to have to
Amber
change it to the Every Person Challenge. No, we're not doing that.
Go, stop. We're not going down that road.
Well, right now, it's all about Amber Slauson. Look at this. We're seeing the bomber now pushing out of Spooners, and she'll be working her way into the desert. Now, from this point yesterday, we saw the UTVs getting back in around about 15 to 20 minutes. So she'll be opening the taps shortly on that motor, feeding in the ponies and making her way through the desert.
Yes, but as Ben has said when he was in here, they'll get back into town. They will grab their trackers. They will download it. They will check to make sure that all the VCPs were hit, all the RCPs were hit, and then they will check their track, make sure there's no penalties assigned. We saw some penalties assigned yesterday. So we'll be calling our winners here unofficial. Of course, we'll have to say that to keep ourselves safe. But yes, right now, right here, we are watching Amber Slauson, current race leader in the Yokohama Everyman Challenge and current leader in her class, the Brannock Motorsports 4800 Legends class.
And this is your race leader, Amber Slauson. And this bomber, so iconic, so easily identifiable, and so much part of Hammer's history.
And most importantly, when we look out on that wide shot, I don't see anybody behind her. She still has corrected time in her back pocket. She's got 5 minutes on one of, I think 5 minutes on Cody. Is it 5 minutes on Cody and 6.5 on Horschel?
Correct.
Yeah, so...
not on Horschel, on Harrell.
Harrell, sorry. Well, Horschel built the car. Brent
did.
Harrell, Paul Horschel's car.
I'll give you that one.
So I take that mistake. So she's got 5 minutes and 6 minutes and 30 seconds of corrected time in her favor. So if she comes across the finish line, she'll have all that corrected time. But as we said before, they will have to evaluate the track, make sure that they did hit all the VCPs, all the RCPs, assess any penalties from there, and then I'm sure Ben will be back up to give us our official finishers and race leaders.
Well, as we've got all of this going on, it's worthwhile noting that Cameron Steele is also into Outer Limits and Spooners. So Cameron Steele, our previous race leader, is moving again and on a charge.
Yeah, I think we got an update. Let me just double check here, Jim. I believe we got an update on Cameron. Let me see what we got going on. Yeah, so Cameron Steele stopped at remote pit, got a bottle of transmission fluid, and then he headed right back out on course. So I believe what they said when he had stopped, it was transmission overheating. So obviously it's cooled down enough. The nice thing about a Turbo 400, Jim, is you can burn that thing to the ground. If you let it cool off, it'll shift again.
Yeah, they're an incredible transmission, and usually the transmission of choice for most people out here.
Yep, the 400 or the 4L80. 4L80 just being the 4-speed version of the 400, very similar internals, so they can both take a lot of abuse, manually shifted.
And the 4L80 is the transmission of choice for Randy Slauson. What he will be using tomorrow.
It is, and I believe he even leaves some of the electronics in that transmission, doesn't even put the manual shift in it. So good to see. I believe, that's one of our 4500.
Well, I'm just looking a little bit further back down the track at the moment. We've got Jeremy Doc Jones, we've got Brad Lovell, who's on a tear in the 4600, Scott Farley and Scott Foley making their way around the course and heading back towards remote pit 2.
Now, if you look at Brad Lovell, do you see Bailey Cole anywhere near him on that tracker?
Now, that's a very good question. If you bear with me,
because they were bumper to bumper through an entire race course section, and those two are battling it out for the first place finish in our 4600 Currie Enterprises stock class race.
46-13, Bailey Cole is around about 10 to 15 minutes behind Brad Lovell right now.
Oh, wow. So Brad's pulled out. This is Cameron Steele, like you said, in Outer Limits. This is him moving again. So that is good to see him. That never give up attitude. Glad to see that. So he's now under his own power. We saw him earlier. He was leading the race, was doing very well, and then we saw him stop when he got in the jackhammer. Here's our second place car.
Cody Young.
That's Cody Young, second place. And that's probably Amber's Dust Trail at the very top of your screen.
It is. So I reckon that there's something in the region of about a 2-minute physical gap between those vehicles there, but let's not forget there's adjusted time as well. Minimum of 5 minutes. Cody Young having a fantastic race here. Putting that Miller Motorsports car to work. And just behind him should be Brent Harrell.
Yeah, we should see Brent right behind him. We saw him earlier moving up, so we should see that. Should see Brent come up pretty quickly here, unless he got hung up in those rocks. But right there, that is Cody Young, second on course.
Yeah, Cody Young first started racing with in 2017 and was the Western Series champion in 2021. So he's doing a great job out here. But the question is, can he reel in Amber Slauson? I would suggest he cannot, unless, of course, something happens. Now, I'm going to say it because it's history, but it's not that many years ago that we actually saw Randy Slauson making his way across this area of desert when he had a transmission failure.
Yes. What? You're always putting this bad juju on these
No,
poor
I'm
race
just
car
going
drivers.
back. These things can happen.
Yeah, I'm just scrolling through the chat here, Jim, just to see what is going on here.
And that's Cameron Steele we have live on image right now.
So if that's Cameron, so Cameron is now in that section, of course. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of racers. That would put him where physically in our top 10?
Oh, at the moment, he's sitting in 4th position.
I was going to say, he's got, even with the breakage and the stoppage, which is great to see that he's back moving again.
Oh, and there's a huge gap now between these vehicles. I mean, we have a few vehicles in RP, in Remote Pit 2. Just trying to keep us honest on. But next up would be Jeremy Doc Jones, then Brad Lovell, unbelievably, in the 4600. Then we're looking at Dylan Summers, Scott Foley, and Scott Farley. And Jeff Martin, who, of course, let's not forget, for a short while, Jeff Martin was actually leading this race.
Yeah, I think we're in a situation like we've had in the past, Jim, where we have had, leading this race is starting to become kind of bad luck to anybody, because it sort of seems to be an issue that the next thing you know, you are broke and or stopped.
So that's Derek Summers or Dylan Summers. I'm not sure which. Father and son out here racing. My guess is that it's Dylan, but I just need to get the number to confirm that. Looks like the lead car's going up there. There is Cameron Steele. That looks to me like he is making the change to drop down into Spooners.
Yeah, so that is Cameron. We saw him earlier today leading this race, and then he pulled off the course. We saw him putting some fluid in the vehicle. We assumed it was steering, but we're now pretty sure that might have been adding some transmission fluid. But then we saw him later almost signaling that he was out of the race and broken. But looks like they were able to get the car back rolling again, which is good. We're assuming that it was overheated transmission, and once it got cooled down, he's back in it, which is great for him to now be sitting in 4th. It shows that we probably had a bottleneck somewhere before them that gave him that breathing room that he needed.
Yeah, fantastic images. That's John Williams there. I think he is currently in 3rd position in our Currie Enterprises stock class.
That's what we think so right now, based on what we're just seeing on the tracker. So far right now, it would be Brad Lovell, Bailey Cole, and then him being 1, 2, 3. in that Curry Enterprises stock class.
And it does look like Brad Lovell is absolutely checking out at the front of this 4600 Curry Enterprises race.
Yeah, we saw some great door-to-door action between him and Bailey Cole down at the bottom of back door heading up into idle issues. It was absolutely amazing. But it looks like Brad Lovell has just basically made the move now and is gone. And I think we're jumping back into Cameron right here, unless I'm mistaken.
We are, and I'm just looking on my tracker now, and Amber Slauson is absolutely flying. Just looking, I'm showing her motoring along at nearly 70 miles an hour, working her way through the desert, and it's my guess that she will be coming into resolution in probably around about 5 minutes' time, if that.
That'll be amazing to see. And then what we can do is we can start sort of our unofficial sort of like timer on our end and see where she ends up in position. But right now, this is Mr. Cameron Steele in 4th spot, but obviously not stopping, not giving up, because as he has proven and as he knows now, or as he's always known, you never know what's going to happen in front of you in this race course. We could literally have all 3 of our leaders break within a mile of the
we
finish line.
We don't like to say it, and it's the curse of the commentator, but yes, we've seen it before.
I think it's only the curse if we say they're running away with it, then they break.
We've seen it happen to Lauren Healy last year on the final lap. We've seen it happen to Bailey Campbell in the years. We've seen it happen to her husband, Randy Slauson, as well. And we've just got all our fingers crossed sitting here right now as we watch Cameron Steele. And this is the pinch point where we saw Amber stopped earlier on.
Yes, it's exactly that spot where we saw her stop, basically have to take 2 stabs at it. The pinch point was actually a little bit further up. This is where we saw the winch line being pulled out really far, but we'll see what Cameron does here. I think Cameron can get in here, make the climb. This is where we saw Amber take the double hit, just right in front of Cameron. You can see he got hung up a little bit there.
Yeah, he just needs a little bit more commitment. Make those ponies sing.
Yep, and this is where we saw Amber take 2 stabs at this and get through, but it looks like Cameron's going to make it through.
Okay, I can tell you now that Amber has made the turn and she's walking, and she's now coming down the wash, heading down towards the turn for resolution.
There we go. Here we are. This is Cameron Steele making his way through that section where we just saw Amber a few minutes ago, our race leaders. And so right now on course we have, let's do a recap, Jim, of who's where.
Okay, so we've got Amber Slauson, who's currently making her way towards resolution. And then we've got Cody Youngsing behind her, and then Brent Harrell. But it sounds like that we've got Tiffany with some news from remote pit 2. So Tiff, what do you got?
Thanks, guys. Down here, still at remote pit. Got a great story. We talk about teamwork all the time and how we come together as teams, no matter if you're racing together on a team or if you're a Ford Performance team. So we saw the 4531 of Brant's. He was coming into the remote pit. We saw the Lovell team run down there. They gave a CV axle. They did that, so you did that because Lauren and Rance are from the same team. Same town. Brad's a part of Ford Performance. So walk me through how this all came together.
So we heard that they were broken. They had a broken half shaft. We don't carry half shafts on the truck, so we gathered up everything we needed. They need special tools for that because of the portals. We gathered everything in the bag. We seen Rance coming down. They were kind enough to throw it on their truck, take it down to Lauren and Jesse, and hopefully they can get that back together and get to the finish.
So this is just all about teamwork, sportsmanship. So no matter what team you're on, who you're racing against, we want to make sure that everybody gets through this race. We want to finish this because this is the Everyman Challenge. This is all about it. Like Darren saying, this is a challenge. So I love this. This is a great story, guys, how teams can come together, work together. Hopefully they're going to be able to get that to Lauren. Lauren's going to be able to fix that and get back out on course. Back up to you guys.
Thanks, Tiffany. Well, that was the question that you had when Vaughn was up here about what was going on. Now we know. Broken axle shaft.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Amber Slauson is going to be coming down towards resolution at any moment now. We're just looking on our drones to see if we can spot her. I'm looking for dust. Where is she? Ian, can you spot any dust?
I don't see any dust, Jim, but you are right. We should see her coming through this sand wash right here.
Any second now. I'm just being told that we should just be picking up a dust trail any second. And when we do, that will be Amber Slauson.
Yeah, she has to come through this sand wash, go up the climb that will then drop her into Resolution. She drives down Resolution, gets to the bottom. She has two choices. One, go straight through back door and drop the two waterfalls, or take a left at the bottom of Resolution and go up over the bypass.
Well, let's just talk about that. I mean, she's dropped these waterfalls so many times when out wheeling with her husband, Randy. I mean, they are literally nothing to her. However, I think she'll...
There she is, Jim. There it is. That's not a bush moving. That is her. So that is a tiny dot right there in the middle of the screen.
Yes.
That is Amber Slauson coming through that section of the trail. She's about to come up into this sand wash and then make the climb up into the top of Resolution.
Look at the pace, Ian. Amber Slauson is absolutely smoking hot here.
Yeah, this is flying.
Oh, she's pushing that bomber. She's coming up back up towards Hammertown and to a riotous reception.
And this, based on the pace that she's going through it now, she will be going through Resolution, which is a trail that you cannot power through. You have to work through it, but she'll be working through it rather quickly because she's going down. And then, like you said, Jim, does she stay in? I don't think it's worth it, Jim. I don't think it's worth dropping the two waterfalls for two reasons. Number one, we said before when we watched it in qualifying, if you drop the waterfalls strategically, there's really no time advantage. But what we've seen, if you remember years ago, we had a Blyler,
Josh Blyler,
flop doing exactly that. So to me, it's not worth it.
I agree entirely. But this young lady knows all of these trails. She knows exactly where to put each wheel as she makes her way back towards Hammertown. If you're just joining us, this is coming to the climax of the 2025 Optima King of the Hammers powered by 4 Performance, and this is the Yokohama Everyman Challenge, and we are watching Amber Slauson in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Her husband is 3-time king, Randy Slauson, but right now it's all about Amber.
Yeah, this car is the winning car from last year in this class, so this could be back-to-back wins for that particular car. Back-to-back wins. Ooh, back-to-back wins for a Slauson. That'd be even more fun. But probably the biggest news will be that if she gets in here, gets assessed a clean race, we are looking at the queen of the hammers.
We'll have our first king and queen of Hammertown.
Oh, king and queen. Oh, it could be exciting. That could be fun. We'll have so much fun with that. If Randy wins tomorrow and she wins today, that's just going to be too much fun.
We're going to have to get thrones and crowns and everything.
Well, there's already a throne over there. We'll just have to get another one.
No, that's a porta potty, Ian.
So here we are. We are currently watching Amber Slauson make her way through. This is Resolution. This is the trail that is above the backdoor trail just outside of Hammertown. And as Jim said, at the bottom of this trail, there's a decision to be made.
There is indeed. But right now, look at this wheel-perfect action here from Amber Slauson.
And what's most important here, Jim, if you looked up, we saw that big, wide drone shot as she came in. When we saw her, I saw nobody else in the background. So the question is, where is Cody?
Well, Cody is in the desert and he is moving fast, but I reckon approximately 2 miles behind Amber. And let's not forget there's adjusted time. Amber has 5 minutes of adjusted time on her side.
All right, so here she comes. She's got a couple more spots on the trail to go down.
Okay, this is the switch. And she takes the bypass. Ooh.
I think she's just putting it in low range to make the climb, possibly, Jim.
Yeah, I think you're actually right. Just look how soft this is. This is the last big climb. As Amber Slauson comes to the top, she'll come over and she'll look into the valley. And if she looks to her right, she might be able to see Hammertown.
All right, so that is her coming up over the top of that climb. She comes down through this section, has to pass the orange barrel right there in front of her. That is the point that you must go around. So she goes around that orange barrel, drops down into the wash. This is the wash that's just at the bottom of back door.
And I'm also showing Cody Young is coming down through Resolution right now.
Oh, interesting. So what we're going to watch is we're going to watch Cody Young. As soon as we get a drone shot of him coming back up through there, I'll be able to, I basically started a little stopwatch at the top of the climb. So as soon as we see him at the top of the climb, we'll be able to basically come up with a split time between them. But As long as
It's
Amber's race
unimportant.
is clean.
Amber just has to be in front of Cody.
Well, we still have to deal with the race has to be checked, the track has to be checked. As long as she comes in penalty-free, or if she does have penalties, as long as she shares the same penalties as Cody, then we won't have any issues. But right now, Amber does have a pile of adjusted time on her side.
Okay, Hammertown, get on your feet, because right now it's Amber Slauson who's making her way into the short course as she comes back down, backdoor wash, and you'll be seeing her come round the bottom of Means Butte any moment now. There she is. She's making her way down past the bicycle fences and past all of the spectators out there, and there'll be hands in the air waving as Amber Slauson makes her way back into Hammertown.
Here she comes back onto the Ford Performance short course. She has to put that bomber through the classic turn 19. She'll come through turn 19, sets herself up for the Talladega. After she does the Talladega, it puts her out onto the MBRP straightaway and the MBRP launch.
So here we go. It's Amber Slauson. She makes her way round turn 19. She guns the throttle. The wheels are spinning. It's the Talladega next in, and here she comes. The crowd are on their feet here in Hammertown. This is the 2025 Yokohama Everyman Challenge here at the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers powered by Ford Performance. Here is Amber Slauson making her way down, and she's coming up and over the MBRP launch. All four wheels as she makes her way down. One more turn and the checkered flags await Amber Slauson, who will be our new queen at King of the Hammers.
All right, Amber comes across the line. Miles is down there waiting for her. Let's throw it down to Miles and take it away, Miles.
All right. Thank you, guys. How amazing is this? Amber Slauson could be our first overall winner as a female. Absolutely amazing. So we're going to have to do a little bit of play on words. Is this the Every Woman Challenge? The Every One Challenge? The Every Man Challenge? I don't know, and I don't care, but I am stoked for Amber Slauson right now. This car has won back-to-back on the Everyman Challenge, and this bomber chassis still looks like it's in absolutely amazing shape. What a great, great day. Randy Slauson won here at the Hammers, and now Amber Slauson has won as well. Unofficially, unofficial, but we'll see how it all plays out as we download the trackers and whatnot. But man, oh man, what a great showing for Amber Slauson today. I hope you guys here in Hammertown are just excited as we are. Amber Slauson, the first one in town. Again, we got to dot our I's and cross our T's, but it could be unofficially a queen of the Hammers. How stoked are you right now, Amber?
Over the moon, Miles.
I need more than that.
Extra over the moon. I can't believe we just did that.
It's absolutely amazing. Well, I'll let you get all set up. We're going to grab your tracker, review it. But Amber and Tom Lou are first in town. How far back is Cody Young? Not that far. Here he is in the Ford Performance short course. But again, she started 5 minutes behind Cody Young. So if there is one RCP, she's got that because she's already finished. So it's going to be... got to be super, super stoked. Dave Cole is in here with the look on his face that he is so excited for Amber Slauson. So cool. Again, this car has won back-to-back, it's looking like, and Cody Young is all over the throttles. He's getting ready to cross over the Optima Battery start-finish. Unofficial second place physically. What a great run we have here. Man, you can't ask for better racing than this. We'll get Cody Young over here in just a moment, too, and we're going to try to go ahead and send up Amber Slauson to the Optima Battery main stage. So while she does that, I'm going to walk around Cody Young's car. So we'll send Amber up right now. We got the tracker on. We are downloading it as we speak to see how it all shakes out. So here we are. Here is Cody Young. Unofficial second, physical here in town. This Miller Motorsports chassis is looking great. These cars have been battling for 150 miles. These tires are completely chewed up, but they are staying. They're still here. They did it. They made it. So we see a Bomber up front and then a Miller car on the second spot. What a great, great run. And I hear the crowd is getting wild for Amber Slauson. So I'm having a quick chat with Cody. What a battle you had out there. The passes in the rocks between you and Amber was amazing. How much fun did you have?
It was a blast. She plays dirty, man, so we gave it back to her a little bit.
You had some fun with it. What a great battle. You put on a great show, Cody Young, but it looks like we have Amber Slauson up on the stage. Give it up for her, and I'll send it back to the Optima Batteries main stage. Amber Slauson.
All right, here we are. Amber Slauson, you're up here unofficially in this #1 spot. Only female in the 4800 class, first female out here to do this in this class. How do you feel right now?
I feel like this car is way faster than my Samurai.
Just a little bit, right?
Just a little bit, yeah. This is an amazing feeling.
Well, I mean, you had an amazing day out there. Any issues out there for you, or was it smooth sailing the whole entire time?
Oh, man, yeah, we had our share of issues. We got super stuck in, Highway 20 and had to winch in Spooners once. And, dude, we almost crashed 3 times on lap 1. We went end over end at one point, and we thought we were going to land on our side, and it went back onto its wheels, and we kept driving.
Well, this bomber chassis is obviously made for King of the Hammers, and here you are up here, top of the box, an amazing feeling. You have an amazing crowd out here. They keep saying, a new queen. But Amber Slauson, in one word, how do you feel right now?
Like a winner?
Like a winner. I love it. I love it. I know it takes a whole army, and we're going to let you celebrate with everybody, but you had Tom Liu over there sitting in that right-hand seat. It really is kind of a co-driver's game as well.
Oh, yeah. Me and Tom did our share today, especially Tom. He is an absolute stud. He's looking at this girl right now. Her name's Carly. He's a stud, trust me.
That's awesome. A little dirt on Tom Liu over there. All right, so Amber, I know, whole army, who all do you want to thank for right now, unofficially up here, top of the box?
First and foremost, the pit crew, everyone that's been behind me since day one, my parents, Bomber Fab, Freight Factory, King Shocks. Man, King Shocks really came through this year. This car is a missile. BFG tires, Trail Ready B locks, and again, Bomber Fabrication, Randy.
Congratulations, Amber Slauson, up here in this #1 spot unofficially. We'll do our celebrations later on for official, but could not be more proud of seeing you up here.
Thanks, Pam.
All right, you guys, let's give it up for Amber Slauson.
Thank you very much, Pam. Ian, what a day.
Oh,
what a race.
Well, and we're not done yet, Jim. This is just the first of across the line. This is our overall winner unofficially right now, but this is the first 4800 Brannock Motorsports Legends class car to come in here. We now have second place queued up, about to get up on stage. We're still waiting for, where's Brent Harrell?
Well, that's a very good question. I'm looking back at my tracker right now. I'm seeing Brent Harrell is still sitting stationary inside of Spooners. I can see that we've got a pile of other cars making their way down as well. I'm just looking to see if I can see would be car 16. Well, I'm showing car 16 stationary as well, which is Cameron Steele. All of them still in Spooners. So lots of action here and drama here in Hammertown. The news right now, as we watch, that is Cameron Steele, who's making his way out of Spooners. But the news right now, if you've just joined us, is that Amber Slauson has crossed the line in first position in the Everyman Challenge. What an incredible achievement. Well, everything is unofficial at this time, of course. But whichever way you look at it, it's amazing. And what a wonderful time to be here in Hamilton.
So, Jim, you're saying that Brent Harrell is stationary, so if has Cameron passed him?
Yeah, it does look like it. Cameron Steele is actually showing in the desert. Well, we're watching Cameron Steele right now, coming out the exit of Spooners.
Yeah, so at this point in time, this could be Cameron coming in third place in class.
It could well be. I'm just about to reset my trackers and just see if there is a glitch there. Let's have a look and see what we've got.
Yeah, honestly, Jim, I think you might be right, because based on what we saw out there on track, we should see Brent Harrell back in here by now.
Yeah, I agree. And as I come back out, yeah, my tracker is still not updating correctly. As I can see, Cameron is making his way out, and it's still showing him inside of Spooners. And I'm showing, now Brent Harrell, I am showing at 0 mile an hour right now.
Well, we're on car. We just had a short glimpse there, right there for a second, then we lost it. We were on Brent Harrell's car, and it was stationary.
But I'm going to blow your mind right now, because coming up behind Brent Harrell is Brad Lovell.
Well, that doesn't blow my mind. I mean, yes, I would absolutely expect Brad Lovell to win this thing, but to be passing all of the other classes would actually be quite the feat in that stock class Bronco. But what we're watching right now on screen, this is Mr. Cameron Steele himself, Desert Assassin, about to throw an assassin in that desert, and he is out there after all the problems he had today. How amazing would it be for him to come in and end up still on the podium?
Well, this is what we say every single time. Never surrender.
Never give up.
Never give up. Keep pushing, because no matter how much of a bad day you think you're having, you can guarantee there's someone else out there having a worse day than you are.
Absolutely. So we saw him filling up fluid at the top of idle issues. We saw him stopped in jackhammer, telling every other driver that he was broken, but then all of a sudden he started moving again, and we got messages from the pits that it was an overheated transmission. And I've said it before, the beauty of these transmissions that we run on these cars, we run the Turbo 400s or the 4L80s, is you can burn them to the ground, and if you let them cool off a little bit, you can get some fluid back in them, and quite often they will start working again. And it looks like that's exactly what happened to Cameron.
Yeah, it does indeed. And quite often when you're looking at these vehicles, you'll see there are racks of fluids in the back, as we watch right now, and that is Jeremy Jones, and this is Brent Harrell, and that doesn't look good, because they've both got their helmets off.
Yeah, it's both helmets off, and it looks like they're helping another driver get around them, so that would be the assumption. That would be Brad Lovell. They are helping Brad Lovell get around them right there. That's Brad Lovell in the stock class Bronco. That is them, and there we are on board with Brad Lovell. So now that puts Brad Lovell physically fourth on track in this Yokohama Everyman Challenge while driving a stock class Bronco.
Down spooners and outer limits.
Yes, exactly.
Or should I say the other way around?
Now, they do have their own race course. They do get to bypass some of the trails, but that is still an incredibly impressive drive from Brad Lovell in that stock class Bronco. And where's Bailey on? Where's Bailey in that mix?
I'll come back to that in a minute. I've just got Jacob Paccio coming into outer limits. In front of him is Scott Foley in another bomber, and then in front of him is Jeremy Jones, and also Woody Rose is just in front of him as well. So Woody Rose is pushing on nicely. I'm just trying to find out where Bailey Cole is right now. Bailey is actually a long way behind. He hasn't actually come up to remote pit 2. He'll be coming up to, I'd imagine that Bailey Cole is something in the region of around about 20 minutes, possibly even 25 minutes behind Brad Lovell right now.
So we can only assume that Bailey possibly having an issue, because they were neck and neck together working on that, working through that rock trail. Absolutely amazing work from the two of them, making it up through idle issues. But it looks like Brad has put the hammer down inside that Ford Performance Ford Bronco and definitely pushed out ahead in that stock class. But physically fourth on track, which is absolutely amazing for him to be able to pick up that much speed. As Amber Slauson pulls that Freight Factory car off our stage, we are going to have our second car across the line
Did you hear were you hearing what she said earlier when she went end over end in the desert?
Yes, I believe that. Yeah, you never know what's going to happen out there in the desert, but that's pretty exciting for sure. And Pam is getting ready for another interview here in a second.
So any moment now, we're going to be bringing second place Cody Young up on stage. Cody, of course, driving the Miller Motorsports Pro chassis, and he's been battling all day for the lead. He started this morning in 9th position, and he's been absolutely giving everything right from the very start. But we're going to get down there with Pam, and she's going to find out what Cody's been up to.
All right, Cody Young up here in second place right now, unofficially. I mean, that was a great race. You kept bouncing back and forth between 1 and 2, but here you are in second position right now. What do you think about the race course that you just endured?
They put together a good course this year. It was brutal. We beat the heck out of this car, and feels good to be here at the end.
So we saw, some of the trails, were getting a little bunched up, had some traffic jams and everything, but you made it by through. I believe you passed Brett Harrell or it was Cameron Steele at one point in idle issues, and right there, you basically didn't look back for quite a while.
Yeah, we were bumping and running with everybody. It was fun. Who's ever driving the bomber car, I don't know who it is, but they like to play dirty, so we gave them a little bit back.
Well, right now, though, you're up here unofficially in that number 2 spot. And look, I wanted to ask you on the trails, a lot of people are saying this is the roughest race course that they've ever been on. What are your thoughts?
I agree. Jackhammer was brutal this year.
Well, that's exactly what everybody keeps saying, but I know it takes a whole army to get you out here, so who all would you like to thank?
First and foremost, my wife, my 1.5-year-old daughter at home. They didn't make it out. Love them. Thanks for allowing me to do all this. My parents, my co-driver, Guy, and the whole Rock Rage team, Brian and Chase and Jimmy and everybody that helps out with that. Also, Yokohama helped me out this year with tires. Jeff Ginter Racing Engine, always, he's there day and night whenever you need to call him. Mark with Dynamic Motorsports. There's a whole list of them. I'm forgetting because I'm kind of tongue-tied right now, but I thank you to everybody.
It definitely takes a small army, sometimes a large army to get you out here, but you're at the finish. That's all that matters right now. Congratulations on enduring that amazing race course out there this year.
Thank you.
All right, let's give it up for Cody Young.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Pam. What a day we're having here in Hammertown. We've just seen Amber Slauson crossing the line, and on stage right now is none other than Cody Young. So good to see, but we've still got lots of action going on here. Now, Ian, we're getting some news coming through on our PCI race radios. What do we got?
Yeah, we've just heard that Brent Harrell is out with 2 burned up fuel pumps. So we saw him stationary on course with both driver and co-driver out of the car, helmets off, and we saw this gentleman drive right around him that we just saw on screen for a second. That is Brad Lovell, but that means that Brent Harrell has no chance, obviously with 2 burned up fuel pumps, of catching Cameron Steele, who we thought was out of the race earlier today. He was out of the car, helmet off, waving people past, telling them that he was broken, but now there's a chance he could come in and be in 3rd place in the 4800 class.
Yeah, absolutely. Not only 3rd place in 4800, 3rd place overall.
Yeah,
which is absolutely astonishing. And we say it time and time again, never surrender. And Cameron never does. He puts on amazing displays. Oh no, what's this? This looks like tough love on the screen right now.
Yeah, it looks like we have a competitor pulled over to the side. Can't get a number off that car.
A name did pop up a moment ago. I think it's 4701. And that is Nathan Churchill.
Oh, Nathan Churchill up on that ridge. Now this should be Brad Lovell, I believe.
Just looking at that, is it a Bronco?
Yeah, so if that is Brad Lovell, so in front of him should be Cameron Steele. So where's Cameron? Cameron should be getting close to resolution at this point.
Yeah, he is. He's literally going to be coming and making a turn down in. I expect our production crew are looking on the drones right now, trying to spot him. And of course, Cameron's driving that Trent Fab car as he makes his way in. Now, Cameron took the lead early into lap 2, and he absolutely checked out on the rest of the field.
Yeah, and like we said, he was running away with this race, leading it, doing it incredibly well. Then we saw him at the top of idle issues, pull off the race line. Co-driver and driver get out, working on the car, doing something. We assumed it was steering. Soon found out after that it was actually transmission issues. And then later, we thought he was out of the race. He was telling everyone, transmission burned up, I'm gone. But obviously, he was able to get either fresh fluid in it or get it cooled down, and now he is back in the running, and we will expect to see him into Hammertown shortly.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see Cameron Steele literally coming down into resolution very, very soon indeed. He's in the desert at the moment, which is a high-speed section, as we watch Brad Lovell right now in that iconic Bronco.
Yeah, Brad making quick work of this section. Now, Brad is our current race leader in that 4600 stock class and 4th on course right now.
Do you know what blows my mind about that? He's an off-road Hall of Famer, which means he's done enough to become a legend. And yet he's still out here adding to his trophy cabinet every single year.
Yeah, well, they're out here, part of that Ford Performance team. So obviously we'll see him today racing the Bronco. We'll see him tomorrow racing in 4400 as well. So it's great to see them out here still racing with us. And he's going to be bringing that Bronco in back into Hammertown very soon.
And I'm just getting some news actually from Carrie Welsh, who used to work in race ops. Jessie Coombs took 3rd overall in 2016 in the 4500 car and first for 4500 class. Then in 2018, she took 3rd overall in the 4600 car and first in 4600. When she raced in 4600, Dan Frest won 1st overall in her old 88 car. So there we go. So Jessie Coombs has never actually won an overall here in the Everyman Challenge. So we might very well have our very first queen.
Yes, that's what Miles was also alluding to earlier as well. So if Amber, once we get her racing track reviewed and it comes out of race ops, we'll have Ben up here again, I'm sure, to keep us honest as to what's going on. But we'll get that information from Ben. Ben will tell us what happened out on course, if there were any penalties assessed, and to who and how much. And then we will have an official 1, 2, 3. Yesterday when we did it with the UTVs, they waited until 1st, 2nd, and 3rd to cross the line, and they'd reviewed all racing tracks, and then they came up shortly after to give us our official breakdown, which is what we'll be looking for. These are just the 4800 cars that have come across the line so far. We've had 2 4800 class cars back into Hammertown. We still have the 4500 Brannick Motorsports modified class out there, as well as the 4600 Curry Enterprise stock class out there, which is what we're watching right now on screen. This is in car with Brad Lovell in that stock class Bronco.
Yeah, so if you're just joining us, welcome to the 2025 Optima King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance.
There's Cameron Steele.
Oh, this is Cameron Steele. So this is our physically 3rd place on track right now. Now, Cameron started in 5th position this morning, so 3rd row of the grid. So there won't be any adjusted time advantages for Cameron.
And if Cameron was able to have the day that he had and still come in here physically 3rd, that shows you how brutal this course absolutely is, because that must mean that we have a ton of cars broken out there. It must also mean we have a ton of bottlenecks going on out there as well, because for Cameron to be able to be broken on the side of the course for as long as he was, that says a lot.
Well, I'm actually looking at my tracker at the moment at Remote Pit 2, and there is just a stack of cars in there. So looking back now, as we can see, this is... So this is Cameron Steele making his way down through Resolution, and he's going to be back in Hammertown in a little under 5 minutes.
So Jim, you were saying we have a lot of cars that you're seeing ping in Remote Pit 2. So are we going to see, is this going to be the year where we have so much attrition that we end up with only a few finishers out of these 130 some odd cars that came across the line?
Well, that's a very good point. I believe race course closes at 6 p.m. tonight.
Same as the UTV. 6
p.m.
I think it's
plus adjusted
time. So call it 7. But I think at this point, from what we've seen, if we're looking at Cameron right now being physically 3rd on course, we saw him have an absolute horrible day and be sitting in a trail broken, essentially telling everyone his day was done, yet be able to get back in the car and come in here and basically come in physically 3rd. That tells me that there was not enough people, nobody essentially passed him, because I don't think he could get back out. I didn't see him pass anybody else. So he's had a terrible day, but I think he's still going to he'll be so happy to be putting that car on the podium here in Johnson Valley.
Yeah, and let's not forget, he's actually racing in the Race of Kings tomorrow. So what a pre-run for Cameron Steele.
Well, yes, this will be a great pre-run for lap 2. He'll know where not to need transmission fluid and where not to pull over to let the transmission cool down. But absolutely, yes, an excellent pre-run for him as we see him make the turn, go up over the wash right here. This is the backdoor bypass is what we call it. So he's going to come up over this ledge right here. All he has to do at this point is drop back down, go around the orange barrel at the bottom of the race course, and then head back into Hammertown. You'll see him go through that sandy. He's going to take a hard right up here, and then he'll be shortly back into town in that Monster Energy powered machine.
Yep, he comes around the delineator, makes his way into the backdoor wash, and heading towards Hammertown. You can see all the spectators there on the side. And they'll all be cheering like crazy. His crowd favorite, Cameron Steele, makes his way down towards Hammertown.
So happy for Cameron. Races out here all the time. He's been hunting a win for sure in that 4400 class. He's been out here doing his homework and trying to basically get a car on the box. Now he's going to bring this car back into town. unofficial third overall, Mr. Desert Assassin Cameron Steele coming back into town. There he is, turning around the bottom of the Means Butte Mountain, and then he'll be back into the Ford Performance short course.
Yeah, he's doing a great job here. Here he comes. It's Mr. Cameron Steele. And what a day of racing it's been so far, but we've got so much more action. We are only going to have this. We've got 2 cars across the line at the moment. This is our 3rd car coming in right now. Let's not forget that 127 vehicles started today as Cameron Steele comes into the short course, and he'll be coming round turn 19 any minute now. So here's Cameron Steele, round turn 19, heading towards the Talladega. We're going to be throwing it down to Miles as Cameron Steele crosses the line momentarily. So here we go. It's Cameron Steele making his way down the MBRP straightaway and over the MBRP launch. Wheels off the ground for Cameron, and he'll be so pleased to be back into town. One more turn, he'll be coming under the arch and he'll be taking the checkered flag to be the 3rd finisher here at the 2025 Yokohama Tires Everyman Challenge.
Cameron Steele, there we go, everybody. Let's give it up for Cameron. What a terrible day he's had out there, but he'll be so happy to be back into town. He thought he was out of the race, basically out of the car, ready to call it a day, climbed back in and was able to get that car back across the finish line, and not only across the finish line, but our 3rd overall, unofficial 3rd finisher, unofficial 3rd place coming in for our 4800 class. Cameron will be absolutely stoked to know that basically sticking to it means he was able to put that car on the box. He'll be so happy. You can see Dave Cole out there giving him a big fist bump and a high five, saying welcome back to Hammertown. We'll get Cameron up on stage here shortly to hear about how his day went in the dirt as we jump back out to live race action.
Well, this is Brad Lovell right now. Unbelievably, it's looking likely he is going to be our 4th place finisher in this incredible Everyman Challenge race.
Now, Jim, do me a favor. Jump onto your tracker while we watch Brad.
I am already on my tracker.
Okay, sort out our 4500 modified cars and see if you can find me one that doesn't have pink around it right now, because I only see 1 or 2.
You would have to give me that task, wouldn't you? Any other task you could give me, you had to give me that one.
I am waiting to see where we're going to stack up for our 4500 class, and I just selected it, and I'm seeing almost nobody moving in that class. I don't see anyone anywhere near coming close to the finish that is still maybe Figueroa. That is the only one that I have finishing or moving right now.
I've got Eddie Oliver moving.
Where's Eddie moving?
I've got Gary Anderson moving. I mean, they are considerably far back.
Currently leading right now, the one only I have Les.
I've got Les Figueroa is actually moving at the moment. He's already made his way through idle issues on those trails.
Yep.
I've got Dan Warwick showing at 0 mile an hour, who is our highest placed 4500 car at the moment.
Yeah.
Actually, no, Jesse Oliver. Now, this is the thing. Because of Remote Pit 2 is hit twice.
They could just be stopped in there.
They could be stopped in there from their previous lap. Equally, Jesse Oliver could be ahead of Dan Warwick. So
do you know what?
I've just got to wait and see. But at the moment, there's not a lot of moving action in 4500.
My good friend Jim taught me this. I can grab this little scroll bar at the back, and I can. Oh, there we go. Yeah. So you are right, Jim. It's looking like we have the. I'm trying to find the time. If I scroll back just a little bit, it looks like.
If you scroll back on them.
So I've got Ben. I've got Ben Ertel, Jesse Oliver, Tanner McGrath, and Austin Payette. They were moving before they went into remote pit. So they could just be in remote pit dealing with some issues, they could come back out. So it's not that they shorted the course to get in a remote pit to call it a day and get home. They could just be sitting in remote pit right now trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, absolutely. And the amazing thing about this is, if I'm not mistaken, they can hit remote pit 4 times.
I think you're right, yes.
Yeah, which is absolutely fantastic, which is why the remote pit is so busy. Now, Usually, being a remote pit 2 is one of the most thankless tasks in the world. You're usually wearing every piece of clothing you own and sitting there wishing that you'd taken up a different sport. However, today I'm watching remote pit Tiffany Stone, and she's up there in a t-shirt with all the other guys, and it looks like they're having a great time. Fantastic to see.
And is literally the center of the action.
It is.
Everything exciting that has happened today is happening in remote pit. But I hear Miles has us down on the start-finish line. Take it away, Miles.
Thank you, Ian. Yep, down here with Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer Cameron Steele. The car looks like it's good. It's taken a pretty good beating, but Brian Wood and Cameron Steele are they're here. They're in town. They adapted and overcame. A great job they did. He's led this race in multiple classes before. I'm glad to see you in town. I know you fought some battles today, to still be here, you got to be pretty excited about that.
I am excited. First, I want to say I love you to my wife and kids, and I want to thank the Lord for getting us here safely. And it's just a hell of a race. I mean, Dave Cole's a maniac. The course he lays out with all his people here at King of the Hammers is unbelievable. Zero flats. Yokohama's owned it. We qualified on these tires. We raced on these tires. We finished on these tires. This car was a 4400 car, and Fox got together with us, and they built us some shocks for it, some coilovers, and Mike Kim and Brian Harold and the whole crew did an amazing job setting it up. Really, the only mistake today was me. The only donkey was me. I got to be honest with you. First thing is I hit a rock a little hard and popped the power steering line off. Thankfully, that's all it was. Mr. Fix-It over here was like, I got it, no problem. So I got out and went tinkle, and he fixed the car, and we took off still in the lead. I was a little worried about Laser Nut Alley because no one could pre-run it. We didn't know what to expect until we got there. And that went smooth, and then really the donkey move came at Jack. I tried to be too smooth, and I tried to count on just like kind of getting up in there and just spinning. It didn't work. And ended up using up the tranny a little bit. We had to back out of there, let it cool down. We had to trade Woody Rose for some fluid, and that helped winch him up. And then Brian got in the car and smashed it up Jack. Just boom, boom, boom. He hit every corner, but he made it.
Well, all right. Well, Cameron, great job. And I want you to go up there, the crowd.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Miles. It's always good to hear from Cameron Steele there. Looking forward to getting him up on stage and seeing and Pam Hall will be speaking to him once again and finding out some more stories. But check this out. This is Brad Lovell. Now, I don't think he's very far away from turning down into Resolution. In fact, is this the top of Resolution, or is that the top coming down into Backdoor Wash?
I think that's the top of Resolution, Jim. I think it's, yeah, so this would be him. This is this dirt road section that we see the come down that basically drops down. They'll make a turn, and then that'll put them up into Resolution. We saw him stop. I think he put it in low range right there, and now he's going to make his way up into Resolution, and then he'll drop down. So that is physical fourth car on track. Obviously, our first stock class car being the stock class Bronco being driven by Brad Lovell out there on race course. We saw him earlier have a little bit of door-to-door action, but he has absolutely run away with that class, as right now we have Mr. Desert Assassin himself, Cameron Steele, pulling up on stage. I see Mrs. Pam Hall down there with her microphone, and I'm sure Pam's going to hear all about Cameron's lovely day and how much he learned about automatic transmissions in the rocks.
All right, here with Cameron Steele as he climbs out of the number 16. Cameron, we talked this morning. You were saying how this is normally your trail. You go through the trails and ride in this car and drive in this car. Looks like you were trail riding just a little bit out there this morning.
We did a little trail riding.
So, but let's talk about this. I mean, you had some issues. You backed up. I don't know if you already went through it all with Miles, but you backed up and got out of the way so you were not plugging up the trail. So give us a little rundown of what exactly happened out there for you.
Well, honestly, the only problem we had all day was me. There was no problem with the car. Brian Wood prepped a great car, the Monster Energy Yokohama. Number 16 was on point. The DA guys worked all night, the last couple nights to really get it ready because we pre-ran like 800 miles in it, and then we decided to race. B. Wood, get over here. But really what happened was I tagged a rock in her problem and popped the power steering line off, which wasn't a big deal. Brian fixed it right away, and we still retained the first place on the road. But The real issue was I got up into Jack, and I thought I could just really take it easy and kind of crawl up into it and then kind of wiggle ourselves up through it, and ended up using up the tranny. And Brian was pissed at me. He yelled at me. That's the first time he's yelled at me. And he just told me, back up, you're plugging up the trail. I'm like, we're not plugging up the trail. I'm plugging up the trail. I get it. That's what he said. I was plugging up the trail. So we made a deal with Woody Rose. We traded him for some fluid. If I would help him winch and get all the way up in his Trent car. We're teammates with Trent Fabrication. So I don't know. It's a long day. I love Hammers. I love this place. I'm super stoked to be here. I'm stoked to have my family, Heidi, Grace, and Kay. Yeah, the family. And I'm very thankful for the opportunities. We didn't have a good desert race weekend. So if we get a podium or not here, we're pretty close, I think. Third in, but we could have won if it wasn't for me.
Well, things happen. Racing happens. We know that. But being up here in third position with having the issues that you did just have out there, I want to talk to you, Brian. Brian, he's just sitting here said that's the first time that you've ever yelled at him. So give us a little rundown of what you're thinking right now.
I think there was a lot of yelling between the two of us today. Tensions are a little high at times. I definitely say our expectations were very high for coming back this year and racing in the EMC compared to years past. We've always been right there, and we've spent basically the last 5 years pre-running this car, so Cameron knows it in the rocks basically as good as I do. He just didn't use as much skinny pedal as I did in Jackhammer.
Well, and out there on the course, you know, like he said, you guys struck a deal with Woody Rose to get you back going, and that's what it's all about is, you know, the drivers out there on course helping each other to get to the finish. So, but all in all, the race course, what was your thoughts?
I think this is probably one of the funnest and toughest courses I've ever raced of Dave Cole's.
Well, that's what I heard. There's only 2 people that have said that this is not a tough race course. But Cameron, still, who all would you like to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
I want to definitely thank Monster Energy and Yokohama Tire, co-title partners. We came back to Yokohama this year. We had the best time being with them. And these DOT tires, we smashed on them all day. We did so many dumb things to them. And there was a number of times we were like, but it just kept going. It was amazing. I want to thank Fox. I want to thank Raceline Wheels. Without them, it just wouldn't be possible. I want to thank IBOC, FK Rod Ends. I want to thank VP Racing Fuels and Lubricants and Yukon Gear for helping us out, Baja HQ, our company, and everybody that makes it possible. I want to thank Trent Fabrication, too, because they really make a great car, even though they fired us a couple years ago. We persevered, found a car, and made it happen, but it's okay. The more they fire me, the more I just want to come back and do it on our own. So I'm stoked. Thank you, Brian. I want to thank B. Wood. He's like the magic potion. I met him through Trent Fabrication, and when we parted ways.
Cameron, I don't mean to interrupt you, but you'll understand because you have this job as well. That's Brad Lovell coming into town right now. I got to shut you down. Here we go right now.
Thank you. Okay, coming in over the MBRP straight away, and over the MBRP launch, it is none other than a legend himself, another off-road Hall of Famer. It's Brad Lovell who'll be coming through to take the checker flag, and this is remarkable. 4th place overall and 1st in the Curry Enterprises stock class. Ladies and gentlemen in Hammertown, give it up for Brad Lovell, 1st place in the 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class. Okay, so we got, as we watch Brad Lovell coming across the line there, we're going to be passing it off down to Miles Hasselquist in the pits. Miles, what do you got?
Thank you, Jim. Yep, I'm going to walk up there to Brad Lovell.
Slowly makes his retreat.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube, go to KOHultimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds.
I am to be racing King of the Hammers with my son.
100%. Well, wipe your Ultimate Battery main stage. Great job. Another amazing run by Brad Lovell.
All right, thank you very much.
And man, he bought.
I'm just going to cut Miles off on that one. All right, Miles, thank you very much. Thanks for getting the information from Brad. We're back up here on the main stage, and my good friend Jim Marsden has pulled in somebody for a little chat about what's going on out on the race course.
Yeah, no, I've got Justin Hall sitting next to me from Justin Hall Motorsports. Now, Justin, normally we like to see you arrive at the finish line with a car, but where's the car?
I ended up losing reverse just right outside of, right on off-ramp. So.
What, you mean the coward gear? You
yeah,
don't need
pretty
that
much.
one.
Yeah.
But, so run off into the desert.
Right.
So, no, mate, tough break for you. Now, this is a borrowed car, isn't
Yeah.
it? Your
Yep.
car, you couldn't get it finished in time, so real tough love.
Yeah, it's okay. It was a great car owned by Dave Schneider. It's a Trend Fabrication, top shelf, one of the first production cars. It was prepped by Elvis with Baja Dynamics and that whole crew. It's just a freak thing. It did something wrong deeper inside the case and just a fresh rebuild because we lost reverse in it right after the chassis dyno on Friday, and then just happened again right now. So, oh well, it's racing. That's how it happens.
It is racing, my friend. Now, we always see you in 4500. You've been so successful over the years. We were all very excited to see the new car, but I think you did a very mature thing. Car wasn't going to be 100%, so you said, no, got to hold back on that. Borrow a car to come here to Hammers. I'm sorry it didn't work out this year.
It's racing. It's King of the Hammers, so we keep
Do me a
coming out.
favor. Come back next year with your new car and show us what you can do.
You guys will like the new car, that's for sure. It's something special, and it's going to be perfect. I'm not cutting any lines on it. It is 100% perfect.
Fantastic. Justin Hall, thank you so much for popping up on stage.
Yep, thanks.
Thank you very much, Justin. I just heard through my PCI race radio, Jim, that Brent Harrell is moving again. And as a matter of fact, that is him on screen right now. So now we have Brent Harrell moving. And there we're going to jump over it. That is Bailey Cole. So that would be our second place stock class vehicle out on course. We've also been following along in the 4500 modified class. And I only have one vehicle that is moving that could possibly be headed back to town right now, and that is Jesse Oliver. We saw him in remote pit, but it looks like he's back out, and he's going to be working his way down through. He's now in Spooner and Outer Limits, but he is pinging 0 miles an hour, but that doesn't mean anything.
No, not in Spooners and Outer Limits, because the track is so incredibly tough and so difficult through there. To see it 0 mile an hour on a tracker is not unusual. But I'm looking on the tracker, and I can tell you that the most likely person to be coming back into town will be the bomber of Scott Foley. Behind him is Woody Rose Jr. in the Trent Fab car, and then behind him, as we just saw, is Brent Harrell, who's back up and running again. But we're just getting Off-Road Hall of Famer Brad Lovell up on stage, and Pam Hall is going to be chatting to him very shortly indeed. Wow, what a day, Ian.
Yeah, and still lots of racing to go. Yes, that is our fourth car across the line right there, Mr. Brad Lovell, but at the same time, it's also first in class in our stock class, and we still have many competitors out there racing to fill out our podium today. Pam, take it away.
Thanks, guys. Brad Lovell, you are #1 right now in our stock class. How are you feeling?
I feel absolutely thrilled. I mean, that was such an intense race. I don't know if you saw the passing going on, but we took off with Bailey. He got in front of us. We got him. Vaughn got us. We got him back, and then Bailey got us, and then finally we got by Bailey with a little bit of drama down there near Chocolate Thunder. Didn't look back from there. My son Adam did an awesome job. This is the first time He's, well, second time he's attempted King of the Hammers. Last year we had a bit of a tough run, but so this year was some redemption.
Yeah, definitely. You guys were battling it out there for sure. You did a little bit of a little wheelie out there after you passed Bailey. What was going through your mind? Did you think did you have it solid? You knew you were going back down, or what was going through your head?
I had no idea what was going on, Pam. I knew we were hung up and we got cross-hilled up there. Sometimes you can run it out going back, and honestly, we got lucky. We did that little stunt, and then in, was it Outer Limits? We tipped it up against a wall, and it was looking really bad, and then kind of crunched it up and drove right out of it.
Well, and Adam, let's talk to you. You definitely were out there. We saw you out of the car a couple times, but or the Bronco, I should say. So thoughts on your year this year out here at King of the Hammers?
I don't know. This wasn't my first King of the Hammers that I've raced at. I've done the desert race out here, but to be out in the rocks for the first time in a race is definitely a lot different than pre-running them and whatnot. And to actually get out in the race and winch and just be going as fast and as hard as you can is definitely a lot different experience than when you're pre-running and just dragging the car up. But that, I mean, there's no one else I want to be here with but my dad. Like, it was a good experience, so thank you.
Well, I have to say, you looked like a pro out there. I mean, you're out there learning from the best of the best. So you guys did an amazing job out there, obviously #1 in position. Brad, who all do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
Well, you know, first and foremost, Ford Performance. They've put their heart and soul into the 4600 class, building these Broncos. And this is our 4th year running it, 4th time qualifying on pole, 1st time winning it. So we've kind of had some heartbreak out there. But super stoked for Ford Performance. AMSO's been with us forever out here, Pam. You know, it's the lifeblood of the vehicle. It's the lifeblood of our team. So big thanks to them. BFG Tires. We got 2 flats on the same dang rock. And I was looking for it the second time. Got a flat again. But through all the rocks, no worries. Tires did great. Methods, Spider Tracks. Boy, I don't know. Who else? ARB, Howe, Ibach, Warren. You know, we got all the best companies in the industry out here with us.
Congratulations once again, unofficially in that #1 spot. Let's give it up for Brad Lovell and his son Adam.
Thanks, Pam. All right, we're just jumping into the tracker right now to figure out who is going to be the next vehicle in, and Jim's going to keep us honest on that.
Yeah,
Jim.
This is him right now. This is Jeremy Doc Jones coming down in the Trent Fab machine. Very similar car to that we've just seen of Cameron Steele. And Jeremy Jones, he started in, I believe, 17th position today.
Yeah, so he'll be happy to come in here in that 4800 car. That is him coming down right now. He's coming down through the top of Resolution, so they drive all the way down Resolution, going to get to the bottom where they make that turn. They basically have to pitch it out. Now, if I'm jumping on the tracker and I'm going back as to who else is still in the game, so right behind Jeremy Doc Johnson is Scott Foley. Behind him, we got Woody Rose Jr., and then moving again, Brent Harrell. Those are all 4800 cars, and then we finally move into Jeff Martin, also coming back, and then we can go back a little bit further. Jacob Pachenko is coming, and we have Dylan Summers in there, and then I believe we had Bailey in here somewhere as well.
Yeah, we did, but look at this. This is Jeremy Doc Jones making his way down through. Now, interesting facts for you. Jeremy Jones came 3rd last year.
Excellent. Well, he's if anything, he's consistent. Possibly won't be 3rd today.
Well,
but
we were actually talking about this.
Would be 4th, right?
No, yes, that would be correct. He will be 4th
in class.
Now, we were talking about this. Now he's coming down back door. Now we were also talking about this. Is the second car we were seeing come down back door so far. Look how dug out it is in the bottom. And this is the difficulty with it. If you can bury your nose, it can be very awkward indeed. But no issues for Jeremy Jones there as he makes his way down back door, and he'll be coming onto the back door wash and heading towards Hammertown at any moment.
Who else did we see come down and do the 2 waterfalls? I don't think we've seen anybody.
Second place came down.
Okay, there we go. All right. Yeah, so we saw him trying to make up a little bit of time. We knew that our second place finisher was trying to basically chase down and eat up any possible time they could. So second place also took that drop down back door. But I honestly think, Jim, you know, we can go back and we can play, you know, this or that or what's it going to be. But back in the qualifying days, we'd go back and look and we'd say that dropping that ledge, unless you launch it, is not necessarily faster.
Yeah, absolutely. But Doc Jones is making his way into town right now, and he will be our 5th place finisher and 4th in the 4800 Brannix Motorsports class. So what a day of action it's been here in Hammertown, when we've only had 5 finishers so far, and there's been so much action on track, it's almost mind-boggling to comprehend. So Jeremy Jones right now coming towards the short course, and in a few short seconds he will be making his way round the infamous turn 19, made famous by the Herbst team, who rolled there twice on consecutive years, hence the name turn 19. So here we go, Jeremy Jones in as he makes his way in. And he'll be so pleased to get back into town. Now, I've heard rumours that this might be his last Hammers. I really do hope that's not true, as he's a fantastic competitor, and we love having him here in Hammertown with us as he comes round the Talladega. That Trent Fab car still looks absolutely fantastic. And if you're watching at home and thinking to yourself, do you know what, I'd like to take up this racing, as he goes over the MBRP launch, take a leaf out of his book and get a really nice individual livery scheme so that we can tell who you are very easily.
Yeah, pick out colors that mean something. Oh, no, don't miss the
no,
finish line.
don't miss the gate. Jeremy, come back. You need to go under the arch. Now, USAC will work that out, but he does officially need to go under the arch.
They're waving him back. They're waving him over. So, yes, because in qualifying, the finish was through that MBRP launch. But no, on the race, they are going to have to go through that start-finish line to get that official finish.
And he's talking to his navigator right now, going 130 miles.
And this is where you make the mistake.
130 miles, and you don't make me drive through the arch. What are you doing?
All right, so Jeremy Doc Jones back into town in Hammertown. So that is our 5th car across the line, 4th in class in our Brannick Motorsports Legends class. But right here, right behind him.
Yeah, this is Scott Foley coming in the Bomber.
Yeah, Scott Foley coming in right behind him. We're watching him on the tracker, and he was very, very close. So we can see he's now dropped into that Ford Performance short course as well. He's going to come around turn 19, swing through that big, giant Talladega turn, and then hopefully he won't miss the arch.
Now, this is interesting. Just looking at times here, just because I can. Amber Slawson finished in a 5 hours and 31 minutes. Cody Young in 5:38. Brad Lovell, that blows my mind, 5:39. Cameron Steele with a 6:01, and Jeremy Jones with a 6:23. That just goes to show you the pace that Amber Slawson and Cody Young were laying down today.
Yeah, absolutely on fire. These guys coming back in these 4,800 cars. We always question how fast they're going to be able to go compared to our basically unlimited UTVs that get to run a sticky tire, get to run basically, you know, they're a little bit more nimble in the rocks. They get to basically sneak their way through some of the trails. But to have these big 4,800 cars come back in so close to our UTV racer numbers, it's super exciting for sure.
It is indeed. So there we go. Scott Foley crosses the line. Unofficially 4th in class and 5th overall. And look at this, it's none other than young gun Brent Harrell back up and running. He'd lost his fuel pumps, but he's managed to find some, the fuel pump fairy.
Yep, looks like he's been able to take care of whatever issues he's had. He's absolutely tearing through the desert right now, and we're going to drop back down. Pam is getting ready to get an interview right now as we're getting Scott Foley set up on stage. So she's going to take it, get a little interview from him, find out how his day went. But right now on screen, that is your 2nd place stock class car. That is Bailey Cole. We saw him mixing it up really good at the bottom of Chocolate Thunder as they were heading up into idle issues earlier today. And it looks like he's now basically still working his way. When he gets back to town, which is actually not too far out, he will be our 2nd.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
place in the 4500 Yukon Garage
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
Trails have the most unforgiving terrain on Earth, where wheels are given the ultimate product test. Introducing the official wheels of King of the Hammers, KOH Trail for extreme adventure, and KOH Pro for race-ready performance. Engineered for extreme durability and tested against the biggest by the best. Get yours in Hammertown or at Vision Wheels dealers nationwide. The official wheels of Kings. Make them yours today.
Foley is currently sitting in fourth position.
Now the tracker's lying to you, Jim, because everyone's yelling at me from the crowd that he's sitting right there, which I thought he should be, but according to the tracker, you're right. He's still out in back door, but he's not. He's right there. We missed him
Who's
coming
this?
across.
Scott Foley?
Scott Foley.
No, we didn't. I talked to him across the line.
Oh, well, Jim Crossman. Yes. I just asked you where he was, and you said he's out in back door.
Oh, no, I thought you meant on the score sheet. Right, I was going to
okay.
say, on the score sheet, he's actually ahead of Jeremy Jones on adjusted time and ahead of Woody Rose Jr. So right now, as we watch Brent Harrell coming on down through Resolution, our current top 6 are in first position, Amber Sawson. In second position, Cody Young. First in 4,600 and third overall is Brad Lovell. Fourth overall and third in class, Cameron Steele. Fifth overall and fourth in class, Scott Foley. Sixth overall and fifth in class, Jeremy Jones. And just crossing the line there was Woody Rose Jr., sixth in class and seventh overall.
All right, and on screen is Brent Harrell making his way through Resolution. He's going to be dropping down. We thought he was out earlier. As a matter of fact, that's the report that we got, that he was out with burnt up fuel pumps. But obviously, whatever the issue was, they were able to get it taken care of. And now he is back, making his way back into Hammertown, which will be happening very, very soon as he makes the turn at the top of back door to go over the bypass.
Yeah, almost everybody. Well, actually, it's a 50-50 split between the big cars at the moment as to which they're taking. Now, Brent, of course, was lined up alongside Woody Rose Jr. this morning. They both left, both young guns, both with so much promise, and I have no doubt that we'll be seeing them going into 4,400 at some point. But coming up on stage now is car 75, the bomber of Scott Foley. And we'll be passing it off down to Pam Hall momentarily, but right now it's all about Brent Harrell as he makes his way into town. So Brent Harrell now making his way down towards town. Now, this is an awesome car, isn't it? One of the things I absolutely love about Hammers is that we have all of these different manufacturers, all of these different teams, and yet they all seem to arrive at approximately the same time.
That's absolutely true. They do, and that's the beauty of anything that you do out here in Johnson Valley for any of the Hammers races. You have, it's kind of like if you think it's going to work, show up and race it. Now today there's obviously rules that they have to fit in because we have 3 different classes, being our 4,600 stock class, 4,500 modified, and 4,800 4800 Legends. Now, tomorrow is our unlimited class. That's going to be the big dogs of the sport out there, unlimited everything as we go. But we're bringing Brent Harrell back into town. He is now on the Ford Performance Short Course right now, about to sling around through the infamous turn 19, and then he'll be bringing that Horschel Fab car through the Talladega turn, through the MBRP straight, and over the launch, and then underneath the checkered flag to get us back home into Hammertown. Here we go. Brent Harrell coming back into town right now. That'll be our next finisher here for the 2025 Optima King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance. And today it's all about the Yokohama Everyman Challenge.
Yeah, and just behind him is going to be Jeff Martin. And we're just going to pass it on down to Pam as we watch Brent Harrell crossing the line. And Pam is going to be speaking to Scott Foley as Brent Harrell crosses the line unofficially in 8th position. Pam, take it away.
Thanks, Jim. Scott Foley right here. I gave you an option of getting out of the car, staying in, but you opted on staying in. Is it a rough course out there?
Yeah, it was pretty bad. You got beat up, tossed around. The desert was dusty. We started 25th, and we had to chase everybody down, and we ate dirt all day. And just kept pushing and pushing and pushing. We lost the brakes right after pit 2, so we had to come in. We had to check to see what something was leaking. We added more fluid, and then they came back. Best co-pilot in the world. He got out and he had a winch us a couple times. Jackhammer, we had a pass because some guy rolled over, so we had a winch around him. Another guy broke 19 and we had a winch around him. But other than that, it's a good day. Just rough as you know what.
Rough is rough, for sure. That's the name of the game today. But you still have a nice tire on the back. So did you have any tire issues today?
Negative. We never had to change a tire. These BFGs are awesome.
They can give us some free now.
So, no, they were great. So, yeah, we never had to change a tire. I thought we would have a couple times. We hit a lot of stuff hard, but they held together.
Awesome. Well, Scott Foley, I know you have a whole army of people right here behind me. Who all do you want to thank for getting you out here?
All my family, my pit crew, their wives, my kids, their kids, everybody that stayed up last night to put the pit truck together and double-check this thing to make sure we can get it up here. I can't thank them enough. I can't thank King, Warren, Odyssey Batteries, Laser Nut, Cody, and Dave for putting this awesome racing on, and Randy Salsa for building the best cars.
Awesome. Well, congratulations up here on the finish for the 2025 King of the Hammers. Congratulations, Scott Foley.
Thank you.
Okay, fantastic there. Stuff from Scott Foley. And crossing the line right now is Jeff Martin. Now, Jeff Martin started on the front row of the grid this morning alongside Sean Ratsky, being driven by Matt Zeiler, who was our pole sitter. And we saw him rolling in idle issues earlier today.
Yeah, bad luck for him as he's finally back into town. We've obviously led the race off for us today, basically leaving the line first, but we are slowly bringing in all of our finishers today, and now we're just going to figure out what class is going to shake out where. We've had a lot of 4800s across the line, one stock class car across the line, but no modified cars into town yet.
No, that's absolutely correct, and I'm actually looking here on my tracker. I can see Jesse Oliver is making his way down through outer limits, but he's been stationary now for a little while, so I will keep you honest on that. I can see that Bailey Cole is also showing us moving down through Spooners, and Dylan Summers along with Scott Farley as well. So a fantastic run there for the young man from Rufus Racing. But I believe that we're going to be getting Woody Rose Jr. up on stage very soon. And we should have another finisher coming into town very shortly as well. Jacob Paccio should be coming on in shortly in the 4812. And there he is, as if by magic. And that looks like another Trent Fab car to me.
I think you're right, Jim, as he makes his way down through Resolution. We can come down through that rock trail and then make the turn at the bottom, and whether he makes the backdoor bypass or drops in to the actual backdoor trail to drop down the 2 waterfalls. I'm just sort of sliding back through the race course. We have a lot of cars who are stationary, showing not moving at all with little pink lines around them. That means that they haven't moved through at least one tracker refresh. If they got a blue line around them, that means they haven't moved through 2 or more. And we have a lot of blue circles out in the desert.
Oh, there's an awful lot of blue circles, but there's a lot of white squares as well, and that means that we've got a lot of cars on lap 2.
We do.
It's going to be a very busy day this afternoon as we keep bringing these vehicles across the line for you here at the 2025 Yokohama Everyman Challenge. And so Jacob Paccio there making his way down through Resolution. And I've got to say, his car looks absolutely perfect.
Yeah, it looks really, really good. This is the split, and it looks like,
I say that, the number
turn.
board hanging off the back.
Yeah, well, he's made the turn. This is that split right there that we were talking about. You have the choice of either going up and over the basically the bypass, big sandy hill climb.
Well, there's another way of looking at this, isn't it, Ian? You've
that?
come all the way to King of the Hammers, and you're not going to drive down back door.
Oh, I mean, yeah, but there's all you can recreate after the race and drive up back door like you're supposed to, but he's going to be driving down back door. So this is the first of the 2 waterfall drops. I believe this is where we saw Josh Blyler roll a few years back.
It was, yeah, and we thought he was leading the race. We thought it was all over. In fact, he did manage to get it back up on his wheels, but it cost him a motor doing it. But he didn't care because he had the scepter. He was the king of the hammers that year. As Jacob Paccio makes his way down back door, very smoothly indeed.
Very, very clean drop. Absolutely, he's made the drop down. He's down through the little nuisance rocks that are at the bottom of that trail. He'll turn right out into the wash and then start heading back into Hammertown. He'll be on the short course before we know it. Pam is down on our main stage with Woody Rose Jr., then our next finisher. So Pam is going to jump in here. Take it away, Pam.
Thanks, guys. Here with Woody Rose, you are up here at the finish, and you are ready to be done with this race. You were kind of going over with me the things that happened out on course. So I want you to tell the world, what in the world did you just go through?
I went through a lot. It was definitely a mission. The first rock trail we came up to, we got...
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled and reach your destination quicker with King's new Mercedes Sprinter 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sprinter kit today.
Curry Enterprises has over 60 years of off-road knowledge. From the harsh deserts of Baja to the extreme rocks of King of the Hammers to the Jeeps we drive every day, Curry has the right axle set up to fit your needs. Curry Enterprises, passion for performance.
pursuit of off-pavement exploration, confidence is everything. That's why we've built onX Off-Road as the ultimate tool to discover trails and navigate off-grid. Everything from guided trail maps to comprehensive offline accessibility and custom trip building. Ensure you're always on the right path. Join the community that trusts onX Off-Road to plan, share, and fuel their adventures. Because when it comes to off-roading, there's only one app built for you.
Every race is a test of performance. When the stakes are high, racers rely on proven products. If AMSOIL products are engineered for this kind of punishment, you can trust them in your garage. Shop by vehicle to find everything you need for your ride. Get the protection you demand and performance you deserve with fast, free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
When a fire breaks out, seconds count. Employees follow their training and grab the nearest extinguisher. You know the drill. It's pull, aim, squeeze, sweep, and everything's under control. But what if it isn't? What if your extinguisher doesn't discharge? Then what do? Standard extinguishers are constantly pressurized. If they lose that pressure for any reason, they're absolutely useless. And because they're not designed to withstand physical damage, you have a failure just waiting to happen. We purpose-built the Russo Eliminator to overcome the problems you can encounter with typical extinguishers. First, the Russo Eliminator is not under pressure until you pull the puncture lever and break the CO2 cartridge seal. This cartridge-based design is used in extinguishers specifically for high-hazard placements like mining and chemical processing plants. It's a preferred technology because its reliability is higher than stored pressure technology. Second, we put it through rigorous tests to make sure it can take a beating without being damaged. We've dropped it, smashed it, even run over it with a truck. This is one tough product, specially engineered to give you peace of mind. We've also incorporated other advancements. Our integrated nozzle, valve assembly, and improved discharge pattern give you superior fire knockdown. The proprietary polymeric materials we use offer maximum resistance to the elements, making corrosion no longer an issue. So over the Eliminator's lifespan, you can count on peak performance. Russo features self-service technology, meaning you can perform your own inspections with no need for contracted monthly or yearly third-party service. We offer free online training on our website. The Fire Eliminator fits most standard extinguisher cabinets. Installation is easy with multiple hardware options and a unique bracket that keeps it from being knocked off the wall. Innovative, tough, and reliable, and comes with an 8-year limited warranty against defects in material or workmanship. The Eliminator presents a major advancement in dry chemical extinguisher technology, and it's clearly your best choice for ease of use and all-around fire protection. For the safety of your employees and your workplace, don't settle for anything less. Be prepared. Be protected. Russo.
To the trail, from your everyday cars and trucks to championship-winning vehicles, Eibach has you covered. Race, lift, lower, high-performance suspension for all. Eibach, the #1 choice of champions. Proudly made in the USA, engineered to win.
Tested and proven in some of the world's most rugged environments, the all-new Warn Xeon XD and XP line of vehicle recovery winches have arrived, redesigned from the ground up. Warn Xeon XD and XP represent the ultimate in performance and durability on the market today. You'll have the confidence to go farther, and most of all, go prepared.
2025 King of the Hammers.
Thank you very much, Pam. Good to see Brent get back in the town, even though it wasn't the finish that he wanted. Right now, we are still trying to fill out a couple spots on our podiums for our other classes. We have only had one stock class car come back into town. That was none other than Brad Lovell, but right behind him should be Bailey Cole in his Bronco. But we have had no 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class cars come in yet, and we're trying to figure out who's going to make it.
Well, I'm just looking down at my score sheet right now as Brent Harrell leaves the stage. I have to say, I do love the sound of that Danzio V8. So I'm just looking at our finishers here. And we had Jeff Martin, who's now finished, who has been leading the race. We have Brent Harrell, who was leading the race. We have Woody Rose Jr., who was leading the race. We had Cameron Steele, who was leading the race. We had Cody Young, who was leading the race. And Amber Sawson, who not only was leading the race, but won the race, unofficially, of course, at this point. But it just goes to show there are so many swings and roundabouts out there on this course. You never know what's going to happen.
And if that's a snapshot as to what we're going to see tomorrow, I think tomorrow's race is going to be even more exciting. We've had a couple of years where we just trade leaders all day long, and I think that's exactly what we're going to see happen today, or tomorrow, I should say, because tomorrow is our 4,400 Race of Kings, and we have the magical mystery lap 3.
We do, and Dave Cole said it himself, if you're leading in lap 1 or lap 2, you will not win this race.
That's a pretty safe bet. I think that's a safe bet for the past 3 or 4 years, that if you're, I think you could almost say if you're leading this race, you're not going to win this race until you get within about 2 miles of Hammertown. Then maybe you'll win the race.
Well, even that didn't work out for Lauren Healy last year.
So, no. Well, let's say if you're leading the race when you enter the short course, you have a chance to win.
Chance, unless you're the Herbst, of course.
Oh, let's not talk about that, but that'll happen, yes.
But as we watch another car coming on down through it, this is Resolution right now. Joining us in the booth is none other than Brexton Glides.
Kendall.
Kendall, sorry.
Brexton's my boy.
Yes, he is indeed. Now, Kendall, talk to us. Now, you've stepped up your program this year. You switched over to a Ford Bronco, but we saw you having some issues during qualifying, and we saw you having more issues today. Come on, what's going on?
Well, the Bronco we brought out had 0 miles on it. Qualifying was our first miles. So it's a new car, new to drive. It's just a 100% learning curve to go from a solid axle to it. IFS, just such a learning curve.
Now, it looked to us during qualifying, it looked like you weren't getting any traction. It almost looked like there was something happening there, like some of the wheels weren't turning.
Oh, absolutely. I didn't get the rear, the Atlas clicked into rear.
Okay.
So I had front wheel drive. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also today, it looked like it was doing a sort of similar thing. So is that, again, a bit of user error, or was it just working hard? I mean, so I saw you going up at Emerson Ridge there, and she seemed to be fighting moving up there.
We had Joe, our desert guy, in the car for the desert loop, and he's not a rock crawl guy.
Oh, okay. Right.
So him and Caden fought that just a little bit to get it into low range to get up that get up that hill.
So, but looking towards the future, is the future looking great? Are you excited about this Bronco?
It's so cool. It's so fast and so fun. It is definitely an awesome platform. We'll get the bugs worked out of it, and our day is a little short today, but had a couple unforeseen mechanical issues, and we'll be back. Absolutely, it's a lot of fun.
Mate, we always like seeing you out here. We love the fact that you're upping the game, moving into a bigger and newer platform, and we look forward to seeing what this 2025 has in store for you.
Yeah, we plan on running the Ultra 4 Series, and we're gonna come run with the big boys.
Fantastic. Well, good luck, Kendall. We look forward to seeing you in the future, and we'll see you very soon. And back at Hammers next year?
Oh, absolutely. We love Hammers. It's a race like no other. So
Yeah.
Awesome.
Well, we've got some news right now on screen. That is Lauren Healy in one of the other Broncos, and he's up and running again. So fantastic news for Funhaver and RTR fans, as Lauren Healy, two-time king, is back up and running in the 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class. So Kendall, I'm going to let you get on, crack on, and we will see you very soon.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
All the best. Bye-bye.
Yep.
Yeah, we saw Lauren earlier stop looking underneath the hood, or underneath the front end of that Bronco, rather, and then we learned later that it was a broken axle shaft, and because he had that broken axle shaft, we all assumed he's out of the race, but we heard from remote pit that they were sending out some parts, but that meant that he had to essentially disassemble the front end of that car, replace that front half shaft, and then put it all back together, and then get back. That is not where you want to be doing that, is in the dirt.
Exactly, and we also heard that the pit crew guy saying at that point that they needed special tools as
You
well.
do need
So it
special tools,
it wasn't just parts, special tools.
Yeah, I have a similar set of portals on one of my vehicles, and it's not just a simple socket set. You're going to need some Allen bolts. You're going to need some Allen heads to get in there and get everything apart. There's some uniballs in that thing you have to disassemble. It's not an easy job, but they were obviously able to get it out, get a new axle shaft in, and now they're back running again. But that's typical Lauren, right? Never quit, never stop. We saw him years ago in the 4400 car changing multiple drive shafts out here in the race course, so it's good to see him out with that Bronco still pushing.
Absolutely, and this is Dylan Summers making his way towards the finish. Dylan and Derek are both racing on track today, but it's Dylan who takes top dog as he makes his way down through the backdoor wash, heading towards Hammertown and, of course, the infamous short course.
Yeah, he'll be coming up through that Ford Performance short course. That'll be another one of our 4,800 car finishers right now. So far, we are still struggling to fill out our podiums today. That gives you an idea of how brutal this course is. In the past, I don't remember us having this much difficulty getting our finishers across the line, but remember, this race course closes in merely 3 hours, and we still have many, many cars out on course. We have Bailey Cole, looks like he's going to come in as our second place finisher for our stock class. If everything works out for him, we just have one car in. Still no modified class cars in at all, as I believe Pam is ready down on stage.
Well, hold on. We're just going to bring Dylan Summers in across the line right now, and Dylan's making his way around through the Talladega, and he'll be coming on down across and through the MBRP straight away and over the MBRP launch. Just a few more short seconds, and Dylan Summers will be joining us here in Hammertown for a finish in the 2025 Yokohama Everyman Challenge and in the 4800 Yukon Gear and Brannick Motorsports Legends class. So crossing the line now, taking the checkered flag is Dylan Summers, and Pam Hall is down on stage right now with Jeff Martin.
Thanks, guys. Jeff Martin, here we are at the finish. You were having a great run today. I mean, the lead just kept changing all over the place. We at one point saw you do like a slow flop onto the side. So what was going on at that point?
Adrenaline, the back and forth with the other racers. We were probably just pushing a little harder than we should have, and got sideways and couldn't find reverse quick enough. So we did a quick self-recovery and then persevered to finish the rest of the day.
Yeah, it definitely was a tough course out there. We've seen lots of action out there on the race course today, but you were looking really, really good out there. All in all, what are your thoughts on the race course?
It was brutal. Kudos to Dave for making us drive hard into those RCPs. It's what King of Hammers should be. The Rocks is wonderful.
Well, you were our number 2 qualifier out here this weekend, and right now you're coming in unofficially 9th in class and 10th overall. Still got to feel good with a top 10 finish.
Yeah, we're excited. We didn't know if we were going to finish. Just the car the whole time is talking to you and let you know you're pushing it hard. So we're very happy.
Well, that's exciting to hear that you are here at the finish, to see you at the finish, but we know it takes a whole group of people to get you out here, and a lot of them are right here behind me. Who all would you like to thank?
Start with my wife. My co-pilot, Justin, did a wonderful job. All of Team Indiana. And then helping with the car, number 1 would be Mickey Thompson. Tires were everything today, so that was awesome. Miller Motorsports delivering all the parts we needed. Method Wheels did a wonderful job. Brannick Motorsports never broke a shaft, never broke a U-joint. And I'm probably forgetting more. Yes, Poly Performance for their awesome parts they helped out with. And then Hunt's Motorsports for supporting the team.
Well, congratulations up here at the finish, 9th in place unofficially. Let's give it up one more time for Jeff Martin.
Thanks, Pam. And right now we are watching Bailey Cole come back down into town. This is him dropping down through Resolution. That's the trail above back door. He's in that stock class Bronco. So this will be our second stock class car to come back into town today. We saw him battling it out with Brad Lovell earlier today, but now he is making his way back into Hammertown as we speak.
And this is a very similar story for Bailey as we saw yesterday. Doing so great, then had some problems, had to fix those problems, and then get back on track. And he's making his way through here. But Mr. Consistency, Mr. Bailey Cole, he won this class last year, and it looks like he's going to be crossing the line to take second place in the Curry Enterprises 4600 stock class.
Yes, and he's been working all day in that Jags-powered Bronco. So he's been making it back into town. So right now, as we said, he's dropping down through Resolution. He's going to make the turn at the bottom, go up through the bypass, come around that little orange barrel that we put out in the desert, and then he'll be coming through the short course. And he will be our second stock class car across the line. But we still have an entire class that hasn't had a single vehicle make it back into Hammertown, and that is our 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. The only one that I'm seeing on the tracker that has a chance in the near future is Jesse Oliver, I believe. Let me double check that. Yes, that's what I'm seeing is Jesse Oliver, possibly Dan Wyrick, but I'm showing Dan not moving.
Yeah, I've been showing Dan not moving for quite some time now. I'm just watching on that tracker, seeing who I can see. I can see Dawson Allington moving, but he's quite a way back, but he has broken free of the idle issues and her problem situation. So Dawson Allington is moving, which is good to see. And we've also got Les Figueroa, who's still making his way around, but on stage right now and joining us.
All right, but before we drop down to that stage interview right now, we're going to stick with Bailey right now because this is our second place finisher in that stock class group right now. So this is Bailey Cole making his way down through Resolution. All he has to do is get to the bottom of this rocky wash, and then he'll be in the sandy hill climb that is above back door.
So yeah, Bailey Cole making his way down here now.
That's the turn that we were just talking about. He's going to come up over top of this ridge, then he'll drop back down into the desert to come back into Hammertown.
Now he'll be very pleased to pass that place because that's the spot yesterday where he broke down.
Yes, he's well past that because he broke down a little bit above that, but you can see he's now made the right-hand turn. He's down into the sandy wash. All he has to do is make it down through this sandy desert section. He's going to drop back onto our Ford Performance short course in that Jags-powered Bronco, and then he'll be back into Hammertown to finish his Yokohama Everyman Challenge race. You can see all the spectators right there lined up along the entrance to that iconic trail back door where everyone has that little waterfall. I'd love to go up and take pictures by it and show exactly how tall it is while they're out here in Johnson Valley.
Yeah, so here comes Bailey Cole making his way down in here. Now, I've been practicing this. Jags.
You're doing quite well, Jim. I'm very impressed. That's good job. That's a good job. Before you know it, you'll be calling it a drive shaft and a hood and fenders.
Oh, good grief.
We'll get you schooled up in the next little while.
Next, you'll be telling me not to run out of fuel on race course.
I won't. I leave that to Miles. I do that just one time in every broadcast. But here he is, Mr. Bailey Cole, making his way down through the bottom of the mountain, and this is the drone coming right to you from the short course. So we're going to bring him all the way in. He basically has to come across this desert section right here and drop back into our Ford Performance short course, and then he'll be back into town.
Yeah, so this is the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers powered by Ford Performance, and we are here at the Yokohama Everyman Challenge, and right now that is Bailey Cole running in second place in the Curry Enterprises 4600 stock class. Any second now he'll be flicking the wheel and making his way into turn 19. Here he goes, ladies and gentlemen, bringing that yellow-coloured Jegs Bronco round turn 19, heading towards the Talladega. Now this is a V6 powered vehicle.
Twin turbo V6 powered.
Automatic transmission, portal hubs, IFS, and they're so impressive. We saw his Ford Performance teammate Brad Lovell crossing the line earlier to take the win, unofficially, of course, in the 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class. But right now, it's all about Bailey Cole as he turns the wheel for one last time and crosses the line to take the checkered flag and second place here at the Yokohama Everyman Challenge in the Curry Enterprises 4600 stock class. Well done, Bailey. Fantastic drive.
Yes, welcome home, Bailey. Good to see you back here. And right now, we've got Pam down on stage with another one of our finishers. Take it away, Pam.
Thanks, guys. Here with Jacob Pacheco. Here we are at the finish line in the 48-12. Super exciting. You were looking really good out on course. In one word, how was it?
Extremely tough. That was 2 words, but yeah, it was.
I should probably give 2 words, shouldn't I?
Yeah, because there's a lot more words that can describe it. Dave Cole, you killed us this year, so please don't tell anybody, have no one say it was easy this year, because it'll be 4 times harder next year, and I thought this was 4 times harder than last year. But I got to give it up to my crew. We had Dynapro MT2 tires come on board this year. Phenomenal. Raceline wheels, AccuAir. Everybody put this whole team together. Sponsors. I don't know if you guys heard, we blew a motor on Monday. Had to pull a motor on Monday night. Tuesday morning, it was driving across the lake bed Tuesday about 10:30 in the morning. Got it put in. Qualified on Wednesday. Did all of our pre-running that we could, and here we are. If it wasn't for my crew chief Henry, putting this whole thing together, we wouldn't be here. My wife, my kids, love them all. Brent from AccuAir, thanks for all your support.
So was your engine the one that we saw going across the fire right here?
Yeah, my wife had to drive into Hesperia and drop off some cash to the motor, the guy that owned the motor. And he says, once you give me the cash, you can take the motor in possession. We're like, great, okay. So 5 minutes after she paid him, here comes a forklift over to the AccuAir trailer, and we went to work. And without my crew guys, I wouldn't be here. My co-driver Mike Murphy, if it wasn't for him getting me out of some tough spots I put myself in, I think we winched 3 or 4 times, but every time it was my fault, put myself in a bad position. But other than that, car ran great, tires held up, rims held up, motor, tranny transfer case. Derek from Trent Fab builds one hell of a chassis. Can't say enough. Alec from Axle Pros. We actually broke our transfer case. For some reason, we couldn't get in high range in the rear. So we're going up a sand wash. We're like, why can't we move? So we ended up putting a 4 low, and we were able to crawl up it, and then we drove half the desert with just front wheel drive coming in. It was pretty tough, but it was still fun. We had a really good day overall. 3rd year we finished in a row, which I don't think many people can say that. So I'm extremely excited.
Well, that's awesome to hear, that the day was, hasn't been the easiest of the days or the easiest of the week, but it does take a whole entire team to do what they did to get you out here, to get you up here to the finish. So congratulations on that. Did we miss any of your sponsors?
Let me see here. Dynapro, MT2, Hankook, AccuAir, Factory 55. Warren came through. We actually heard a winch earlier this week through no fault of the Warren. We did it ourselves doing something stupid. So Warren came through with a winch for us, so we got to thank Warren. And without them, we would be still on the trail stuck. Axle Pro I got. Jim at ATO Transmission. He builds one hell of a transmission. Who else is on the hood over there so I know? Oh, J&R Signs. They did all the graphics on the car. Oh, Ben Veroza 4x4. Rugged Radio. They came through this week. We were doing a bunch of changing on radio stuff, and they took care of it.
Well, congratulations up here on the finish. Let's give it up one more time for Jacob Pacheco.
Okay, thank you so much to Jacob and his team. But right now, check this out. It's none other than Scott Farley from the Rufus Racing Team heading towards town. How cool's that?
That's awesome to see. We like to see him get back into town. There's a great history with this team. It's always good to see them. He's already cleared the resolution. He's done the backdoor bypass, and now he's in that wash right now as we chase him with our drone as he heads back into the Ford Performance short course.
Yeah, so Scott Farley, young gun, of course, making his way down through. Fantastic effort, and we'll be seeing the two top dogs from Rufus Racing going out on track tomorrow. Pip Justice and Chip McLaughlin, they'll be out there fighting hard in 4400, but right now it's the turn of Scott Farley as he makes the turn round 19, heading towards the Talladega, and I know all his crew will be outside their pit, waving and cheering as he crosses the line. So here we go, Scott Farley making his way around the final Talladega turn. They'll be heading down over the MBRP launch and then making the right turn under the start-finish arch and taking the checkered flag.
That puts him as, what position is he coming in at, Jim?
I will tell you. So Scott Farley crosses the line and he is in 13th position and 11th in class.
So 13th car across the line right now, and we still have a ways.
Look at that. You can see all his pit crew there.
Straight to the pits, good for him.
All saying thank you, well done and congratulations. And he'll be down here shortly coming up on stage. And right now though, joining us on stage is none other than Dylan Summers. And Pam's going to be talking to him. Take it away, Pam.
It's not working. There we go. Thanks.
Slowly makes his retreat.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube, go to KOHultimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds.
The 5:25. That's Michael Henn. He is very lost. He hasn't even completed a lap. We go to this car though, and this is Dan Wyrick. Now this is going into Spooners. Dan Wyrick is our highest placed 4500 class car right now, showing 0 mile an hour, but I'm not worried about that because he will be moving his way down through Spooners. Now I come back a bit, we've got Matthew Tawney, come back a little bit further, and we've got Jesse Oliver, and there is another car just hiding in behind there is John Holtzman as well. So there's going to be a little bit of a gap before we see any other drivers as they've got to work their way all the way back round here and come back into Hammertown, which is just here.
Yeah.
So it's going to be quite a gap in the traffic. I'd imagine we're going to be at least 30 minutes before we see another vehicle coming in. But right now, Pam's got someone very special down on stage. Pam's got Bailey Cole, our second place unofficially in the Curry's 4600 stock class. So Pam, take it away.
Thanks, guys. Bailey Cole, last year you were the top of the box. This year you're in this number 2 spot unofficially. Great smile as always. But Bailey Cole, how was your day out there?
Oh man, after yesterday, we were just excited to get back in a car for me to have a co-driver so I wouldn't have to run up the trail again. But man, it was an epic day. Me and Brad battled most of the day, and it was awesome. Made a couple little mistakes here and there, but to still be on the podium is pretty awesome.
Right, exactly. I mean, you're number 2 unofficially right now, but I was talking to Brad earlier on about whenever you guys both came up. I can't remember what trail it was. I think it was idle issues. Okay, perfect. And he made that pass on the left-hand side. Were you trying to, beat him up that, or were you just going to let him go?
Oh, I mean, always want to stay out in front, but, he had the line there. I tried that yesterday in the UTV and almost rolled off, so I thought I was going to hit the right line. And we got in there, started to pull winch, and he just shot up it. So all hats off to him. He drove a hell of a race.
Well, and Bailey, like you just said, you were out there all by yourself yesterday in the single seat, having a co-driver today. You got this to do all over again tomorrow. What did you learn from today that you're going to apply to tomorrow's race?
Go a little bit faster.
A little bit faster, exactly. But Bailey Cole, I know you have a whole army behind you. Who all would you like to thank for getting you out here?
So many amazing people. Obviously, my team couldn't do it without them. They've been working their butts off all week. And then all the amazing partners, Jags, Yokohama, Yukon Gear and Axle, MBRP, Freight Factory. The list goes on and on. Vision Wheel, Spider Tracks, they're just amazing. Thank you all.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Let's give it up one more time for Bailey Cole.
Thank you very much, Pam. Always great to hear from Bailey Cole.
Oh, look at this, Jim.
Am I allowed to say it? But he's a little bit my hero.
Yeah, absolutely, you can say that. But congratulations, babe. But look at what we got going on screen right now, Jim. This is the traffic jam that is just.
I'm going to rename this. Instead of Aftershock, it's Afterblock.
Yes. Well, I mean, we've got multiple cars out there. We've got a couple of stock. We got the stock Suzuki Samurai out there. We got that stock CJ out there. That looks like, I'm trying to see where is a few of our other stock class cars, but looks like a big grouping of our stock class cars all jammed up in this one section on the trail. We still have one podium spot left in that stock class.
But let's just talk about Aftershock here, because this is right at the start, basically, of lap 2.
Yeah, no, to give everybody an idea where we're looking at here, this is a long ways from Hammertown. Now, this is...
It's a stock class vehicle. It's a 4600 class car.
Yep.
Who is it and where is it? Is a different
That's the
kettle of
Sherpa
fish.
Motorsports. Is that 4628 that I'm seeing?
This is after her problem. Now, if that's the case, they've already broken free of, if they've got through her problem, they're making their way up round. So there's still at least a good hour or more from town, but they are free of that traffic jam.
They're also free of what in the stock class race course is possibly the only really difficult rock section, which is that her problem idle issues section.
They still have to do outer limits and spooners. I still blows my mind that people don't think those tracks are hard anymore.
Well, I don't think it's that they're hard. I think it's that they are. There's not a lot of bottlenecks, or I don't think there's a spot. I think we've seen a lot of people get through there. Do they get through it fast? No. But can they get through it? Absolutely.
See, I actually believe that spooners and outer limits is far harder than Aftershock. But here we go with a traffic jam in Aftershock. But what's making this difficult now?
This is the traffic jam in Jackhammer right here.
This is
Jack. So this is, even though that says Sledgehammer in the top left, that is Jackhammer. That's where we saw a lot of traffic rolling in yesterday with our Can-Am UTVs. This is our original traffic jam that Jim was talking about. This is the issue right here, Jim. You can see that very front vehicle. It looks as though its hood is up, and it looks as though it's sitting in the only line that would be easy or easier in that stock class vehicle. So they're trying to pick their way around it. So if that's the 4646 of Rudy Wetzel in there somewhere, yeah, that's him moving back and forth right behind that car.
Yeah, but as we continue to watch the action here, Pam's got more action down on the stage. She's got Scott Farley from the Rufus Racing Team down with her. So Pam, take it away.
Thanks, guys. As you can hear, quite the crowd out here for Rufus Racing. Scott Farley, come right on over here just a little bit more. You look like you are spent.
I feel like I just went to war.
Well, I mean, you have a lot of dirt on your face. Your eyes are red. Give us a rundown of your day.
It started out really well in the desert. Right when we got into the first rock trail, I went to put it in low range. And the bolt, it had rattled loose a little bit. So luckily, we were able to just thread it back in there without even getting out of the car. Got it in low range. We were good to go. We finished the whole first lap, did the desert to the second. Then we were getting, what was that trail called? I don't know. We were going somewhere, and it lost fuel pressure. So we tried, sunbonnet, yeah. So we're trying to figure that out. We don't know if the regulator or what happened, but we just cranked the shit out of it, and it fixed it, so.
Well, I mean, you do the wrenching on this car, so I mean, you know exactly what's going on with it. But sometimes you just gotta wiggle it. I had somebody the other day say they just hit the dash to get their steering going again.
Kicking it for sure.
Well, you obviously kicked it in the right spot because you got going again. But here you are at the finish line. Give me a couple words on what you think about that race course. What 2 words would you call it? A PG.
I'd say it was brutal. That would describe all of it.
That's the word of the day is brutal, but here you are at the finish. Congratulations. I know you have a whole team of people out here that you need to thank. So Scott, who all helps you get to the racetrack?
I think Eco Staff, Rufus Racing, Meridyne, High Performance Fans keep this thing cool all day long. Baja Designs, luckily we didn't need them. Dynamic Motorsports, Texas Dents. My dad, he put in just as many hours as I did, late nights, getting this thing ready. Warren, we had to use that winch today, and it saved us a bunch of times. Let's say AA Muffler and Brake, just continued support and getting us to races and stuff like that. And then WR Performance for keeping us clean after the races.
Well, congratulations once again. It looks like you're getting ready to go take a nap over there, aren't you, Jonathan?
Ready for bed.
Well, let's give it up for one more thing.
We had 0 flats today. The Maxxis tires held up great. I'm not sure how, but they did. So I'm very impressed with those tires today.
That is awesome. Oh, I hear Chip.
Yep, and the Vision wheels also don't know how survived.
Well, Scott Farley, congratulations again on a finish after the fun stuff you had going on out there, as I'm being sarcastic about that. Oh, and let's see. I just heard Miss Ange over here. What happened?
About 20 miles from the finish, cruising down a rock, steering wheel, it just yanked full lock, and my thumb was the culprit of what it wanted.
Well, you know what? That's happened a couple times out here this week, but we'll get you all fixed up there. Again, congratulations. Let's give it up for Scott Farley and the whole entire Rufus Racing team.
Thank you very much, Pam. Always great to see Rufus Racing with us. And let's not forget, we're going to see Pip and Chip racing tomorrow. And Pip has the Blag rights now as he is ahead of Chip in qualifying earlier in the week. But let's see what they can do out there on the track tomorrow.
Still
IFS versus Solid Axle.
Still lots of race cars out there.
Yeah, we're just seeing on our screens right now, that is Tony Howard in the 4805. Still going strong.
And we still have a few podiums to round out. So we still have 1 empty slot in our Curry Enterprises 4600 stock class, but we have had 0 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified cars come through. We were keeping an eye on 1 on the tracker. Jim, do we have any updates on that?
Yeah, I can see that Dan Warwick has been moving, not much, but just a little bit, although he's still showing at 0 at the moment. In fact, I'm just going to do wind back on my tracker just to see if I can see any kind of...
The only 2 that I have with
218. See, he has been moving, but no, he's actually gone to a blue solid now.
He just went to blue solid on mine as well. So
Yeah.
the only 2 that I have within striking distance of Hammertown in the next hour or so is going to be Dan Wyrick and Jesse Oliver. You got to remember this race course is going to shut down at 6 o'clock plus adjusted time. So I don't know when they left the starting line, but we're going to have to get in there and figure that out. But right now we've jumped out. This is Matt Torney out here in Outer Limits.
Okay, I'm just looking at Jesse Oliver there, and he actually stopped at around about 2:30, so he's been stationary now for an hour. So, yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there for Jesse Oliver. Now, the other thing to think about is they are in outer limits, so they could hike back to pit 2 and possibly get parts.
They could if they had to, but I did see Dan Wyrick jump a little bit, but then we saw his tracker stop. And as
again.
you said, now it's gone blue, which means that he hasn't moved at all in a little bit. And now we're jumping out. We've got some action out here on trail as well. We're trying to get back to that one shot we had of all those stock class cars jammed up in the trail.
Just trying to work out who that is right now. That's a Bronco. Is that John Williams?
It could be John Williams in that Bronco, and we're just trying to figure out where he's at. He may be physically third on course for that stock class. Yeah, I'm hearing from our PCI race radios that he has passed all of that basically blockage that we were looking at earlier for our stock class cars. There was a couple little hiccups for them. And so we're assuming right now that he is our third on course.
Yeah, now I can see that he's actually making his way back up towards remote pit 2. So as you say, he has been through Aftershock. He's been through Her Problem. And he's making his way round the trails right now, heading back towards remote pit 2. Once he's been through remote pit 2, he will then have outer limits, spooners, and then back into the desert. So he's at least, I would suggest that he's at least an hour, maybe more away.
I'm showing on my tracker, Jim, it looks like that's John Williams. And then right behind him is Sergio Pinilos.
Yeah, Sergio Pinilos. He'll be in the Jeep with Justin Andrews riding shotgun.
Yep, and right behind him is Jesse Bennett. All still moving and all in a very similar section of the trail, but that's not what I'm seeing live on screen right here. So it's kind of hard to, the tracker that I'm showing is showing John Williams. It hasn't moved in a bit, so mine hasn't updated probably as well as yours has been.
That is Graham Norman there, I believe, the 4871.
I think that's 4877, Jim.
Rob Graham is who we've got there. 4877, and just in front of him. But you can see the problem here. So what we've got is we've got one car stuck on the line and another car can't get past.
Yeah, and that's a tricky spot to be in. It's very unnerving to be up on that ridge like that. You're kind of exposed. It's not a very comfortable spot to be.
It's many things, but not comfortable. I can also tell you that the 4578 of Les Figaro is actually still moving and making his way towards remote pit 2. So, ironically, although he's still quite a long way behind the 218 and the of Dan Warwick and the 4517 of Jesse Oliver, Les Figaro at the moment looks to be the only 4500 with a chance of getting back towards town. Now, what's happening here? Now, this is very tricky indeed because there's almost nothing to winch to.
No, and that's hard to do for sure.
That is the brutal horsepower of Chuck Crossland has left the party by the looks of it. So Chuck Crossland is running the most horsepower of any car here this weekend, including our T1 trucks, I believe, with over 1,200 horsepower with that V8 twin-turboed engine. And the difficulty here is he's trying to find, I think he might be trying to find something to winch off, and there is just very little winch off. And here we go. So this is Rob Graham looking to make a pass, and I think Rob's just going to have to get into it now and just try and make his line past it. They are starting to run short of time if they want to complete course. It is now 3:30, and or 30 minutes past 3, if you like to look at it that way, and they need to be back here by 6 p.m. plus adjusted time.
So all right, so this is what this is that stock class sort of bottleneck that we were looking at earlier. We just saw Rudy Wetzel come through here, so they're gone. This is our stock class CJ entry, and then that's our Suzuki Samurai at the top of the screen.
Yeah, and you can see multiple co-drivers out there, and it looks like they're all trying to work together, which is fantastic. We like to see this. But, I mean, they've got a long day at the office. Even if they do get through this, they still get to get through idle issues, Her Problem, and Jackhammer. In fact, no, they don't go through Jack, the stocks, do they?
They do not go through Jack. So I'm showing, so this is, yeah, so this is the section right before remote pit 2. So they have to come up through this rock section, and then the question will be what happens when they get to remote pit 2. So Rudy Wetzel, who we just saw come through that section clean, he's now moving on down that trail. I show him moving on tracker, and he's about to basically get onto the wash as he heads down, heads up and gets closer to remote pit 2. this right here is another one of our stock class cars. I'm assuming.
It's a mighty Toyota by the looks of it.
Yep.
As they always say, after a nuclear strike, there'll only be two things left: cockroaches and Toyota Hiluxes.
I knew you were going to call it a Hilux. I'm so happy, Jim. I'm so happy.
Does that make you happy?
It does, yeah. It does.
And we can see another vehicle there trying to push their way up through. In fact, it looks like they might have a winch line on there. The co-driver was out. Now, I do love this drone footage. Is that Jesse on? No. Oh, that's correct. That is Jeff Hatamaki there.
Yeah, I was going to say, I believe that's Jeff Hatamaki of the 951. So he is on lap 2. I'm just going to grab him on the tracker so we can see where he is. Oh, he's not very far into lap 2, Jim.
No, Jeff is a long way down, but he has managed to make his way through idle issues and her problem.
Yeah, that would be him just exiting Laser Nut Alley, but he still has a lot of racetrack to get through before he can even get to Remote Pit 2. Or sorry, Remote Pit. We keep calling it Remote Pit 2 because it used to be Remote Pit 2.
It did.
This year we just have one Remote Pit, so just by force of habit, we're always just calling it Remote Pit 2. But yes, there used to be another Remote Pit 1 that we'd use out on the desert lap. This year we do not. Everything is happening in one Remote Pit area that is out just after the rock, about halfway through. Well, not halfway through. They have a chance to hit it twice in this rock lap, or more times, really, right, Jim?
Yeah, well, we think, I'm just trying to work it out. So on the first lap, they can hit it. Then on the second lap, they can hit it twice. So it's actually 3 times.
3 times, because after they do the rock trails, they could hit it one more time before they come back into town.
And I think that's an awesome piece of course design. It really does, because it keeps more vehicles rolling, keeps more vehicles moving, and also allows the teams to plan accordingly, and also, to work things out. The more vehicles we have on track, the more racing we have, and the more we have to talk about, and how cool's that?
Absolutely, but right now we're jumping out to some in-car footage, and I believe that's Lauren Healy.
That's a Bronco, and that is Lauren.
Yeah, I see the fun haver on the side of his helmet. So he, as we said before, he's back up and moving. So where is he on track? Let me just see if I can pop him up here quickly. So I've got him. So they finished. They broke right at the bottom of basically Laser Nut Alley, and then they've dropped up. So they're probably about halfway through their rock lap section they have to go through. They do not have to do jack. They have a bypass for that, which is good.
Yeah, they do, but I think that does still put him behind John Williams.
I believe John Williams is ahead of him, yes. So let me leave him up. Pull up Williams. Yeah, John Williams is actually fairly far ahead of him on track, but my tracker is showing John Williams as stationary.
Yeah, but I'm also showing Sergio Pinilios as just coming up to John Williams, so Sergio could actually be going past John Williams very soon. But they're all coming into the same sort of area where Les Figaro was.
On screen right now, that is Rudy Wetzel. That is the Jeep Cherokee that Miles and I were talking about earlier. That is Rudy showed up here even before the Hammer King crew showed up here. Set up a tent in the desert, drove a stock Cherokee in, and they built that entire car here on the lake bed, and then came to race the stock class. So this is somebody that decided that instead of building a car in the shop and bringing it out and racing it, it would be more fun to actually build it on site and then race it. Glutton for punishment, Jim, is the term
I was just trying to work out the logic there.
Let me explain to you how YouTube works, Jim. So the way it works is you want people to watch your videos, and when you do crazy things, people will watch your videos. Rudy has a YouTube channel, and they basically documented this entire adventure. They literally took the Jeep out in stock form and drove it through a couple trails first, and broke a lot of things on it, and then had to drag it back to the pit tent. But yes, Rudy's YouTube channel, Rudy's Adventure and Design, he's always doing something crazy. Very impressive. He's like 22 or 23 years old, I think, at the most.
Okay, is that Miley down there as well? I just saw.
All right, this is just that you can see right now as your footage changes as you're watching at home. It's no longer sunny and warm in all these canyons. What's happening now is the sun is starting to go behind these canyon walls. It's going to get cold out there in the desert as the sun goes down. It's going to be a long night for some of these guys.
And we were just talking about this and saying, do you remember, all these crews are now sitting there going, oh, yeah, I said I should have fitted that light bar. Yes, this is when you should have fitted that light bar.
I'm gonna ping Rudy's crew right now and find out if they had time to wire up his light bar, because he's gonna need it.
He is gonna need it. These canyons become as black when the sun descends, and they also become incredibly chilly. Now, the bonus is that today's been very warm, so the rocks will hold the heat a little bit. But as they are warned in driver's briefing, do make sure you carry water, do make sure you carry food and some warm clothing, because when the long shadows come in, it can get very cold in those canyons.
And that's when you end up cuddling together in the dark, kind of spooning.
Spooners.
Spooning, just like Spooners. Yes, how the trail got its name.
And that's what so many people ask me back home, say, why are these trails called such ridiculous names? Why are there names like Her Problem and Idle Issues and Sledgehammer and all this? And that's simply because the guys or girls who break these trails, they get to name them.
They do get to name them, yes. So don't ask why it's called Chocolate Thunder.
And let's not go to back door.
Let's definitely not go to the back door.
Well, now there's an interesting one, because Her Problem wasn't actually called Her Problem, but they had to tone it down a bit and make it a bit more PC.
That'll happen. I believe it. Yes, sometimes. So here we are watching another one of our stock class cars out there on the track. As I said before, where Jim and I were talking, we still have an entire class of racers to get back into Johnson Valley to possibly fill out a podium, because we haven't seen a single Yukon gear and axle modified car make it back into town, and we've been watching two different competitors in that class.
I have news. Dan Warwick has broken free of Spooners, and Dan Warwick is in the desert in his amazing UFO Tacoma and is heading back towards Hammertown.
Oh, that is so good to hear. Absolutely good to hear, because we've been waiting to see that happen.
I'm guessing that he's probably around about 15 minutes away from Hammertown, and he is the first of our 4,500 Yukon gear and axle modified class cars to be clear of the rocks and heading back towards town.
Yeah, we were worried about that. We've been watching him make his way through that rock trail, and he was stationary for quite some time, so it's definitely good to see him out in the desert. It would be nice to get one of our Yukon gear and axle modified cars back into town, and if he's already broken free out in the desert, 30 minutes maybe, Jim, depending on the speed that he's traveling?
I reckon less. I reckon probably around about 20 minutes. But anybody who's on the race course right now has had problems. Everybody's going to have stories, because anybody who's on the race course right now that is still driving is suffering, and they've had to work every second to make sure they're still running.
We still have one more spot on the box for our 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class as well, and we're waiting to see who's going to come in with the finish on that. We thought it might have been John Schaefer, but I'm showing him in remote pit right now, Jim.
Yeah, well, that's fine.
He could just be doing something.
Going into remote pit, picking up a spare tire, taking on fuel. That's why the remote pit is there, so you can dot the I's and cross the T's.
Looks like he went into that remote pit, but he went into that remote pit, according to my tracker, quite some time ago, Jim.
Yeah, now there's a bit of a strange one here. I've got Liz Figaro in the 4578, and it actually looks like he might have gone the wrong way on track. So he's supposed to have turned off down towards outer limits, and he was our second placed 4500 car, but it looks to me like he's taken the first lap rock bypass. So let's see if he comes back up the trail again and gets back onto the right track. Otherwise he will suffer significant RCP penalties.
Yeah, that would be a shame for sure to see that happen. Right here, we're seeing that this traffic jam in Jackhammer. This is Brandon Goodwin. Looks like we're seeing that traffic jam slowly get cleaned up. That's our, I believe that's our, no, that's not our CJ. Here we are. Okay, now we're back into, these are some of our stock class cars. So that's Rudy Wetzel, who we've been watching. It looks like he's pulled off to the side. Someone else is winching, so looks like Rudy is also getting out to do some winching. I can't see who that is behind him.
That's not the headlights aren't right for the Samurai, but the windscreen surround look correct for it.
That is not a Samurai. It looks way too. That looks like a modified class car, to be honest with you.
It's got a door.
Oh, it's got a door. It's not a modified class.
No.
That's another one of our stock cars.
It looks like a Jeep front end. It's just the windscreen surround looks odd.
Yeah, if we can get a closer look in there. Well, here, let's just
well,
do this.
A closer look on our 4-inch screen that we
Wait. Watch what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to zoom in. Oh. Hold on. I'm going to take that away.
Yeah, you can do a lot with 4 inches, not with a 4-inch screen, though.
So, Jim, that is, if the tracker isn't lying, that's Zach Forsberg in the 4632. So that's a Jeep.
That is a Jeep.
Yeah, so that's 4632. And right beside him is Rudy Wetzel, 4646.
Now, you can see here that there's a bypass, but they don't want to take the bypass because of the RCPs.
Well, Jim, actually what I'm seeing is if I do your little trick that you taught me where I can play back the track a little bit, it looks like 4632 had been sitting there for quite some time. Rudy Wetzel came up on the trail, and he's passing him right now. So whatever's going on with Zach Forsberg, it's been happening for a while. And Rudy came all the way up from the bottom of this trail and is now going by him on the right. We're seeing him winch up around him in this section of trail. So I'm thinking maybe the desired line for the stock class cars is the line that Zach is sitting in.
Well, I'm also watching at the moment the 4578 of Les Figueroa, and unfortunately Les has taken the wrong turn and is definitely going down the rock bypass and has missed outer limits and spooners, which is an absolute crying shame because Les was currently the second place car in 4500. So that's an issue because he's going to suffer significant RCP penalties for missing that turn.
Oh,
now,
that is yes, you're right. Now my tracker just updated. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yes, he has made that bypass. That is not where he wants to be.
That is not where he wants to be. But I can tell you he's someone who is where he wants to be, and that is Dan Wyrick, and that is heading back towards Hammertown. He's made the turn in the desert and heading back down towards Resolution.
Now, Jim, yes, that is a terrible decision for Les to make to drop down in there. But also, if he is the only other 4,500 car to get back into town, he can have all the penalties he wants.
Well, I was going to mention this, and I thought, do you know what? I better not. So this could be team play. They could have just been sitting there going, do you know what? We're looking at the tracker because there's nothing stopping anybody having trackers out there and looking at them. They've got Starlinks. They've got the technology. And going, let's take a call on this.
If that is the truth, that is an incredibly smart move. And I did actually just hear back from Rudy's crew. I asked, did you guys have time to install lights while you were building that car in Lake Med? And the answer was yes, and we know we're going to need them. So they're expecting to be out there well past sundown here in the desert. But yes, Jim, this will be really interesting if we get Les back into town to find out, because if they do get back in here, yes. But you know what? Actually, Jim, we say that, but it's all going to boil down to how many RCPs are in those two trails, because USAC did say if you miss an excessive amount of RCPs, it may be a more severe penalty than just time advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. As we watch, I think that was Derek Summers there coming out the exit of Spooners. So we've already seen Dylan Summers, his son, crossing the line and coming up on stage to join us. So how cool would that be if both of the Summers cars could finish? And if we think back, the odds of two cars finishing in the same team are pretty highly stacked against them. So that would be a remarkable thing as we watch Brandon Goodwin in the 5169. And this is another one of our... Oh, no, that's the poison.
That's the Fig Speed car right there.
Yeah.
I think that's who we were just talking about,
Is this
Jim.
Les?
Yeah, I believe it is.
This is Les,
that's
isn't
Les. That's Figaro. That is him in the Fig Speed car. So, yeah, that's going to be very interesting to see what happens with them. We'll let USAC deal with that as we just watch.
Do you reckon he's just listening to the live show now and gone, oh, no, we've gone the wrong way?
Yeah, well, at this point, there's nothing you can do about it. You're not going backwards on course. You've committed. Just come in and eat your lumps, as they say. But right now, we are watching Dan Wyrick come through the desert
In fact, looking at Les here, now he's actually come out the bottom of that trail and he's now off the bottom of that turn. So I think he's got other problems here.
It may be, you may be right. They may have taken that bypass not to finish the race. They may have taken that bypass just to come on home. But right now,
oh, I've got news. Dan, oh no,
I have Dan moving.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. I've got a blue line around him, but still showing 18 mile an hour. So that's great news. As long as he's moving, that's all good.
Well, this is where we'd see him, Jim, right here in this shot. So we just have to watch this shot right here. And I do see some dust.
Yeah, now there's a car. Look at this.
And it's got to be him. There's nobody else out there. We've been waiting all day. So this has to be him coming up through this section. This is the sandy wash that they're going to come up as they head up to Resolution right now. So, yes, this should definitely be him coming up into the top of Resolution, excuse me. Yes, coming
That's
up
okay.
Top of the Resolution before he drops down onto the backdoor trail. So yes, this could be or should be our 4,500 class leader right now.
It is. This is Dan Wyrick making his way down. And just check this car out. It is a thing of absolute beauty.
At that. Look at that.
Oh, my word.
If you're not screen recording this and getting a hero shot of that right there, that red, white, and blue sitting on the hood of that car, absolutely gorgeous.
I was almost waiting for him to get out of the car, stand on the roof, and put his hands on his hips.
And then have a photo taken. Absolutely. But here he is dropping down into the top of Resolution. Our current race leader in the 4,500 class. This could be our winner of the Yukon Gear and Axle 4,500 modified class. Just technically one trail and one bypass left before he's back into town.
Yeah, this is a stunningly beautiful car. It debuted last year, built by the Twisted Genius. Of course, that is Joe Thompson at UFO, the same designer that builds the cars for the Gomez brothers. And the same man who built the car that Paul Wolf drives. And of course, that car used to belong to Dan Wyrick as well. Dan decided he wanted to build a custom car for 4,500, went to Joe and said, hey, what can we do? And this is what Joe came up with, and it is a car of absolute beauty.
I absolutely love that he chose to put a Tacoma body on this. I think it definitely sets it apart from the crowd instead of the standard. You see a lot of Jeeps and 4,500 and other vehicles. But, yeah, the fact that he's got an actual pickup truck body on this, absolutely brilliant. Just like you said, work of art of this car. And as he's making his way down through the trail right now, here he comes, Dan Wyrick.
And just picking his way through, and he's going to have some stories. We've seen him stopped on course on several occasions today, but that's okay.
He's stuck with it, and he's coming all the way back into Hammertown.
And I'll guarantee you, when we turn around to him and say that you are the first finisher across the line in 4,500, he's going to look at us in absolute shock and amazement.
Well, Jim, we used to have that ability to shock people when they come back into town.
Now they've got Starlink.
Now they all have Starlink. They're talking to each other on the phone. They're watching movies out there on the trail. I think these guys know more about what's going on than we do. Most of them are live streaming the entire race. So the fact that I'm quite sure he's very knowledgeable about where he is on course, and this is just proof right here that you just keep pushing no matter what all day long, because he is about to come across the finish line in first position in our Yukon Gear and Axle 4,500 modified class. Now, while we bring Dan back in, I'm going to touch base one more time on we talked about it a little bit earlier tomorrow, which is the Yukon Gear and Axle Ultimate Rookie Program. So if you're watching us here live on screen and you're like, man, I wish I could go race King of the Hammers, well, I got some good news. Yukon Gear and Axle is going to prep a stock class vehicle for you. All you have to do is apply on their website, and they will bring you out to Johnson Valley. You can take part of the rookie program. They'll teach you how to rock crawl. They'll teach you how to race, and then they'll have a completely prepped race car ready for you out here in the desert that you can fly out, climb in, and race on race day, and then you're a King of the Hammers racer. Maybe you could win.
Indeed. Well, it looks like we just lost our drone there at backdoor, but Dan Wyrick is making his way down through backdoor. Yeah. No.
All right, so yes, we did just lose that drone, but we'll pick him up right here on this static cam right here. So we got another drone.
Don't worry about
offline.
it. We've got more drones than Ukraine.
We have all the drones. Oh, that's just mean right there. Whew. Ouch. On that note,
hey, that was on
welcome
point,
back.
I thought. Right, come on. Here comes Dan Warwick making his way down towards Hammertown. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is our first place car in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. He left the line this morning. And I'm just looking there in 11th position on the 6th row of the grid and was our highest qualifier in 4500. We've seen him stopped on several occasions out on course today, but Dan Warwick is heading back towards Hammertown right now and nearly onto the short course.
And as we watch him come back into town, as Jim said, this is our first place finisher in that 4500 class in part of the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. Today we've been filling up our podiums, so we've already basically got 4800 taken care of. We have first and second unofficial taken care of in our stock class, but we have not seen a 4500 car all day long come across the finish line. We were quite certain that there was a chance that we were going to see any of this class get back to town, as the trails today have been so brutal on all of our competitors. But here he is, Dan Wyrick, back into town. Hammertown, get on your feet. Let's hear it. He's on to the Ford Performance short course. He's about to come around that infamous turn 19.
Yeah, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is Dan Wyrick in the UFO Tacoma. Round turn 19, heading up towards Talladega. And look at this, he's still got some horsepower there, Ian, as he makes his way into the final bend. As he comes round, he takes the high line, cuts it in, puts the skinny pedal down. You can hear the roar of the engine in the background. Only one jump left, the MBRP launch top. Here comes Dan Warwick heading into town. The first car across the line in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. One more turn and the checkered flag for Dan Warwick as he crosses the line and takes first place in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class.
I can hear the bald eagles screaming as he comes across the line. That paint scheme matching Old Glory flying in the wind. And there he is as he comes back into town. He's going to come across it. We'll get him up on stage. This is your unofficial first place finisher in our Yukon Gear and Axle 4500 modified class. I'm so happy, Jim. We thought we weren't going to see anybody come home. I'm so glad we got somebody in on this class.
Indeed, and we're going to get him straight up on stage. They'll just be removing his tracker now and removing his timing pads. And then once those done, he'll be joining Pam Hall on stage, and Pam will be chatting to Dan and finding out all about his day. But as we wait for that to happen, there's still action. Oh my word, we have someone stacking rocks, look.
That's not allowed. That shouldn't. No, I'm just joking. You can do that. You can do all you want. So, yes, they're out there stacking rocks. They're out there still trying to get home. We have lots of racers out on course. All right, so we have Mrs. Pam Hall down on stage right now. She's going to be pulling up our first in-class 4500 unofficial finisher here at King of the Hammers. This is Dan Wyrick in that beautiful Tacoma. It's good to see him get in here. We're so happy to have a 4500 finisher.
Oh, we are indeed. I'm so happy indeed. It's a class that's very, very dear to my heart. And to see Dan rolling up on stage as a 4500 class finisher is very special indeed.
To give you guys an idea of how brutal this course is, we have now been racing for, goodness gracious, Jim, we've been racing for almost a little bit more than 8 hours, I believe. It was 8 hours flat at this point.
Well, and that just goes to show how remarkable Brock Hager's win was yesterday.
Yes, absolutely. But here we go. All right, so Pam is down on stage with our finisher right now. Pam, take it away.
Thanks, guys. Right here with Dan Wyrick. You are right now the only finisher in #1 spot for the 4500 class. How you feeling?
I am beat. This was a rough track. I'm so happy to see you, Pam.
Well, I'm happy to see you as well up here at the finish line. I mean, you're saying rough track. You do know because you've been out here multiple times. How would you compare it to others?
My neck has told me that this is the roughest track I've ever driven.
Well, there we have it. I mean, everybody says brutal is the word of the track. So Right now, though, give us a little bit of a rundown of what you endured out there today.
I would say the toughest thing was traction. The way they ran the course, it was really loose, and we had very limited traction. I think I was Ray Lewis out there driving because I think I hit every rock out there. And we got in some trouble on Jack, just getting loose up there. Jack's always been loose. That's just the way it is up there. But it seemed like a lot of the trails that were going up were loose, and we struggled. We probably winched 7, 8, 9 times. Thanks Warren for hooking us up, and our winch lasted. We did good. So.
Well, what matters right now is you're here at the finish line. You had a smile on your face when you were coming up here. Even though you're done and ready to go, you're always smiling. But Dan, who all would you like to thank for getting you out here?
Off-Road Patriot, they're out here, and it's a big thing for veterans that we're trying to get veterans out here to enjoy the off-road and that community. I got to thank Raceline. Greg Mulkey's been a huge help to us. FK Rod Ends and Yoda One. My daughter works for them, and they're a great company. Everyone around here probably knows Yoda One. Who else am I? Who am I forgetting here? Brannick Motorsports, of course. Brannick. My wife, of course. Well, whoa. I got to thank Joe Thompson with UFO. He's the mastermind behind this car, and I do have to thank my wife for letting me come out here.
And you have a whole crew as well. You got your co-driver here, I'm sure, who's done because he probably is the one who kept getting out all day long.
I couldn't do it without Jason. That's not even a bit of a joke at all. He's 90% of this team outside of the car, so he's huge. Nathan Creer is one of my best friends, longest friend probably that I can remember. He's always out here supporting me. We got Ian that showed up, and Bobby, and Jim, Steve, Scotty. All these guys I couldn't do it without them. It's impossible to do it without them.
Well, here you are, though, at the finish line. Congratulations. Let's give it up one more time for Dan Wyrick.
Thank you so much, Pam, and fantastic congratulations to Dan Warwick, who is first in our 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. Well, what a day of action it's been so far, and it's still continuing. Don't forget, we're going to be bringing finishers across the line until 6 o'clock plus adjusted time. So this is the 2025 Optima King of the Hammers powered by Ford Performance, and this is the 2025 Yokohama Everyman Challenge. So Ian, should we have a quick recap of what's been happening?
I think we should. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to break down top 10. So these are the top 10 cars across the line. Then we'll peel out and we'll do them by class. So in 10th place right now is Dylan Summers.
In 9th is Brent Harrell. In 8th is Woody Rose Jr. In 7th, it is Bailey Cole. In 6th, it's Jeremy Jones. In 5th, it's Scott Foley. In 3rd, it's Brett Lovell. And 2nd, Cody Young. And 1st, we saw across the line in that bomber, it is Amber Slawson. This is all unofficial, of course, at this moment in time. And then if we go to classes, in 4800, in 3rd position, it is Cameron Steele. In 2nd position, it's Cody Young. And in 1st, it is Amber Slawson.
In our stock class, we have only had 2 vehicles across the line. In 1st, it's Brad Lovell, followed 2nd by Bailey Cole.
And then the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class, he's just leaving the stage right now. It's none other than Dan Wyrick.
And that's all that we have. We've had other finishers, but that is a recap of our classes and our top 10 right now. What's going to happen now is both Jim and I are going to step out of the booth. We'll be back tomorrow for our 4400 Race of Kings. We're going to hand everything off to Matt Holt and Emmy Hall to basically take over and bring everyone else across the line. I will see you tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm going to do exactly the same thing. Worth noting, though, that we have Derek Summers coming in across the line, and he will be with us in around about 3 minutes' time as he picks his way down through back door and into the wash. And he'll be joining his son, Dylan, who crossed the line a little bit earlier today. So a fantastic success for the Summers family. So I'm going to hand off now to Emmy Hall, who's going to bring the rest of these drivers across the line, and I very much look forward to seeing you tomorrow for the 4400 Race of Kings here at the 2025 Optima King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance.
What is up, everybody? I am Matthew Holt, as always, joined by the wonderful Emmy Hall. We'll be closing out your show today. We've had quite a few guys. I believe we have one complete podium for 4,800, 4,500. We did have a finisher just cross through. We've had 2 for 4,600, and I think we're going to try to squeak one more in that 4,600 class before we wrap up our show tonight.
Hello, Matthew Holt.
Hello, Miss Emmy.
I am so glad to be here. The B team is on the stage.
B team unites.
It has been a great day here at Hammertown. So many great things that are going on. I went over to the OVR outpost, kind of the little overland outpost that's up there. There's some really cool trucks that are cars up there. I saw an all-wheel drive Toyota Corolla, so you know that really that really got my interest going. Lifted up. It's owned by the guys up at Casey Highlights. It's really, really cool and awesome. Lots of good stuff that's out here, even if you're not in Hammertown. But like we said, we are looking for the 1006 car of Derek Summers to be coming down into town here pretty soon. Derek, of course, in the 4,800 class.
Again, talking about your car is a little jelly of that all-wheel drive.
It's a little jelly. And you know what? He also has a solid axle in the rear of that thing.
Wow.
Yeah, a Toyota Corolla with a solid axle, 4-link. I mean, come on. That's pretty rad.
So I'm spreading the rumor you're going LS and a Ford 9-inch.
I am not.
We're going to spread that rumor.
I am not. All right, well, we're still waiting for our third place finisher in the 4,600 stock class, and we've got only one car across the line for the 4,500 modified. That is the Dan Wyrick vehicle in the 218. But coming into town here is the 1006, again, of Derek Summers. He's in that Jimmy's 4x4 chassis. He started in 6th place. And we have the fantastic, the really busy,
guest.
the very stressed out, but still with a smile on his face, Ben Napier, our event director, joining us at the desk. Ben, what's the story? What do you got for us?
Thanks, Emmy. I have some penalties to discuss,
No.
unfortunately, and I have some official finishing positions.
Okay, all right. Hit us.
So the guys at USAC with Yellow Brick and Race Control have reviewed a large number of our finishes.
Okay.
And we are going to make official the top 3 in Legends and the top 2 in stock.
Okay.
So do you want to start with stock?
Oh, God, I hate you so much. Yes.
So Bailey Cole finished second over the line and Brad Lovell finished first over the line in that class.
Uh-huh.
Bailey has 1 penalty assessed, which is an RCP.
Okay, and how much penalty is that?
That's a 15-minute penalty.
15 minutes?
15 minutes for an RCP.
So where does
that
that put
was
him?
incurred in Tortuga Blanca on the downhill.
So where does that put him, Ben? Where does that put him?
So that still makes him second. And no one can finish at the moment and beat him, so we're going to make that official.
And that was my next question is that going to still, because we have such a big lead, is that going to still cement him for that second place position?
Yes.
All right,
And
so
Brad
Bailey
Lovell,
Cole,
who crossed the line first, has an absolutely clean track.
of course he does, because he's Brad Lovell.
No penalties at all.
All
That
right.
was 100% clean. They got to drive the stock bypasses, and they both used the stock bypasses, and we assessed on that. But that means that Brad is the overall winner of the stock class, and Bailey Cole is second. 46-21 Brad Lovell, and 13 Bailey Cole.
Okay, so that is official now. Brad Lovell in first in 4,600, Bailey Cole in second, and we just had 1006 come across the line. Derek Summers in that Jimmy's 4x4 chassis.
And that does so far the first and second, both for those Ford Broncos.
Yeah, that's right. That's first and second for Ford Broncos.
Are we going to see that Bronco podium sweep this year?
We might. Okay, so what do you have for 4,800?
Okay, so for 4,800, first across the line unofficially was Amber Turner in 5 hours 31:17. Second was Cody Young, 5 hours 38:25. Cameron Steele came in 6 hours 1 minute and 23. And Scott Foley's our fourth one, 6 hours, 22 and 49. We've reviewed the top 4 at this stage.
Okay.
The USAC crews are currently reviewing 5, 6, 7, and down to wherever we've got finishes. We download the units as they come in to get the granularity that we need. So Scott has quite a number of penalties, unfortunately, that tally to actually 95 minutes.
Wow.
Several missed RCPs and a number of missed VCPs. And the USAC crew have a list of that they'll be publishing.
Yep.
Cameron Steele, who finished 3rd across the line, does have a RCP in outer limits that he missed. Number 113. So that's a 15-minute penalty for Cameron. The 48.62 of Cody Young has been assessed 1 RCP penalty in outer limits.
So that's 15 minutes.
That's 15 minutes.
Okay.
And the 70 of Amber Turner, Amber Slawson, has been assessed 3 RCP penalties.
Ooh. It's 45 minutes.
1 in wrecking
of
ball,
penalties.
1 in outer limits, and 1 in spooners. And unfortunately, in all those spots, she was outside of the 50 feet radius of that RCP. They've reviewed it with the drivers, communicated it prior to me coming up here. So that does have a change on our finish.
All right. So what's our official finish there for the 4800?
The 3 penalties will be a 15-minute each, correct?
They are, yes. We have 6 seconds between 2nd and 3rd place.
Oh my God.
On corrected time. One of them is 6 minutes, 16 seconds. 6 hours, 16 minutes, and 17 seconds. One of them is 6 hours, 16 minutes, and 23 seconds. In 3rd place official, we have the number 16 of Cameron Steele.
Wow.
In 2nd place, we have the number 70 of Amber Turner. And in 1st place, with a overall time of 5 hours, 53 minutes, and 25 seconds, is the 48.62 of Cody Young.
Wow.
Wow. Man, I am so stressed out just standing up here waiting to hear what you were going to say, Ben.
It's a difficult time for the drivers when they get penalised.
Yeah.
And all of our top in Legends got penalties of some sort. But it shows that we're keeping it fair for all the drivers.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It shows that we're measuring them. There are specific spots on the course with these RCPs that ensure that they do drive the hard rocks. They're not hidden. They're communicated. They're in GPS files. They're talked about in drivers' meetings. In some places, they're even marked by flags on the course. And we're consistent all week. We applied them in the UTV races yesterday.
Yeah.
We applied them again today. We have a very small margin for error that we apply to ensure we're being fair to the drivers with the GPS units and that sort of thing. USAC have worked with the Yellow Brick team to ensure that's been accurately done. Everything's been triple checked to ensure that we're 100% accurate on that and fair.
Now, do they know inside the cab if they've made an RCP? Do they get a ding or anything like that? They get nothing.
We don't have active tracking like that.
Okay.
It's up to them to manage and pre-run.
Okay.
Because we give them a significant amount of time to pre-run the rocks.
Right.
It's expected that they do this. The RCPs are relatively new this year. Okay, so it's something that the team has introduced. It was well communicated and has been very well received by the racers who want to race the harder trails.
Right.
And we've had a number of conversations in drivers' meetings and in the pre-show. And I think that what will happen today and tomorrow as well will show that we're consistent in applying the rules here and to give a fair race. And in no way are we saying someone's done something wrong when they get a penalty, but they haven't driven the exact part of the race course that was required.
Right.
And I feel like that's one of the things that's been discussed in drivers' meeting to great lengths in the past is lots and lots of questions. Again, we saw it again a few nights ago. Everybody wants to make sure they're racing the same course. And I think ultimately it doesn't matter if it's a little bit easier or a little bit harder. As long as we're racing the same course, I think everybody's kind of okay with that. You don't want to have one guy taking a bypass, you're in the rocks, you're battling, you see a guy blow by you in a bypass, going, wait, I didn't know that was part of the course. So I think having a little bit more of the VCPs kind of ensures, and the RCPs make sure that you are keeping that same consistent course for everyone, which means everyone's racing that same course. And that's kind of one of the things I think we've seen in the drivers' meeting in the past of everybody wanting to be on the same page about.
Absolutely, and we have the technology to do it. As you said, the drivers want to do it.
Yeah.
We have a number of rules. We still enforce a 50 feet either side of the racetrack rule as well that we look at with the track line. The guys literally sit there and scan the entire race, which is why it does take us a bit of time.
Yeah.
And we try and get you these results as quick as possible, but we want to do it right and we want to do it accurately, so we do take our time and we do validate it.
Yeah.
And the USAC guys have done a great job at doing that today.
Well, Ben, thank you so much for coming up here. It's a little bit of a heartbreaker to see those leads change. Up on screen here, we've got somebody who's having a real bad day. It's so funny. I'm so glad that Rock is there, or that guy would be having an incredibly bad day. But hopefully this competitor is going to be able to get them back over. Co-driver is out trying to get that winch line ready and just pop them back over. That is the, was that say 4676? Yep, looks like they're going to be getting some help there. So Jeep helping a Toyota, which is always good. But just to recap what Ben has said, our 4600 first and second right now stays the same with Bailey Cole in official second place. He did have 15 minutes of penalties, just one RCP missed. Brad Lovell, our official first place, finished in 4600 with a very clean race. And then in the 4800, we have Cameron Steele in third with just one penalty. Amber Slauson is going to be officially in second place with 45 minutes of penalties. She missed RCPs in Wrecking Ball, Spooners, and one other place out there. And then Cody Young only had one 15-minute penalty, so he takes the first place in the 4800 here at the Yokohama Everyman Challenge here at King of the Hammers. Ben, thank you so much. I know that was a very stressful day. Thanks for coming up and letting us know.
Thank you. We will keep working through the rest of the results, and we'll have a podium celebration later in the evening.
Yeah, sounds good. I love it.
No worries. Hopefully we get some more stock, and we're also still waiting on our first modified. We haven't seen one yet.
No, we have.
We've got one now.
Yeah, we saw Wyrick came
Brilliant.
through.
Okay.
Yeah.
He hadn't come through when I walked up here, so that's great.
So he is awesome.
Perfect.
All right.
Awesome.
Thanks, Ben.
Thank you, Ben. Again, like I said, we do have 2 stars.
Slowly makes his retreat.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube, go to KOHUltimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds.
Co-drove with them. Actually, I got to back up and thank Jason. I beat him up today. We just flat tire, hang up, bottlenecks, and flat tire, and lost our calm. So it was a little bit of a rough day. No excuses. Had super amount of fun. It was awesome. So I do want to thank the whole Summers crew, Egan, Fab, Ryan, and Austin for always prepping both of our cars. My wife, Jackie, my other boy, Cody, for getting us out here. Tina, Trevor Burns for always helping out. Just want to help and thank everybody who got us out here.
It does really take like a whole entire army to get everybody out here. And I know I say that over and over and over, but it's 100% true. But the race course out there, the word everybody's been using is brutal. But I want to hear from your mouth. What do you think of the race course that was put on out there for you guys this weekend?
Oh, I thought it was absolutely amazing. I mean, there's some brutal for me. I mean, in the desert, there's some big stuff. I think the rock trails were great. I think he named it minivan, and I think the 4400s have some first-time trails not ran. I think that's great. That's super fun to be first on a trail or first time running it. Course was amazing. I think Dave always puts on an amazing course every year. It's great.
Well, it definitely was rough out there, and I love that you had a blast out there. I'm sure that Dave loves to hear that you guys are loving the course. But you went through all your sponsors. Did we forget anybody that you need to make sure you thank?
Absolutely. Always want to thank Jeff Ginter, Racing Engines. He built the motor in this thing. It don't miss a beat. It's great. Eric at West Tech for tuning the motor. Always does a great job tuning. He came out in lake bed the other night. Dylan's car was having a couple little super minor hiccups, just some inconveniences. He drove out, tuned the car, got it running great. So hats off to them and thank them very much.
Awesome. Well, congratulations up here at the finish for the 2025 King of the Hammers. We'll see you next time, hopefully, right?
Thank you. Yeah, we'll be back. Awesome. Yep. Congratulations. I heard Cody got it. I saw him go by. Good job, Cody. I was wanting to get you, but next year.
Next year. There's always next year, but let's give it up one more time for Derek Summers.
Thank you so much, Pam. Well, we are looking at our tracker here, and we're going to have quite a long time before we get another vehicle here in Hammertown. According to my tracker, John Holtzman is out there in outer limits, showing him moving at 0 miles per hour as of 4:18. What time is it now? 4:19. But again, having them tracking at 0 miles per hour, that's nothing new when they're in those rocks out there. There's the 4629 vehicle backing up just a little bit to get a better line and get through some of these rocks. The co-driver is out there spotting just a little bit, making sure that everything is A-okay. Oh, nope, stuck on a rock.
That's Joe Dulac in that 46 car. Again, we have a handful of our 4600 drivers out there. I believe that was the Samurai as well. Again, that 1.3 liter, just beep, 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 giving her all she's got out there.
And those Sammys with the little short wheelbase, and they're kind of indestructible. And I remember when Amber was running her Samurai out here, and she was having, I think it was axle trouble. Like she broke her rear axle or something, and like all of Hammertown was just so disappointed for her. But it's cool to see that she stepped up to that bomber fabrication vehicle. But I will take a Sammy any day of the week.
I like this pan shot we're seeing here with a dozen broken vehicles or a dozen vehicles waiting on a broken vehicle. And it just kind of shows that we saw today, I was watching quite a bit of racing earlier, and it was just interesting. We had 5 cars in Jackhammer, all within 150 feet of each other, and it was literally position 1 through 5. And I'm like, we're about to see once this trail gets unclogged, we're about to see 5 dudes all battle it out.
Yeah.
So it was just interesting how things kind of unfolded, and then, obviously watching that Brad Level Bronco just power through was just kind of exciting for me because I'm a Bronco guy. I like the early Bronco, the classic Bronco. So watching Brad Level just make that thing scoot just did a great job. And then obviously Bailey Cole right behind him. Those guys were kind of battling throughout the day. So great to see that. Bring those home.
So it looks like we've got the bypass here in Spooner, so that stock class can take it. I mean, it still doesn't look all that easy, but they can certainly get through some of the bypass some of the harder stuff in Spooners. These stock vehicles, they're pretty stock.
They are. And again,
stock.
The thing that kills me about the stock class is the 35-inch DOT tire, which is, if you've ever driven a Super Duty truck, the tire is bigger on that than some of these vehicles out here. It breaks my heart seeing these guys on 35-inch tires literally just backing up and trying the same obstacle several times in a hard, but then when they finally make it, it's just so exhilarating feeling to feel that, accomplishment when you climb a tall climb or make it over some rocks. Again, we saw Brad and Bailey both winching in the same screen earlier today, watching those guys both literally winching side by side practically. So, that 35-inch DOT tire limit is just, it's a rugged trail to do. 37-inch DOT, again, still you're using that DOT. It's not a super sticky compound like we're going to see tomorrow in the 4400 class with the Race of Legends. Again, those guys are running 42s, some of them. And again, to see the different tire combinations they come out with, different tire compounds. DOT class makes it a whole lot different. It's like going from rubber to plastic, some guys say. So that makes a big, big difference. And again, you can see some of those guys kind of just trying to battle them through right here on screen.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of why I love the stock class, right? Is because it's the hardest way possible to do this. And to see the fact that that Brad and Bailey are already in Hammertown, it just is a testament to their driving skills and a testament to their navigator skills as well, getting them around all of these harder areas. And I'm not sure if either one of them had to winch, but we've got some good in-car footage here. Not sure which vehicle this is, but look at that navigator telling that driver, look, man, calm down. We're going to get up this. We're going to be looking through here. And it also looks like at the front, like they have a screen of some sort. Okay, no, that's not a camera. But as they back up just a little bit, that's Megan Miller in the 3105 vehicle. Just trying to navigate her way through some of these rocks, going backwards a little bit, trying to get another line. And you can see they've got 2 GPSs there. They've got one for the navigator and one for Megan as well, so that they can both know exactly where they want to go.
And again, it is nice to having those monitors, because sometimes you might make again, we talk about, and Dave Cole was actually talking about this, these trails are open. People go out and wheel them at night. Me and my dad, who's here for the first time, got to go out and watch guys on Chocolate Thunder late last night. This course was changing literally moment to moment last night as guys were going wheeling on it, having a good time, beating on stuff. So these courses, some of the areas are open to spectators the entire race time. So, watching that was really, really neat. And again, that may change their plans. So what the driver or passenger sees while they're racing may change from day to day even. So having that kind of capability and flexibility is really, really convenient.
Well, it looks like we got a backup here. I think this is in Spooners, at least on the tracker too. It is showing a lot of backup as well. So, that's part of the problem too, is when,
I see a few 4,800 cars. I see a few 4,500 cars. Again, a 4,800 car is very similar. We just passed back and saw a 4,400 car.
Right.
4,800 cars, or legend cars as we call them, are essentially the very same thing as a 4,400 car. They go to a 37-inch tire and basically take a shock off, meaning they get rid of the bypass shock and go to a coilover shock. So you do see a lot of cars out there that are very similar, and they may even be running that same number plate as a 4,400 car, but It is a true 4,800 car now. This might even be a 4,600 car here. 4578. He was actually rolled over earlier.
Yep, that's Les Figueroa. So this is in Spooners. I'm not sure if he is stopped for mechanical reasons, or if he's just looking at what's ahead and saying, like, well, I'm not going to go anywhere, so I'm not going to get into that fray, right?
Yeah. Again, he's probably watching the other 5 guys in front of him starting to winch and saying, hey, you know what? It's nice and shaded here. We'll go ahead and take a quick break and get some lunch, get a snack out, and
it looks like we've got driver and navigator. Oh, and then we've still got this rollover here that we haven't seen. But it looks like there's someone up there that might be helping them get back on to their all 4 wheels there. Man, and what a precarious place to be rolled over, right?
Yeah, and again, that's great point there. I mean, we have a chance to, a lot of times as race car drivers, to stop and help someone else. If there is ever a safety issue, or we feel there's an issue that could become a safety issue, you will not be penalized for the time you stop.
You'll get your time back.
They will give you that time back. And again, luckily we have some awesome helicopter footage. We have some great drone footage. Again, shout out to all of our cameramen and production crew that make these amazing, beautiful shots possible. They get here sometimes very early in the morning to drive out to the sites to get everything set up. They're coming in very late at night and eating whatever's left. So shout out to these guys. They are sometimes the real MVP of this show, again, making these beautiful shots like you see here. So we definitely appreciate them and all they do.
Jacob Hudsinger in the 4611 vehicle. Again, that is a stock class. Just, just making his way across the desert. Just like great drive, man.
Yeah.
Enjoying life.
Yeah. That's what I got to talk to Cody and Randy yesterday in the UTV, and they said, at one point we were just like out wheeling, having a good time, just enjoying it and having fun with it. And so it looks like our 4,600 class, again, trying to still get a finish and, being able to keep that momentum going and rolling into it's kind of handy. We got a couple guys winching here, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like we have an actual recovery. I see some red vests out there. So that, whoever that is that's rolled over, that is probably the end of their race. Again, they cannot accept any outside help, just help from fellow competitors. So once you see those red vests, you know that it's probably the end of day for that particular vehicle. But now that, that other guy that's trying to get through, he's got to figure out, like, is he going to go to the left or the right? Or is it better, is it too risky? Is it better to kind of wait than have a nice, clean line through there?
Yeah, you want to get up as close as you can and, kind of maximize that effort. But I think you are kind of right in looking at, hey, you know what? Let's get up there. Let's get them out of the way. Make a wise choice, help keep the car together and keep as little abuse as possible on the car.
Right. I mean, at this point, people know where they are. They're talking to their pit crew. Everyone's got Starlink. They know where they are on the course. And if all you're trying to do right now is get this car through because you're not going to get a podium, then that's a different kind of racing altogether.
Yeah, and again, literally just trying to keep. We talked to a handful of our UTV racers last night crossing the podium. That 10th spot to 20th spot, they were very focused on just getting the car here. Again, trying to keep the car together. No broken axles, no flat tires. Keeping the car together. Watching temps on things. So making sure you got it together and keeping everything is just super important. Here's some great in-car footage as well.
Yep, pulling over to let somebody else take that pass. That's always good sportsmanship. You're not out here to ruin anyone else's race. You're out here running your own race. And if someone's faster than you, then you know what? Just let them go.
Yeah, and again, we kind of learned that in endurance racing. If somebody can fly up and catch you, chances are they can pass you. So you might as well just let them over.
Yeah, just let them go.
Especially when you have back in enduro racing, hair scrambles we call them. There was guys that could catch you very quickly. You just let them go. So they're probably way faster than you anyway.
Now, we had 127 starters. We've had 15 finishers. 15,
wow.
That's it. Our finish line is going to close at 6 o'clock plus their start time. It's currently 4:30. So, there's not a lot of time that is left out here. A lot of these people are going to be coming in the dark just to say that they finished, but not necessarily finished in the time. And honestly, you know what? That's okay.
I got, that's Caden right there from the Brannick Motorsports team. I got Mr. Day out there helping him.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
place in the 4,500 Yukon Garage.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
Trails have the most unforgiving terrain on Earth, where wheels are given the ultimate product test. Introducing the official wheels of King of the Hammers, KOH Trail for extreme adventure, and KOH Pro for race-ready performance. Engineered for extreme durability and tested against the biggest by the best. Get yours in Hammertown or at Vision Wheels dealers nationwide. The official wheels of Kings. Make them yours today.
Not over. It looks like a lot of these guys are going to be coming in at night. That is the 46, 45, 62, 46, 52. I don't know. Numbers are hard. 45, 62.
And right before that was the 951 of Jeff Harakamaki and his steel nut chassis. He's racing the 4800 class. And this is it's a 4500 car.
Yeah, this should be Anthony Hadzall. No, I'm sorry. I'm wrong.
Again, these guys are running a 37-inch DOT tire, and, I mean, just out there doing well. Some of them have done well. This is Jeff again, coming back. Looks like he's making good time. Again, trying to keep that pace rolling through. Still trying to get a finish out. They said our official finishing time will be 6 o'clock-ish plus your start time.
Right,
So,
So
again, trying to squeak in. I know we had quite a long race today. We had quite a long start time. So the good news is if you start in the back, you can get quite a bit of time added to your finishing time, which is really, really handy.
Yeah, they started 2x2 every 30 seconds.
Yes, they did have a little bit of hold-up time for a few minutes there, but yes, 2x2 every 30 seconds. They came off the line this morning, which was super exciting to watch. And then at the very end of the pack was the old 4600 class. And then, watching those guys battle through, again, Brad Level and Cole being able to get up there and just blaze through there was super impressive. Again, this is the Sherpa Motorsports crew up there with that great-looking dash cam. I kind of love their little wrap here. It's pretty sharp.
I know. I didn't know you could do that. Like, what a great way to highlight your sponsors.
It is. I'm kind of jelly on there. Got that Yukon axle and gear down there. We'll tag it in with the Ultra Force sponsors as well. So shout out to those guys. And
they've even got their Instagram. Follow at Sherpa Motorsports. So I feel like I kind of want to do that because they're so good at their social media.
They do a great job. Again, you can see that header up there, 2025 King of Hammers. And I'm guessing that small screen was probably for their in-car. You could see them.
Yeah.
Whether they're laughing, crying, sharing some snacks, whatever's going on in the in-car.
So Sherpa Motorsports, they've got 11,000 followers, 2004 V8 Toyota 4Runner and 4628. So got you, dudes. Thank you. That's awesome.
Again, this is the 4313 of Holly Fowler. Up there's a sharp-looking teal, like a light blue and white Jeep.
Yeah, that's looking pretty good.
It looked almost like it was a four-door when I saw it this morning. By the way, we had a couple of four-door Jeeps that have been turned into kind of a two-door Jeep for cage safety purposes, I think. Is it 951 to Jeff?
I love this view so much.
It is. It's just such an incredible view. The 1955 of Jamie McLean, running that Jeep chassis. Again, for the 4500, they have to keep the frame between the suspension points.
Right.
So from, like, say you're running leaf springs front and rear, from the back of the front leaf spring to the front of the rear leaf spring. Obviously, things can get kind of damaged out here, so they have made a rule saying if you go to 2-inch by 3-inch, quarter-inch tubing, that can also replace the frame. So a lot of guys will go ahead and just kind of build the chassis off of that because it is meeting the rules, but it's becoming usually a lot safer, a lot better quality than trying to use an original existing frame that may or may not have seen some love previous years. Got our Spooner's exit down there. Looks like we got a Bronco.
So this might be the third place here in the stock class. We're not sure if we can get a number here on who that is. He's coming down Spooner's. So on mine, it's John Williams. Is that the 4623 of John Williams?
There we go.
All right. So
our crowd
again,
is helping us out. Shout out to those guys.
Thank you. And again, that is a Ford chassis. That is a Bronco. So it would be awesome to get a Ford Bronco sweep here, as Ford Performance is a huge supporter of Ultra 4 and King of the Hammers. And I got to ride in the Ford Dakar T1 Plus truck today with Mitch Guthrie behind the wheel. And let me tell you, it was real fast.
Well, and that's what I say. Riding and being behind the wheel are two things.
Two different things.
Because lots of people get a ride at them. Being behind the wheel, that's when things
well,
can
yes,
start
but
to
I'm
get...
no Mitch Guthrie. So let's be honest, right? Let's be honest.
You're like, I do okay.
But no, listen, that thing's got a 5-liter V8 engine that just absolutely screams. It's got the Fox shocks, but it doesn't have the live valve because of the Dakar rules. So even though it does have the Fox shocks and they could be a live valve, they had to have just a regular bypass in it. And the motor's actually detuned to 455 horsepower per the Dakar rules.
Detuned.
So, detuned.
We had to make it slower to meet rule specs.
To meet all those rules.
I'm not going to say that's when you have a BA truck, but when you have to slow it down to meet spec,
right?
like, well, we had to slow it down, meet the rules.
No, and stuff was so fast. All I could think was like, how did Kellen Walsh, who was his navigator, I'm like, how did he actually navigate? Because everything's coming at you so quickly, and you're having to make all these decisions like on the fly. It was remarkable. I mean, I was in there for like 3 minutes, and I thought to myself, I would be exhausted already trying to call a turn for this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Because you got to be on high alert with that.
Yeah, because you're navigating on roadbook, right?
Yeah.
So it's a little bit different than the racing that we do out here, where you're following a GPS line to make sure that you're always on track. That is Jesse Bennett up there, just picking his way through. Slow and steady is going to get him across the finish line here. And again, you guys, if you are just joining us, this is the 2025 Yokohama Everyman Challenge. We've had a couple of finishers here. We've had, in the 4600 class, we've had 2 finishers. In official second place is Bailey Cole, and official first place in 4600 is Brad Lovell. And then in the 4800 Legends class, officially we have Cameron Steele in third place, Amber Slauson in second place official, and your first official place in the 4800 is Cody Young. So congrats to those podium finishers again. And then in our modified was Wyrick came through first.
Yes.
So we're still waiting on the rest of those podium guys.
And again, shout out to Jesse for that teal vehicle. We
Yeah,
love our
thank
teal.
you.
Again, there's that beautiful shot of Sledgehammer. Again, you can see the Hammertown in the background there.
Look at all the dust too. Like it's Hammerlung is a thing now.
It is.
Hammerlung is totally a
well,
thing.
about a week or so ago, we had some snow out here. So
I know.
I was literally 36 hours from being here, and I was watching the 4 to 6 inches of snow these guys were, had dropped on them. And my good buddy Nate was posting pictures out there at the ranch, and I was like, he laughed because he had a scraper out. He's like, I almost left this at home, and he's like, sweeping all the snow off his vehicle. And I was like, it's good because it's going to be melted off, but I also think it's good because it's going to kind of keep the dust down. But it looks like we might be getting some of that dust back. Hopefully the big cars tomorrow, we get some little breeze and it carries all that dust away, and all the guys get to get out there and make some good fresh speed there. Got Alex Fleming on screen.
That is Alex Fleming looking good
and
in
it
that
looks like
Bronco.
he is not too far away from us.
Oh, that's John. Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, well, wait
Yeah.
a minute. No, that should be John according to what's on the tracker. But But that Bronco is looking great. It'd be awesome to see him get around. So he just has to get through that desert section. Again, that desert section can be pretty darn fast out there. He will go up and around, and then all he needs to do is get through Resolution and Backdoor. And they also have a bypass through Backdoor, correct? So I'm sure if I were John, I would be taking it.
Yeah, I would definitely not be risking anything at this point.
No. Oop, oop, oop. This guy's trying. He's trying. You can see him trying to get up and over that rock. This is 46.29, I believe.
Yes. Joel Dulek, 46.29. A TR Customs chassis. Again, we still have a handful of competitors out there that are going to try to get a finish today. Again, we said our cutoff time is 6 o'clock plus whatever your start time is. So we have a handful of competitors that are still going to push out there. And I think we're going to have a few that are going to be really close. Again, we're trying to look and see what is still moving over in the rock section and what is not. Although sometimes you'll see guys the tracker will show they're not moving because they're winching or moving so slow it's not picking it up, or they'll stop, get out, check the car, stop, hook up a winch. So we have about 12 that I think are potential, but unfortunately 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 of them looks like they're not moving.
Yep.
Again, we've seen on the screen, again, thanks to that beautiful footage we had, a few of them are not moving, but maybe in the very near future. So fingers crossed they can still get a finish out of it.
That's Joel again in Aftershock trying to get up that. So Matt, do you think he's having a four-wheel drive issue or a locker issue?
I don't know. Again, it looked like being that short of a wheelbase, you also don't want to pick a line that could toss you to the right side or left side. So I think being very cautious and being smart. Those axles on the Samurais are about the size of a nickel. I mean, they're lightly bigger than that, but they're very small. So you don't want to get too whiskey throttle there and end up breaking something. Especially this late in the day. And again, if you can get a finish out of it, you really want to kind of be smart, play it smart there.
Looks like we've got some winching up here.
Oh, man, we're getting word from production that the 2 vehicles that are blocking this trail broke their transmissions. So it looks like we're trying to get them winched in, winched out. Again, I know one of those is that Brannick 4800 car there. Caden is driving it.
Okay, so here's what's interesting, right? So those guys are blocking up the rock trail. That bypass is only for stock vehicles. So if people go around and do that bypass, they're going to probably miss an RCP, which we just found out is a 15-minute penalty.
But, and this is kind of where a little strategy comes into play, if you miss a penalty, that's a 15-minute penalty per, so you might miss 2, you might miss 3. It depends how many are in there. But finishing with 2 or 3 time penalties may be handier than not finishing at all.
Right,
Again,
exactly.
Especially if you have 2 vehicles in front of you that are not moving at all.
Right. You don't want to be waiting there for 2 hours.
Yes.
But you're still getting a penalty that the folks that got through that earlier did not get.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess it kind of comes down to, looking at the penalty assessment of, and again, they might be able to look on their tracker and see, hey, how many penalties are going to miss? Is it, maybe miss 1, maybe miss 2, looking at that time equation. And again, that's still got to be here by 6. Maybe they end up getting a few, but I would much rather be an official finisher of King of Hammers with penalties than going, yeah, we did no penalties, but we got stuck in the desert for 4 hours. We missed the whole thing. So,
and we didn't even have a cooler of beer for us.
Yeah,
we sat out there and we had to drink
coolers.
Water.
Yeah, that's the rough spot. Yeah. So again, watching them up there with those dead vehicles in the road, and again. One of them, again, we've had issues with transmission before. We get them real hot. They don't really work that well.
Right.
You let them cool down. So they may be able to take a minute, kind of let things calm down, and
Cam Steele, of course, he was running a little bit of a hot transmission, but was able to get it through. And then here in Sledgehammer, too, it looks like we've got plenty of vehicles that are not necessarily stacked up, but having a little bit of a problem. Let's see if I can get down here on the tracker and see exactly who that is.
I see at least 2 cars. I think there's a third one in the back, again, trying to get through.
Yeah, it looks like it might be the 4583 of Eddie Oliver, at least according to the tracker. No, that's too late. That's too early. Sorry. 4805. Someone is yelling out of the.
And then on screen we have the 4701. The Nathan Churchill there. That's our Spooner's exit drone flying above there.
I think he's got a little bit of fan base here. Everyone's yelling.
Yeah, I hear a crowd out there yelling,
Yeah.
no hood, so you know it's a fast race car.
So 4701 vehicle getting through Spooners. So that, but of course we still have John Williams is coming across the desert in that Ford Bronco, hoping to get that 4600 third place. Again, there's always corrected time that we need to worry about.
Yes, and again, that would give us our third finisher to wrap out our podium for the 4600 car, and I believe a Bronco sweep.
Yep. So Nathan Churchill in that 4701, he is in the Legends class. But look, I can just imagine that when you get to this section of the course and you're just like, oh, finally, we have a hot second without any rocks.
Yeah, at this point, they're like, thank you. Just get a nice breeze.
Right?
You
You get a little bit of speed down.
Yeah, try to clear some of the dust out of your eyes and nose.
All right, so there we are in Sledgehammer.
Joel on camera there with that Samurai. Just you can see those tires barely turning, just trying to get up there. Again, those DOT tires do not have tons of grip like a sticky would, but trying to get up there. And again, being this late in the day, that's been, tons of guys have come through there and definitely chewed all that debris up. You can see rocks, you can see dirt, and just trying to get through there the best he can.
Yeah.
Co-driver's out trying to help him out.
Now,
Again,
what about trying to make that left-hand turn right there?
Too
tight?
I would try anything at that point. Especially if you have a good winch with a Samurai, and this is kind of funny thing. With a Samurai, you're like 2,500 pounds in, okay?
Right.
Like, you got a 9,000-pound Warren winch on the front. Like, hook it up. We can just winch it up straight up the hill if we have to and drop it back down. Like, you could kind of be a little more aggressive with some winching techniques that maybe you couldn't with the Campbells or a 6,000-pound chassis.
Right.
You can be a little more liberal with that Warren winch maybe than you could if you have a 6,000-pound chassis versus one that's 2,500 or even 3,500 pounds. So there may be some different lines I might take if I could winch through them or around them or over them. Again, having that lightweight vehicle, having that really close wheelbase. Again, once you can get the front tires over, you can winch over the rest of it. Again, depends also how CrossFit brave your co-driver is. So say we're going to have a great day. You're going to get a workout in home.
It's so worked out, exactly. Lovely drone shot here. Now the sun's going to be setting right around 5:20. Currently we are at 4:51, so we've got a half an hour or so of full daylight, and then after that things are going to start getting dicier and dicier. That is the 4629 vehicle going in there through Aftershock. That's Joel Dulac. So I guess they were able to get up and over that one little obstacle, which is good.
Which is awesome. Again, like I said, kind of being aggressive with that winch. And you have a couple options there. Having that really tight wheelbase, you might try one line. And like you said, taking that hard right or hard left.
Right.
Things can radically change. What a line you may not have saw before may kind of start to pop out a little bit more, again, depending on wheelbase. We talk about these trails. Some of these trails are open to public, so guys are out wheeling these, having fun. So that rock that was there is no longer versus, or it could be the rock that wasn't there now is.
Yeah.
So
and having that narrow little track too of that Samurai, right? You can go into a lot of places that those bigger vehicles can't. And I mean, honestly, driving the little lifted Miata around here, I can just get through places. I can take lines that other people just can't take that are going to be way easier for me. So listen, I'm all about small. I like the small.
And again, it's being width-wise is also a thing too. You
got
a big
full-size
size axle with a real wide tire, real big offset. That can definitely change things versus being real narrow, like that tight little pack of gum we saw in the Samurai.
A tight little pack of gum, is that what you just said?
Tight little pack of gum there can squeeze through some places that maybe a big car would have trouble. As we saw, Cameron Steele coming through, and he's got a big bad car, which is awesome. But some places it just might not fit. Now you either have to straddle rocks or you're trying to like side climb one, which may cause some issues where that Samurai might be able to kind of just squeeze through. Again, we've all went wheeling with our buddies, and all our buddies make it, and then our vehicle has trouble. And then the very next obstacle, we blaze through, and all of them have trouble. So again, wheelbase, having that wheelbase does play a big factor there a lot of times in the car with the obstacles.
So that should be Dustin Eisenhower as he comes out of Spooners and makes his way down into the desert. Just a little bit of rocks happening there.
Again, seeing that spare tire still got tape on it is a very, very happy thing.
I know, right? No snow. No
we have a spare if we need it, but the great news is we haven't needed it, so we're very thankful for that. So being able to get out there and rip around. And did I hear you talking about Nathan Churchill, the 4701 car earlier?
Yeah, apparently that's Amber's brother.
Amber's brother. Yeah. Okay, well, hey, if you're going to race, you might as well bring the whole fam.
Exactly, exactly. I mean, this is a family sport, right? Because the only time you're going to be able to see your family is when you're racing, because that's how much time it takes.
Yeah, it's
okay,
true.
Can I just shout out here, 747 Chad Jesse? Thank you so much. I will always recognize which vehicle number that is. That is awesome. He's going to get all of the heli footage because we're going to know exactly what vehicle that is.
Yes.
But he is coming. He's in Outer Limits coming into Spooners, and we've got, a little bit of a traffic jam. We've got a couple of people, Caden Berger, Les Figueroa, Luke Campman. A bunch of people are still hanging out in like the Outer Limits Spooner area, so he might come into some traffic, which might slow him down just a little bit.
Yeah, and we love seeing the Warren Winch logo on top of there. We have the Warren Winch VIP tent. For those of you who are over there checking that out, it's great. Been great food this weekend. They got some awesome brownies. Definitely check them out.
Do they have good brownies?
Oh, they're fire.
We had great cookies today in the staff cook tent.
Yeah,
oh, man,
the cookies are good. Brownies are good. They have an omelet guy making an omelet, flipping them up in the air. I felt very special. So we love seeing the Warren logos on top of the cars, but having a good number somewhere is also really handy for identifying you, especially at nighttime when the sun starts to kind of clip those boulders and starts to get a little darker. It's be nice to be able to see him. Again, you can see that trailing arm back there getting hung up just a little bit on that rock, but he was able to back up and bump it over.
Yep.
Those sheet metal housings also are super durable. Again, great protection, lightweight, definitely stronger than, like I say, a cast housing. You see a lot of guys, even in the stock class, I've seen guys starting to upgrade to that sheet metal housing, definitely making a big difference with a straight axle crew. Again, very strong. Does come at a cost. They aren't as cheap as maybe you're going to buy on a Dana 16 or 14 bolt, but definitely a little lighter, a little stronger, which is super cool to see.
So Chad Jesse making his way up here, looking pretty good through Outer Limits. Now, Matt, I'm going to ask you a question, which actually goes back to our desert race that we had this past weekend. I know we've just had a ton of racing, but someone came across our line here, and he was talking about his springs, and he had fiberglass springs. Fiberglass springs.
Are we sure this is not a tall tale?
I swear to God, Jim Marsden can back me up, and both of us went down there and looked at those springs, and they were not steel. You could knock on them, and they sound a little hollow. I have no idea that could ever be a thing.
I've seen some stuff like that. Parts made of like carbon fiber and like a fiberglass type texture for parts, but I've never seen someone use springs.
Yeah, it was a fiberglass spring.
I would be potentially terrified.
I feel that way too, but I'm all for innovation. So anyway, just wanted to make you aware of that. Chad Jesse making his way there through that tight little section like it ain't no thing here in Outer Limits. Looking really good. Don't get in that hole. Don't, Chad, don't get in that hole.
Don't do it.
Don't.
Again, it's great to see how big these rocks compared to, in these great angles, these great awesome shots the production team's given us. See how massive some of these rocks really are. Again, his whole tire has completely disappeared in that rock, just to show how rough some of these trails are. Again, here's our Bronco, rounding back door. We'll be seeing him shortly in town. Again, it is 4:57. So we've got a while we can scrape in some finishers here. We're gonna seize a few more finishers hopefully before our 6 o'clock shut-off time.
Yeah, I hope so, because we've only had 15 finishers and we had 127 starters.
Wow.
So, you do the math, but that is not a very strong finish ratio here.
Yeah, the attrition rate out here is just insane. And again, I know those guys kind of bang on that all year long, that this is just a war of attrition, just being able to keep the car together. And again, probably 10th place or 20th place yesterday. And again, Brandon Davis, Cody, the two guys I got to talk to, buddies of mine, they definitely reiterated that we were literally just trying to keep the car here. We were not trying to push a race pace.
Yeah.
And both of them were able to finish, in very respectable spots, 8th place and I think 18th spot. So, 9th and 18th, something like that. So being able to get the car here and stay under that top 20, and again, we only had like 25 finished, I think, yesterday in the UTV class.
So John just decided to take a different line. He backed up quite a bit, and now it looks like he's taking the exact same line. I thought maybe he was going to drop off somewhere else, but he did back up just a little bit as he comes down here into backdoor and almost to our Ford Performance Short Course, where he will take his checkered flag and join his compatriots Brad Lovell and Bailey Cole in an unofficial 3rd place and an unofficial podium sweep for Ford.
And again, that body actually looks like great shape for that Ford Bronco.
Yeah.
Again, I assumed it would be a little more road rash and beat up. I've seen some of the cars on their side, some of them rolling down the hill today. That Ford Bronco actually looks like it's in pretty good shape right now.
Yeah, and I love that it's so, I know it's the stock class, but it's so recognizable as a Bronco. I look at that and I'm like, I could go over to the Ford Performance booth right now and I could sit in one and I would feel like I'm driving this.
Yeah, and again, like I said, being able to finish without having to turn your light bars on is always a great day.
Yeah, yeah.
Again, Pam Hall over there. She's been rocking our awards and handing out interviews all day today.
Well, I don't know if you know this, but everybody knows Pam and Pam knows everybody.
You know what she does? She's kind of like Miles.
Yeah. Yeah. She
She's
and
a little
Miles,
shorter.
they go
She's a
through
little
and she's
shorter.
like, oh, I know that. No, I talked to this guy and this
We'll
guy
call
and
her
this guy. She
Miles
knows everybody.
Jr.
That's why they're the A-team.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Well, I always make the joke. Miles doesn't just know the guy. He knows the name of the guy who delivered your lug nuts. So it's like, oh, Jim, me and Jim go way back, Yeah,
exactly.
Jim's a great guy. I'm like, how do you know this many people?
And again, John coming down back door here with that incredible drone footage. If you haven't seen, nobody out here would have seen our pilots because they hide in a very secret place with their little VR headsets on, making sure that they get the best thing. I don't think we've had a drone crash. At least I haven't really seen one out here. But they're looking really good with that drone shot. So thank you so much to production. We're so glad that we can have you out again. This is John Williams in the 4623 Ford Bronco.
And again, you can see that independent front suspension out there, just crawling right along those rocks, doing well. Again, tomorrow we're going to see some independent front suspensions. We're going to see some straight axle guys, and that's kind of been the big debate for years about what to do. So,
all right, Pam, you sat down at the desk. I know you have a story.
Well, I just was sitting down to chime in here for just a moment while we wait for John Williams to come on in here. He is one of our Ford Performance drivers right now, sitting number 3 spot right now unofficially in the stock class.
I know, Bronco sweep.
Yeah, exactly. Bronco sweep. That's going to be pretty awesome for
I think Ford
Performance
Performance is going to be pretty happy about that.
Oh, yes. But, it's been an interesting day of racing for sure. There was so much carnage out there for sure, and talking to the racers saying how brutal the track is. But as we're watching, though, John Williams make his way down, he's going down, Resolution right now, I believe. So almost here to the finish line, and I'm probably pretty sure he's pretty stoked to be here.
Yeah, no, I'm sure he knows where he is in the order, right? He must. His team must have told him.
Somebody probably has told him. As long as there are communications. A lot of racers have lost communications today with their radios or with each other in the car too, which makes it very challenging, especially when you're in a rock section and you're, obviously too, some of them run the Bluetooth as well. So losing that connection is difficult for sure when you're, trying to make your way through some of the obstacles. So basically, you go to hand signals. Hopefully, you guys have really good sign language to each other.
Yeah, and I was going to say, you could see that today in some of the cars because we have very, very animated hand signals, and you could tell that they clearly had lost comms at some point.
Right.
So.
Well, and drivers and co-drivers have came in and said that they had quite the yelling at each other today, too. So it hasn't been all, fun and games on the track today, but a lot of the racers, they're having fun, but they're just saying how brutal the course is. And, you know what? If you ask for it, it's going to get thrown to you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
And again, watching these guys battle this course again tomorrow, I'm excited. I am just pumped to watch these guys tomorrow go out and hammer down on this with these big rock sections on the 4400 cars.
Yes.
So I think it's going to be anybody's game tomorrow.
Yes, 100% for sure on that. What's going to be very interesting, too, are the racers that have gone and they've raced in other classes and then getting into their cars tomorrow. So we had some UTV racers like Paul Wolf, for instance. And then today, Tad Dowker was out racing with Brian Trimp, so he got a good preview of the course as well. So it's definitely going to be beneficial, I think, to the racers that have been out on the course already in a different race.
Yeah, and Vaughn Gittin Jr.,
Exactly.
Lauren Healy, those guys were always in a Bronco somewhere doing
Bailey
something.
Cole.
Yeah, Bailey Cole again. Bailey Cole racing yesterday, today, and tomorrow.
I can't imagine putting my body through that kind of punishment for 3 days in a row. Like, I really can't.
I mean, they have to live on adrenaline, right? I mean, it has to be adrenaline. And what happens when the adrenaline wears off after everything's over? You just go and you just want to sleep for like 5 days. So.
And again, doing the UTV and doing the big car, they kind of handle, again, if you're a straight axle front, a IFS front, straight axle rear, they kind of handle similar too. So pre-running, aggressively on race day, essentially you're learning the course, you're kind of burning that in your mind, as well as, you're really helping out and making sure you know what's going on for the big car and just really enjoying that.
Well, John Williams in the 4623 is coming into the short course. It looks like we've got a lot of John Williams fans out there. Let's hear it here in Hammertown. That's right. Oh, look at that. He's flashing his hazards because he is celebrating. So he'll be coming down here looking really good. Like you said, Matt, not a lot of body damage. I mean, did he scrape any rock?
we will find out because I'll get to talk to him here in just a few minutes.
Yes, please do. Looking really tidy around turn 19. No problems there. Just needs to get – I love the fact that he's got his hazards on. I love that he's like, I got to celebrate, man. I got to celebrate.
I wonder if he doesn't even realize they're on, though. I mean,
I would. That's 100% something that I would do. I'd be laying on the horn here. We can't hear what's happening out there from the stage, but looking good through the Talladega turn, coming up to the MBRP jump, and then we will get his time. He will be an unofficial, look at that, unofficial third place in the 4600 class. Let's see what we got here. Just waiting for my timing to update.
And
there we go. Unofficial time of 8 hours, 26 minutes, and 1.625 seconds. That's an unofficial second place for John Williams in the 46.23.
Oh, and I have to really quick, that's awesome that he just came in with an amazing time. But this shot that you guys are looking at right now, Sledgehammer, oh my goodness. I mean, great view right there from everybody, but we also have the racer that is stopped right there. I know that is that Toyota 4Runner, but I'm not sure the number on it. But yeah, look at that view, you guys.
Yeah, that's this. Oh, it looks like he's good. Maybe he was stopping and enjoying the view.
Maybe he was.
Let's take that.
Tanner McGrath at the 4186.
Maybe he was taking a selfie.
Yeah,
I'm just kidding.
Wow, that would be impressive.
That light is perfect. It gives you a really nice glow.
The golden hour.
Exactly.
I would definitely take a selfie.
You would, Matt.
I would be like, check this out.
Matt would say, hold the race just for a second.
But
take a selfie.
wait, we got to take a selfie. I 100% would.
But first, a selfie.
Yes.
Yeah,
I mean, look at, again, like I said, Pam said, look at that view. It's just so incredible. Watching that, again, that view, looking down on Hammertown, you can see a whole city. It's just so incredible. Again, that right there, that would be my poster behind my desk at work from,
there you go.
from that point forward. Even if I didn't finish the race, it would still be my poster.
Right, exactly. Okay, guys, I'm going to step out and go bring John Williams up on the stage, so I'll be back in a minute.
Thanks, Pam.
Again, we heard John's crew down there cheering him on. Pam's going to bring him on stage. Part of that epic Ford crew down there. Get a handful of that Bronco family. I know we got a handful of those Bronco guys that were swapping parts out today. Bailey Cole and Vaughn Gittin Jr. were teaming up to swap some parts around to get to get Vaughn going again. He had broken an axle shaft, and I don't know if he broke it because there was a cap. It looked like it had. I don't know if they get in the bolts tight enough and it came off, or they actually broke it and they pulled the cap off. Because he said we were laughing. Vaughn was doing the interview with down there doing the interview, and. All right, we have a Bronco pulling on stage. But Vaughn was down there doing an interview and said, yeah, I didn't even know we had broken axle until they pulled in and they told me we had broken axle. So.
Well, look at this 4623 vehicle.
Wow.
It looks like it is just off the showroom floor. I mean, it looks brand new. Did they stop at the car wash?
They must have.
What is going on here? Again, John Williams, unofficial second place here. third place, unofficial third place. And 8 hours, 26 minutes, and 1 second. So we'll let these drivers get their helmets off, and Pam is going to get a fantastic interview with them, as always, and find out how their day went at the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. All right, Pam, take it away.
Hold on. John Williams said 1 second. He's taking his helmet off. But you guys, look at this Ford Performance Bronco driven by John Williams. What you are not seeing, Emmy, is there are a couple scratches here on the door, so we're not sure if that's from this or pre-running or whatnot. John Williams, here you are at the finish line. Rough day. You were out there for like 8+ hours.
Yeah, it was a super rough day, but these Ford Broncos were meant for King of the Hammers. They tear this terrain up. Fox Shocks dominated, and the BFG tires brought us all the way to the finish line. Unbelievable day.
Definitely an unbelievable day. Right now, you are third in class right now unofficially, but it will be a Ford Bronco sweep today.
We've worked a long time to get here.
Well, I know it takes a lot of work, a lot of time to get behind everybody that's out here behind you, I should say. But I want you to give me just a couple tidbits of the race course for you today.
Oh, man, a couple tidbits. Felt super, super fast. Then we get through all the rock trails in the back. We find out that Brad and Bailey already finished. And you're like, wow, how did that happen? How did they get so far ahead? But it was just an amazing day. I mean, unbelievable spotting from Nate. Our crew, our staff was on point getting us here. And got to thank our families, everybody that supports us. We're so grateful for them to let us come do this.
Well, and it's definitely a huge team. Who all would you like to thank besides your friends, family, and everybody else?
Big shout out to Ford Performance. If they didn't build the Bronco and didn't help us out, we wouldn't get here. Fox Racing Shocks, BF Goodrich Tires, Ford Performance Racing School. You can learn a lot there. KMC Wheels, Warren Winch. We need to use that a few times with the Factor 55 goods. And Exodus kept their tuning on point. So, anyone else we forget? That's good.
Oh, yeah.
Got to thank my brother sticking through me, threatening to get out of the car if I didn't stop getting mad at him. But we're all good.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Let's get up for John Williams out here unofficially in that number 3 spot for our 4,600 stock class. Emmy, Matt, back to you.
Thank you so much, Pam. Again, congratulations to John Williams and congratulations to Ford for this unofficial podium sweep. Again, everything is going to be sent to USAC and make sure that we don't have any penalties assist. But for right now, we've got John Williams as the unofficial third place finisher, which gives Ford an unofficial podium sweep here of the stock class. These Broncos looking good. And of course, we've got other vehicles that are coming down here. It looks like we're going to be seeing Dustin Eisenhower in the 4472, as well as 4701 Nathan Churchill. They are just making their way through resolution and backdoor, and we expect to see them back home soon.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be rounding that corner pretty quickly.
Yeah, look at that. He's lost some weight. Right? Simplify and add lightness. So just take your hood off.
Yeah, take the hood off. It helps the engine stay cooler. You know, maybe get a breeze going off that. If as the sun sets, it'll keep some warmth on you. Maybe
exactly. I mean, there's some. You have to start with it on, but hey, there's nothing that says you can't have little like air jets and just pop that thing off at 1 mile from the starting line. As long as you go back and pick it up, of course, because we do not leave things in the desert.
Correct.
We do
Correct. Not. And we don't want that penalty.
Oh no!
So
wait, what is happening
that.
here? What is going on here? Oh no!
I love this rotating drone shot
This is Dustin Eisenhower.
I think he just gave a thumbs up to someone, or maybe a straight.
I'm not sure.
They look pretty hung up.
Yeah. He looks real. I mean, his rear tires are just spinning and spinning and spinning. I think he's kind of turtled himself there. Navigator is, and I also feel like he's facing the wrong direction. Is that? Yeah. So I do not know how this happened, but the Navigator there is out there trying to push him off of that rock.
And just eating tons of dirt there.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
Here we go.
All right. Good. But again, I'm not sure how they got in that position.
Don't know. I mean, I don't think there's any rule that you can't back through the course, right?
Oh, somebody did finish in reverse, I thought.
Right? I mean, if you can back up, that's a win, right?
Yeah.
I just love these shots here that show how massive these rocks are, like how brutal these cars take a beating, and then they do it for like 8 hours, 12 hours.
Yeah, no big deal. And then they do it in the stock form, which is crazy. Like, yeah, sir, we're just a stock vehicle. We're gonna go ahead and do this. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure how.
Yeah, I saw them doing the backward motion, so I think that they're trying to maybe the car got spun around, and now they're thinking, hey, we could just back down.
Yeah, well, this should be 4701 of Nathan Churchill coming down into our Ford Performance short course here. So go through that Bronco arch and come on down as he makes his way into Hammertown. It's looking good. The time here is 5:13. We've got about 10 minutes of daylight before that sun sets behind the mountain, and then it's just going to get darker and darker, and I would not want to be out on the rocks when it gets to be pitch black.
Yeah, it's 5:13 now here local time, and we're giving it 6 o'clock plus start time. So again, we're getting approaching that door of when we're going to close for the time to be able to get in. I think we have a few cars coming in still.
But Nathan looking good here through turn 19. There is going to be no problems there. Accelerating towards our Talladega. Getting in here. Let's see if we can put up any roost as he gets through that Talladega turn. I don't know about you, but I would just be saying, drift it. Let's put on a show. Looking good through here. Going to get his finish here in the Yokohama Everyman Challenge.
Again, a lot of these guys are just thinking, just don't mess up.
Don't do it. All the cameras are on me right now. Again, he is in a Legends class in that Jeep chassis. Looking good over that tabletop jump as he comes down into the finish line. Let's see what his time will be and where he ends up in Legends. Time of 8 hours, 49 minutes, and 1 second. That is good enough for a 13th place in 4,800 and 17th overall. So again, we've only had 17 finishers. 127 people started this race.
I think they've gotten turned back around and are going to start heading down. It looks like co-driver getting ready to get strapped in.
Yeah, they're back in. I'm just very curious as to how that vehicle you know what? Maybe he got a little tipsy and had to throttle out of it, and then ended up, when everything landed on the wheels, it ended up facing the wrong direction.
Or again, they have some pretty aggressive skid plates, and maybe a skid plate kind of hit the bottom of that.
Slowly makes his retreat.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube, go to KOHUltimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds.
All right, and here comes that 4701 vehicle here of Nathan Churchill. Nathan is, honestly, you know what? That vehicle smells really good. I can smell it from here, and I love it.
And it looks kind of like more like the Terminator than it does a race car at this point.
It does, just a little bit. So we're going to hear all about their day down there from the fantastic Pam Hall. Pam, it's all yours.
Thank you so much, Emmy. Nathan Churchill, here we are at the finish line. We're missing a few parts. What's going on with your day today?
Yeah, we had a couple parts fall off here and there all day long, but zip ties and a good co-dog made it happen.
You know, I always tell everybody that talks about this, and we all know this as racers, zip ties, duct tape, and tie straps will help you finish your race every single time.
Oh, yeah, and it absolutely did today.
Well, here you are, though, at the finish. So all in all, how do you feel about that race course?
It was a crazy course, and it really put us to the test, and I'm tired. That was a long day.
You're like, I'm ready to go. I'm done. I'm spent. Let's go relax, have some fun, and finish out our evening right.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Well, who all do you want to thank for getting you up here today at the finish?
Well, first and foremost, TWC Racing for helping us out with everything. X-Comp tires, we didn't blow a single tire out today, which is pretty awesome. And if we did, we have Mojab jacks that help us out. And Warren is always helping us out with the winches. So that's about it.
All right, well, congratulations up here on the finish. We'll see you out here next time, and congratulations on the finish.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Pam. And there we have Dustin Eisenhower coming into the Talladega turn, looking good as he speeds his way. He's got a good pace up in here,
He does.
Matt.
He said, I'm going to finish strong.
He
We started
is.
strong.
He's
We're going to
finishing
finish strong.
Look at that. Get that air.
Hit the jump, getting some air.
Over that tabletop as he comes into the finish line, back at Hammertown, ready for his congratulatory adult beverage as he crosses the finish line here at the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. This is one of the toughest races in the world, and Dustin has just finished it. He is in the Legends class, an unofficial 14th place at 9 hours, 11 minutes, and 24 seconds.
Wow, 9 hours.
9 hours in the car, dude.
That's battling. 9 hours of getting out, getting in, getting out,
Right,
getting in.
right.
Looking, backing up, going forward. That's just 9 hours of abuse.
It just seems like it's just terrible. But we're going to be getting Dustin up here momentarily, but I think, Matt, we're going to go to your tracker and just see what's going on out there on your tracker.
Sure, we got a few, it looks like, still out there. John Holtzman, I think, is running around the backdoor area. It looks like we have one there, right coming around that backdoor section. We'll zoom out a little bit. We have a few more. Some of these guys were kind of scattered around, and some of them were not moving for a while. Looks like we're moving again. Luke Kottman is 40. I was trying to see if they had a 20.5 miles an hour, so that is definitely moving. Jesse Bennett at 24.9. So, and the reason I always kind of look at the mileage is to see, are these guys stopped? Right now, this is kind of a desert section, so these guys are moving at race pace. Sergio, 42.4. So he's out there, again, still pushing pretty hard. We can come all the way back to Matthew Singleton. 33.3. Again, this is kind of open desert here, so these guys can kind of push a little harder.
Yep.
We'll
I think that's Matthew Slingstad.
Slingstad, thank you.
Slingstad, yes. And then, of course, we've got the 4408 Caden Berger is coming out into the desert, and then we still have plenty of people hanging out in Spooners and Outer Limits.
And Caden was one of those cars that was jammed up with the bad transmission. Right. So, again, I don't know, that Brannick Motorsports car, Mr. Day was in there with him. So maybe they got the car going again. We're not sure, 100% sure how that works. But, okay. But again, that transmission, we heard they had two drag transmissions. Maybe it was one core, or again,
right? Or maybe it's we lost second gear.
Yes.
Or we lost reverse.
Yes.
Or we lost. It could be when we say that they have a bad transmission, that could mean many different things.
And again, at this point, if you lose second gear, you still got first and third, so you rev it really high, sling it back to third.
I've first thirded through races before.
Yeah, first
Absolutely.
and third. It's like the old Days of Thunder. Just give me the high gear. A reverse, as long as you have a buddy behind you, he can winch you back. I mean, things are still going there.
Yeah.
I've seen some even sketchier stuff. I've seen the winch ran behind the car and hook around a big rock and drag you back.
Oh, yeah, that seems really sketchy.
If you make a poor choice and pick a line that you shouldn't have been picking, So but it's awesome to see, again, Caden out there at 25 mile an hour, still pushing the car. So we have about 4 or 5 cars, it looks like, that still might get an official finish time. So we'll keep you posted on those.
Right now, we're going to talk to Pam and Dustin Eisenhower down there on the finish line. Pam, let's hear his story.
Thank you, Emmy. Dustin Eisenhower, the end of the race just now, we were all watching you on the screen. Somehow you ended up, looked like you were a little high-centered and backwards. What was going on there?
To
to be honest with you, we figured we'd make it a little bit harder race. So we today's been sort of chaotic. We actually got lost today and ran lap 2 twice. And so we might as well finish out the race in style and come down it backwards. But yeah, it's been a fun week. I gotta thank my co-driver Luke. He's never even sat in a race car before, and I'm a very intense person. And I've done King of the Hammers 11 times and finished it multiple. I'm not here just to finish. I'm here to be on top of the box, and it makes me aggressive. And I'm up here, and I'm still happy. And I hope he still loved kicking ass in it today.
Well, we always say how the co-driver definitely is one of those that it's a make or break race to get you through some of the stuff. I mean, obviously driving skills through these rocks, but he did say, he was shaking his head when you were talking about how you drive and stuff, so he's agreeing. But right now it's all about you up here at the finish line, and we know it takes a whole army. So who all would you like to thank for getting you here?
First and foremost, my co-driver, and then second of all, my brother flew out from North Carolina, drove 16 hours from Colorado here, and a couple other folks came out to help us, but primarily the sponsors that got us here. It's been a hell of a day. We had one flat, and that was my fault for pushing way too hard. Milestar kicked ass today. Last year we had 0 flats the entire race. Dometic Refrigerator came on board this year. Been keeping all our meat cool and drinks cold and our Monster Energies cold. And Threat Wheel, we haven't ruined a wheel, I don't know, since we came on board with them 2.5 years ago. Holly Performance, they came on board this year. Super excited with that. They helped out a lot. Warren Winch killed it today. I think we have parts of winches in here. We were winching everybody today out of the way. I don't know, a lot of people give up, and we got to figure out a way to get out of here. I know we missed one VCP, and I hope Dave will waive that because there's a car with a transmission broken. You can't move it, so we decided to turn around and go around that VCP, but we dropped back in. There's a lot of people out there broke down right now, so just happy to be up here.
Well, and that goes to show just how hard that race course was out there, and everybody keeps saying it was brutal, but congratulations on the finish. You were definitely working hard out there, and hearing all the teams that have been helping each other out on the race course has been very humbling to hear. But
1 second. I do have to give a huge, huge thank you. We didn't have any pits other than Maine. The Rents helped us out so much today. We folded a dry shaft up coming out of one of the trails, and I can't remember, we came in and re-racked a tire, and they're like, we need to change the drive shaft. They jumped in there and gave us some water and gave us a little bit of a break and swapped the drive shaft out so that we could be here, and I couldn't be here without those guys. Big, big thanks.
And that's, again, a testament right there to why we love this sport and everybody helping each other out. So let's give it up one more time for Dustin Eisenhower.
All right, thank you so much, Pam. Well, while we were having that interview, we did have a finish come through the Ford Performance Short Course.
Yes, again, John Holtzman coming in. We saw him on the picture-in-picture up there while Pam Hall was wrapping up our interview on the stage. We're super excited about that, and I know John has some fans out there that cannot wait to hear him cheer him on. So while we get Dustin off the stage, well, Pam's down there getting ready to do that interview. And again, shout out to John Holtzman, who finished at, let me check his time here, 9 hours, 14 minutes, and 18.5 seconds.
Oh
Again, another 9-hour drive in the car. Like,
No,
that is just absolutely
that's just crazy.
brutal.
So the John fans out there, let me hear you yell. All right, we got people out here. It's so great. We've got all of the fans, the crews, the family. They're all hanging out here at the Laser Nut Fire Pit as the sun slowly sets over Johnson Valley and the darkness is hitting the lake bed. But we've got all kinds of finishers for you. Again, their finish line closes at 6 o'clock plus their start time. So it's currently 5:26. So we've got another 34 minutes plus start time, and this is 4:863. John Holtzman looking pretty good, looking a little muddy, looking like he found some. Yeah, buddy, that's what I like to hear.
He is excited.
Looking like he found a little bit of mud out there. But Pam, let's hear all about John's day.
All right, John Holtzman up here at the finish line. I'm looking at your car as I'm walking up to you, and you got some front diff here, some fluid leaking and everything, but how was your day all in all?
It was incredibly rough. I've been doing this since 2020. This was the hardest track so far. If someone comes up here and says it's idiot or it's easy, they're an idiot.
I have to say, a couple people have said that, and I'm like, oh, you do not want to say that.
Yeah, 2020 we didn't do any winching. 2021 no winching. I wore out this Warren winch today. We at least 6, 7 times. There was some rough trails.
Well, that's what I'm hearing is rough and brutal, but I know it takes a ton of people to get you here. Who all would you like to thank?
Well, I got to start with my co-driver, my sexy Italian wife. Yeah, she's been doing it, my co-driver, since 2019 in the short course, and even like last summer, I got sick on a Saturday after qualifying on a Friday on the Fallon 250. Jody and my daughter Brittany, Ray raced the whole race, finished like 28th or something out of like 70 cars. So yeah, she's awesome. People-wise, my dad, Brittany, my daughter, Bill Kreisel and Delaney, part of my crew, Ashton, Kaylee, Aaliyah, all the kids. Sponsors-wise, man, Jimmy's 4x4 built me an awesome car. A roller, we built it from there, but they make an awesome car. And I would not be here without Max's tires. These things are incredible. No flats, same original tires all day, and I was abusive on them. They're towards the end. Whatever that last rock trail is, I was just in the screw it mode. I just hammered the throttle, high range, just wear them out. We're gonna make it, we're gonna break, because I was tired. And but it was awesome. So Max's tires for sure. Jimmy's 4x4 Raceline wheels. Yeah, love those guys. Warren winch. I would not be here without Warren. We wore it out. And PCI radios are always helping us. PRP seats for sure. Elrod Pro straps. You can't beat his Pro straps and his tire carrier. They're the best for sure. And I'm sure Hardwire Motorsports. They wired this whole car in 2022, and this thing is never even had to touch it. So it's that's all I think of.
Well, congratulations at the finish line here for the 2025 King of the Hammers, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you very much. You want anything? You good?
All right, let's give it up for John Holtzman finishing up out here for this awesome race that we just had today for the 2025 King of the Hammers. Matt, back to you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Pam. Absolutely crushing that. Again, we have another rounding around that back door, getting ready to head into Hammertown. We have a few actually on the backdoor trail. I believe this is Luke Kapperman, 4854.
Yep, 4854 is Luke Kapman coming into the Ford Performance. Those lights are blazing. I just ran to the bathroom.
And he's coming in at like race pace.
And he's looking good. We still have our drones out there. That is Luke coming through turn 19. Looking very good, very controlled. Just waiting to get into Hammertown here. He will make the finish line here at the 2025 Yokohama Everyman Challenge.
And I believe we have 2 more. They're going to finish right behind him.
Oh, that's great.
A tracker just popped up a 3rd one. We have Jesse Bennett right behind that, Sergio, and right behind that, Matthew. 4870.
Slingstat is what I'm going to say.
Slingstat and 4874. 6.4, 5.0, and 2.4 miles an hour.
Luke looking great as he comes into the finish line here at the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. So excited to get across that finish line, see his friends and family and pit crew, everyone who helped him get out here to one of the toughest races that we have here in America, or actually, I'm going to say it, the world.
I would say, yeah, not just one of the hardest, but also one of the largest in the world. I can't think of too many off-road races where you see this many people out here supporting the sport. It's insane to walk through Hammertown.
And such great sportsmanship out there. As I just ran out to take care of a little business, I saw Amber, gave her a big hug, and I just said, congratulations. And she said, I ain't getting no finisher plaque this time, baby. She's like, I'm getting a trophy.
Heck yeah.
So stoked for her, so stoked to have her brother come in as well. You know, this is a family sport. And we've got another finisher coming in here to our Ford Performance short course.
All right, we got Jesse Bennett here screaming into Hammertown.
Yeah.
Again, we have like 4 of them all kind of packed together, which again, those guys we talked a little about, 4,600 class guys hanging together, sticking together. Coming into that teal, obviously, I'm a little partial to the
You
teal
do like
colors.
the teal.
So we do. So
you're
again,
stoked on the teal.
coming into Hammertown, getting ready for that Talladega corner. And again, these guys are absolutely in a 4,600 car. They are so stoked, literally just to be getting back, much less finishing the
Right.
2025 King of Hammers. So
Getting back in the daytime.
all right, we have a rowdy group pulling to the stage.
Yep, this is the 4854 of Luke Catman on the stage as we have another finisher coming in to that line here. That teal vehicle, it's looking really, really great.
Launching.
Yeah, taking that finish line. Let's see here what the official time is going to be. And he gets the finish here at the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. We've only had 22 official finishers here. 127 folks started. And let's see, Pam, you gonna give me the thumbs up here? All right, let's see Pam out here with Luke Catman.
All right, thanks, Emmy. Luke Campman, here you are at the finish line. You have a great team back here that's been cheering you on all the way through the finish line. But Luke, you look like you're pretty done for the day.
Oh, yeah, we are definitely done. Had some driveline issues on lap 1, or lap 2, I guess it would be. Did most from 50 mile out to remote pit 2. We did in 2-wheel drive, front-wheel drive. And after that, got in the rocks and just let her eat.
Oh, that is awesome.
Yep, a team.
Record time, thank you.
Yes.
Awesome. All right, so I'm going to put us on hold. We're going to finish our interview in a second. Emmy, go ahead and bring Sergio through the checkered flag.
Yeah, Sergio is looking great in that Jeep as he comes through. He's got some fans here as well. Going through that Talladega. Look at that dust cloud following him. He is on the throttle, on the pedal, coming up here to that MBRP jump. Let's see, are we going to get some air? Let's see it. Come on, Sergio. Don't disappoint me, my friend. Don't disappoint me. Oh, just a little bloop. You know what? I'll take it.
That's okay.
I'll take it, Sergio.
We'll
Come on.
take it. Again, watching these guys absolutely come in. Again, we've seen those tons of these 4,600 cars come in. Just enjoy. Oh, wow,
Oh,
we did
there
get
we
some
go.
air.
All right.
We'll
Good on
take
you,
it. Again, as he
Sergio.
rounds in and crosses the finish line for the 2025 King of Hammers.
So Sergio is coming in an unofficial 5th place in stock class with a time of 8 hours, 57 minutes, and 54 seconds. So sub 9 hours for Sergio.
Wow.
What a great ride. And then who do we have here coming in to our turn 19? That is the Rage 4th car of, let me see, Matthew. That is Matthew. Looking good here coming into the Talladega.
This Matthew Stratford on the 4876 car, again coming around that Talladega turn in the Hammertown Village. I think he's going to hit the jump. He's feeling good.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. Come on, Matt.
There we go.
Yeah,
And I think
love
you
it.
have to hit that jump with some speed just because you're so excited to come in
Yep,
and
that's
get your
your-
official finish in the 2025 King of Hammers. Definitely has to feel amazing. Again, we've had quite a few of the 4,800 cars finish today, but nothing feels good as when you cross that finish line. Again, we had 3 or 4 there right back to back. Again, we have Pam Hall who's going to wrap up this interview for us.
All right. We are going to finish up with Luke here. They're getting their adult beverages here. I'm getting out of the way. But Luke, let's go ahead and talk about this. You guys have your cars falling apart on the inside, but right now you're drinking yourself a nice cold beverage. And again, the course, one word.
Brutal. Brutal.
You guys, one says brutal, one says rough. Brutal is the word of the day, that is for sure. But I know it takes a whole army to get you out here. So who all would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank Cushman Customs. Let's get it right finally. It's Cushman Customs. That's 2 years in a row we've got it wrong. Twin River Fencing, these Brannock shafts, they got us all the way through. We beat the heck out of them. Maxxis tires, no sponsorship, but no flats. These tires got us through all the way through. Twin Rivers Fencing. Oh, Jam Fab. Jam Fab, the SOC boys. Everybody on our SOW race team. Robin, thank you for putting up with me doing this stuff. Lauren at home, she's listening to us. Megan, yeah, a couple wives didn't get to make it. My co-pilot James, without him, probably wouldn't have made it through. It was a good day.
Well, again, congratulations on your finish.
And Casey Cushman is sitting at home, and little Hank, Lane, Cade.
Awesome.
Go on all night. It's been 3 years we've been trying to get here. This is our 3rd year racing, and we're finally on the stage.
And that's what's so exciting. Perseverance at its finest. Luke Campman, congratulations once again on your finish out here for the 2025 King of the Hammers.
Thank you very much, Pam.
You too. All right, let's go back up to the stage.
All right, everybody. As you can turn to the screen, you can see Caden Berger out there, part of that Brannick Motorsports team, rounding. It looks like rounding back door. We'll see him in town here in just a few minutes.
Yep.
He's going to be heading down here to Hammertown.
A lot of fans out here for Caden. Looking really
yeah.
good.
I see the whole Brannick team down there, all
Yep.
cheering him on. Again, Brannick Motorsports. They make a ton of parts for every class out here. I know I have a bouncer I've ran Brannick parts on before, so they help out the series. They do a lot with individual drivers, and this is Stan's grandson out there in this repurposed 4400 car racing 4800 class. He is so stoked. They were out there a day earlier having some trouble. Looks like they got caught up with transmission issues, it looks like. And as he's rounding to come into Hammertown, you know he has to be so pumped. I remember last year, a few years ago, they were out there at a water pump issue. They were running around trying to get the car fixed. Just had some rough luck. So seeing these guys get an official finish here at the 2025 King Hammers EMC class is just absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I want to hear the story of what exactly happened to his transmission as he was out there. Because, you know, like if I was up there and my transmission went, I'd just be like, well, I guess that's my day. But maybe he was first thirding it. Maybe he was third fourthing it. I mean, who knows? But coming in to our finish line here, looking good through turn 19. Again, we call it turn 19 because car 19 rolled there multiple times. And you got to give him some
You got to show him
respect.
some love. Again, rounding the last turn for that tailgate turn, part of that Brannick Motorsports racing team. Caden has his own cheering section down here. Again, co-driving Mr. Day in there. No stranger to Ultra 4 racing. They've raced a 4600 car for quite a while. Coming up, hitting that tabletop. Oh, and he gets some air, too. He's definitely having a great one.
A little bit of air.
Again, coming in, Mr. Caden, part of that Brannick Motorsports team. Again, you can see Stan and everybody down there cheering him on. You can hear the motor roaring from here, just doing an awesome job, being an official finisher of the 2025 King Hammers. I believe he is our 24th overall finisher.
Yeah, I'm looking for him on the tracker because, you know, we're doing this all
there we go.
off
Just
of
finished at 9 hours, 33 minutes, and 56 seconds. Again,
9
that
hours in the
Brannick
car,
Motorsports car. We do have a couple interviews before we get.
This is 4695. This is Jesse Bennett in the 4600 class in that teal. This is your favorite rig out there in that teal Toyota, looking really good. I just love the fact, I mean, like, look, it looks like a regular truck.
It does.
A little beat up,
It does.
but it looks like a regular truck.
Everybody knows someone who owns a Cherokee and is just like rocking it. So, you know, we love it. Again, Pam down there, you can tell they also have brought their own cheering section. Tons of guys hopping out, enjoying the smell of victory down there.
All right, Pam, let's hear what happened to Jesse today.
All right, Jesse, here we are at the finish line. I just was telling you your crew's been shopping out there in Vendor Row. All right, but Jesse Bennett, how are you feeling today after this nice, brutal race course?
Yeah, it was rough. Yeah, we had to winch more than we would have liked. We had a few flats out there. It was rough, but overall, like, Jeep held up. We didn't have any mechanicals. Had a great team, great co-dog. Eric over here, I mean, he was crushing it out there. All the directions, winching, spotting, pulling out other competitors so we can get around them. We had a few flats. We're running the tire ball system with the liner, and you know, you could run on that for 10 miles and not even sacrifice a wheel. So a lot of great parts, great companies in this vehicle helping us out, and yeah, it was a long day.
I have to say that a lot of the competitors that have already been coming in and finishing have been talking about helping each other out on the race course, and it's something that is humbling to hear up here at the stage of you guys all helping each other out. So with that being said, I mean, all in all, that race course, like you're saying, was super, super rough, but it takes a whole team of people to get you out here for your self-racing. Who all would you like to thank?
Yeah, starting out with my partners, Mickey Thompson, Killer Tire. We had a couple issues, but overall we you know, that tire crushes it. Hutchinson wheels, the dual bead lock. We had 0 issues with the wheels this year. Radflow shocks, Phil Licardi with Liberty Mountain Fab really, you know, tuned this thing out. We had great speed. We only got passed by maybe 1 or 2 cars out in the desert, so we had some really good speed with this shock package this year. Tire balls, like I said, the multi-cell system is killer. We ran on a flat for all the way to pit without even, you know, even hesitating. Let's see. NATC, you know, my Nevada Automotive Test Center, giving me the support to come out and race. Yukon gear and axle. These Yukon diffs took some serious torque and abuse today. And with that, you know, really my co-dog is the one I want to thank for getting me through this today.
Well, congratulations one more time on up here finishing the 2025 King of the Hammers, Jesse Bennett. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, let's give it up for Jesse Bennett.
Jesse Bennett finishing in a sub 9 hours in 8 hours, 57 minutes, and 14 seconds. A great run for Jesse. And up next on our stage, I believe we are going to have Sergio Pinillos. And here's the thing, Sergio also finished sub 9 hours, just less than a minute behind Jesse.
Wow. Again, cutting it close with these competitors. Again, right here, until we get them off, so we have this great shot of backdoor. And again, you can, it's kind of cheeky here because backdoor, it looks like there's actually a lot of light.
There is not.
It is pretty much pitch black out. Again, the camera lenses have gotten better quality than our eyeballs. But, you know, that looks like there is quite a bit of light out there. And that is very deceiving. It is a true pitch blackout if you're looking out in the crowd.
Yeah,
So,
you know, yesterday we saw some of the UTVs come in the dark at this time without any lights, which is always a little frightening. That is not something that I want to do, but these guys look like they were prepared for it as this car makes its way down into resolution and backdoor and into the finish line. We've got a bunch of finishers here stacked up for our podium interviews. We've got all of the fans, friends, co-workers, pit crew, all hanging out here in front of the LaserNet fireplace to show their respect for these drivers and navigators as they've finished this 2025 Yokohama Everyman Challenge. We're bringing people up on stage. This is my favorite race, Matt, because this I feel like is where, you know, the guys and gals that, you know, they don't have the big sponsors.
Yep.
They don't have the big money. What they have, though, is they have heart and they have grit and determination. And the stuff that they are doing out here with something that they just built in their garage, I mean, it is remarkable.
it is incredible. And again, I think that's a great point, too. Some of these teams, you know, because of the Everyman Challenge, it's, you know, this is the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. It is just every average dude just out there battling all they can. Like what we have on camera here is this guy just battles through. Again, you can see lights in the front. You can see his chase bar at night. I think this is going to be our last official finisher. Again, I don't know. We always check our trackers.
Yeah, this is Les Figueroa in the 45.78. We think he's going to get a second in-class finish, but we're going to wait and see until our tracker updates to get it officially. But it is, listen, y'all, it's dark.
It is.
Dark.
Again, these are unofficial until we get the big man Ben up here and he can tell us all what is official and what is not. Again, they have to go through and check VCPs and RCPs and all the checkpoints. They have to check all the checkpoints and make sure everything is good. But I believe this will be our second place 4,500 class. Again, watching that crawl through the dark is just so brutal because, again, trying not to make mistakes. The rocks start casting shadows. Sometimes you can't see over a ledge, so you're hoping it's not that steep as you're falling off again.
Yeah, this night drone is absolutely killing it. Again, I know you guys get tired of us shouting out the drone ops, but I have to shout out the drone ops because they're incredible.
Yeah, again, these guys are absolutely clearly why they are professionals, and it's not somebody
Right.
like me. So we have about 15 minutes left of official time plus start time. And it looks like we're going to get at least one more squeaked. And I know we got 4 or 5 interviews Pam has lined up down there. Once we get our on-screen finisher, I know Pam has a few of them lined up to do. We got a few guys waiting in the wings, too. We try to always make a big deal out of finishing because it is such a big deal to come out and battle 9+ hours today. Clearly finishing in the dark. I mean, how much more epic can you have?
Yeah, and the only place where they can actually change driver and navigator is in remote pit 2. So some of these might have had to change, but I'm going to say that a lot of these folks have been in the vehicle the entire time.
Wow.
Right?
Again, that's a long day. day. You got to get out, stretch, do a little Pilates. Get stretched out again. That's a long time to be. I sit in a chair for a few hours sometimes at work, and I'm like, oh, my back.
I know.
I couldn't imagine getting jostled around on rocks or sometimes rolling down hills. For 9+ hours. Again, these guys are just absolutely brutal, earning everything they are. Again, this is going to be a 4,500 finisher that probably is going to be on the podium. I think this is going to be second in class. We've had, as of now, 24 finishers. I think this will be 25. Again, our class today, we had 127
starters.
127 cars start this, and it looks like we're going to have 25 finishers.
The attrition rate.
The attrition rate is brutal. Like guys who, and again, we had somebody yesterday, oh, it was easy. I'm like, really? Well, the other 80, 90% of the field may disagree with you a little bit.
Well, and did you hear Dustin Eisenhower's interview when he said they got lost, so they did lap 2 twice?
Twice.
I'm sorry, what?
I was like, I'm sorry, wait. Someone else pointed that out. They're like, did he just say they did it twice? I'm like, yeah, they had some free time, so hey, let's make another loop,
Right, but I mean, like, if you get lost and suddenly you're in the rocks, well, you can't go backwards on the course.
Yeah.
You can't really drop out
So they did
like
it
try to go
twice.
around because so I guess you just have to go. And to come in here and I mean, if that hadn't happened, imagine how much further up the field he would have been.
Yeah, and still finished in the top 25.
Right, that's
still
what I mean.
Still finished top 25, and they did the second lap twice. Like, yeah, let's loop it around. Let's do it a second time.
You know what? It was so much fun. It didn't tear up the car at all.
We didn't put enough wear and tear on the car. Let's go ahead and bang it around some more.
Dustin Eisenhower's my new hero.
Yeah.
That's just crazy.
Again, we have our last 4,500 car here, I believe, just inching into town. I think he's out of back door, and now he's making that sand loop. Again, once the drone kind of fades out, you can see how dark it is right there. All the lights of Hammertown, all the recreational guys out there wheeling. There's some spectators there still cheering on those last few finishers.
I love it. Yep, those spectators are there. They understand just how difficult this race is as Les Figueroa comes down into that backdoor wash. Now, every single race has gone through this backdoor wash, so you know that is dug out.
Oh, yeah.
And he's on, 35s?
Yeah, that's 37s.
Okay, 37s. He's on 37. Still, a 37-inch tire out here?
DOT,
in all of those reps?
DOT tire. And that's one thing I run a compound, since I'm a bouncer, we run a very super soft, sticky compound tire.
Yeah.
A lot of the guys we'll see tomorrow on 40s or 42s. Some guys are trying out the 42s. These guys are on 37 DOT.
Right.
And once you get used to a sticky tire, you kind of like think normal tires are like plastic. It's just, they do not grip as well. And again, you have to run a higher PSI because you're doing desert and rock and desert and rock.
Right,
so you can't just air down like some of the crawler guys. You'll see them air down or add water, do all these kind of cool things and flex all out. We saw earlier this week with the rock crawling. These guys have to run a high PSI. And again, because of this desert section, you're kind of seeing now as they're pushing through.
But what a testament to the DOT tires, right?
Oh,
that you can take, that you can take these vehicles and you can run them out here on the rocks. You can run them out here on the desert, and then you can just put them on the pavement and go home.
Yeah.
They might be a little noisy with the treads. Might be a little loud.
I'm
Probably
sure.
aren't going to get the
chunks
best.
might be missing.
Right, the best gas mileage.
Yes.
But you can still run out there, and these are tires that you can go out and just purchase anywhere, and that's why I think Yokohama here comes in as the title sponsor of the Everyman Challenge, because it really is a tire challenge. But there we have Les Figueroa. He is out of that wash and making his way down back into Hammertown, where his friends and family, his pit crew, after all of this hard work, after over 9 hours of racing, he's going to get it done.
And again, that is a good point. Seeing those 35-inch tires with the Broncos, you can literally drive that home.
Oh, yeah, Brad Lovell's
it's crazy.
If his vehicle was street legal, Brad Lovell would drive it home.
Like, he'd go, we're going to stop and get ice cream. We'll get some McDonald's on the way home, get some
Yeah.
Taco Bell, no big deal.
Yeah, no, I know, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Again, this is the short course drone bringing this. Awesome footage of him wheeling in town again. Sergio coming in.
No, this is Les. This is Les.
I'm sorry,
Figueroa.
Les?
Yeah, you can tell because it says Fig Speed.
Yes, that's right.
I do enjoy people getting creative with their names there. Fig Speed. And he's looking good. He's got those red and blue lights in the back flashing. Of course, you've got to have those rear-facing lights so that people can see you. And I've seen a lot of vehicles out here looking good. And this is an unofficial second in the 4,500 class for Les Figueroa. Will we get some air on the MBRP jump? I'm not sure, but maybe we'll get a little bit.
I think so. Yes, we do.
Yeah, thank you, Les. That made our day. And he comes down here into the finish line. Maybe a little jump there. Yep. comes down here into the finish line of the 2025 Yokohama Everyman Challenge. What a great day of racing for Les. What a great long day of racing.
And again, coming in second place unofficially in that 4,500 class, picking up some hardware, which we'll see Pam do awards later. And we have a handful of drivers she's getting ready to interview. We got some great, cool in-car footage you guys are going to watch while Pam starts bringing our next drivers up on stage.
Yep, that looks like that is a lot of traffic jam happening there.
Yeah, that.
But Les came
really
across
is.
the finish line in 9 hours, 30 minutes, and 7 seconds. But right now we have the 46.55 of Sergio Pineos in this Jeep in the stock class, the 4,600 class. Sergio, of course, came across the line looking really good. Fifth in stock class unofficially with a sub 9 hour time, 8 hours, 57 minutes, and 54 seconds. And does he have ice cream? Do I see that he's got ice cream there?
Look, they're waving at us with
Sergio,
ice cream.
Okay, I thought Dustin was my new hero. You guys, my new heroes right here.
He's like, I got ice cream. Why? Because I like to party.
All right, Pam, let's hear all about what happened to Sergio.
All right, thanks, Emmy. As you were just saying that, he chuckled in the car and said everything. So, Sergio, give us a rundown.
We're here. No, it was fine. We lost a lot of fluid on the shock, so that's where we had to take it easy. We got to the rocks, and we started catching up everybody. That felt good. Then the Jeep, as you can tell, it still tells me that I'm at 90 degrees. So she started freaking out. But I treat her right, gave her a couple slaps, hawked to her, and she's good to go. And then we caught up to John Williams. I mean, we were chasing back and forth. He will get stuck, I will get stuck. And it was just a back and forth. We were helping each other. That was awesome. And then, and then I messed up.
How'd you mess up as you laugh about it?
On the last hill, on the last ledge of our Spooners, I took the wrong line, and then we got stuck. I couldn't find a winch point. We were there for about 20 minutes trying to get out, stacking rocks. Justin killed it. I mean, I can hear him breathing through the radio. You should stop smoking, for sure. I almost killed him a couple of times, but we winched, I don't know, maybe 20, 25 times.
Well, good thing you have the best equipment to do that with.
Absolutely, and the guy that teaches everybody how to do it. Exactly. So, yeah. Only that we need to have him stop smoking so he can move a little bit faster. No, but he killed it. I mean, he's not used to that GPS. He really studied last night. I didn't get a chance to pre-run the course the way I would like to. So I told him, hey, you got to be on point. You got to be tracking and making sure we don't make the wrong turn. And he nailed it. I mean, he called the G outs. He winched. He was breathing hard. He was the true hero. We're here because of him. I mean, he did everything he could.
Well, that is awesome to hear. But I want to know, so is there a reasoning behind the ice cream at the finish line?
Well, I do drink beer, but that's not my thing. And, after many Dakar rallies and many rallies, it's a thing that I've had since I started racing. We'll have ice cream at the finish line, right? So we never say we're going racing. We're going on a Sunday cruise wheeling for the day, and then we'll meet you at the ice cream shop. So here we are.
Well, exactly. Here you are at the finish line. I love it. You guys both come in here with smiles on your face. Great, great team right here. This Jeep right here got you to the finish line this year. Last year, it was brand new for you.
It wasn't until it wasn't. I wrecked it on the second race. Our KOH last year was not good. We had about 200 feet of testing on the car. So, we found a lot of issues. But then we started racing through the season, and the first regional race, I rolled it 4 times. Yeah.
Bowling Green, Kentucky.
And absolutely. So Justin right there on the crowd, he can build a cage. I can tell you that. Because the cage held up because I rolled it on the next race too. Yep, so, I'm glad that I didn't roll it this time. I did smash the doors, the fenders, and everything. So it looks like I rolled it, but she's good. She's good. I mean, she finished. I'm glad. We were able to. We struggle a lot to learn all the bugs on this car, and I think we finally got it figured out. Now it just needs a better driver. So
everybody names their cars. I have a name in my head. Does this Jeep have a name?
I mean, it started as Cheddar. That's what Jeremy at Rockcrawler did. Then we called it Floppy. Then we call it Roller. Then she has a lot of nicknames. Yeah, Upside Down, Rubber Side Up. The names just keep Turtle.
I was going to say Roly Poly.
That's a good one.
I mean, Roly Polies are black bugs, so this is a black Jeep. But anyways, I know it takes a ton of people to get you out here. So, Sergio, go ahead and go down your list.
Wow, it's a long list. I mean, starting with Rockcrawler built this Jeep. Justin right there on the crown, Zeminski. He worked his butt off to get this Jeep running and built the way it is together with Jeremy and the team over there at Rockcrawler. Jeep, they helped us get this vehicle for us. We also have Warren Industries. I work for them, and being able to use our products that we design. Actually, the guy that designed them is right there too. So I told him if it fails, I'm blaming it on you. So we're actually testing our new winch, our Sion XD. That's what we put in front of this, and we put it through his space, and it works. So now we know that it works. So yeah, I mean, Warren Industry, Factor 55, absolutely. Yeah, we got Nitto. We had 0 flats. I don't know how, because I smacked the crap out of them on the rocks. Hey, man. Raceline wheels. I mean, fresh. They were fresh. I don't know how they look right now. Savvy Off-Road. Who else we have? The skid plates. We got American Iron for the ball joint deletes. We got Curry Enterprises. We got, I don't know, help me out. I can't even think anymore. Sparco, Next Venture. That's what I was thinking about. I can't wait to see how those skid plates look, because on 35s there was a lot of banging.
Yeah. Sergio, I hate to interrupt you, but we've got a finisher coming in, so we'll get right back to your
absolutely.
sponsors here in a minute. But this is the 91 car of Matt Bradley in the Legends class. He's got a whole bunch of fans out here as he takes that Talladega turn. Let's hear it from Matt Bradley coming in the 91 vehicle. He is going to be an official finisher here at the 2025 Yokohama Everyman Challenge.
Again, super awesome. Those shots as we were listening to Sergio wrap up his thing, we were watching some of those shots. Again, just picturesque. I said I would be jealous to have that as my screensaver.
Exactly.
Again, as Matt comes in.
Matt coming in, taking that checkered flag here. Like we were just talking about, there's plenty of spectators still out there. Matt Bradley finishing in 9 hours, 30 minutes, and 27 seconds.
Wow.
So we'll get him up here on the stage first, but I want to give Sergio a chance to, oh, nope, Sergio's out.
Justin's
Bye, Sergio,
like,
go have
peace.
some ice cream, man. We
Hey,
appreciate
I'm jealous
you.
of your ice cream, buddy.
I love it.
love
Whoever
that.
gave those guys
I love
ice cream,
that.
you deserve a raise. That was amazing.
Yeah, that's Justin
so
from...
Matt Bradley coming in. We'll get his interview. We still got some guys out on course. Get some in-car footage, which is rad, with Starstream.
Justin Andrews co-driving that. You'll know him from Factor 55. He's like Mr. Factor 55. We got to watch a Warren winch demo where they actually they put a whole bunch of tension between two vehicles, and he starts cutting rope, and he talks a little more, put a little more tension, cut a little more rope, and they actually do it until it breaks, and they teach you how to put it back together. It's a very, very cool demo, and he was like cutting, talking, and he cut a little more, and chat, and everybody's like, go ahead and touch that. It was kind of neat to watch it separate, how it spreads, and put it all back together. It does some awesome, awesome demos. They have some classes on teaching things, so they're going to look to try to evolve that program and help guys, because we see so many guys come in with winch rope that's been cut, or we see guys that try to just tie a knot, tie a lot type system.
Right.
And he actually shows how to put it back together. And then after he put it back together, he put a bunch of tension on there, showed how to repair it. So it was super, super cool. And now he's eating ice cream, co-driving a car. So awesome job for Mr. Justin Andrews. Appreciate all he does for the off-road community, and again, I know he's very involved with the Jesse Combs Foundation and several other things, so very, very cool to see.
And up on stage right now, we have the 4876 car of Matthew Slingstad. I really hope I've been saying your last name correctly, Matt. I feel like there's a lot of consonants there together, but this is a 4800 Legends class, and he has made his way here, finishing this crazy, crazy race in 9 hours and 26 minutes. Pam, I would like to hear all about Matthew's race.
Thank you, Emmy. And yes, you were saying his last name right. I wanted to make sure it was right as well. So Matthew Slingstad, here you are at the finish line, smile on your face. Give us a rundown of your day.
Well, first year King of the Hammers for me. It's awesome to finish. The team and everyone that has opened their arms to me out here has been awesome. Rage Forth, the crew, and everyone. Berger was supposed to be in the co-driver seat, as you may have seen. He had some stuff come up, but we got Jess Latin here, and he sat through the whole race. He needs some Advil. Had a couple G outs, had some parts, visited the pit a couple times, but I mean, this car, it was a great chassis. It did a lot better in the rocks than I thought. The BFG tires really hooked up. The Vision wheels we sucked in the track with a little bit, and it was like fitting through all those pinch spots like nothing. Really, really fun.
Well, I mean, being your first time out here at King of the Hammers, I mean, did you come practice the rocks at least? Because a lot of people come out here to just try to finish this race, and they don't. And you're being out here for your first time, and you're finished. I mean, that's an amazing feat right there in itself.
Yeah, I bought the car Thanksgiving weekend. So it's been since Thanksgiving weekend that I had the car. Took it out once, went through, prepped the car as much as I could. I've been with Rage Forth for 7 to 8 years, so I've known prepping and doing all the work on the cars and what to look for and all that stuff. And really the only time I had in the car was out here, and it was every day we were doing suspension adjustments, we were changing the alignment, we were doing new wheels and tires, and it was every day was this car was different. And tried to improve it each day, but it was like every day I was driving it, I'm like, well, we'll see what the car does.
Well, here you are at the finish line, so obviously it worked well for you, and I know it takes a whole entire army to get you out here. You've gone through some of your sponsors. Who else would you like to thank?
Really, the big thanks is everyone with Rage Forth. The pit crew guys, Brian Whitford and Jack and Sarge and everybody, Jeff Mello, Jason Shearer, Jason Berger. I mean, the list goes on and on. You know, there's like 40 of them out there, so honestly, without them, this never would have happened. Yeah, it's a dream come true.
Well, I love to hear that. It was a dream come true. Welcome to King of the Hammers, and let's give it up one more time for Matthew Slingstad.
What a great showing from Matt there in the 4876 car. Bought this car at Thanksgiving, I think I heard, and just has been tuning in, learning how to drive it. And you know what? He is 23rd overall, 17th in the Legends class, and we have only had 26 finishers out of 127 starters.
Which is insane. Again, I just need to recap. He bought this car at Thanksgiving, so we're like 90 days in of owning this car, and he just finished King of Hammers with it, like almost in the top 20. Almost in the top 20.
Yeah, that is remarkable. So hopefully we can see Matt back next year here in this Yokohama Everyman Challenge. Look at this in-car footage here, just riding that ridge. And I mean, you don't know what's on either side of you right there.
We talked about this earlier at nighttime.
Exactly why I don't want to run at night.
You can see in the air, and as you approach it, you can't see the other side. It's like a dark abyss that you hope has a bottom.
But you don't know.
Again, you have a lot more trouble. You cannot push the car at nighttime near as hard as you could normally. And again, I feel like this is a very accurate representation of a lot of times some of the night guys wheel. Again, being East Coast, Midwest, we do a lot of trail wheeling, and the trees kind of start to play tricks on you. Mm-hmm. You see some of those little hills that you're used to doing. Again, Badlands Off-Road Park's one place I wheel a lot. You'll see a hill. As you start to crest that hill, you can't see the other side.
No.
So again, it kind of gets kind of sketchy there. So shout out to all our guys. Coming to the stage, Mr. Corey Day and Caden, part of the Brannick Motorsports team, and I know they have a huge, huge following down there. What up, dog? Huge following, and again, the Brannick Motorsports team, all of Team Indiana, I think, is down there to celebrate this. And Pam is ready to show some love.
Thank you, Matt. Caden Berger, we're up here at the finish line. Your whole entire crew right here cheering you on your day out there. What was it like?
It was a long day, long day. Corey was great out there. We got hung up in jackhammer for a while, and then back behind some of the transmission issues. But other than that, we just kept a steady pace and got it home.
And that's all that matters right now is being here at the finish line now for 2025 King of the Hammers. An amazing smile as you come in here because I know you're super stoked to be done.
Oh, I'm ready to be done. I'm ready to get out of this car.
Well, I know it takes a whole entire army, and the majority of them are right here, but who all would you like to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my grandpa and Brannick Motorsports. Couldn't do it without them. Mickey Thompson Tires, Willwood Brakes, Rugged Radios, Badlands Off-Road Park, Edward Jones, Raceline Wheels, and I'd like to thank my driver, Corey Day. He's just an animal out here. He knows every line, and he just picks me through the rocks.
Well, congratulations out here at the finish. You guys both smiling. Oh, what is that we're looking here? Is that your shoe?
These are my shoes.
Is that your shoes from the rocks?
Yeah, the floorboard was so hot, it
melted the glue, and I did most of jackhammer with no sole.
Well, there we have it right there. I think we're going to be putting in a little bit of a floor pan maybe to not burn the shoes, right? Oh, that's an upgrade. Somebody said that's an upgrade. Grandpa said that's an upgrade. But Caden Berger, congratulations on your finish out here this weekend.
Thank you so much.
All right, let's give it up for Caden Berger.
Well, I think they're going to need a new shoe sponsor. Get some better shoes.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Can you imagine out there running around doing all of that winching
Yeah.
with no sole on your shoe?
Corey Day's about like, can I get some sneakers over here? Like,
Can you fireproof my sneakers, please?
yeah,
Please?
That's
please?
crazy. Again, I can't imagine running up and down rocks with like basically like house slippers. You know?
Yeah, I mean, driving shoes, as a rule, they have a really, really soft
Yes,
sole. So
yeah.
it's hard out here with those. I mean,
I'm
I see a
sure.
lot of guys that are not wearing an actual driving shoe just because it's not
Yeah.
suitable for the business idea. We're going to make actual driving and navigating shoes for the rocks.
Yeah, I love it. I
There
love
we
it.
go.
Again, shout out to the Team Indiana crew, and I know the Brannick Motorsports crew is down there cheering them on. So shout out to all those guys. You'll see a lot of them pitting people tomorrow. A lot of the pit crews team together, so you'll see a lot of those guys tomorrow out there showing love.
And Les Figueroa showing up here in the 4578 vehicle. Les had a great run today. Coming in, let me find him here on our tracking. Had a really good day here at the King of the Hammers at the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. Look at that, Navigator's out of the car, giving the thumbs up. Man, she is a proud, proud woman. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I just saw the blue hair and I was like, it's gotta be a chick, but it's not. It's you. It's you. It's you. I'm getting fired. Pam, please save me. Save me now.
I'm trying, Emmy. I wasn't sure if my mic was hot or not, but right here with Les Figueroa, you have two co-drivers today. It looks like both your co-drivers are now in the driver and co-driver seat. But Les, how was it out there for you?
I'm sure there's a smoother path somewhere around that course, but it was awesome. We haven't raced since our last time we raced here was 2013. And so my buddy Jack and I, we should be the senior group. We got 60, 73, and 60. And so Jack did an awesome job, all the desert stuff, and Glenn hopped in for the rocks, and it was amazing. We had, major stuff just like everybody else, but we're here. We're happy to be here.
Well, it's good to see you guys here at the finish. We kept looking at the time going, are they going to make it? Are they going to make it? And you guys made it right here, right now at the finish line. So what was the reasoning behind, or should I ask Glenn? Glenn, you got in the rocks. I mean, you're an extreme adrenaline junkie. Should I say that, or what should I say?
Not really. We just know what we're doing.
Oh, it's a great smile. We had you up on the stage yesterday or day before, but right now you're here at the finish line. It takes a whole entire team to get you out here. So who all would you like to thank?
Want to thank my wife Sue, first of all, and for putting up with this crazy adventure once again, and my co-drivers Jack Sadler and of course Glenn. We have some great sponsors that helped us out with products, and the BFG tires, no flats at all. And so, we're just Abruzzi transmissions and Ron Davis radiators and Maxima oil and the Holley products, the fine Holley products, and United Machine in Henderson, Nevada. If it wasn't for them, we never would have made it. They made some great parts for us.
Well, congratulations on your finish. I got to ask Jack. Jack, you were in the co-driver seat. You got promoted really quick to that driver seat. It usually takes people years for that.
Well, yeah, I've been begging for a couple of years, so finally made it. So Les and I are partners on the car, so he had to let me do something.
Had to let you get in there and drive the car just a little bit, didn't he? But it's awesome to see you here. You got a great smile. Like I said, bringing it into the finish has got to be a great feeling.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, and Glenn, one more time. I mean, you were up there talking to us the other day. You were saying you were hoping you weren't going to get in the car, but I think that proves different with that smile on your face.
Like I say, they built the car, they own the car, so I want them to spend as much time in it. But at the same time, I was ready to get in the car, and that I did. It was a great day. I don't know how many times I went to the winch line. We rolled over. We fixed the radiator. We fixed the power steering pump. We lost a belt. It didn't come easy, and it was fantastic. And it was my first hammers. I've raced I've raced Baja for 20 plus years. I've done Dakar, skied the highest mountains in the world, and now I've finished hammers.
Gotta be a great feeling for sure, finishing this race, the hardest race in the off-road world.
It's just a great opportunity to, when friends actually give you the opportunity to have, to play with their toys, man. It's always cool to have, let your friends play with your toys. So I got to thank these guys a lot. Of course, I got to thank my wife, all of our wives, all of our crew. George is here putting up Georgetown, many time finisher, 9 times. I think he's finished every man. So we got to at least live up to him. He's helping us out. And got to thank Fab School for welding up our broken spindle yesterday to get even ready, and the list just goes on and on. Thank you guys very much.
If anybody finds a pair of prescription glasses out on the trail, I couldn't see for the last I don't know how many miles. So Glenn says, "Tell me when you can't see." I said, "I can't see."
Well, we'll see if we can find them. They might be in a million pieces, but let's give it up one more time for Les, John, and Glenn right now at the finish line.
Thank you so much, Pam. What a great team. What an awesome, I can't believe it. Our skier here, Glenn, he's been in the vehicle, and then he just gets out, and it's like, I got all the energy in the world, man. This pumped him up.
Yeah, he's so stoked just for life. you
Yeah,
know?
exactly.
Like,
Stoked on life.
I get a little hyper, a little crazy sometimes, but I hope at that age, I'm still that intense of an individual.
Me too, 100%. Love you, mean it, man. Love you, mean it.
On screen, we have a serious rock trail that's getting just absolutely, and again, it shows how brutal these rocks are.
Yeah.
In the daytime, it kind of hides it because you see kind of cool sunsets, you see the sun, you see your friends. This shows how brutal it really is.
Yep. And you see those little lights out there in the distance. You don't know how close they are, how far away they are, where you are in position to everything. But now we've got car number 91. This is Matt Bradley coming on to the stage. Matt finishing 18th in the 4,800 unofficially with a time of 9 hours, 30 minutes, and 27 seconds. So we know we've got Pam down there doing her thing. Pam, take it away.
Thank you so much. Matt Bradley, I'm asking you what happened to your car right here. You said jack happened.
Yeah, this whole side of the car was jackhammer. We lost the winch remote, broke in half. I don't even know. Quarter of the way into lap 2, and we drove everything except for Ryan rigged up the winch for check me out and laid on the hood so we could get through the checkpoint.
Well, here you are, though, at the finish line. It's got to feel pretty good. I believe you are possibly the last finisher of the night as well. So, being the last finisher, it's got to feel good that you came up here and actually completed the whole entire race. That track was amazing out there and brutal all in one. You got Ryan over there with a smirk on his face, not such of a smile, though.
Lap 1 was awesome. Lap 2 beat the hell out of us pretty good. Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty whooped. It was a blast.
It's kind of hard to say put it into words when you just come off the race course after enduring what you did. I believe it was over 9 hours today that you were in the car, I believe is what.
Slowly makes his retreat.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube, go to koholtimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds.
this is going to be our last official finisher? We're up here doing some monkey math real quick, trying to figure out, is this going to be our last official finisher? We're looking at the trackers. We're looking at start times because it is 6 o'clock plus your start time. So
Right.
if you're the last guy off the line, that might add 20, 30, 40 minutes to, again, depending on what time you actually came off of that line. So, again, we've had a ton of finishers. I think we had 26 overall today, 100 and some starting with. So we're going to see if we can get one more, two more across the board. Again, like I said, we're trying to do some monkey math up here, figuring that out. Ben does a great job of laying us out, keeping us straight, and he
Sure does.
he came up here earlier and gave us our official podiums. I believe we did have a Bronco sweep in the 4600 class, which is super cool to see, the Ford Bronco sweep. Again, I'm a huge Bronco fan, so I love the Broncos. I like the early Bronco, the classic Bronco. As we get our teams up here, they're hugging, high-fiving. Again, I know we had Team Indiana up here cheering on Caden earlier. Him and Corey Day were down there just battling all day with transmission issues and winching, and Corey melted a shoe. So, I mean, you never know what's going to happen here at the 2025 King of Hammers. And, again, tomorrow we have a whole nother day of the 4400 Big Dogs coming up. So anything can happen here at the King of Hammers. So super excited. Again, I see Pam Hall up there getting our awards ready. And why she's doing that, I'm hearing we have an Australian piece about the King of the Hammers.
We sure do. You know, we have a ton of Australian contingent here, New Zealand, all that. I just hear some great accents in the audience. So I'm really curious to see what this whole piece is about. So we're going to run that. We'll come back and hopefully have our last finisher here. It looks like it is a military vehicle. But for now, let's roll a piece about the Australians.
G'day guys and girls, Croppy here, one of the directors and event organisers of Ultra 4 Australia, right here in sunny old Queensland on the east coast of Australia, of course. We currently run 4 categories, which are side-by-side UTVs, which are fairly stock standard. Most of the guys will disagree with me on that. Modified street class, which is your Land Cruisers, your patrols, whatever the guys really want to bring off the road and have a crack. Our limited, and of course our unlimited, aka the 4400s. We run 3 rounds down here, and it usually comes down to the last round of the season to find out who our winners are. Stay tuned, keep an eye out for us, talk soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2025 Yokohama Everyman Challenge here at the 2025 Optima King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance. We got to see a little bit of what's going on down under with the Ultra 4 scene in Australia. Now, remember, our finish line closes at 6 o'clock plus adjusted time. So we are doing some math up here, and I believe that we're going to be able to see the military vehicle, that's the M969 of Brandon Johnson, cross the finish line. And Matt, what else have you gotten with your monkey math over there?
Yeah, I was quick trying to do some monkey math. 6 o'clock was our start time, or finish time, plus 42 seconds was our last, or 42 minutes was our last guy off the line, which happens to be our military vehicle out there roaming around. So he has till 6:42 to bring it in. It is 6:24 now. I think that dude can get here pretty quick.
Yeah,
they were squeezing through some. We always make the golf cart joke. He is about as narrow as a golf cart. I think he can squeeze.
Oh, so
through
he's
those
one
rocks.
that, in my mind, I was picturing like a Hummer, but it's like a really, really small.
Yes, it's smaller.
Okay,
and it's
great,
diesel,
great,
like a 4-cylinder diesel, kind of like a 4BT type engine.
Okay.
So very, very cool. Me and my dad were watching on the starting line. It was kind of neat. The next person,
The next person is 4532 Steve Crawford. Yeah.
Steve Crawford,
He
again,
was
he would be the next
59th
time.
off the line.
8:21 was the start time, which puts him at 6:21 now, and we're already at 6:25. So
Ooh.
even if he was pulling across now, he'd still be 4 minutes shy. I haven't checked anybody after him, just because I don't think we're going to have those guys squeak in before that 6:42 time. Again, that's roughly a shy less than 20 minutes.
Yeah, we won't. Keith Pardue, he started 108th, so he's not going to make it. And then we have 45:31
Sean
Rance, and he started 58th. So if Steve didn't make it, Sean's not going to make it either.
Yeah,
So
again, that's a long run. And again, those guys, I just kind of double check for their crew, if their crew's out there listening, running 19.5 mile an hour and 26 mile an hour. So those guys will make it in quick. If you're a crew, you're waiting to see them come across the finish line. They can still cross the finish line. They just won't be an official finisher of the 2025 King Hammers Everyman Challenge.
yes, you can cross the finish line. You can have some photos taken. You can have all of that kind of stuff. We will be having our award ceremony. So that's going to be happening as soon as we get this military vehicle, Brandon Johnson, across the line. Again, it's always cool when you have these military vehicles out here racing. When I raced the Mint, I had a helper military vehicle that winched me off of a rock like it was no thing, and they're just so great. And again, we're sharing the land here with the Marine Base in 29 Palms. If you guys have not noticed, the shared use is going to be closed from February 12th, I think, to the 24th. So there's signs all around here. So remember, that is when we are not able to recreate on this land. The Johnson Valley Open OHV is still a thing up there by Camp Rock and Powerline Road. But this area will be closed starting on February 12th.
And again, speaking of land, for those of you who've gotten to know Cody from Lasernut, has a crazy little oasis of his own out here near Johnson Valley. And speaking of Cody, he made the awesome trophies we're getting ready to give away with Pam Hall. He does a great job. He's made trophies for us for years. Again, for those of you who've seen the trophies, very awesome, pretty BA trophies, very, very cool. And Pam is down there getting ready to give some more away. I think they're almost ready. All right, we're waiting on graphics. Okay, all right. We got a few more. Again, I saw the number one car roll through a minute ago for his little parade lap.
Yeah, I know. I was like, what is Cody on? Oh, right, first place.
That's right.
Okay,
He won.
right.
That's right.
Got it.
Again, and again, I know earlier we talked a little bit about camaraderie. We seen Amber down there. They were cheering each other on when they were announcing the first and second place. I know we had some penalties, and that kind of stinks, and it kind of stinks. But at the same time, to watch first and second cheer each other on like that, it just melts your heart saying, hey, that's so cool that you guys are cheering each other on, wanting to do good. There's been some instances where I've been leading, and there's guys coming in behind me and, ended up knocking me down. So I didn't end up staying in that number one spot. But if you're your friends, you're like, you know what, I'm so happy you ran a great race.
Yeah, exactly.
Do I want to win? Sure, but at the same time, I'm super happy those guys can come in and finish. And it's so great to see that in the off-road community. And again, cheering each other on. Amber, obviously nothing taken away her. She went, used to rock, that awesome little Suzuki Samurai. Came in, picked up a bomber chassis, and his apps are smoking things away. I got to wonder if she can do that well in the EMC. Are
Oh,
we,
100. Yeah, 100%.
Are we going to see a queen of the Hammers in the future?
Yep. I mean, every year we're pulling for a Queen of the Hammers. Bailey Campbell almost did it one year. We'll see what she can do tomorrow in the big race of kings. But today, Everyman Challenge has just been such a great day of racing. Like I said, this is my favorite race. I love the grassroots part of it. I love the stock vehicles out there doing, what really should not be done. Really, they just defies physics. Shouldn't be
and again,
happening.
as we saw earlier from our dash cam, as we're seeing guys out there literally right now winching, pulling through rocks, pushing, doing everything they can to try to get that vehicle back here to Hammertown. So just desperately working to get that vehicle in. And again, grassroots. Sometimes it's just you and your compadre out there in the lone oak. The trees are there with you, or the rocks. Pushing to try to get in. Before the sunset. Once the sunset, now it's just you guys. Might as well turn the music on. You're just gonna rock it out until you get in town. But definitely awesome. Again, I know we have a handful of competitors still on the course there. As we showed up earlier on the map, there's still a handful of cars out there trying to get them in. Remote pit, there's quite a few cars out there. So again, the remote pit guys that are out there showing some love to drivers, getting cars loaded up, getting parts put back together. Some guys will try to go ahead and get the car put together and limp them in. As again, if you go to the overall map, you can see a handful of the cars still making the way across the desert. Some cars still out there in the remote pit too, trying to get things taken care of.
Yep.
And again, sometimes they'll go ahead and change a tire, and that way the car can drive in. Other times they'll go ahead and hook a strap up to it and drag it in, figure out what's going to be easiest and best for the car. So we appreciate all of our crew, all of our course marshals out there. Again, I was in one of their meetings here this week, and there was just a sea of orange out there, making sure, to keep everybody honest, but also keep everybody helpful too. We saw some of those guys winching out there to try to get the traffic jams undone. And again, we appreciate that because that is a safety thing as well. So we appreciate those guys.
Well, I'm getting word that the M969 vehicle of Brandon Johnson, our military vehicle, is coming through into our short course. This is the camera that we've got here. Again, it's pretty dark out here, so we'll be able to see him cross the finish line here at the 2025 Yokohama Everyman Challenge. I love the fact that we've got the military vehicle here. The utmost respect for this guy. And here he comes, coming around there taking, you're right, that is a tiny little vehicle.
I was thinking like a big car, like a Hummer or something like that, but it's actually like a small side-by-side.
Yeah.
Very military-ish looking. Me and my dad got a chance to walk around and look at him earlier this week. Very kind of cool, very rugged, and it had that small kind of diesel engine in the back. Again, very rugged, very multi-purpose, and I could only imagine all things you could strap on, bolt on, put on, hang off of, whatever you're trying to do, whatever the application may be for a military or a SWAT team, what might happen.
He finished 27th overall unofficially with a time of 9 hours, 48 minutes, and 52 seconds. So I think he's going to have to kind of get around Cody Young here so he can get up on stage and get his finisher interview. Also gets first in the military class. I'm not sure if there was anybody else in the military class, but you know what? It doesn't matter because he got a military vehicle around that course. He's back here in Hammertown in the amount of time that he needed to be.
And again, being an official finisher in a military vehicle. I mean, I've seen guys with like 4-foot travel shocks that I'm worried about their back. This guy has about 3/4 inch of travel out there, so I could only imagine what his teeth and back feel like right about now.
Oh my goodness. You know what? I keep on all these pictures, I keep tagging Aleve US, and I'm like, don't you want to come and be our official sponsor?
And again, I know we have hydrating IVs here. I feel like next year we need like a masseuse on staff. Maybe,
last year Finish Line IV had a masseuse.
Yeah, I would definitely just check that out. Get a little.
And I'm sure that some of these big dollar teams, they probably have a physiotherapist out there. I know when I went out to the Dakar with Ford, they had 2 physiotherapists on staff, and so the drivers and the navigators would all get some time with that. They had stretching that they had to do. They had all of these exercises that they had to do because that's 14 days of crazy chaos. This, of course, is for a lot of these men and women who are racing in multiple races. It's 3 days of qualifying and then 3 days of racing where you're in the car through all of this brutal, crazy terrain for 9-10 hours. So
again, not including a week or two of pre-running in there as well.
Yeah.
And speaking of crazy things, I saw the Gomez brothers helicopter in a hairstylist one year.
No, they did not.
And give haircuts in the pits. I took a picture. They're like, yeah, sometimes you just need a haircut, have a hairstylist flown in.
So they helicoptered
I was
in.
literally videotaping them haircuts, and it looked, and they're all.
Are you sure it was a helicopter?
Oh, trust me, these guys, they are serious competitors. They have a good time. They're very serious about their enjoyment. They're very serious about their racing. I was explaining to my dad, I said, there's some of the good old boys. I said, some of the biggest rednecks are meeting. I come from Illinois.
Oh, no, listen, I love
we
the
have
Gomez
great
brothers.
rednecks there, but these guys are definitely serious. I said, they will gladly help let you go and then put each other in the wall just to be like, that civil rivalry is by far, the toughest thing out there.
Yep, it's the best
and me
thing.
and my brother and sister have it as well. My sister called my dad earlier this week and was like, hey, how you doing? And I was in the car. He's like, oh, how's the best daughter? How's your sister doing? My sister talking about me, obviously. We were very comical. But, again, that civil rivalry is very heavy out here. So those guys definitely come out and battle. I see a few guys limping across the lake bed on our map. And I do not think we're going to have any more finishers. Again, they're getting all the awards set up for our award ceremony. Again, shout out to Laser Nut for making all of our awesome trophies. Again, I see them. I'm a little jelly. They're pretty sweet. Pretty
No,
sweet
they
trophies,
are. They are.
so.
Real, they're pretty sweet. So the final time that we can have here is 6:48. But just depending on how these vehicles started, we do have 2 people that are coming down through resolution and backdoor. But the way they started too early in the lineup to actually make that final cutting off time. So as we get this military vehicle here on stage so we can find out how their day was. Again, I'm Emmy Hall. With me is Matt Holt. We are here at the 2025 Yokohama Everyman Challenge. What I think is the best race of Hammers Week, but tomorrow will be the big race, the 4,400 Race of Kings.
Yes, again, those big dogs. Again, a lot of those guys ran UTV earlier this week, so they were getting out there, getting some laps in, working that course in, and just feeling good. All right, I'm getting word that Pam Hall is going to do some official awards down there. Pam, take it away.
Thanks, guys. All right, are you guys ready for some trophies to be given away? We have our awesome Laser Nut trophies right here that we have made every single year. They're an amazing product that you guys get to take home as long as you earn it, right? But first off, what we are going to do tonight, we are going to start off with our 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. So in that number 3 spot, make your way to the stage, Mr. Cameron Still. In that number 2 spot, Mrs. Amber Slauson. And in that number 1 spot, Cody Young. All right, Mr. Cameron Still, you are up here in this number 3 spot. You worked hard to get up here this weekend and today alone, but right now it's all about you up here in this number 3 spot. How are you feeling?
We're feeling good. It was a fun race. We just went out in the trail rig. My navigator and part-time driver, Brian Wood, he drove Jack today after I failed. But we just had a good time. We've been trail wheeling in that thing about 800 miles the last couple weeks. And it's just fun to be out there on the trails. And, you always want to win, but we're stoked to be here at the finish and stoked to have the Monster Energy Yokohama tire number 16 make it to the podium.
Exactly, up here on the podium for sure. I know you have a whole army of people behind you besides those sponsors that you just mentioned. So who all does it take to get you out here?
Well, I want to thank Brian Wood for donating his car and his time and making the effort. We've been doing this for about 5 years together, and it's nice to get the Trent Fab car up on the box. I definitely want to thank Raceline Wheels, VP Racing Fuels, and Lubricants, Baja Designs, FK Rod Ends, and just really, it's a family affair. I want to thank all the DA. Definitely want to thank God for keeping us safe, and all the other racers as well. That's the most important thing is just coming home safe with a smile. It's a bonus to have a trophy, but overall, just coming home to these little people is what it's all about.
Exactly, 100% on that. As I can see your little one right here with you. Having your family here up on the podium as well was amazing to see.
Yeah, it was great to have them up here. I also want to thank Warren because they've been a great supporter of our team as well. But yeah, the family aspect of it is awesome. Just having everybody out here, I mean, whatever, 100,000 people on the lake bed, everybody's got a family story, but I'm just stoked to be up here with Brian and be able to celebrate a little bit of this corner of the podium. But congratulations to Amber and to Cody and their teams for the massive effort they put in and bringing home first and second.
Well, congratulations again to Mr. Cameron Steele in that number 3 spot. We're going to move right on over here to Mrs. Amber Slauson in this number 2 spot. You know, you were running a great race out there. Unfortunately, you're in this number 2 spot, but you've came in physically first today, and it's got to be an amazing feeling.
Oh, yeah, I can't beat that.
No, definitely not 100% on that. But Amber, give us a little bit of tidbit today because that course was brutal out there. But your bomber chassis, how was that feeling for you?
Oh, man, coming from a car that won last year, I knew that I had a target on my back. So we went as hard as we could in the desert, and we actually almost lost it 3 times. But the course was great. Dave put together a great one this year, and it was a lot of fun.
Ben, you're here, and this number 2 spot up here has got to feel really good again, like we just talked about. But Amber, who all does it take to get you out here?
First and foremost, like all the crew, everybody at Bomber Fab, everyone that comes out to help us, my whole media team, Freight Factory, King Shocks, they really came through this year. That car is an absolute missile. BF Goodrich tires, Trail Ready wheels, and my friends and family, and Tom.
Tom right there with a smile on his face gets to go do it all over again tomorrow. But congratulations, Amber Slauson, in this number 2 spot.
Thanks, Pam.
All right, now we are here. Mr. Cody Young in the number 1 spot. You have a huge team of people out here cheering you on in this number 1 spot. You got to be feeling really good right about now.
Oh, yeah, we're feeling great.
Feeling great. Man of so many few words, but we're going to be celebrating, or you've already started celebrating. But Cody, the course out there, you were on it. You up here in the number 1 spot. What did it take for you to persevere and get here?
You just had to keep pushing forward. There's a lot of tough spots, and got in a couple bottlenecks, but we got through it without winching and just kept pushing forward, and we ended up coming in physically second, but first on corrected time. It's awesome.
Yeah, it definitely was a hard race out there. And like you said, the bottlenecks for sure, that was a battle for a lot of the drivers, but that did not matter right now at this point. Who all do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
I got to thank my wife first and foremost for putting up with all this nonsense. She's at home with our 1.5-year-old. And, my co-pilot guy, my mom and dad, Brian, Jimmy, the Rock Rage crew, Dave, Clay, Russ and Jim and my father-in-law John for helping me haul everything out here, and Yokohama Vision Wheels. There's a whole list. Jeff Ginter Race Engines. He's always there for me day and night whenever I need some answered. And I'm forgetting a bunch, but yeah, thank you to everybody.
All right, congratulations. We have more celebrations to do with you, but right now we're going to get our top 3. I'm going to get out of the way, but let's give it up for Cody Young, Mrs. Amber Slauson, and Cameron Steele. All right, Cameron's going to take off and stay away from getting all sticky from this celebration and let Brian do that for him. All right, you guys, set those trophies down. Let's pop those tops. Twist it. Emmy, you guys, back to you.
Oh, thank you so much, Pam.
Awesome.
Again, those are our winners here. Cameron Steele in 3rd place, Amber Slauson in 2nd, and Cody Young taking home that 1st place trophy.
That is awesome. Again, huge shout out to Cody Wagner over at Laser Nut for making these awesome trophies. Again, if you've never heard of Laser Town, you have to go check it out. I took my dad by there earlier this week. There's pools for fish. There's hammocks you can take a nap in. There's swings, palm trees. He has cactus made of metal. Like it's kind of a crazy oasis. He has a container home that once you see inside is definitely not a container home.
No, it's awesome.
If I had not seen him building it like on his Instagram or his Facebook, I would be like, this is because inside it looks absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, and I believe you can camp out there for hammers, provided you pay the
Yes.
price.
Yes.
But it's kind of nice to be out there, like if you're out camping at the Optima Oasis as well. You know, you're a little bit outside of Hammertown. You're kind of out of the crazy a little bit. It's a little bit more chill, a little bit more relaxed. So I was over at the Optima Oasis today, and you know the vibe is pretty cool. It's not as nutso butso.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really great. I love it over there. But
Yeah.
we've got our award ceremony happening here for the 2025 Yokohama Everyman Challenge. 4,600 is what we are going to be doing next. This is an awesome sweep for Ford, which is
Heck
really
yeah.
cool, and just some great people here on the podium. Brad Lovell in that first place, Bailey Cole in the second place, and John Williams taking up the third place.
Again, super awesome to see that. I'm a huge Ford Bronco. Like I said, I have a few early Broncos, so big diehard Bronco fan. So it's awesome to see Ford get that Ford Bronco podium sweep. And again, Brad Lovell, I mean, that dude's raced like everything on the planet. You know, he races,
certainly has. Well, here come all of our winners here. Let's get it back to Pam on the line as she high fives everyone as they're walking up on the stage.
Thank you, Emmy. Now we are on to our 4,600 Curry Enterprise stock class. Up here, they are already in order for me as we are watching right here. In that number 3 spot, Mr. John Williams. In that second position, Bailey Cole. And in that number 1 spot, Brad Lovell. Right now, moving right on over here to John Williams. It's got to feel pretty good. I mean, we got a 1, 2, 3 Bronco sweep up here, but John Williams in that number 3 spot. We spoke earlier on the race, and here you are officially in that number 3 spot. How do you feel?
Super, super stoked. We were here at the very first EMC race back in 2012. We've been fighting for this ever since, and we're just grateful to be here.
Well, obviously, I mean, you did an amazing job out there. You're up here on this podium in this number 3 spot, and I know it takes a whole army to get you out here. Who all would you like to thank?
First and foremost, Ford Performance and the Ford Performance Racing School, BF Goodrich Tires, KMC Wheels, Warren and Factor 55 came in clutch today for us. Who else? 74 Weld, making amazing super strong portals, RCV, CV shafts. BF Goodrich Tires dominated the terrain for us today. We're phenomenal with KMC Wheels. And our crew, most importantly, all the guys that came down here to support us, help us, families, friends, everybody that's here cheering us on. Thank you.
All right, let's give it up for Mr. John Williams. All right, coming right on over here to Mr. Bailey Cole. Bailey Cole, last year's winner of this class. This year, up on the podium in this number 2 spot. Bailey, I love that. I love the smile. You always got a great smile.
Yeah, I mean, we were chasing down Brad today, hoping to repeat, but man, he's fast.
Well, I mean, all 3 of you guys are fast out there. I mean, look at this, a 1, 2, 3 Bronco sweep. But yeah, Bailey Cole, I mean, it wasn't an easy feat, though.
No, it was a brutal, brutal race out there. I think that's the hardest EMC course I've ever done. Rocks after rocks after rocks, and that's after another 100 miles of desert. So it was a long time out there, but super fun.
Exactly, and you have one more day of tomorrow to get out there and do it all over again. But Bailey, I know you have a huge crew behind you. Who all would you like to thank for getting you up here officially in this number 2 spot?
Yeah, no, obviously my crew, they worked their butts off all week making sure all the cars are ready. We're racing all of them, so, you know, they've had a lot of work this week, but doing hard work. Jeremy here winching me all day long with the carbon winch. Thank you very much, man. Some hard work. PRP and Baja Designs, we might have didn't have the right seatbelts in for tech, and they got us handled on the lake bed, so thank you guys very much. Jags, Yokohama, Yukon Gear and Axle, all the amazing partners that got me here. Thank you all very much.
All right, congratulations once again in that number 2 spot, Bailey Cole. And now we are going right over here to our number 1 spot, Mr. Brad Lovell with his son, Adam, riding shotgun with him. Adam, great smile, officially in this number 1 spot. How do you feel?
I tell you, Pam, this feels amazing. We've been fighting. We've had other wins out here. This is our 5th class win, but 4 years we've been fighting for a win in the stock class. We've had the pole every year, and now it's our turn to win, I guess. There's great competition out here with Bailey Cole, with the Fun Haver team. Those guys are super fast, and you know Ford Performance has done such a fantastic job developing these Broncos. And I'm just so proud that it worked out for us this time. My son did a great job out there winching, navigating. It was, like Bailey's saying, it was an absolutely brutal course.
Yeah, and I know that Dave likes to hear that he put on such a tough course out there for sure. But Adam, we saw you out winching and doing everything that you could out there. But you guys right now, top of the box, 1, 2, 3 Bronco sweep, as I've said twice already up here. But we know it takes a whole entire army to get you out here. So Brad, give us a rundown of everybody that gets you to the top of the box.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just like everybody else said, Ford Performance, they've really put their heart and soul behind off-road. Ford wants to be the best at off-road, and they're proving it. We've got a lot of wins out here and amazing products with the Raptor products, Bronco products. AMSOIL has been with us for every King of the Hammers. I think this is 18 maybe. I quit my job when Adam here was born to go racing. And so it's a big deal to be racing out here with him. Our whole team, the Ford Performance guys out here, the Level Racing guys. And, you know, the thing is, in the pits, we're working with Bailey Cole's guys, with Funhaver guys, to all work together with Williams to make sure these Broncos get to the finish line. BF Goodrich Tires, Method Race Wheels, you know, it's all the best in the industry. Thank you for being part of our team.
Well, once again, let's congratulate Mr. Brad Lovell in that number 1 spot. And let's give it up for our 4600 Curry Enterprise, Brad Lovell, Bailey Cole, and John Williams.
Thank you so much, Pam. What a great group of racers there. Really battling it out, and awesome to have that Ford podium sweep with the Bronco out there. Of course, Brad Lovell in first place, as well as Bailey Cole in second place, and John Williams taking that third place.
And again, how awesome for Brad. Racing with your son. I mean, you know, they always say spending time together. You see the fishing videos, dad and son going fishing together. They're like, you know what, we're going to go race the hardest race in the world. We'll just do that for some father-son bonding time, you know?
Yeah.
Again,
Sure.
We saw Brandon Davis and his wife racing. You know, we talk about having good communication and trusting each other. I mean, I'm sure they have good communication. Sometimes it probably hits a higher pitch than others, you know, but, you know.
Well, and what's interesting, too, is Brad racing with his son is that, in theory, the navigator is the boss in the vehicle, right?
Oh, yeah.
And then you got your son bossing you around. So that's pretty cool. As Brad celebrates on the podium with his kid, they are having the best time here. Pam Hall trying to get some video and doesn't want to get doesn't want to get messed up with all of that champagne. But great to see these guys with that awesome first place finish here in the 2025 Yokohama Everyman Challenge.
Again, huge shout out to Brad. What an awesome guy. I've got to hang out with him and talk with him, and just one of the nicest guys you will ever meet. Super awesome. Again, raced Baja, Dakar. I mean, the guy's raced about everything out there. So when you do multiple days racing in a vehicle, you get very, very in tune with it. So it is no surprise that he came out on that top spot in the box day in the 4600 class.
Yeah. So he was not actually racing at the Dakar, but he was there with Ford doing like brand ambassador stuff. So we got to go out and get a hot lap in the Bronco DR, which was super fun with Brad at the wheel. That was
can only imagine.
Oh yeah, no, it was fantastic.
Like, all right, buckle up, cinch those down pretty snug. We're gonna go out and we're gonna make a quick hot lap here.
Oh, I did, and that Bronco DR, you know, that's a turnkey race car.
Yes.
Like, I don't know, I think it's like $250,000. You can go buy one right now and go race. But for now, we're in our award ceremony here. Next up is the 4,500 modified class. Pam Hall, let's get some awards given away.
All right, so thank you, Emmy. We are on our 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle class, and we have officially only one finisher at this time, so we are going to go ahead and get him awarded. Mr. Dan Wyrick, if you are here, please come on down. So Dan Wyrick, I know you worked super hard out there today. You are right now the only official finisher that we have for our 4,500 modified class. We do have others out on the course still, but you are officially in the number 1 spot. Dan, how do you feel?
I am tired, I'm beat, and I cussed out Dave Cole about 100 times a day.
Oh, good. Not to his face, but to the rocks that you were trying to drive over, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's definitely a rough course out there for sure. But Dan, here you are up here in the number 1 spot. I mean, I think I asked you earlier on in one word, what would you say about that course? Let these guys know that.
By far the toughest King of the Hammers I've ever ran, for sure.
I mean, you are no stranger to the King of the Hammers, and here you are right now in number 1 spot in the 4,500 class. So we know it takes an army to get you out here. So Dan, who all would you like to thank?
First of all, I'd like to thank my wife. Stacy's been a part of this since the beginning. Jason right here and his family, they've been amazing and taking care of a lot of stuff in the racing program. I got Nate, Shar, I see them right there. Thank you guys so much for being here. Scotty, we got Bobby here. We got Jim and Steve, and everybody's been huge to this program, and we're lucky to be here for sure.
Well, it's good to see you up here in this number 1 spot again. Congratulations. So let's one more time give it up to Mr. Dan Wyrick, first place in the 4,500 modified class.
And congratulations to Dan as he takes home that laser nut hardware. What a good run in that 4,500 class.
Again, yeah, that's awesome. Again, seeing these cars come out, battle so hard. We saw a ton of 4,800 finishers. We had a few 4,600 finishers, as we just saw. We did awards for those. Again, just super hard race, and it shows how difficult it is when you see that war of attrition. These guys battle out, and it's not just with a certain class. We saw UTVs, EMC, and the 4,400 usually have around the same percentages finishing, regardless of what class you're in. So, again, it shows how difficult this race really is, and again, how tough those rocks are, how big they are. Again, definitely helping out, making this a crowd participation
Dan is the
celebration.
best champagne thrower of everybody. He's did a really good job here.
Yeah.
So next up, we've got our military truck that has crossed the finish line. He is an official finisher, so we want to give him his time up here on stage. So we'll get that M969 vehicle up of Brandon Johnson, finishing in 9 hours, 48 minutes, and 52 seconds.
Again, he's our only racer in the military class. Super cool to see. Again, I'm kind of interested to see how many guys are going to show up with military stuff next year. Very, very cool. And you can see the
that
body.
That is a UTV. Like
yes. You can see that vehicle definitely has a lot of abuse on it.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I was not sure what it was going to look like when it came up here, but I love the fact that it's here. So, Pam, I got to hear what happened to these guys today. All right, we'll get Pam as they're getting a little bit of talking done with these guys. But this military vehicle is looking really good. And, you know, like we said, we share the land here with the military base. So it's so cool that like we can share that, and then they can come out here and race as well.
Yes. And again, what better way to have R&D than come out here and destroy something? You will find real quick what the weak links are, whether it be a drive shaft, U-joint, axle shaft, maybe brakes. We had, some guys yesterday finishing maybe with less than normal brake pressure. So again, watching the temperatures, I know the military does a lot of tests for extreme testing for hot and cold temperatures, but I feel like as far as terrain goes, this is the most brutal course they could possibly imagine. And it's also time, so you're competing. So when you see somebody next to you, past you, you're like, hey, we know this thing should be going more. So what better way to come out and test some military equipment than come out to King of the Hammers and just absolutely batter it. And then the sides of that thing looks like they did a pretty good job with that today.
Yeah, it sure does. And I know that they also use some of our racers to go out and show these guys like how to recover their vehicles, how to drive out here on these rocks. But it looks like we've got Pam down there is all ready to go with Mr. Brandon Johnson. Pam, take it away.
Thank you, Emmy. Brandon Johnson, this vehicle right here, I want you to tell us about it. All I know is it's a diesel.
Yeah, it's a 4-cylinder diesel Cummins. This one's about 8 years old, and but it's basically, other than the seats, the seat belts, and these kind of makeshift side panels we put on for the window nets and stuff, this is just a off-the-floor SXV vehicle that BC Customs produces for the U.S. Special Forces, some European Special Forces, and some German Special Forces.
So about this vehicle, I want to know, how was it out there for you in those rocks? Does this thing just climb right up because it's made for that kind of stuff, or how is the ride?
Oh, I mean, if it wasn't for the being so fat, it would do really well. It actually does incredibly well on the rocks. But it's definitely trying to get the body through those canyons.
Yeah, so the pinch rock that we were seeing up there, I'm not sure if you went through that area, and I believe it was in idle issues. Did you have to go through that pinch rock?
No, we didn't. Okay. We did half of idle issues and cut out. So we basically kind of did the stock class course.
All right. Well, here you are, though, at the finish. You have a smile on your face. All in all, did you have fun?
Oh, it was a good time. I'm sore, but it was a good time.
Definitely going to be sore, but I know it takes a lot of people to help people get out here to the race course. So who all would you like to thank?
Oh, really? I just got to thank my family, all the people that work for me that came out and helped us get this thing where it had to be.
All right. Well, here you have it right here at the finish line. Congratulations. Hopefully we see you out here again.
Right on. Thank you.
All right. Let's give it up for Brandon Johnson in the military class. Emmy, Matt, back to you.
Thank you, Pam. Again, that military vehicle looking pretty sweet as it comes across the finish line here. But up next, we have something very special, Matt. You know what we have? We have the overall winner of the 2025 Yokohama King of the Hammers Everyman Challenge. We are going to be giving away that hardware here as they make their way up on to the stage. What a great run here.
And what a heck of a hammer that you get. That's a very, very cool trophy. Definitely some sweet hardware for the garage or shop or showcase. I know there's some guys probably have a full showcase, but they've raced a long time. But that's definitely one that everybody wants to win as overall winner.
And this is Cody Young in the 4,800 class, finishing first with a time of 5 hours, 53 minutes, and 25 seconds.
Heck yeah.
Cody, congratulations. Pam, take it away.
Thank you, Emmy. Cody Young, you are officially the overall winner of the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. You've already been up here once getting your first place trophy, but this trophy right here is the one that you are smiling about, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the one that everybody cares about, right?
That's the one that everybody cares about. But right now, I mean, it's awesome to have you up here. I mean, we obviously have already talked to you about all of your sponsors and everything, but how does it feel to be the overall winner?
It feels great. You know, that's what everybody works for. We've been doing this for 7, 8 years now, and we've got quite a few top 10s, but this overall, man, this hits the spot.
It hits the spot. I love it. You're definitely excited for sure. But again, do we want to go through our sponsors for everybody that helped you get up here to get this overall win?
Yeah, definitely. I was saving a little bit for the final. And, I got to thank my wife again, my mom and dad, all the crew, Dave, Clay, everybody. The main sponsors, Yokohama. Paul from Yokohama has taken care of us ever since we started 6, 7 years ago. Jeff Ginter, he's amazing. Chris at Maximum Off-Road Transmissions always takes care of us, builds a really awesome transmission. Ryan at AccuTune Off-Road, we spent hours in the desert getting this car dialed in, and today it paid off. Mark with Dynamic Motorsports, he builds a converter for us, and they're flawless. JP with Total Racing Solutions. This past year, we did a full rebuild of the car, and he did a chassis harness and a engine harness for us, and haven't had any problems since, and it's amazing. Vision Wheels, Rigid Industries, Poly Performance. Billy with Colin Motorsports, he's helped me quite a bit. I got some things in the works with him that I'm pretty excited about. And Eric with the Miller Motorsports, he's always there, helps me out with everything, anything he can. And these Miller Motorsports cars, they're pretty amazing.
All right, so there we have it, your final list of all your sponsors. Congratulations on that #1 spot overall winner for the Yokohama Everyman Challenge.
Thank you.
All right, let's give it up for Cody Young one more time tonight, being the overall winner for our EMC race.
Congratulations to Cody Young taking that overall hardware home. What a fantastic day of racing. Now, I believe we still have a few more official finishers that we want to give that time to. So we'll let Cody here take a few photos, and then we'll get our last 2 finishers here across the line for their interviews. Thank you so much. 3 unofficial finishers here. Thank you so much for sticking with us here in Hammertown at the Laser Nut Fire Pit. And those of you hanging out on YouTube, we really appreciate you guys hanging out, watching us, watching all of these winners come through with all of the emotion that they've been through for 10 hours in the vehicle struggle. They're on the struggle bus every single moment of every single time of the race. And yet here they are back in town.
Yeah, again, that's, we're knocking on the door of 11 hours now. So these unofficial finishers are rolling in. I mean, that is so impressive for those guys. Just to be able to come here and say thank you. Again, a lot of them thank Dave Cole, usually saying thank you so much for such an awesome course. We loved it. We had fun. Even though we're not an official finisher, we still had a great time. We appreciate it. Again, such a good time.
Yeah, I mean, any race that I've ever been in, even if it was over the time limit, I'm still going to finish.
Yeah, again,
it doesn't matter.
I've seen that probably the first time I ever really think I understood that was with the Baja. You see
Yeah.
some of those guys rolling in. There's still people there partying. There's still people there hanging out, high five, and even though you don't get an official finishing time or a medal, it's still really, really cool to see that those guys are out there, and there's still a ton of people out there having some tacos, drinking some beverages, having a good time, and just supporting people, and just saying you did that accomplishment is so huge, especially for the people racing maybe like a Class 11 car.
That's what we did. We were in Class 11. We were 10 hours behind the official finishing time, and we were like, we don't care.
10 hours behind.
We were 10 hours behind.
And what was the official time? What, 28 hours probably?
No. This was a peninsula run for the 1,000, so we were at like 58 hours, 52, somewhere in there.
Okay.
But we knew that we weren't racing for the finish, for the win. We were racing for the finish.
Okay.
And we had a few problems, but like by and large, we were just slow and steady. And we decided from the very beginning, we're like, you know what? If the finish line closes, it doesn't matter. We're just here to get this bug across the line. And so shout out to Project Baja if you guys are out there. Love you, mean it.
Just to recap, you did say 52 hours.
Yes, we had 3 driving teams of 2, and each one of us were in the car twice. So I did like 2 12 or 13-hour stretches as a co-driver. It was a lot. It was a lot. It was a lot.
That's like picking up shifts at like a part-time job. You're like, I'm going to schedule a few shifts. 52 hours in a car. That is absolutely bananas.
Yeah, and it's a good. And I'm not gonna lie, I had a little bit of crush on my driver, so like I was happy to be in the car with him for that long. But unfortunately, like nothing really happened, so we didn't get stuck. But it looks like we have 45-32 of Steve Crawford in the 4,500 class is an official finisher here at the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. Unofficial finisher here at the Everyman Challenge. His time across the line was 10 hours, 14 minutes, and 54 seconds. This should be a Jeep coming up. And we are just seeing Steve come up here in that little orange. Is that orange or red? I can't tell.
That's
but it looks
more of a reddish blue. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, no, I can dig it. So their window nets are up. They are ready for an interview with Pam. Pam, take it away.
All right, guys, it is red. I just asked Mr. Crawford, so it is a red race vehicle. Race red is a great color. And right now here, you're at the finish line. How you feeling, Steve?
Yeah, we're feeling good. Feeling good. It was coming across a brutal course. Yeah. Brutal course. So glad to be here.
Brutal's the word of the day.
Is it really? Yeah. Damn it. I should come up with a better one.
Well, I mean, honestly, when I ask people what the course was like, and brutal is definitely the word of the day. But you have a smile on your face because you're here at the finish line.
Exactly. We made it across, and that's what we were aiming for once again. Yeah. And here we are.
And here we are.
Would have loved to have made it in time, but we're here anyways. We're still happy.
That's all that matters. You're here, and you're happy to be across this finish line. Because there was some bottlenecks out there, and a lot of cars still out there broken down.
Yes, that's correct. Yep. Yeah, we had a good time.
Well, I know that it takes a lot of work to get out here to King of the Hammers. So who all would you like to thank to get you here?
Oh, just same as last year. All these guys out here who are hiding out in the audience and aren't up here to take a picture with me. All my crew from Firestorm Racing. Thanks for all those guys, all the hard work they put in. They got the pits dialed in, and all the hard work they put in. That's what made it for us here. And of course, family at home letting us do what we do. My co-driver got his butt kicked today, just like everybody else, but appreciate it.
Well, congratulations for up here unofficially finishing, but you're still at the finish line. That's all that matters. We're talking to you about your race day. But Steve Crawford, we'll see you next time.
Yep, thank you.
All right, let's give it up for Steve Crawford.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Pam Hall. We're running 45-32 of the Steve Crawford. We got Keith Perdue, I believe, coming up next in the 48-34 car. Again, we have a few of these guys who are unofficial finishers past time, whether it be they finish past time or they finish with penalties. Again, it's great to see these guys come over here, and we love giving, again, you see the massive amount of crew, putting them on the stage, taking pictures, showing love to that. We love doing that. It's so awesome to see these big crews who work so hard. And again, they did complete it. Unfortunately, it was not in time. But, again, to seeing, we got like 30 dudes piling on cars. It's so awesome to see. And, again, seeing that camaraderie, showing so much love, and we appreciate that. And we appreciate all the support. Again, tomorrow you're going to see guys pulling pits. You'll see 2 or 3 crews run over there. I got a chance to watch some of the pits today. Again, the Ford Bronco guys swapping in axle parts from car to car. you know, and watching those guys do it as a team is so special. So, and we do still have some guys still on course still.
Yeah,
you know.
we do. We have plenty of people out there on course, but we wanted to give these guys their moment in the sun because we know how hard they worked. And coming up next onto our stage is 45-31 of Sean Rance. Sean in the 4500 modified class was able to make his way around, finishing in the dark with an unofficial finish here, but still getting it back into Hammertown, which is always an accomplishment in itself. And so we are happy to stay here and give them the time to take a look. And look at this is an old Bronco. I am in love, new hero right now.
Yes, I love Broncos. Again, that early body style, you know, that front fender kind of narrowed front end, narrower end, very cool.
This is awesome. I love it. All right, Pam, the mic is yours.
Thank you so much, Emmy. I am here with Sean Rance. You always have a smile on your face, and here you are at the finish line. I believe it might be unofficially past the closing time, but you are here at the finish. How do you feel?
I feel great. You know, today we had a problem early on about coming through after the first lap. A left rear wheel fell off. The wheel bearings came apart. So that slowed us down, and then it got you know how everything gets plugged up. Jack was 20 people, and it was a lot there, but we had a good time. That's what this is all about, is a family affair.
Exactly. You said it perfectly right there, that, family affair. But you've been out here for quite some time racing. So what do you think about the course that Dave Cole put together for you guys?
The course was great. I like the way that he broke it up with the 2 laps and a little bit here at Aftershock and then out to the rocks and then Spooners and Outer Limits. And we did all of those in the dark. So it was a little bit tough, you know, for an old guy.
Well, I mean, seeing the rocks in the daytime's tough enough, but then, or the shadowing as well when the sun's, at the peak of wherever it's at for the shadows, but doing it in dark, I don't know if I could do that.
Oh, there was a lot of other people in there, so we followed some and went around some and did what we did. It was just so much fun. That's what this is all about.
Yes, and right here at the finish line, though, I know it takes a whole army of people. We got the majority of them all right here, right now. Who all would you like to thank?
Especially my wife. She's at home. And all of my family, my boys, and the whole crew that's here. They came. They ran Vegas to Reno with us this last summer, and they've just been so much support.
It takes a whole army, as we always say, and having the great support backing is also amazing as well. I see John right over here. Did not come across my finish line today, but here you are, and he's up here supporting you, as he should, right? But here you are at the finish line. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Milestar Tires, Raceline Wheels, Ford, Brannick Motorsports. There's so many people that it takes to make all this fit, and we held up real well with we have the same 4 tires on the car that we started with. We have all the parts except for that one wheel bearing that was my fault putting it together. And we had a great time, and we'll be back.
All right, I know we'll see you back here, but Sean Rance, congratulations, though, up here on this unofficial finish.
Thank you. This was our 14th year, and I believe if this one would count, it would be 10 of 14. We've missed a few.
Well, but here you are, though. Congratulations. Let's give it up one more time for Sean Rance.
Thank you, Pam. Again, that is the 45-31 of Sean Rance in that vintage Bronco. Looking good. I love the paint scheme, too, with the red and white two-tone. It's great. I love it.
Narrow front and narrow end. That 4500 car is just out there, just bashing all day, eating those rocks up. It looks like the spare tire hadn't even been used though, so hopefully that was a somewhat easy day for the co-driver. But getting out there again, watching those group photos is always kind of special too,
Well, as Sean Rance gets his photos with his family and crew, our next and final unofficial finisher here is going to be Keith Pardue in the 4834 vehicle. Again, that is a Legends class of Keith Pardue. So we'll get him up on stage and hear how his day went. And Matt, it's been a day, man.
It has been. It's been a wild day. Again, it's always interesting to see, I kind of make my mental notes of who to watch, who to look for, who do I think will be top 5, top 10, top 25, how many finishes we're going to have. And sometimes those notes are pretty close. Other times, nothing happens that I think is going to happen. So again, with King Hammers, you literally never know what's going to happen. I love this next car because they have a giant cougar and it says me on the side, but they actually have a stuffed cougar zip tied to the back, and it
really?
is still there.
That's incredible. I love that.
My dad was like, check this out. We took some pictures of it this morning, and it literally is still zip tied to the back of the car. So
That's the power of the zip ties.
I love it.
Power of zip ties compel you.
It does. I've used a few zip ties.
Yeah. All right, Pam, tell us how Keith's day was.
Thank you, Emmy. I'm here with Keith Pardue, and I'm walking up, and there's the cougar with me on the side of your car, and I had to say my favorite interviews are the ones that say, I want to thank my wallet, but I know you have more sponsors than that. But you guys have a great smile on your face. Here you are unofficially up here at the finish line.
We are unofficially finishers. We found out we snuck in 6 seconds before the course closed, so in our book, that's a victory. So super pumped.
Exactly. I mean, you guys worked hard today. I asked you, you've been in this seat all day long, and I asked if co-driver been there, and you said nope.
No, poor Tim had to get out numerous times today and work that winch, and you know, it really puts a friendship to the test when you put him in the seat next to you. And you know what? We worked all day, and we're still friends right now, and we're going to be friends for a long time. So, great day.
Well, you came in, you guys were laughing and talking together, so there's got to be a good thing, good friends right there for sure. Attest to it.
Yeah, there's a critical dynamic required for this relationship in a car, and Timmy did a great job for me.
Well, that's awesome to hear because it was hard work out there for sure. But I know that I'm joking about your Cougar Me sticker on here, but I know you have other stickers. So who all does it take to get you out here to King of the Hammers?
Oh, we did. So we came out early, and we met up with King Shocks. And Fabian and Adam did a lot of work on this car to get the shocks just right, and that made all the difference initially. So thank you, King Shocks. Also, I'd like to thank Factor 55 and Warren Winch. I was a little bit naive coming into this, thinking that we were just going to be wheeling all day, and that was not the case. So had those guys not helped us out, we wouldn't be here right now. So thank you, Factor 55 and Warren. Next is Yukon. We were having some shaft issues coming in, and Yukon hooked us up with some new shafts and joints, and we didn't have to get tools out all day on this car aside from changing a couple of tires. So thank you, Yukon. And then obviously Bomber Fab, Randy Slauson for a
slowly makes his retreat.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube, go to koholtimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds.
Slugging away, making everything happen. Again, this is the 2025 Optima Battery King of Hammers. Tomorrow morning, we will be kicking off at 7:30. This is the Ford Performance 4500 Race of Kings. You guys do not want to miss tomorrow, and it will be at 7:30 with the kickoff of the 4400 race. It will be huge. That is the big dogs. That is for all the kahunas, all the monies, all the trophies. Again, thanks for everybody tuning in. We appreciate it so much. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning.
Have a good night, everyone.